When an anomaly is first detected by an SCP Foundation field agent, it's up to the Foundation's mobile task forces to tag and bag the impossible entities before they can do any more harm. Sometimes these retrievals are uneventful, other times, not so much. Especially when they're dealing with brutal forces of nature like SCP-096. Also known as the Shy Guy, a creature that, from the very first interaction with the Foundation, had a reputation for being dangerous and needed to be feared. A series of vague sightings and mysterious disappearances up in the frosty mountains of the Yukon first sparked the Foundation's interest. When they were certain that they had an anomaly on their hands, 2 retrieval teams, Zulu 9A and Zulu 9B, were dispatched to secure and contain the entity. Zulu 9A took the lead in a heavy-duty chopper, equipped with 50 caliber GAU-19 heavy machine guns, and carrying an THOR anti-tank launcher. They were prepared for anything, or so they thought, as they established a visual on SCP-096 while 2 clicks away from the target. They couldn't get a clear line of sight on the creature, but it appeared to be stationary, docile, and was making no attempt to flee. Piece of cake, right? Little did they know that SCP-096 was just looking away from them. If it was facing towards them, it'd be a whole different horror story, as Zulu 9A were about to find out. The team landed their helicopter next to the creature and were shocked to see that it was completely naked, in spite of the sub-zero temperatures all around them. The creature was unnaturally thin, as though it had been starved for weeks, with bone-white skin and unnaturally long limbs. The team guessed that the creature's arms must have been at least 1.5 meters long, but its docile nature and insubstantial body mass gave the impression that it wouldn't prove too difficult to contain. That is, until they saw its face. Zulu 9A's captain was the lone survivor of the incident, as he was lucky enough to be looking away when the creature turned towards his team. The rest of the squad ended up staring eye to eye with SCP-096, and from that moment on, wasn't docile anymore. The creature began to whimper, then cry, then sob uncontrollably in a way that sounded eerily human. This sudden change in temperament startled the rest of Zulu 9A, and they opened fire on the creature. Under the hail of gunfire, SCP-096 entered a murderous frenzy and began tearing into the hapless squad of soldiers. While its flesh and organs did seem to take damage as a result of the barrage of 50 caliber rounds from the helicopter-mounted machine guns, its skeletal structure remained intact, and it continued its onslaught, tearing the team limb from limb, even after they'd blown practically all the flesh from the creature. The THOR anti-tank launcher proved equally ineffective at stopping SCP-096 while it was in attack mode. And it was only after slaughtering the entire team that it returned to its docile state. Nobody knows exactly what the creature did to Zulu 9A after the gunfire started, but no trace of the team was left behind. Zulu 9B touched down soon after, and with a grave warning from the captain not to look at the creature's face, they were finally able to subdue it. A bag was placed over SCP-096's face, which seemed to soothe it enough to move it to a nearby Foundation facility. Little did they know, they just obtained one of the deadliest SCPs of all time. And while it may have been under lock and key for now, it seemed inevitable that it would get out and cause more violence and chaos. Research and containment procedures for the SCP-096 were put under the command of Dr. Dan, a senior researcher at the site. It was his job to find out exactly what this being was capable of. The more he tested, the more he realized that they were dealing with something truly terrifying. Disposable D-Class personnel were used to figure out exactly what it was that caused the creature to enter its attack mode. Just as it had during the initial retrieval mission, SCP-096 went berserk when any of the attending personnel saw its face. In this stage, it would enter a period of considerable and unstoppable distress for 1 to 2 minutes, covering its face and wailing loudly. When the period of distress ended, the creature would mercilessly slaughter every D-Class that had seen its face, and just like with Zulu 9A, no trace of their bodies would be left behind. Dr. Dan was horrified and intrigued by this phenomenon. The creature killed anyone that saw its face directly, but could the same be said for indirect depictions of the creature's face, such as images and videos? Dr. Dan was desperate to find out. More D-Class personnel were brought in to test this, to frightening results. Dr. Dan found that the creature did indeed still enter attack mode when people saw pictures and videos of SCP-096's face. The creature seemed to have an innate sense of when people were viewing these representations, even when it should have had no conceivable way of knowing. It didn't matter how far away or how many barriers were in place between the viewer and the creature, the attack mode would still activate. And once it did, it seemed as though nothing could stop the creature from hunting down the one who saw its face. With all of this new data, special containment procedures were devised to keep the creature safely under lock and key. Its cell was a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter airtight steel cube, fitted with advanced pressure sensors and laser detectors to ensure that SCP-096 remained in its cell without risking anyone having visual contact with the creature's face. All cameras and video equipment were strictly forbidden, and weekly checks for any cracks or holes in the containment cell were mandatory. Of course, none of this would stop the creature if anyone somehow saw its face. In order to solve that little problem, Dr. Dan would need to continue his research. To find a method of subverting the creature's deadly glance, they needed to know exactly what they were dealing with. But how could they, when even a glance at a photo or video of the being meant certain death? A potential solution was proposed, creating an artistic representation of the creature's face, something that hadn't yet been attempted. But how would they achieve such a feat? Simple. They'd procure a D-class prisoner with some artistic talent, and they found one who had been a tattoo artist before becoming a Foundation guinea pig. Dr. Dan formulated an ingenious plan for keeping this D-class alive for long enough to accurately draw an image of SCP-096's face. He would be placed in a bathysphere diving bell several kilometers underwater and tens of kilometers away from the containment cell where the SCP was being held. The D-class was made to look at a photograph of the creature's face and then replicate that image in a pencil sketch. Dr. Dan first confirmed that the creature's attack mode is only activated by the creature's face by having the D-class look at a series of photos of the SCP's body parts, one by one, finally finishing with its face. The D-class began drawing and even remarked on how creepy the SCP's facial features were, despite not knowing the deadly context. Meanwhile, back in its containment cell, SCP-096 sensed someone viewing its face and entered its inconsolable crying state followed by its attack mode. It broke out of containment easily and began making a beeline for the D-class, traversing the miles between it and its prey. The D-class didn't know it, as he locked the finished drawing into a separate, autonomous submersible, but he was already dead. As the drawing made its way up to a researcher on the surface, SCP-096 dived into the water and started swimming down towards the artist. Minutes later, the bathysphere was breached, and the D-class was torn to shreds. SCP-096 was recaptured without issue by Surface Recovery Team Foxtrot 303A, and further testing on the drawing showed that artistic representations of SCP-096's face were in fact harmless. From this experience, we now know that the creature has a gaunt face with totally white eyes, possibly indicating blindness and a grossly extended jaw. Nevertheless, Dr. Dan was adamant that SCP-096 was too dangerous to be left alive and requested permission from the upper echelons of the Foundation to terminate the creature by any means necessary. However, the doctor's request would fall on deaf ears, until it all started with a seemingly innocent image. While it's now been redacted for your safety, the black speck inside the yellow circle was once a minuscule image of SCP-096, taken unknowingly in the 1990s by a semi-professional mountaineer. One day they were looking at old photographs when his eyes passed over the tiny speck without even noticing that he had seen anything. But SCP-096 noticed and began entering its attack mode. It tore through its steel containment unit like tissue paper, causing the release of a nerve agent that killed a number of attending Foundation staff. The monster then fled the base and began pursuing its prey, with Mobile Task Force Tau-1 in hot pursuit. Dr. Alexei, who was helping to manage the site where the SCP was contained, was in dismay over the situation. Dr. Dan was out of the country at the time, trying to discover more about the creature's origins. However, he did leave the Mobile Task Force with a new secret weapon against the rampaging Shy Guy: Project Scramble. Scramble were state-of-the-art goggles featuring a new technology created by Dr. Dan, which, using artistic renditions of 096's facial features, could detect and scramble the features of SCP-096 into an unrecognizable form, preventing the normally deadly effect of gazing upon its face. In theory, this would allow MTF Tau-1 to engage safely with 096 once its prey had been eliminated and bring it back into containment. But disaster struck on two fronts. First, the prey in question was located in a population center, creating the potential for a huge loss of life. And the second bigger problem was that the scramble technology didn't work, as stray pixels of the creature's face would reach the eyes of the task force before the internal microprocessor had time to scramble them. The mission turned into a death sentence, as SCP-096 slaughtered almost the entire task force, as well as a number of civilians in town, including an infant and its entire family. It was a monumental disaster, made even worse by a final revelation. Dr. Dan and Dr. Alexei had themselves facilitated the entire containment breach and allowed the resulting massacre to happen, with Dr. Dan hoping it would be enough motivation for Foundation Command to greenlight his research into destroying the creature. Anything that would give him the opportunity to kill this thing would be worth the bloodshed. His plan worked, and the SCP Foundation saw it his way, approving his request to neutralize SCP-096. However, success comes at a cost for Dr. Dan. Once he figures out a way to finally kill the creature, though done in his line of duty, he himself will be terminated by the Foundation for his crimes against humanity. But considering how much damage SCP-096 is capable of causing if it ever got to a major population center, or even worse, was ever caught on camera and broadcast to a worldwide audience, the Doctor himself would likely deem his own death a justifiable cost. To this day, the Foundation is researching ways to kill the creature, and they're still looking for their silver bullet. And the pressure is on. They hadn't known about the seemingly innocent picture that sparked the last containment breach, the one taken decades ago, in which the Shy Guy had only occupied 4 tiny pixels. 4 tiny pixels that resulted in multiple innocent lives lost. So be careful where you look, because who knows how many other photos of the creature are lurking out there. Photos with an innocent dot in the background. Your eyes glance over it, not even noticing the little blip, until you hear a distant wailing that seems to be getting closer and closer and closer, and then it's already too late. This video is about 2 things. The first is SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy, a horrific monster who murders anyone and anything unfortunate enough to look at its face, directly or through photos or videos. The second is you, because we asked you for your favorite questions, theories, and hypothetical situations involving 096. We even asked if you thought someone would be safe from 096 on the moon, and you delivered. If you haven't watched our first video on the infamous Shy Guy, we recommend checking that out first, but feel free to stick around even if you haven't. First of all, let's take a look at the questions you had about the SCP Foundation's most dangerous introvert and see if we can't find some answers. How close would you have to be to trigger it? Like if it was 5 kilometers away, would it still count? The short answer is that 096's homicidal rage can be triggered from pretty much any distance. We'll get into some of the potentially crazy extents of this later on, but if you see the Shy Guy's face while you're sharing a dimension with him, you're in serious trouble. People who viewed the creature's face in different countries or even miles underwater have met gruesome ends. 5 kilometers would definitely not keep you safe. What were his origins and how strong is he compared to SCP-682? The origins of SCP-096 are still shrouded in mystery. All we know for sure is that he was discovered by the Foundation in a snowy mountainous region. As for physical durability, he's about even with 682 as both survived their encounter. We know 682 has the psychological advantage though, as 096 has been terrified of the lizard ever since they met in cross-testing. However, you could argue that 096 is technically more dangerous, since unlike 682, 096 has never been pacified before killing its intended target while on a rampage. If he goes into an unstoppable attack mode when someone sees his face, shouldn't you not show his face in the thumbnail? Thankfully, according to the official documents, artistic representations like paintings or digitally drawn YouTube thumbnails have no effect. Only actual photographs or videos of the creature can be deadly, so you're safe. Unless we decide to do a 096 face reveal to celebrate our next 100,000 subscribers, of course. This leads us to our next question. If it attacks you when you look at it, then how did the scientist draw the picture of the thing without looking at it? That's a good question, and also one that occurred to the Foundation scientists who came up with an extremely elaborate solution. They put a D-class tattoo artist inside a diving bell miles underwater and had him unseal a photograph of the creature before drawing a copy. This copy was then released from the diving bell in a sealed container before 096 inevitably got to the poor D-class. Does the Shy Guy have to be viewed through a good quality image to enter a rage state? Unfortunately, no. Even the most poorly rendered or minuscule image of 096's face is a death sentence. One of the most infamous incidents resulted from a man seeing a small dot that was only a few pixels wide in a photo from an old ski trip. The dot was 096, taken from a mile away. No true image of 096 is safe, regardless of size. In some canons, despite 096 being referred to as indestructible, the Foundation managed to terminate it after many attempts and even more bureaucracy. How did they do it? Well, a lot of 096's body has been blown away by conventional arms fire. Its hyper-tough skeleton is what has given it such an indestructible reputation. In one tale, though, Foundation researchers actually used this to their advantage and employed the use of the neck-snapping killer sculpture SCP-173. After using 173 to damage 096's bones, powerful acid was injected into the skeleton, destroying it from within. Though of course this isn't the official ending of the 096 story, because the SCP Foundation doesn't have a single unifying canon. That's enough questions. Now it's time for you to school us. Let's look at some of your favorite theories about the Shy Guy, starting with: I sometimes like to imagine that 096 is nice, but he can't control when someone sees him, and after he kills the person, he starts to cry because he didn't want to kill them. There is actually some evidence to suggest that SCP-096 might not want to kill. A great example of this is its cross-test with SCP-978, a camera which reveals the deepest desires of whoever or whatever is in its photos. The photo it took of 096 showed that it had completely disappeared from the photo, showing its deepest desire was to just be invisible and unseen. Maybe it wants to disappear because it doesn't want to hurt anybody. Regarding the moon question, I think SCP-096 would probably stay in that hostile state until you came back, at which point it would promptly rip you to shreds and do whatever it does to your mutilated corpse. Based on what we know about prior 096 incidents, this feels incredibly likely. It's also possible that it might enter its docile state before becoming aggressive again when you return to its murder range. You really don't want to find out either way. He can just jump to the moon easy. He does squats in containment all the time. While its scrawny physique doesn't make it seem like 096 understands the concept of exercise, there aren't any cameras in 096's cell, so technically we can't prove it isn't doing squats to pass the time in there. I really doubt a blind person would be safe from his effect, since 096 has the IQ of a newborn baby. I think he will count it as looking at him. This is an interesting theory. However, seeing as 096 is able to sense when people see its face from entire continents away, the way it knows if you can see its face might be a little more psychic in nature. Therefore, it's probable that it wouldn't mistakenly kill someone who hasn't actually seen its face, such as a person who is blind. To deal with him, in my opinion, simply freeze him, either in space or in the mountains. His body shuts down, and when looked at it, it will not react correctly. It is simply asleep. While we don't know how SCP-096 would react to a zero-G environment, for a creature that's always nude, it seems extremely tolerant to the cold. When it was first found, it was lurking in icy mountains, and a Foundation agent commented on the fact it wasn't even shivering, despite the incredibly low temperatures. But who knows if there's a temperature out there that's too low even for the Shy Guy? If someone looks at it in China and it's in the US, then you get on its back, you'll get a free piggyback ride to China. It's a free trip to China and all it costs is a human life. That's my theory. Technically, it'd be at the cost of 2 human lives, unless you wore a diving suit with plenty of oxygen. 096 has proven to be an extremely proficient swimmer, but you'd have to maintain your grip across the entire Pacific Ocean while it journeys to China. In other words, it's technically possible, but we here at SCP Explained would rather pay for the round-trip flight. To each their own, though. But that's enough theories for now. Let's move on to the main event. Hypotheticals. You pose some great possible scenarios involving SCP-096, so we're going to see if we can find the answers.
What would happen if someone looked at a picture of it while in or before entering another SCP's pocket dimension or mirror dimension?
There aren't any canon examples to prove either way, but if there's any kind of consistent entry point into this dimension, it's likely that 096 would find a way to follow you in. If not, it's very possible that it may just wait for you to eventually return before bringing the metaphorical hammer down on you. So technically, if you were pulled into the old man's pocket dimension and he closed the portal, you'd be safe from 096. But then you've got a whole other problem to deal with.
What happens if a person sees his face then gets their memory of the creature wiped?
Considering how good the Foundation seems to be at wiping people's memories and their access to amnestics, if this worked, they probably would have made it standard procedure by now, so it's unlikely.
What happens if a person looked at it and that person then went on a plane? Or just staying in the air or space, what would it do?
096 has shown the ability to jump up and destroy low-flying aircraft. But otherwise, it's likely that the creature would probably run to a point directly below you and remain there until you touch back down. Since you'll need food and water at some point and aircrafts need fuel, you'd probably just be prolonging the inevitable.
What if the young girl was around it so it tried to attack her but died trying?
This is another interesting possibility. SCP-053 is a girl capable of causing homicidal urges, but causes fatal heart attacks in those who attack her. While we can't know for sure how a meeting between 096 and 053 would go, we can use her encounter with 682 as a potential template. Aggressive SCPs like the hard-to-kill reptile, perhaps having an innate knowledge of the danger that comes from attacking 053, tend to become strangely docile around her. It's possible that 096 would do the same.
Would we be able to control SCP-096 with the help of SCP-035?
The Possessive Mask, aka SCP-035, is undeniably a lot more intelligent than 096, and has even been shown to respond to reason on occasion. It's also been able to control almost every other entity it's been placed on. The problem is, if the mask was placed on 096 and it was somehow effective, the result may be even more dangerous than 096, an intelligent monster with an indestructible and highly dangerous body. There's no telling whether 035 would slowly break down 096 into sludge the way it does to humans, in which case we would be left with an immortal 096-035 combo. So maybe it's best that we never find out.
If someone were to be in the infinite IKEA and looked at a picture of its face, could it finally be contained? And if someone else looked at a picture of it outside of the infinite IKEA, could it escape and kill them? If so, how long would it take it?
This is a great question. And while the infinite IKEA is a terrifying maze, SCP-096 has an advantage here that we don't. Not only can it rip through anything in the way with its super strength, it has an innate sense of where its victim is. Therefore, regardless of whether you're inside or out, SCP-096 will still come straight to you to exact your horrible fate. But at least you can enjoy the meatballs while you wait, right? And finally, what would happen if 096 were led into a room full of mirrors and allowed or made to look at its own face? Would it smash the mirrors or try to rip itself to pieces? This is still a hotly debated issue to this day, which, thanks to the no-canon nature of the SCP Foundation, does not have a definitive answer. Some theorize that this would at least be an effective deterrent against SCP-096, while others suggest that it wouldn't be effective, because many believe that 096 is actually blind, and thus cannot see its own face. It can only sense when other people see it. Again, we don't quite know for sure, but it's likely to remain one of the most contentious issues around the Shy Guy for a long time to come. And there you have it, folks, our very first questions and theories video. We loved hearing what you had to say, so keep an eye on our community post for the next one. Are there other SCPs you'd like to see us cover in explained or theory videos? Let us know in the comments. And subscribe to SCP Explained and turn on notifications for new SCP videos every single week. As you walk down the halls of the SCP Foundation Site-19, peeking in the various windows at the anomalies contained there, you might catch a glimpse of a dark figure bent over a table, tinkering away like an artisan in his workshop. A vintage black apothecary bag sits next to him, open, and if you stop and watch for a while, you'll see him pull all manner of tools out of it. Impossibly large tools, things that shouldn't fit in such a small bag. A bone saw, an IV stand, jars of fluorescent liquids, and needles the length of your forearm. You shouldn't be surprised. This is a place for impossible things, after all. Still, it's a curious sight. The shadowy man working so diligently, so quietly, focused singularly on his craft, whatever that might be. Only one thing could distract him from his efforts. You. He feels your gaze on him, and he looks up, dark eyes glittering from behind a beaked ceramic mask. He reminds you of an illustration you once saw in a book about the Black Death, the gear the plague doctors wore while treating patients on their deathbeds. "Hello." He greets you in a friendly, heavily accented voice. His eyes crinkle beneath the mask, and if you could see his mouth, you know he'd be smiling. "How are you today, dear fellow? Are you feeling quite well?" He takes a step toward the window, stretching out one gloved hand, and you suddenly realize that you can't see where the mask ends and his skin begins. It's not a mask, but a part of his face. This is no ordinary man. "Do you require help? I can examine you," he offers, palm pressed flat against the glass. A chill runs up your spine, and you realize that you should definitely not take him up on his offer. No matter how friendly he seems, how good his intentions may be, you wouldn't want to let the plague doctor treat you. He sat in his containment cell, fidgeting with his favorite scalpel. He dragged it over the surface of his work table, back and forth, listening to the sound it made. They had tried to confiscate his table, his tools. The guards had quickly learned that he had more of them in his bag. They tried to take away his bag from him, but, well, that didn't go over too well for anyone involved. So he was allowed to keep it, to fashion himself a makeshift laboratory in his lonely little cell. There was a time where they had given him test subjects, fresh corpses from the morgue for him to dissect and research. There was a time when the doctors here would come to speak with him, talking of cryptobiology and the pestilence he had dedicated himself to fighting. Those days were long gone. He had hidden away pieces of the corpses, tissue samples in jars of formaldehyde he could pull out when the monotony became too much. But the days of fresh materials, of enlightened discourse with other men and women of science, were over. How he missed those days. The chance to work with others as he once had. What had he done wrong? All he did was treat the sick. Sure, they didn't always understand their illness, didn't want to receive their medicine, but that wasn't a choice for the patient to make. That should have been up to the physician. Perhaps they didn't trust his expertise, didn't see how his work served the greater good, like those who watched Jonas Salk invent the polio vaccine, or Louis Pasteur rid milk of bacteria. They were confused by the advanced scientific practices and feared that which they did not understand. He could forgive them for their ignorance. He was magnanimous that way. If only they would let him out of this infernal room, he could prove his work's worth to them. He could cure them all, begin a new era of wellness and peace worldwide. He didn't exactly sleep, but when he rested on his little cot in the corner of the room, he dreamed of that future, of a world healed by his touch. A knock at the door stirred him from his reverie. Someone was at the door of his containment cell. He glanced at the little window and saw a guard there with a tray of food. He greeted the man with an enthusiastic wave. Sustenance. He didn't require the food for survival, of course, but it helped his mind work more efficiently. It reminded him of a time before these fluorescent lights and these same four walls, of crusty bread with fresh butter by the banks of the Seine. The little slot opened in the door and the tray was shoved through. There was bread, just as he hoped, a small dish of butter, a pot of jam, and a cup of tea still steaming. He picked up the cup at first, taking a deep breath. Ah, an herbal blend with fresh lavender. Lovely. He couldn't see the guard through the window anymore, but he called out to him just the same. "Thank you for the libations." He still had his manners after all, even in confinement. He wished he could have gotten a better look at the man, seen the pallor of his complexion, a tremor in his hand. He thought he had spotted sweat beading on his forehead. Could he be ill? The case required further examination to be certain. He sighed, clutching the cup of tea tighter in frustration. Why wouldn't they just let him work? Why must they scream at the sight of his efforts, flee from his instruments? It didn't seem fair. Still, the pursuit of science rarely was a glamorous one. He had learned as much over the centuries. One day, though, history would look back on him kindly. Of this, he could be certain. He was just settling in and beginning to spread butter across the admittedly stale bread when a horrible sound shook him to attention. He had heard the noise before, though he had never seen its source. It was an ear-splitting scream, a wail of pure agony, like the sound of a wounded wild animal. He had heard many, many screams during his life, from patients and those who stood in the way of his work, but until he had been brought into custody of the Foundation, he had never heard a scream quite like this one. It was pure rage, devastation, and suffering mixed together, wet with tears, and loud enough to rip through human vocal folds. Whatever was crying out, it was no mere man. More screams answered it, and these were very much human. These sounds were more familiar to him, shrieks of pain, of fear, of desperate but futile attempts to escape, than the meaty thud of bodies falling to the floor, of torn-off limbs hitting walls and windows, a loud crash, and the sound of something large moving quite quickly through the halls. Scientific curiosity got the better of the doctor, and he found himself moving back to his little window, face pressed to the glass so hard his beak nearly cracked it. He couldn't see much of anything, just guards running down the hall, weapons drawn. He saw one of them fire, heard the gunshot ring out. But what was he firing at? Then he saw it, a pale blur darting past the door. Whatever it was, it didn't so much as flinch when the bullet ricocheted off its skin. A long, thin arm crashed against the door, knocking the doctor backwards into his work table. He steadied himself and climbed back to his feet, taking in the damage done to the door. It was crumpled in on itself, nearly ripped off the hinges, and whatever had plowed into it was already gone. From the sounds of chaos in the distance, it had disappeared around the corner, with the guards following it. He inspected the ruins of the door to his containment cell. It was useless now, hanging loose and open. Well, that was an invitation he was hardly about to decline. He grabbed his trusty bag, tossed his scalpel back inside, and set off to see what all the commotion was. It was easy enough to follow the trail of blood, stark and vivid red against the white tile floor, and the sound of gunfire, human screams, and that loud, long, painful wail he had heard before. He walked at a leisurely pace, taking his time, until the sound suddenly stopped. He rounded the corner and found a mound of bodies, guards and scientists, beaten and bloodied, almost beyond recognition. It was quiet here, save for one sound, the sound of weeping. There in the corner, huddled over with its face to the wall, was a pale, thin figure, its shoulders heaving with the force of its sobs. This poor soul was clearly in great distress. It was a peculiar sight, hairless and white, distended arms wrapped around itself as it cried.
"Excuse me,"
the doctor cried out to the pitiful creature.
"Are you all right? Do you need assistance?"
It didn't answer. It just continued to cry. Had something so despondent been responsible for this destruction? The dozens of corpses, the smashed-in walls, the crumbled doors and shattered windows. It seemed impossible. Sure, it was large and looked strong, but he had never seen a monster cry before. This couldn't be a dangerous creature, not when it was so sad. He would help it, but first, he would attend to some of these bodies. He sat his bag on the ground and pulled out several vials of liquid, a set of syringes, and a variety of other surgical tools he might need. Now, after such a long hiatus, he could resume his work in a meaningful way. He couldn't be certain how long he worked reviving these poor souls and reconstructing their bodies as the pale creature wept in the corner. The sobbing faded into the background for a while, becoming a kind of white noise as he removed a liver here, placed it in a chest cavity there, poked and prodded, injected and extracted, testing out new methods alongside tried and true cures. One by one, the milky eyes fluttered open, rigor mortis stiff joints creaked into motion, sallow faces looking at his with the vacant gratitude he saw in so many patients over the years. He didn't need to thank him with their words. The work was its own reward. He expected more guards to arrive, to attempt to contain the situation, but none came, even as the alarm blared overhead. As for the morose creature, it didn't seem to notice his presence at all, not even when he had brought all of the intact corpses back to life. The patient shuffled around the room aimlessly, waiting for orders of some kind. The doctor tapped one on the shoulder and handed the reborn man a vial of thick, black medicine.
Give this to the poor fellow in the corner, please.
It wasn't much, but it should calm him, provide some relief from his suffering. The corpse nodded, mouth hanging loose and open, an eyeball dangling unseeing from the socket. He shuffled over to the strange creature and held out the vial to it. It turned, lifting its head, and as it locked eyes with the cured patient, something shifted in its face. Its mouth opened wide, impossibly wide, and it shrieked, that same terrible sound as before. Tears streamed from its colorless eyes, its arms shaking with unbridled rage as its jaws locked around the patient's head. Like a boa constrictor, in one fluid motion it swallowed the revived man whole, while the doctor watched in shock. He had been wrong. This was not an innocent creature caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. This creature, whatever it was deeply sick. He had never seen such an advanced, aggressive case of the pestilence. He'd heard rumors, of course, but never encountered it firsthand. As a doctor, he had sworn to do no harm, but in a drastic situation, drastic measures have to be taken. It was well known by himself and the doctors at this foundation that he could cause any and all biological functions in an organism to cease with a single touch. And so he approached the creature, arm outstretched, ready to administer that necessary touch to protect the rest of his patients. As he approached, the creature turned to him, its eyes wide and blank, an endless stream of tears pouring from them, spilling onto the floor. It shrieked again, mouth stretching wide enough to engulf his entire head, and ran toward him at a breakneck speed.
I am so sorry you are not well,
the doctor said simply, as his hand pressed to the creature's chest. As soon as the tough hide of the doctor's hand, which the uninformed might mistake for gloves, made contact with the unpigmented skin of the beast, its eyes closed, its muscles went slack, and it collapsed to the ground with a mighty thud. The doctor paced around the fallen creature, taking in the sight. Then something strange caught his eye. The creature's chest still rose and fell. Was it his imagination? He checked its pulse and thought it was slow and faint. And though it was slow and faint, it was very much present. The creature was still alive. It had merely been rendered unconscious by his touch, rather than completely deceased.
Curious. Very curious indeed,
he muttered. Perhaps there were comorbidities present, other infections aside from the pestilence, which rendered the creature unnaturally strong, resilient to the usual courses of treatment. What would cause these abilities? This intense aggression? It seemed to be brought on whenever someone looked at the entity's face. If only he studied psychology more, the science of the mind and its inner workings. Since he had no experience with therapy, nor was he certain this creature could communicate using language at all, there was only one way to find out more about how this creature's brain worked. He would have to take it apart and see for himself. It was slow work, getting the massive creature back to the doctor's containment cell. He required the help of his cured patients, who grasped it by its massive limbs and dragged the limp body through the halls. Once back in a familiar environment, his work table ready and waiting, the doctor instructed his assistants to place the new patient on the table. It was a bit small, unable to accommodate the creature's distended limbs, but if he attempted to use an official Foundation laboratory, he risked discovery and subsequent interruption, so it would have to suffice. First, he set up an IV stand, filled with a vivid green liquid. It was easy to find a vein. The creature's skin was nearly translucent. Now that he could be certain the creature would not wake during surgery, he could make the first incision.
Scalpel.
He held out a hand, and his favorite surgical blade was placed in it by one of the helpful patients.
Thank you.
He slid the scalpel along the hairline of the creature, or where the hairline would be if it weren't completely bald. Once the scalp was removed, he set it aside for later, when it could be reattached.
Bone saw, please.
He held out his hand again, and again his assistant gave him the proper tool. This, however, was when things got strange. The doctor had always been a deft hand at cutting. He'd once even received tutelage from the great Robert Liston, but no matter how hard he tried to saw, it never left a scratch on the creature's skeleton. Naturally, this was somewhat frustrating. He wanted to study the creature's brain tissue to get a sense for what was going up there neurologically, and he couldn't do that if it was impossible to saw off the creature's cranial cap. He blunted 2 of his favorite saws while trying. Thankfully, there was still a solution to access the beast's gray matter, a little trick he'd learned while studying the funerary practices of the ancient Egyptians. He produced a long, curved hook from his bag and inserted it up the creature's nasal passage. With some fine maneuvering, he eventually managed to remove the brain. It was such a terrible shame that he needed to do it piece by piece via the nasal passage, but one makes do. All that was left was to sew the skin of the creature's head back into place. He was mid-stitch when a voice interrupted his careful work, nearly making him drop the needle.
Hey, what are you doing?
He looked up to find a guard aiming a gun at his face.
Excuse me, I am in surgery at the moment. Please do not interrupt.
He admonished the guard, but the man did not listen or lower his weapon. In fact, he shouted something into the radio, code words the doctor didn't recognize. Then he fired a bullet into the skull of the patient standing at his side.
How dare you?
The doctor cried, readying himself to confront the guard, but it was too late. Dozens of other guards were swarming the room and neutralizing his assistants. Some in hazmat suits grabbed his arms and pulled him away from the creature on the operating table, no matter how hard he fought or how loudly he protested. Then something incredible happened, something wonderful. The creature opened its eyes and sat up. It looked directly at the guard closest to it, and the two saw one another's faces. The guard tensed, preparing for the worst, but nothing came. The creature simply stared, placid and quiet. No screaming, no tearing at flesh, no mouth opening wider and wider to swallow the man whole.
I did it!
The doctor shouted, overcome with elation.
I've cured you! Now begins the rest of your happy life.
He watched as the guards led the shockingly calm creature away, back to its containment cell. The doctor's door was repaired, and he was returned to his state of captivity, but he never forgot the patient he helped that day, and how marvelous it felt to do such a good deed. Meanwhile, SCP-096's brain regrew within the hour, and caused another massive containment breach, murdering a variety of researchers and guards. But the staff agreed not to tell SCP-049 about any of this. Better to just let him have this one. He really seemed like he needed a win. The day-to-day routine of Dr. Gears consisted of a few constants. Piping hot cups of black, unsweetened coffee, plain dry wheat toast, the soothing sounds of his favorite white noise machine, and the endless carousel of experiments with SCP-914. Not that he was complaining. He was perfectly content to spend his time supervising one of the few anomalies he crossed paths with on a regular basis that was unlikely to kill or maim him in any way. Not that the Clockworks hadn't produced its fair share of unpredictable results over the years of extensive testing. It had definitely offered up more than a few surprises. And anyone who knew Dr. Gears knew that he was not especially fond of surprises. Dr. Bright had attempted to throw a surprise birthday party for the man once, but when he turned on the lights and fired the confetti cannon, all Dr. Gears did in response was give a deep sigh and say, "Really, Jack? You're making a spectacle of yourself." Still, he had resigned himself long ago to the fact that supervising the experiments with SCP-914 meant witnessing some truly unpredictable outcomes. How could he forget the time researcher Blas tested an incandescent light bulb on the setting Very Fine, and the machine spat out an anthropomorphic humanoid light bulb that spoke in German-accented English and claimed to be Thomas Edison himself? This was, of course, impossible, as historical records surely would have indicated if Thomas Edison was a walking, talking light bulb rather than a human man. The imposter was eventually incinerated after its presence became too irritating to ignore. And then there was the time researcher Thompson filled out a Dungeons & Dragons character sheet and placed it into the machine on the setting Very Fine. The output produced was a sheet of paper promoting the previously non-existent tabletop role-playing game Fear in the Foundation. Whenever a person read the paper, they would suddenly find themselves in an out-of-body experience where they were inside the game's world, which contained several characters related to the SCP Foundation, as well as items and locations based on real-world counterparts. A subject in this state would only snap back to reality after winning or dying in the game. Researcher Jacobson rolled a 1 on stealth and saw SCP-096's face in the game and was later found dead in the anomalous items storage wing. There was no shortage of Foundation staff trying to use the machine for personal gain, too. Dr. Naismith placed his credit card inside on the setting Very Fine, using it to produce a card covered in unidentified corporate insignias and reading Rank Aleph Infinite Money Privileges. When Dr. Coltrane issued a written warning, Dr. Naismith took that warning and then placed it into the machine on the same setting, producing a piece of official documentation from the O5 Council in support of his infinite money privileges. Junior researcher Summers attempted to use SCP-914 in a misguided attempt at self-improvement, placing not an object, but herself in the intake booth before running the machine on the setting Very Fine. It cleared her skin, lengthened her hair, and improved her figure. This was, of course, in violation of several employee guidelines, and she was promptly dismissed after emerging from SCP-914. Dr. Veritas left a note in the experiment log following this incident, reading, "By the time we realized what she was actually doing, it was too late to stop her. Needless to say, she's since been terminated, and I hope I don't need to tell you all not to do that again." And with that, the guideline was clear. No one was permitted to use SCP-914 for personal gain, or to change anything about themselves. Potential complications were too risky, not to mention the conflicts of interest that would be introduced into what should be an impartial research process. As scientific objectivity's biggest fan, Dr. Gears couldn't agree more. So as he settled in for the day's round of tests, he intended to keep a watchful eye on things and ensure that no funny business would take place. He didn't have much reason for concern, as his colleague Dr. Bonita prepped her research materials. She was working with 2 items, a small replica of Michelangelo's sculpture of David, and a sealed envelope containing something that was to be handled with extreme caution, a photograph of SCP-096's face. She planned to place the items inside on the Very Fine setting, in an attempt to see what result might be produced from combining an ideal of traditional beauty standards with the image of a creature that felt such profound shame and distress as its own appearance that it would destroy anyone who looked at its face. Like any good scientist, Dr. Bonita wanted to remove any unnecessary variables from her experiment. So as she placed her items inside the intake booth, she slowly, delicately unsealed the envelope. She wanted to put the picture inside by itself, without the extra element of the envelope potentially complicating things. Unfortunately, like Marie Curie's slowly, unintentionally poisoning herself with her own research materials, she didn't truly understand the danger of what she held in her hands. Just as she was setting the photograph down, her eyes flickered to the image. Before she could stop herself, before she could even look away or squeeze her eyes shut, she caught a glimpse of the one thing she should never look at, SCP-096's face. She gasped and slammed the photograph down, but she knew it was too late. The sound of an inhuman shriek coming from across the facility signaled that she was right. It was coming for her, and nothing in the world could stop it. In a containment cell on the other side of the facility, Foundation staff were horrified as they heard the telltale scream of an enraged SCP-096. The pale, thin creature, once huddled in the corner silently, had stretched to its full height of 2.38 meters and was screaming, sobbing, wailing in gibberish, and beginning to tear its way out of its chamber. Guards tried their best to subdue the entity, firing their weapons at it, but the bullets did nothing to damage the creature's pale flesh or stop its movements. It ripped through the steel cube that contained it and knocked the guards out of its way with one swipe of its unnaturally long arms, sending them careening into a nearby wall. Fortunately for them, SCP-096 only knocked them unconscious. It didn't stop to harm them further, as it had a more important goal in mind: find the person who had seen its face and destroy them. As the alarm blared, signifying a high threat level containment breach, SCP-096 loped down the hall toward Dr. Bonita in SCP-914's room. Dr. Gears had not spotted Dr. Bonita's grave mistake and had no idea what had triggered the alarm he was hearing. He stepped away from the observation window, turning his attention to the crisis that was clearly happening somewhere else in the facility. Meanwhile, Dr. Bonita was panicking. She saw her life flash before her eyes, the certainty of impending doom that was coming for her and coming fast, all because of one brief error in judgment. What could she do? There was nowhere to hide, no way she could run away fast enough, unless if she managed to lure 096 into the intake booth and start the machine while the creature was inside, maybe it would transform into something less intent on tearing her limb from limb. It was a risky move, and one that could jeopardize her position at the Foundation, but she couldn't very well keep her job if she was dead, so it seemed like it just might be worth a shot. A primal roar of agony and fury interrupted her thoughts, and she knew that SCP-096 was moments away from breaking down the door and getting its hands on her. She would have to move fast. With a screeching grind of metal on metal, SCP-096 wrenched the door off its hinges and barreled into the room in its search for the person who had seen its face. It ran toward the silhouette of Dr. Bonita standing just at the entrance to the intake booth. She tucked and rolled out of the way just as the monster entered the booth. The door automatically slid shut behind it, and as SCP-096 rattled the door and tried to free itself, she turned the knob to very fine with every ounce of strength and speed she had. There was a ding of a small bell, and the machine whirred to life as the objects inside were refined. Dr. Bonita had no idea what would be waiting for her in the output booth, but she could only hope that her last-ditch effort had managed to save her life. In the fog of panic, she briefly felt an itch of scientific curiosity, too. What would become of a being like SCP-096 in a machine as strange and wonderful as SCP-914? What would the addition of the statue do to it? As the door to the outtake booth slid open, steam poured out. It appeared her questions would soon be answered. Cautiously, in spite of herself, Dr. Bonita called out, "Hello?" No one answered, but she heard the sound of footsteps, slow and careful, as a figure emerged from the mist. She covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide. "Dear God," she whispered in awe. Standing in front of her with pale, smooth skin and the same imposing stature was the most beautiful man she had ever seen. Wide, dark eyes shone under thick, sculpted eyebrows. Under the eyes, an aquiline nose, full, pouty lips, a strong, sharp jawline. His head was topped with a tangle of lustrous dark curls. It was the kind of hair she had only seen flowing in the wind on the covers of the romance novels she wanted desperately to buy, but was too embarrassed to be seen purchasing. His physique was, well, statuesque, like the build of the very Michelangelo sculpture she had placed into the machine just moments ago. There was no other way to say it. He was handsome, despite still being a little lanky and 9 feet tall. He peered at her curiously, towering over her in a way that had been terrifying in his former shape, but now made her heart skip a beat in an entirely different way. "Hi," was all she could think to say. Was she blushing? She shook her head, snapping herself out of it. She was a scientist, damn it, not some giddy schoolgirl passing notes in class. This was an incredible achievement, something she would need to study thoroughly, and she very much wanted to study him thoroughly. Nope, no time for that. She needed to write up a report, to inform her superiors, to try her best not to lose her job over this. She had to remain professional. "Hi," the man that had once been, or perhaps still was, SCP-096 spoke. "Oh, you can talk." Dr. Bonita laughed in surprise. The man's brow furrowed. His newfound ability to speak was a surprise to him too, it seemed. "Yes, I can. What happened to me?" he asked, stumbling over his words slightly, getting used to the feeling of them. "You ran into the machine," she gestured to SCP-914. "I'm not exactly sure, to be honest, but you're very different now." He nodded. "I feel different. I feel calm." He sighed, the relief plain on his face before a shadow of sadness fell over him. "I don't think I have to hurt anymore. I'm sorry for what I did before." Dr. Bonita did not know what to say. How do you respond when something you've been studying from afar, been horrified and fascinated by in equal measure, looks at you with a new, beautiful face and apologizes for all the harm it caused? This whole experience was so surreal that she might think she was dreaming if she didn't work at a place that was one long waking dream, or nightmare, depending on the day. Dr. Bonita, there's been a containment breach. Are you all right?" Dr. Gears had returned to the room, taking in the sight of the destruction left in 096's wake. "I'm fine," she called to him, and he followed her voice into the room, then stopped at the sight of the transformed anomaly. I don't have time for whatever this is. I trust you'll handle it." Dr. Gears took a long sip of his coffee, and taking Bonita's shocked silence as confirmation, had a leisurely stroll back to his office. A few moments later, the guards responsible for containing SCP-096 arrived on the scene, expecting to see carnage and find a docile SCP-096 crouched over a lifeless body, but instead, they found the same truly bizarre sight that Dr. Gears had shrugged off, and Dr. Bonita was still doing her best to process. They entered the room with their weapons drawn, but quickly lowered them, scratching their heads in confusion instead, before radioing their superiors and asking for further instructions. Responses from various Foundation staff who caught a glimpse of SCP-096's bold new look included, "Oh, would you look at that? Who's that guy? He's what?" And in the words of Dr. Jack Bright, "Oh no, he's hot!" Dr. Bright also proposed making the new SCP-096 a TikTok account and YouTube channel, seeking modeling representation for him, or selling a novelty calendar filled with pictures of 096 in various costumes. These would be, in his words, quote, "excellent ways to increase revenue for the Foundation." So really, you're the weird ones now for thinking my ideas are weird. Dr. Bright was asked to leave SCP-096 alone and stop trying to take his headshot. In the days that followed the incident with SCP-914, the SCP Foundation was at a loss about what to do with this new, seemingly harmless version of SCP-096. Dozens of D-Class were brought in to look at his face and see if the entity would still enter one of his rage states after a few days of getting used to his new form, but he never did. No screaming, no swallowing people whole, nothing more than a polite, if somewhat shy greeting and a courteous, "How are you doing today?" The D-Classes were relieved, but confused about being pulled from their cells just to stare at some random handsome man. Dr. Clef suggested dissecting SCP-096 to see what his new body looked like on the inside. This request was denied. Several interviews were conducted to evaluate SCP-096's mental and emotional state. Now that the anomaly was capable of coherent speech, it was much simpler to evaluate the potential threat level he might pose. Every researcher who spoke with him came to the same conclusion. Gone was the danger of the old SCP-096. He had not just become beautiful in a classical, superficial sense, but he had become beautiful on the inside as well. Interviewers reported a warm, friendly demeanor, a talent for engaging in conversation once he was made to feel comfortable, and a sincere interest in the thoughts, opinions, and feelings of those he spoke with. There was only one thing left to do: to make sure that SCP-096 had really changed from something deadly to something almost resembling an ordinary person. A photograph of SCP-096's face, of its original face, was removed from a secure vault by a D-Class. Then, the D-Class was sent into a room with SCP-096 and instructed to place the photograph on the table. SCP-096 looked down at what had once been his face, and his eyes filled with tears. A soft, broken sob left his lips, and he wrapped his arms around himself, hunching over as if in physical pain. Outside the room, guards prepared to handle things if 096 began to attack. Instead, he wiped his tears, took a deep, shuddering breath, and looked at the D-Class with a somber expression. He picked up the photograph on the table and tore it in half, as he finally summoned the strength to speak.
Please, get rid of these. That is not who I am anymore.
At Dr. Bonita's strong insistence, backed up by the conclusions of the research staff who interviewed SCP-096, a reevaluation of the entity's containment measure was ordered. It seemed cruel and unnecessary waste of resources to keep 096 trapped in a steel cube in its current form. He would be moved to a standard humanoid containment cell and treated as well as other safe-class anomalies, provided with books, films, food, and drink upon request, and, of course, other comforts. Of course, the O5 Council insisted on evaluating the entity before any of these changes could be approved. Dressed in a specially tailored suit provided by Dr. Bonita, SCP-096 appeared before the Council to present his case. I know that I might not have the best record at the Foundation. I've done a lot of damage over the years, though, let's be honest, you all aren't exactly innocent either. Sorry, that was an attempt at a joke. I'm still very new to talking. All I can say is please consider giving me another chance to make a real life here, to make this place my home. Thank you for your time. What SCP-096 didn't know is that the O5 Council was so flabbergasted by the sight of his new face that they didn't retain a single word he said. They had all given their official approval before he even finished his short presentation. Before long, SCP-096 was moved out of his steel cube and into a new containment chamber that resembled a mid-range studio apartment, complete with a bed, a kitchenette, a television, and a table and chairs. He was provided access to all major streaming platforms, as well as a large stack of books to help him develop his grasp of culture and language after so very long being isolated from human society. Though he wasn't exactly human, he was determined to act like it. Word quickly spread around the Foundation site, and humans and anomalies alike flocked to SCP-096's new home to visit him and see the miraculous transformation for themselves. SCP-999 was the first to come and see the new and improved 096, chirping excitedly as it oozed into his room. He pet the slime gently, his face breaking into a warm smile as its euphoric effect washed over him. The slime became so excited at meeting this new friend, someone it had known as a source of sadness and hurt for so long, that it tackled him to the ground and tickled him for several minutes. 096 laughing uproariously all the while. SCP-343 stopped by to give 096 his blessing and wish him well in this new chapter of life. A few days later, SCP-507 popped back into the site and wanted to see the changes for himself. He was thoroughly impressed, though privately confessed to missing 096's more monstrous form, which reminded him of some of his favorite cryptids. There was one anomaly that was not thrilled with the appearance of SCP-096, however. SCP-056 was furious upon hearing about the new beautiful man that everyone just couldn't shut up about. It demanded a chance to speak to SCP-096 and to tell him that, "This place isn't big enough for the both of us. I'm the fairest one of all, you sniveling little worm." But the request was denied. SCP-056 sulked about it for several weeks. Meanwhile, Dr. Bonita was still intent on getting to know SCP-096 better. During previous testing with SCP-978, the Desire camera, a photo taken of SCP-096 revealed that his greatest desire was to disappear. Curious about the results would be now, Dr. Bonita received permission to take another picture of SCP-096. She snapped the photo while 096 was sitting in a chair in his new containment chamber, looking directly at the camera. When the photo developed, the result was simple. Everything in the picture was exactly the same with one exception. Dr. Bonita was pictured sitting next to 096, her hand clasped in his. Both were smiling soft, contented smiles. When she showed him the photograph, he smiled at her and shook his head. "It really is an amazing camera." She flushed. "Doctor, before you go, could I ask your name?" Dr. Bonita smiled and nodded. "It's Isabel. What should I call you?" SCP-096 paused thoughtfully for a moment. He was giving himself a name for the very first time, allowing himself an identity other than a strange, hollow, pale thing that existed to cry and suffer and hurt. Finally, he answered her, "Call me David." A very strange anomaly sits in a humanoid containment cell in the minimum security wing of Site-17. He walks, talks, and looks like a man, but everything else is convoluted in a question mark. This is SCP-343, who, like his namesake, God, is likely to cause arguments whenever he's brought up. Is he the creator of all that exists, the basis for the Abrahamic faiths, or is he a pretender? A reality warper with immense power and predilection towards delusion, a courtesan of the house of Maladrog, Matthew, Methuselah, Yahweh. Who knows? Really, it depends on who you ask, and which stories you choose to believe. And few people enjoy a good story more than SCP-343 himself. If one day you take the time to visit him in his room and ask him to reveal a page in the long book of his personal history, he might be kind enough to tell you a story. A story like this, of an encounter with something monstrous that few others could hope to survive meeting face to face. Rewind a few thousand years. Nobody knows how many exactly. God, as he chooses to dub himself, walked across the cracked ground on worn sandals. It'd been some time since he'd seen an animal around here, and even longer since he'd seen a human being. Not that this bothered him. He'd never been bothered by his own company on a long walk like this. Of course, he could have sped up time or teleported, but where was the fun in that? He was a tourist in the world of sensation, of experience.
of flesh, bone, dirt, blood, and sand. After all, where's the fun in creating a whole universe if you can't drop in now and then to visit and do as the Romans do? Not that the Romans would be around for another few thousand years. Even Atlas must occasionally shift the weight of the globe from his shoulders for a jaunt around the cosmic neighborhood and whatever passes for fresh air in the vacuum. God whistled a tune to himself. It was a craggy, mountainous region he'd found himself in. The distant peaks had frosted caps, a breathtaking place where many truly had their breaths taken away. How humans will so happily risk their lives to do something extraordinary. It never ceased to amaze him. His stomach rumbled. Oh, how he enjoyed that sensation. One of the funny little quirks of this human form that he weaved for himself. It was no reason to be concerned, if memory served, from his last trip through the area a few decades before. There was a friendly village not far from here. They had always accepted him as a genial stranger, having no knowledge of his true power. God had always believed that a person's goodness is defined by how they treat those from whom they had nothing to gain. So it caused him great concern as he approached the village and saw great plumes of smoke rising into the sky. He was so shocked by this that he could decide to break his rule about walking as a man, in case there was still some way he could help. With a snap of his fingers, he disappeared and reappeared in the center of the village's town square. Total devastation. Huts and houses had been torn asunder. Broken weapons lay on the ground. Some places were on fire, others smeared with streaks of blood, like some terrible battle had occurred here. But something was wrong. No bodies. Not one, from defender or assailant. How could a thriving village be so thoroughly destroyed and not leave a single corpse? It was an act so bizarre and depraved that it left even God puzzling. That was another downside of his human form. Here on Earth, he didn't have access to true omniscience. How could a mere human mind, bound by the constraints of linear time, ever truly comprehend the total of existence? Even attempting to do that here would melt the brain of his human body in its skull and leave it dribbling out of his nose and ears. Instead, he chose to walk around the ruins of the village and investigate firsthand. Arrows and broken spears and swords littered the ground. Some buildings were demolished, but there were no tracks or stray projectiles that could suggest the presence of siege weapons. No, these buildings looked like they were ripped apart. Some even still had claw marks. What terrible beast could have set upon this town and done this? Then he heard a voice, quiet and pleading beneath some nearby rubble. A survivor. He rushed over to the pile and evaporated it with a thought. Underneath, a feeble old man, covered in stone dust, was quivering. God helped him up and guided him into one of the few remaining huts still standing in the village. They both took seats. God held up two hands, cradling empty space. 2 cups suddenly occupied that space, both filled with warm, healing tea. He passed the old man one of the cups while sipping from his own. He asked the old man if he'd seen what had happened. The old man told him no, he hadn't seen anything in decades. He'd been rendered blind in his youth. Little did either of them know, that very blindness was the only reason he was the sole survivor of the massacre. The blind man told God that one of the village's scouts had gone up into the mountain with a small hunting party. The group was gone for days, until one of the members, the youngest among them, returned weeping, frostbitten, and covered in blood. He said that his friends had been killed by a beast in the mountains, something that almost looked like a man, but terribly wrong. And its face, its awful, awful face. He would never forget it. He was just lucky to escape with his life when the others were torn apart. But when the young man returned, he'd brought the shadow of death with him. It was a curse that doomed the entire village, men, women, and children, to a terrible fate. And that fate was upon them a mere hour after the survivor had returned. Of course, there were gaps in the blind man's understanding, given he was lacking one of his major senses, but the sounds he could describe with perfect clarity. It was faint and distant at first, that awful wail, and the galloping, hands and feet thundering against the ground faster than any horse could move, getting closer and closer. Another villager saw it approaching and screamed. Then it was upon them. The villager screamed, but it screamed louder.
always wailing and shrieking and sobbing like a monster crawling straight up from hell. People tried to fight it by the sounds of it. The blind man, with teary, blank eyes, recalled the sounds of arrows knocking and swords clashing against something. But even their greatest warriors had screamed and died. Those who saw it and tried to flee and hide were slaughtered all the same. Soon enough, there were only two sounds left in the village: the monster and the blind man, both weeping. He didn't understand why it never took him. It wasn't fair. It took everything else. To leave him here alive when everyone and everything he'd ever known was destroyed was a greater punishment than even death. After killing all of these innocents, the monster had simply wandered off to the mountains again, the sound of its quiet sobs getting smaller and smaller until it was gone altogether. God comforted the blind man as he wept for the loss of all his loved ones. He told the blind man that he would venture up to the mountains himself and confront the creature on its own territory, and at the very least, find out why it had done this terrible thing. But first, he must relocate the blind man to a safer place. He placed a hand on the blind man's shoulder and he vanished. He would appear in another friendly village, miles away. God sent a silent message into the minds of every villager.
Take good care of this man. He has undergone horrors you can't even imagine. Your kindness will be rewarded later. For that, you have my promise.
God sighed and turned his tired eyes to the distant mountains. A monster lurked up there, perhaps one of his own creations, or maybe a corruption of one of his creations. Either way, whatever existed without his knowledge existed without his consent, and he intended to know of the beast in the mountains. Though given what he'd seen already, he didn't expect to receive a warm welcome from this murderous demon. Miles away up in the mountains, the creature licked the blood from its cracked lips. It looked like it might have once been a human being or something that aspired to humanity or mocked it with its very existence. It was a huge, gangling beast, skin alabaster, eyes empty and soulless, dribbling rivulets of burning tears down a hideous, gaunt face. It crawled into the frozen mouth of a cave with great icicle fangs, wheezing and weeping. All it ever wanted was to be alone. Why did they have to keep interfering? Didn't they know what happened? All the terrible things they made it do. The creature curled its long, gangly body into the fetal position, scratching great ruts into the sides of its bald cranium with long, sharp fingers. Terrible things. Terrible, terrible things. And then there was a brilliant flash just a few feet away. The monster was surprised. It turned to see a figure silhouetted in the mouth of the cave. He wore sandals and thin robes. His eyes glowed with a kind of power that the monster didn't recognize. This stranger stared at the monster without an ounce of fear in his heart. He stared right into its eyes, unwavering. No, 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 no! It could feel it again, the rage bubbling up deep down. A cauldron of seething anger. It hated the feeling like being lowered into a vat of molten metal. Unspeakable fire and pain coursing through every vessel. It began to weep and scream while the stranger in the cave mouth just watched, not moving a muscle.
Do you know who I am?
The stranger asked with a deep voice that betrayed almost infinite power, knowledge, and wisdom. But it wouldn't change the outcome here. The monster bounded at him at speeds that wouldn't be seen again until jet planes and bullet trains are invented millennia into the future. Its jaws were hanging impossibly wide, fangs borne, its arms extended, and deadly claws ready to strike. But before those terrible hands could close around the stranger, he vanished. The monster stumbled and rolled across the snow, confused. What trickery was being used here?
I'll take that as a no,
said the voice from behind him.
You ought to show your father some respect. More respect than you gave to those poor people down in the village, at least.
Seething, the creature turned and saw the stranger standing back in the darkness of the cave, staring at him. But the beast didn't have the capacity for awe or holy terror, only violence. Boundless, limitless, unstoppable violence. It darted towards the stranger again, trying to strike him. Somehow it was like fighting an empty robe. Not a single one of its deadly strikes seemed to hit the stranger.
The stranger leaped backwards, putting some space between himself and the monster, but still not breaking a sweat. He breathed in deeply, then exhaled. The breath came out like a mighty typhoon, shocking even the monster with its sudden force. It was blown backwards, a leaf in the wind, until its long claws dug into the ground and anchored it in place. The stranger gave a wry smile at this, impressed.
My, you're certainly a tenacious one, aren't you?
He said.
Perhaps we can talk for a little while instead of fighting. I want to know why you killed all those people.
No answer. The beast roared, its mighty limbs pounding into the ground as it closed the gap between itself and the stranger in fractions of a second. It would kill him, rend him, destroy him just like all the others. He'd left it no choice. Suddenly, the ground below it seemed to give way. The creature was confused. It looked down to see that the ancient stone below had somehow taken on the properties of a liquid, and it was sinking. The beast panicked and it began to thrash. It was a strong swimmer, but it didn't expect to need to swim here. The shock was too much, and soon the ground submerged it entirely, muffling its terrible roars and shrieks. And just like that, the ground was solid again, trapping the beast inside. The stranger stepped forward and looked at the ground.
A much-needed timeout,
he said.
You do yourself no good struggling like this.
Despite its terrible capacity for evil, God couldn't help but admire the beast, at least on the level of construction. It was so pared down, so unburdened. A killer to the core, but seemingly unkillable. Had he made this creature? Billions of species, and the species those in turn had created through billions of years of breeding and evolution. And somewhere along the line, this thing happened. It was easy even for the universe's creator to lose track of some of the tinier variables. And in the grand scheme of things, even this monster was still a tiny variable. But right here, right now, it was still one hell of a problem. The ground rumbled below God. Cracks formed. The mountain peak shook. God raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed, as the monster ripped free of its stone prison and re-entered the fray. It roared and screamed still, its blank eyes fixed on him. Its skeletal body throbbed and heaved with power. Unlike any other creature in nature, it was almost like the longer their conflict went on, the more energized the beast became. God sighed. All those poor villagers. They never stood a chance against this monster. It lunged for him, even faster and stronger than before. He teleported out of the way in the nick of time, and the beast's claws cleaved through a nearby cave wall, effortless. God materialized nearby, but he didn't have time to speak. The beast lunged again and again and again. Every time he reappeared, the beast went for him with impossible speed. Deciding to widen the playing field, God teleported to the top of the mountain. The creature, somehow sensing his presence, vaulted upwards and tunneled through the roof of the cave, bursting out of the ground in front of God, who was floating just slightly off the ground.
It would be wise of you to stop,
God carefully intoned.
All this time, you know, I've been going easy on you. You don't want to find out what the wrath of God looks like.
Storm clouds were gathering above. Mighty thunder roared across the sky. The beast was undeterred. It roared and galloped towards God, and God in turn called down a response. A volley of lightning the likes of which the world has never seen before or since struck down on the charging monster. The sudden white flash could sting the eyes from miles away. The monster shrieked from the blast, feeling its flesh lift off its bones and atomize in the sheer heat of the electricity around it. It could smell itself cooking. The lightning blast only lasted for a few seconds, but for the beast, it felt like eternity. When the onslaught stopped, the air was still heavy with electrical potential. God stared down at the black scorch mark on the side of the mountain where the creature had been standing. All the snow within a mile had been evaporated by the blast. It was a raw display of the power of nature that would make even Zeus tremble in his sandals. And yet, there was still movement. Something started to get up from the burnt patch where nothing should be left alive. A blackened skeleton, rising shakily from the ash, but still very much alive. As it started to rise, new flesh began growing over its bones little by little. Even God was astonished by the sight of it. He'd never seen a creature cling so ardently to life in spite of having truly unsurmountable power amassed against it. It was up against God, and still, it fought. The monster tottered on its freakishly long limbs, still disoriented, unusually staggered for a creature driven by such single-minded violent purpose. When enough of its face grew back to do so, it began to weep and sob again, tears streaking down its terrible face. Looking at this creature after all of this, God couldn't help but feel a new emotion, pity. He lowered himself to the ground and approached the creature, like none had ever done before. He gathered it up into his arms and he held it, feeling its heaving, wretched sobs against him. The beast was in so much pain, he could feel it, radiating from within.
"Speak, my son,"
God said in a soft, fatherly voice. And for the first and only time, the monster spoke.
"Can look, can see. Make me hurt people. Don't want hurt people. Can look, please."
That was all it managed to choke out before devolving back into unintelligible babble. But it was enough. Enough for God to understand its pain. He did not know if it would be right to change the monster's nature. Is it ever right to truly change anyone's nature? But it was within his almost limitless power to grant it one reprieve from pain. He settled the beast in the snow below him. It was quiet and still. And God said unto the beast,
"Rest now, child. Rest for thousands of years if you must. I hope only that when you eventually awaken, you feel differently."
And so another story from the catalog of SCP-343. Of course, it leaves us with certain questions, chief among them being, is it true? Did 343 and 096 have this chance encounter long ago? Or is this just another tall tale from an anomaly who fancies himself a deity? We have our truth, and you have yours. Let us know what you believe down below in the comments. Dr. Dan anxiously paced in his cell. It was the only way he'd been able to occupy himself for the past 6 months, save for pouring through files and, when he was lucky, being able to oversee another failed termination attempt. He only stopped pacing when, for a brief and horrible moment, he realized that monster was probably doing the exact same thing in its big metal cube at this very moment. That horrible creature that he'd thrown away his life for a futile shot at killing. Perhaps the whole thing had been a fool's errand. After all, he was formerly a researcher under the employ of the SCP Foundation. Secure, contain, protect. They had truly sadistic beasts like SCP-106, the Nightmarish Old Man, and SCP-352 Baba Yaga in containment cells, and there was no plans to terminate either of them. They weren't the Global Occult Coalition for 343's sake. Why did Dr. Dan even want to terminate SCP-096 in the first place? He tried to explain it to them again and again, but his pleas had fallen on deaf ears. In his mind, the impetus for destroying the Shy Guy was terrifyingly clear. It was a monster that killed anyone or anything that looked at its face, even a photograph of it, even a tiny collection of pixels. When its rage state was induced, it seemed that nothing would stop it. It would have an intuitive psychic link to its victim, charge at them at breakneck speed, and only find its zen again once all of them were dead. And if a picture of SCP-096 was leaked onto the internet, it would cause a chain reaction that triggered an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. There were plenty of creatures and entities that the Foundation knew about that could theoretically bring about the apocalypse, but to him, 096 was the most realistic. It preyed upon the inherent curiosity and thirst for knowledge seated in every human heart. The same drive to simply know that led to the creation of the SCP Foundation would be humanity's doom in the face of an SCP-096 outbreak. And if such a thing happened, the Foundation would need to break the masquerade of secrecy to have any hope of saving humanity. In his many feverish nightmares, Dr. Dan had seen it all so clearly. The first photographs of SCP-096's face would be leaked online. Perhaps a few hundred people across the globe would look.
in disparate enough locations that it would be almost impossible for the Foundation to detect and save all of them, as SCP-096 went on its bloody rampage. Of course, as the image proliferated, as images on the internet often do, the purview of 096's violence would only grow. People across the nation would start to take notice, and soon after that, across the world. Mysterious creature causing mass casualties would be the headline on every news desk, because why would anybody want to talk about anything else? Perhaps some foolish reporters would take video footage of the creature. Everyone has a phone these days with high-definition cameras. Pictures would be taken and posted. More and more of it would flood the internet. Too many simultaneous moles for even the SCP Foundation to whack. The news would spread. Panic and hysteria would spread. People wouldn't even know what's triggering all this horror if the Foundation didn't go public and tell them that it was the pictures that was killing everyone. And by then, wouldn't it already be too late? The antidote to fear is knowledge. It's why when anything goes wrong, we're refreshing timelines and feeds and news websites for any kind of information. And if you were told an unstoppable monster was killing scores of people and might be coming to a neighborhood near you sometime soon, wouldn't you want a good look at it? Wouldn't you want to know your enemy? Having no idea that the mere act of knowing was what sealed your horrible fate. By Dr. Dan's bleak estimations, if only several million people died as a result of this kind of scenario, it could be considered a positive outcome. He'd seen it all, but no matter how many times he tried to articulate this to his superiors, he wasn't listened to. They didn't take him or the threat that SCP-096 posed seriously. Every time he warned of the apocalyptic potential of SCP-096, he was simply told to get back to working on those goggles. It was why he needed to give those naysayers a demonstration. It was why a certain photograph needed to show up in the home of a certain mountaineer. It's why all those people had to die. There was no other way. The deaths of the civilians and the researchers and the mobile task force members were, of course, regrettable, but it was the only way to prevent the deaths of so many more. They gave him what he wanted, permission to put this gangly time bomb in the ground, even if the beast's death was inextricably tied to his own execution at the hands of the very employers who authorized him. The world was full of funny little ironies like that. Another one is that even though Dr. Dan now had the authorization and funding to terminate SCP-096, he was discovering that he lacked another important factor, the capability. They tried incinerating it, exposing it to massive amounts of radiation, exposing it to an insane degree of kinetic trauma, the equivalent of being hit by an out-of-control bullet train. They tested every kind of experimental, off-the-books weaponry that they had access to through various research projects. Proton blasts, lasers, high-intensity energy beams. Nothing. Even when they fried off every scrap of flesh on the monster's body, its unbreakable skeleton still remained, and in what seemed like no time at all, it'd be back in action. Its very existence seemed to mock him. A guard opened his cell door, staring disdainfully at the disgraced researcher. That same guard had slammed his head against a wall a month earlier. One of his friends had apparently been killed in the legendary 096 containment breach that set this whole sordid thing in motion. "Up and at 'em, scumbag," he said in a gruff, surly voice, training a handgun on the doctor he knew wouldn't fight back. "They need you in test chamber 6. Dr. Dan allowed himself a small grin, imperceptible to the guard who clearly hated his guts. They'd approved his 096 versus 682 cross-test. Marvelous. How marvelous. To all the others, it would seem like just one more entry in a long line of 682 cross-tests. He thought it darkly funny. In his eyes, the Foundation had no hope of ever killing SCP-682. Its defining quality was being impossible to kill, and it didn't present nearly the threat to the entire world that 096 posed. Their futile attempts to murder the lizard were little more than a money sink to justify the site's exorbitant funding. But perhaps he could turn this to his benefit. Maybe SCP-682 would hold the secret to actually killing off his nemesis. Within 30 hours, Dr. Dan had his disappointing answer. Both anomalies had undeniably done a real number on each other, and Dr. Dan did take a kind of sick amusement in the mental trauma that SCP-682 had induced in 096. But ultimately, it was all for nothing. 682 had skinned 096 alive and melted off its flesh with acid, but once again, that indestructible skeleton stood firm. This had been the 27th termination attempt since the incident. The 27th failed termination attempt, Dr. Dan mentally corrected himself. 096's skeleton kept defeating them. Even their most ardent attempts to penetrate the bones and destroy the creature within had failed. During a previous attempt, they tried to access the brain by putting a diamond-hard drill into its eye sockets. Of course, it was the drill that actually broke, much to Dr. Dan's seemingly tireless frustration. Needless to say, in the debriefing interview with Dr. Carver, a researcher who once would have considered him a colleague, he wasn't in high spirits. If he managed to kill this thing, then he would always be the hero who made a terrible sacrifice in order to save many more lives. If he didn't kill 096, he was little more than the monster who murdered all those innocent people for nothing. Though you'd never hear him say it out loud. If it wasn't for that damnable, indestructible skeleton, this monster would be long dead already. If only there was some way to break the creature's bones. That's when it hit him. SCP-173, the sculpture. A Site-19 icon often overlooked because of its more silent but deadly style, but undeniably one of the most frightening and dangerous anomalies out there. It had racked up a truly shocking body count since it was first interred at Site-19 in 1993, one broken neck at a time, and it's one of the few creatures out there that even the hard-to-destroy reptile himself is utterly terrified of. Perhaps a monster that practically has a PhD in breaking bones would be the ideal candidate to vandalize the Shy Guy's vertebrae. Once his proposal was greenlit for initial testing, Dr. Dan arranged for the Shy Guy, with a bag over his head of course, to be brought into a testing chamber with the ever-stoic SCP-173. When all of the researchers and guards were safely outside, all it took was a single blink to make all of Dr. Dan's darkest dreams come true. In the nanoseconds his eyes were closed, he heard the most beautiful sounds in the world. A loud, fleshy crunch and a pained howl from 096. He opened his eyes to an equally wondrous sight. 096 doubled over at an unnatural angle. Its spine snapped between the 4th and 5th vertebrae, spinal fluid leaking down the creature's flank. That freaky little sculpture had done it. It had actually damaged the integrity of the Shy Guy's skeleton. It was at that moment that Dr. Dan knew he could kill this thing. Admittedly, there was a containment breach shortly after that when the bag slipped off of 096's head, and it charged through the nearby steel wall, killing multiple people before being subdued and recontained. But when it comes to projects involving Dr. Dan, a mere handful of innocent people being killed sits comfortably within the acceptable margin of error. A day later, Dr. Dan was standing before a crowded boardroom, with agents, researchers, and even a few members of the O5 Council in attendance. He explained his findings to them, and the fact that even more importantly, they may have a way to bring the wretched existence of 096 to an absolute halt. His plans were approved. Not long after, he was putting them into motion. Dr. Dan was surrounded by researchers and heavily armed guards as 173 was escorted into the test chamber with a forklift. 096 was there, still bagged. Off to the side was a giant tub of hydrofluoric acid connected to a hose and injector attachment. If this didn't work, nothing would. Everyone stood back in a safe zone as 173 was released to do its thing. Crunch. Just like the previous time, 096's spine had been successfully snapped. Spinal fluid dribbled down its skin. Everyone had rushed into the chamber. One group kept 173 isolated with their stares. The other, headed by Dr. Dan, prepared the acid injector and shoved it into the breach in 096's spine. As the acid was pumped by the gallon into 096's bones, the creature let out the most horrifying wail. It kicked and bucked as more acid was pumped in, melting those indestructible bones from within.
The creature even began to vomit acid as it panicked, melting the bag off of its own head. Some panicked and averted their gaze. Dr. Dan didn't. He stared directly at the creature's face for the first time as it melted in front of him with nothing short of pure elation. Had he won? Had he actually won? The creature let out a gurgling shriek and the guards opened fire. Their bullets splattered into the monster's melting flesh and bones as it hollered and shrieked. They didn't let up, firing up and down its body, spraying it with white-hot lead. It began to melt and bubble away, expanding into a great, gruesome puddle on the floor beneath them. Dr. Dan laughed like a madman. Even as the guards grabbed him and dragged him away from the foul-smelling, greasy mess, bubbling with chemical life, he just kept laughing. Even though he knew the death of 096 meant an equally swift death of his own, it didn't matter. It had all been for something. The world was saved. It was over. He'd finally won.
That's right. It's time once again to activate the famed Anomatron 6000. Our patented machine that definitely wasn't developed in affiliation with Dr. Wondertainment. We swear. After recalibrating, rebooting, and hitting restart, our infamous specialized supercomputer is ready to bring you all manner of improbable scenarios. We'll simulate encounters between the SCP Foundation's various anomalies and any other character from any other universe you could possibly imagine. Here's a question for you. What do you think would happen if SCP-096, the notorious Shy Guy, ran afoul of someone he couldn't just kill for daring to look at it? What if the Scourge of the Underworld, Battler of Demons, and the Devil himself set his sights on SCP-096? Well, we're about to hit the button and discover the outcome of SCP-096 versus the dreaded Doomslayer. So, you've heard the old philosophical debate about a tree falling down in the woods, and whether or not nobody being around to hear it brings into question if it actually happened at all, right? Well, let's reframe that one a little. If an interdimensional rip in the very fabric of the time-space continuum opens up in an SCP Foundation secure facility and nobody is around to witness it, does a 6-foot-tall, 360-pound hulking killing machine still emerge to slaughter everything in his path? It turns out, yes. Yes, he definitely does. Horrified screams and the loud bang of shotgun blasts rang out through the hallway as Foundation researchers ran for their lives. The Doom Marine had just been unceremoniously dropped out of a portal into a strange and unfamiliar environment. Mere minutes earlier, he had been awakened inside a sarcophagus within a facility on Mars in the year 2148. Unfortunately, Doom Guy hadn't had the best start to his day, given that the base he'd woken up in was being overrun by the forces of hell itself, thanks to a rogue scientist opening up portals to the underworld and allowing all manner of demonic abominations to come pouring through. So naturally, when another portal brought the armor-clad Demon Slayer to a site run by the SCP Foundation, the intensity of battle had led to the Doomslayer believing that the unsuspecting staff were actually all demons in disguise. And to him, the only good demon is one he got to send back to hell in the most brutal fashion imaginable. He wasn't going to stop until he'd torn through wave after wave of Foundation personnel, thinking perhaps if he killed enough, he'd be returned to his previous locale for more demon killing. As the Foundation dispatched its security forces and mobile task forces to take down the unstoppable force of carnage decked out in head-to-toe green armor, it seemed nothing they could throw at the Doom Marine was enough to take him down. A hail of bullets rained down on him from the MTF's weapons, ricocheting ineffectually off his protective plating as he continued his assault, remaining tireless thanks to his immense physical conditioning. The SCP Foundation tried and failed to contain Doom Guy. They assumed him to either be a new, undocumented anomaly or a violent and unhinged maniac from the Church of the Broken God, given his armor resembling cybernetic augmentations and machine parts grafted to his body, along with his arsenal of advanced weaponry. But there were no enhancements, no augmentations made to the Doomslayer. He may have once been mortal, but centuries of killing demons had allowed him to transcend ordinary human physiology. He did not tire, never lost strength, never needed to eat or drink, and was near enough immortal. Yet among all the chaos that was unfurling, a solitary researcher had just managed to slip out of the Doomslayer's reach. He ran as fast and far as he was physically able. The mobile task force troops were getting eviscerated, and the Slayer could easily tear through the whole Foundation. Then, fleeing for his life, the researcher had an idea, either a stroke of genius or total idiocy, and a risky move either way. He would send an anomaly on the Doomslayer. He turned to the nearest containment cell, a windowless room with a heavy locked door. Hurriedly inputting his security clearance code, the researcher heaved the door open and covered his eyes with his arm. It wouldn't have been his first choice of SCP to send into battle. SCP-096's cell was the closest. Lumbering out of its containment chamber on its misshapen, elongated legs, SCP-096 scanned the area. Alarms were blaring. It was loud and frightening to the timid, albeit terrifying creature. It reached up to cover its ears in bewilderment. Not that the researcher who had freed it could see what it was doing. For one, his eyes were still covered, and for another, he was already dead, thanks to the Doomslayer barging shoulder first through a nearby wall and raining debris onto the nearby researcher. Beneath the visor of his helmet, the Marine breathed heavily, panting but not tiring, as he looked at the pale, skinny creature in the corridor before him. It was clutching the sides of its head. Its huge jaw hung open. As far as the Slayer knew, he was making progress. His attack was working. He'd killed enough of these demonic imposters that they were starting to reveal their true forms. Although in all his years of bloodshed and being a scourge to the denizens of hell, he hadn't quite ever seen a demon that looked like the Shy Guy. Not that it mattered to Doom Guy. Before long, it'd be dead like all the rest. The towering, stick-thin creature turned to face the armor-adorned warrior and shrieked, immediately overcome with anguish, having a full-blown breakdown as it often did whenever someone looked at it. As the demon killer stomped down the corridor towards it, the Doom Blade, a long, sleek, razor-sharp edge extended from the Slayer's gauntlet where it was mounted on his wrist. He reached down and yanked the ripcord on his chainsaw too. He was long overdue for a glory kill. But before he could strike at SCP-096, the Shy Guy moved with impossible speed, faster than even the Doom Marine himself. It zipped behind the encroaching Marine, moving quicker than he could perceive. 1 second SCP-096 was crying and wailing in front of him, then not even a full second later, the creature was towering over Doom Guy from behind. SCP-096 gripped the Doom Blade and snapped it with ease, like breaking a twig before reaching its other long arm down and pulling the chainsaw from Doom Guy's hand. The motorized blade was still running as it clattered to the ground, cutting a hole through the floor and falling down into the lower level of the facility. Enraged, as he very often was, the Doomslayer reached both arms back behind his head and gripped the elongated torso of SCP-096. The virtually immortal killing machine hurled the creature over his head with ease, thanks of course to his immense strength. Doom Guy could lift objects far heavier than most ordinary humans, and carry heavy weapons without tiring. He had even grappled hand-to-hand with demons. Throwing the Shy Guy down the corridor like hurling a basketball was no trouble for the spacefaring slaughterer of Satan's spawn. Screaming and howling in pain, SCP-096 crashed to the ground at the far end of the corridor, tumbling over itself thanks to its long limbs before landing in a confused heap. As the Shy Guy reoriented itself, struggling back onto its feet and standing up at its full height, it was instantly knocked back down as the force of something struck it. Bearing down on SCP-096, the Doom Machine charged, his signature double-barreled sawed-off shotgun drawn. It was hardly leaving a scratch on SCP-096's pale skin, despite the moderate amount of damage the weapon was capable of. 2 shots would ring out, reeling the creature but not harming it. Then, by the time SCP-096 managed to recover from the blast, the Slayer had finished reloading in time to open fire yet again, even as the Doomslayer raced nearer, closing the distance between him and what he thought to be another demon for him to kill. The shotgun seemed to have little effect against the Shy Guy at close range. Stowing the weapon, Doom Guy put all of his focus and energy into his charge, heavy boots stomping against the ground as he raced towards the Shy Guy, still stunned by the latest shotgun blast. Before the creature could steady itself, this time it was struck by another force, a heavy object barreling towards it. The Doomslayer shoulder barged SCP-096, sending the pair of them crashing through the nearest wall. They burst into a neighboring room, with the Doomslayer keeping a single-armed grip around the Shy Guy, while repeatedly delivering vicious punches to its gut with his other hand, not once relenting. SCP-096 screeched in pain, clawing at the Slayer, but unable to tear through his impenetrable armor. As they crashed through yet another wall, SCP-096 did something it rarely ever did. In fact, maybe something it had never ever done before. It ran away from someone that had looked at it. While the creature was deeply insecure and so self-conscious that it would kill anyone who saw so much as a photograph of it didn't often feel afraid. But the Doomslayer, this muscle-bound killing machine that had brutally butchered actual demons, was so imposing, so threatening, and so effective at dispensing painful punishment that he scared the fight out of SCP-096. Sobbing with terror, the creature zipped away using its anomalous speed, trying desperately to put as much distance between it and the Doom Marine as it possibly could. But therein lay the problem. No sooner had SCP-096 gotten away from the Scourge of Hell than the creature immediately felt the familiar pull. Whether it was an inescapable compulsion to kill everyone who looked at it, or the fact of the Shy Guy's biology, it could only distance itself from the Slayer for a few seconds before it reappeared next to him. From the Doom Guy's perspective, it seemed like the creature was intentionally disappearing and reappearing, using its teleportation-like speed to evade a volley of his attacks. SCP-096 came at him again, stuck in a loop of trying to attack the Doomslayer for looking at it, to immediately regretting that course of action and fleeing in fear of its hulking, heavy weapon-toting target. Doom Guy drew every weapon he had in his arsenal, launching a barrage of high-explosive ordnance from his rocket launcher to try and kill SCP-096. The resulting damage practically reduced an entire wing of the Foundation site to rubble, but still couldn't kill the Slayer's opponent. Meanwhile, in the moments that the Shy Guy temporarily forgot his own fear for the Doom Guy, it managed to rush towards him, swiping the Marine's various technologically advanced armaments out of his hands, before instantly remembering why he was so scared of the green armored force of destruction and dashing away. Doom Guy's supply of weapons had all but depleted. Neither he nor SCP-096 were getting tired out by their constant back and forth. They were locked in a stalemate, until the Shy Guy tried to get back to its cell. Zipping away once again, it cowered in the corner, reaching for an old worn-out paper bag that had slipped over its head. It sat down, trembling, rocking back and forth in a fetal position. The Shy Guy was terrified. An overwhelming, debilitating fear gripped it. Fear that became pure dread as the sound of heavy boots began to stomp closer and closer. Kicking the steel door off its hinges, the Doomslayer walked into SCP-096's cell, carrying something huge in his hands. It was one of the most devastating weapons Doom Guy had at his disposal, capable of unleashing untold destruction, the BFG 9000. Without remorse, not caring that the creature seemed to have retreated and was cowering away from him, the Slayer raised the powerful weapon and fired an enormous ball of green energy. The blast engulfed the entire room, tendrils snaking out from the energy projectile, causing additional damage to the surrounding area until there was nothing left of SCP-096.
What do you do when the sun turns wrong? When light, which once represented life, joy, and warmth, becomes a symbol of death and destruction? Do you hide inside? Shutter the windows, keep out the light by any means necessary? Do you retreat underground, where the sun's rays cannot penetrate, burrowing into the dark and the cold? Do you simply give yourself to it, accepting that there is no escaping something so vast, so far-reaching as sunlight itself, and allow yourself to be lost in the end of all things? We've covered this possibility before. SCP-001, When Day Breaks, or SD Locke's proposal. It's difficult to know what any given person might do in such harrowing circumstances. After all, we have always learned to love the light and fear the darkness. It turns our very understanding of reality upside down to have that paradigm shifted, the dark becoming safety and the light becoming death. The source of all life on Earth, of all warmth, transforming in an instant
from the sun as we know it to an Apollyon-class SCP that melts all living organisms that cross into its gaze. But what about a being that has always feared the light? Something that prioritizes solitude and never ever wants to be seen? How might it live out those darkened days? Today we're taking a look at what happens when daybreak meets a familiar face, even if a constantly hidden one. SCP-096. SCP-096, or the Shy Guy, is something of a celebrity around here. It is a humanoid creature with long distended arms, pale skin, and a jaw that can open 4 times wider than an ordinary human's. There is only one thing above all else that this entity desires: for no one to see its face. When someone views its face, it flies into an uncontrollable rage and seems to have no other option but to destroy the person who has seen it. So it is unlikely that a creature so intent on solitude would be in much danger from the transformed sun. In fact, it might even be a positive thing, and for some time it was. With so many human beings gone, reduced to gelatinous masses with no desire but to slither around in the ghoulish sunlight and merge with one another, there were fewer people to observe his face than ever. He could stay inside and know with almost complete certainty that no one would come to bother him. No one was coming to look at him, and there were no more visitors, researchers poking and prodding that might sneak a look at his face. And so he stayed there, in the room that had served as his containment unit before the world turned upside down. The masses of flesh that once were humans did not concern him, as they never looked at his face. All he did was stay in his room and never go outside. The outside frightened him terribly, though he was not concerned with the deadly sunlight or the possibility of it melting him as it had so many others. He was much more afraid that someone, some unlikely survivor clinging to their original life, might look at him, that they might see his face. That was simply too distressing to risk. He would much rather stay alone in his old cell, weeping softly in the shadows. One day, though we couldn't say how many days after the end of things it had been, he was weeping alone in his former cell. The days blurred together, spent the same way, and time had lost much of its meaning. Through the echoing sound of his sobs and the sloshing sounds of the creatures outside, a woman's voice cut through. It was faint, but he could make out what she was saying. She was calling out for help, asking if anyone had any food or fresh water. The sound was getting louder, closer, accompanied by the disconcerting thump of her footsteps. She was coming down the hall, as much as it could be called a hall anymore. She was coming towards his room to disrupt his miserable peace. He heard her steps cross the threshold of his room, and her voice broke into a terrified scream. No doubt at the unexpected sight of a pale, naked creature weeping in the corner of what she expected to be an empty room. Startled by the first loud sound he'd heard in a long time, in a world that had mostly been silent since the initial outpouring of agonized screams had faded into the soft slap of flesh and slime on the ground, he turned around. He shouldn't. Ordinarily he wouldn't, but he couldn't stop himself. There he saw a woman. Wide eyes filled with tears, face streaked with dirt, a small child next to her holding her hand and clinging to her leg. Just as he saw the woman, she saw him. She saw his face. Anger boiled over inside of him, and he let out a scream, wild, primal, and filled with inhuman rage. She could not be looking at him, seeing his face. He couldn't let her. The woman ran with the child in tow, panicked by the wild roar and the sight of him standing upright before her. The anger faded as she left his sight, making her way down the hall into the stairs. But then he remembered. She had seen his face. He could not let her leave. It was time to do something he never thought he'd have to do again. Hunt. His heightened senses picked up the sound of muffled footsteps coming up through the floor below him. She was downstairs, just beneath the floor where he was standing. His instincts kicked in, and his body moved almost of its own accord. He lifted his long arms above his head and drove his hands down into the floor. It was weakened by the ravages of the elements and time, and crumbled under his unnatural strength. He dug his claws into the plaster, tearing it apart and cracking it into pieces. He pushed his claws in deeper and deeper until he could feel them breaking through the other side. He pulled the floor apart until the hole was wide enough to fit through, then dropped down to the room below. He spotted the woman's back, fleeing through the door just as he landed. She was getting away. He tore after her, ripping through concrete and steel, destroying everything in his path in a mad dash for the object of his rage. He had to catch her. She could not be allowed to leave. She looked over her shoulder at him, her face a mask of pure terror. She knew, just as he knew, that there was no escape in sight. In his single-minded obsession and her desperation to escape from him, neither of them noticed that she had run so far and so carelessly that she was now outside the building. She had crossed from the shadows into the harsh light of the sun. The woman's eyes widened in grim understanding of her fate. He could only watch helplessly as her body began to succumb to the vicious rays. Almost instantly, she began to melt. As it was closest to the sun, her head was the first to go. Her nose drooped like hot wax, dripping as it went until it slumped off her face and landed on the ground with a sickening splash. Her eyes were next, popping out of their sockets and hanging loose and limp on her cheeks and dangling from sinewy strands. She tried in vain to stuff them back into place, but they squished in her hands like overripe fruit. She attempted to run into the comparative safety of the ruined building, but her feet were already beginning to spread out onto the street, melting into a sticky red smear on the pavement. Her legs crumbled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, her face leaving a trail of gelatinous flesh as it landed. She tried uselessly to drag herself along the ground back into the darkness, but her arms were melting into the dirt, mixing with it into a horrible red mud. She let out a last scream of agony, but the sound turned to a thick gurgle as her lips fused together and her mouth melted into nothingness. He watched it all, sobbing and roaring in frustration. She was gone, and he would never get the satisfaction of ending her. The infernal sun had stolen her from him. Now, she was nothing but a wet shadow, like the rest of the humans had become long ago. He heard the sound of a soft sob behind him, a tiny human voice. He turned, looking for the source. There was the little girl. He had almost forgotten about her. She was calling out for her mother and crying, and she was looking right at him, right at his face. He waited for the anger to overtake him, but instead, there was nothing. Why wasn't he angry? She was looking at his face, so why? Then he realized. Her eyes were on him, but she did not see him. She was blind. She approached the creature, her arms outstretched following the sound of his crying. She touched his hand with her own tiny fingers, so small and fragile, and asked, "Mommy?" Then he felt something he had never felt before. Tenderness, care, a desire to protect this tiny, innocent being. It was the first time he had ever felt warm, ever felt anything but sadness, anger, or fear. Overcome with this softness, he wrapped his arms around the child and hugged her close. She hugged him back tightly, and the room went quiet as they both stopped crying. From that day on, they became a family of sorts. They lived together and he took care of her. She didn't know what he looked like and had no idea he might be something to fear. To her, he was safety. He was home. For the first time in his long, awful life, he felt like a human instead of a monster. He would scavenge food for her, bring her fresh water, lay down stolen blankets and pillows so she would have a soft place to rest. He even found her a ratty, worn teddy bear amongst the rubble and gave it to her as a gift. She clutched it to her chest and thanked him, and for once his tears were those of joy. In this cursed world, they had found something like happiness in one another. He knew he would protect her, no matter what. Then one day, everything changed. The creature and the little girl were playing in the abandoned site, making up little games together, when he took a break to look out at the window and monitor their surroundings. Outside, the evil red sun waited. When he turned back, the little girl was gone. One of the shadowy creatures, once human, was imitating his voice to lure her away. He could hear it in the distance and her tiny footsteps following it. He chased after her, the only thing he had ever loved, and saw her just as she stepped out into the light. She screamed as one of her arms began to melt in the light, and he knew what he had to do. He grabbed her and pulled her back inside, using his body to shield her from the horrible rays. As he wept over her, his tears stopped her body from melting any further, but his body continued to fall apart. It was too late for him. He ran as far as he could. Once he transformed, he did not want to end up hurting the girl. He ran until his legs melted away and he could not run anymore. He had reached the shoreline and stared out at the ocean, unable to move anymore. He screamed a final time in agony, in heartbreak, in mourning for the happiness he had finally found and now would lose. But at least he knew, as his eyes melted away and he was nearly gone, that the girl would be safe. And then he was gone, and the world was quiet. Imagine knowing that there's a monster right under your nose. Imagine knowing that this monster is capable of killing any human being on Earth, and all because they simply saw a photograph of its face. When this monster is on the warpath, literally nothing can stop it. No weapon that human beings have invented is capable of even slowing it down. Imagine knowing, in the age of mass media, of clicks and shares, of 24-hour news, smartphones, and limitless social media connecting billions across the globe, that one stray picture of this monster leaked in the wrong place could cause the end of the world as we know it. And this fateful, terrifying day could come at any time. Congratulations, you now know how it feels to be Dr. Dan, the hot-headed lead SCP Foundation researcher on the SCP-096 case. The anomaly itself requires no real introduction. The infamous mass-murdering Shy Guy has haunted the nightmares of Foundation experts for years, but nobody is more haunted by this thing than Dr. Dan himself. For over a decade now, he has firmly believed that there's one solution to the 096 problem: termination with extreme prejudice. In his eyes, to think that 096 is ever truly contained is an illusion. They could never be sure of how many pictures of it are out there, floating around just waiting to be seen, like a time bomb waiting to go off. The resources spent containing it and cleaning up after its rampages, he would often argue, would be better spent instead figuring out how to finally kill it. But seeing as we're talking about the SCP Foundation here, not the Global Occult Coalition, the O5 Council didn't see it quite the same way. They constantly overturned Dr. Dan's termination requests, leaving the paranoid researcher more furious with each rejection. He tried to warn them again and again and again.
Don't you see? It's like a stick of dynamite, and the fuse is already lit. If you don't let me put it out before it's too late, there won't even be anyone left to pick up the pieces.
But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Until, of course, Incident 096-1-A. A dark and bloody day still looked back on with shame and horror by even the most hardened members of Foundation's staff. It was the day that SCP-096 gave everyone a taste of the mass carnage it was truly capable of. Dr. Dan wasn't even there when Containment was first breached. He was off on an expedition in the snowy mountains where 096 was first found, trying to discover clues to its true origin. Dr. Dan's second-in-command, Dr. Alexei, was also lucky enough to be outside of the containment area when the Shy Guy escaped. According to interviews he gave at debriefing tribunals, he was in the break room, treating himself to a warm cup of joe. All the other personnel assigned to 096's containment and research were near its containment chamber, a giant cube made of reinforced metal, observing a live feed of data being collected from the cube's interior. As usual, sensors indicated that 096 was pacing within. For obvious reasons, the Foundation doesn't maintain any kind of live visual surveillance on 096. It wouldn't be worth the risk. But what seemed like an otherwise quiet day suddenly took a turn for the insane. The monitors began displaying terrifying data, indicating an imminent containment breach as the wails of the creature within the cube echoed out through its metal walls. Some tried to run. Others did all they could to engage emergency procedures, while guards armed with heavy weaponry rushed into the room. They all knew in their hearts that it wouldn't save them, but what else could they do? A huge dent bulged out from the side of the cube, then another, before the metal was torn open like tissue paper as the furious hands of the Shy Guy began clawing their way through it. Secondary layers of protection were deployed, but they didn't help. 096 just kept ripping through all the barriers. As everyone in attendance knew, once it was in its rage state, nothing could stop it. Literally nothing. The guards attempted to fire on the anomaly, but their bullets did no good. As the creature burst free, most of the people in the room had at least momentary visual contact with its face. In response, Code Lima was declared, and the entire chamber was flooded with a fast-acting nerve gas, killing everyone. Everyone except for 096 itself, of course. Within 2 minutes, 096 had broken free of the entire containment site and began running through the desert at breakneck speeds towards its distant target. The Foundation needed to act fast and find a way to stop it before it hit a population center where the death toll would skyrocket. Team Echo Romeo were dispatched to pursue the creature in a heavily armed attack helicopter, while MTF Tau-1, a task force specializing in SCP-096 containment and recovery, forged ahead to identify the anomaly's target, designated 096-1, and to move any other civilians out of harm's way. Dr. Dan was alerted of the disastrous situation and offered guidance to both teams from afar. Echo Romeo's chopper pursued 096, barely able to keep up. Dr. Dan recommended attempting to at least slow the creature down with heavy arms fire, even though he knew actually stopping it would be impossible. A member of the team used a modified XM500 anti-material rifle to fire several rounds at the creature, but even the shot that passed directly through its head appeared to have no effect on it. But at least they had a lock on its direction now. 096 always travels in a straight line, directly towards its target, smashing through any obstacles in its way. This means its intended direction is relatively easy to track, and people in the path of its trajectory are even easier to save. But it's a high-pressure job reserved for MTF Tau-1. Tau-1 passed over Echo Romeo and 096 in a series of 8 V-22 Ospreys, hoping beyond hope that they could outrun the creature, since there were several different towns in its direct path. But thanks once again to the one and only Dr. Dan, Echo Romeo and Tau-1 had a secret weapon that neither team had ever possessed before: Scramble. Scramble was an advanced computer program created by Dr. Dan with the help of Dr. Alexei, which was coded into microprocessors for modification into camera feeds and viewing goggles. The program had been fed intricate data concerning every single detail of 096's face, and as the name suggests, when encountering that visual data in real life, it scrambles it beyond recognition. In theory, it would make it far safer for operatives to be around SCP-096 without activating its rage state. In theory. It wasn't long before disaster struck. 096 had made its way onto I-40 and had begun attacking vehicles it encountered, killing the people inside. By this point, it had already outrun the Echo Romeo chopper, rendering them essentially useless. Tau-1 just had to forge ahead along 096's trajectory and try to get as many people out of the danger zone as possible, until 096-1 was located and destroyed by the anomaly. Years of training for an awful day like this had paid off, as the first 3 towns along 096's path were successfully evacuated. The Shy Guy just ran right through all of them, and no lives were lost. The same, however, could not be said for town number 4. As was standard procedure, Tau-1 had everyone in the town gathered up and blindfolded. The entire team in attendance had modified night vision goggles with scramble microprocessors, so in theory, they were better off than most from 096 if things went south. The Tau-1 members tried in vain to keep everybody in line. They were threatening to shoot anyone who dared to remove their blindfold when 096 finally appeared. It tripped during its approach, rolling and shattering through several houses. Chaos erupted. Some people instinctively removed their blindfolds to see what was going on.
and panicked members of Tau-1 began firing into the crowd. The screams of the civilians and the bursts of gunfire were all drowned out by the horrific wailing of 096 itself, as it tore through everyone and everything to kill the unfortunate souls who had seen its face. And given how many had removed their blindfolds during the initial pandemonium, SCP-096 had a huge number of the townspeople on its list. 096 located and grabbed the original 096-1, the person that had first glimpsed its face and caused all of this. But in the grand scheme of things, he was just one more body on the pile that day. Though of course we mean this in a purely metaphorical sense. 096 never leaves entire bodies. The Foundation operatives in attendance were able to figure out what had caused all this madness and death. 096-1 had been an amateur mountaineer and spent his vacations hiking around any mountain ranges he could gain access to, including the mountain range that 096 had been inhabiting prior to its initial capture and containment. But he hadn't actually seen 096 on that fateful trip, which had been taken over a decade ago. But in a photograph taken that day of himself, standing on a picturesque mountainside, 096 made a cameo. It took up all of 4 pixels, a tiny off-white dot against the snow on the back right side of the photograph. This photograph, with all the deadly potency of an atom bomb, had been sitting there for years, waiting. When the mountaineer was looking through old photos that morning and his eyes passed over those few blurry pixels, he didn't have any idea that he had just laid his eyes on one of the most dangerous anomalies the world has ever seen. But you don't have to know. Only 096 does. As Tau-1, led by their commander Major Jack Wilford, tried to retake control of the situation, things got even worse. It turned out Dr. Dan's scramble technology, the one thing that was supposed to have given them an edge in this situation, didn't actually work. As soon as goggle-wearing members of the team laid eyes on 096, it entered its rage state and started massacring them. It tore many of the mobile task force members to shreds, including a number of the operatives required for piloting the 8 Ospreys. It was a disaster of truly epic proportions, and the catastrophic failure of Dr. Dan's scramble technology was a key factor. The root of the technology's failure was easy enough to figure out. Dr. Dan's scramble microprocessors worked fast, but not fast enough. Fractions of a second glimpses of 096's face managed to get through, and that was more than enough to set 096 off. Echo Romeo and MTF Epsilon arrived shortly afterwards to clean up the mess. It'd been a disaster of such magnitude that even a CNN reporter arrived on the scene and started filming before being promptly shut down by Epsilon. It was a member of Echo Romeo that finally slipped the bag over a docile 096's head, preparing it for containment once again, the creature now content that it had eliminated all of the unfortunate souls who had seen its face. He'd found 096 sitting next to a minivan that had its roof ripped off, the young family inside being the last to have seen its face. And things were so awful in the aftermath of the containment breach that the O5 Council changed their tune, finally granting Dr. Dan permission to terminate 096 by any means necessary. It's terrifying to think that all this can unfold because of a couple of poorly timed accidents. But it's probably even more terrifying to consider that it wasn't an accident at all. It seemed awfully convenient that both Dr. Dan and Dr. Alexei were far from danger when all hell broke loose. It was also convenient that, despite the failure of his technology being a major reason why the breach was as deadly as it was, Dr. Dan had still come out of the situation with everything he wanted. The Foundation also found this strange, and the more they looked into it, the more they found details that didn't add up. Alibis began to fall apart. Coincidences didn't seem so coincidental, and eventually a weak link in the chain was identified: Dr. Alexei. Under pressure from the Foundation, Alexei spilled everything. Dr. Dan had essentially orchestrated the entire containment breach, and on top of that, he did everything he could to make it as deadly as possible, all with the purpose of getting the O5 Council to see things his way, and finally give him the permission he needed to devote all of the SCP-096 resources to its termination. But it came at a terrible price to Dr. Dan personally.
For his crimes against the Foundation and humanity, he was permitted to try and figure out a way to terminate 096 once and for all. But as payment for his crimes, he himself would also be terminated as soon as his task was complete. Were the lives of all those innocent people and Dr. Dan himself worth the price of finally being authorized to terminate SCP-096? When asked why he did all of this, Dr. Dan simply said, "It worked. There was only a matter of time until that happened in a major population center, and its face spread over the world news. I can kill 096, but I've killed myself in the process." While we don't agree with his methods, there's something almost admirable about a person so single-mindedly devoted to their cause. It happened in 1981, in a small rural village in West Germany. SCP GUY, 9 years old, ran across the bitter snow, tears freezing to his cheeks. It was Christmas Day, and not long ago he'd been so happy. He was celebrating with his family, his mother, his father, and his young sister, the centers of his universe, when that monster had attacked and destroyed everything he'd ever known. The White Terror, the destroyer of Christmas cheer, the Yule Man, SCP-4666. Though of course, young Siegfried had no idea. In hindsight, Siegfried's parents had been noticing strange things in the lead-up to Christmas Day. Unfamiliar bumps and knocks, strange smells coming from the attic, the occasional tall, dark silhouette on the horizon outside their isolated old farmhouse. But in all the hustle and bustle of the season, nobody really paid the proper attention to all the signs of an incoming Weihnacht event. Every eerie feeling was just written off as stress or overactive imaginations. None of the Geist family knew about the true danger they were facing until they woke up to see the Yule Man standing over them, sharpening a rusty blade and staring at them with hungry, sadistic eyes. "Merry Christmas," the creature rasped and chuckled. Siegfried was lucky to escape alive, but of course he would never see his family again. He'd be picked up a day or so later, traumatized, catatonic, and almost frozen to death. When he was finally able to speak again, he spoke of a monster having killed his family. When the police investigated his home and found the remains, they deemed it to be the work of an all-too-human serial killer, and poor Siegfried GUY was entered into the foster system. Years of work with psychiatric professionals tried to convince young Siegfried that the monster he claimed to see, the unnaturally tall, gnarled, bony freak with those shimmering black eyes, was merely a product of his trauma. But he knew the truth. He always knew. What he encountered that day, the thing that took his family, was nothing less than a true monster. And at 9 years old, Siegfried made a vow he would one day kill the monster, no matter what it took. When Siegfried was finally adopted and returned to school, he did everything he could to apply himself academically. He had no interest in friends or romantic relationships, even as he grew into his teenage years. The only thing that drew his interest, in addition to the perfection of his academic life, was his own private research into the supernatural. He became an expert in all things occultic and anomalous, sightings of ghosts, phantoms, aliens, and monsters. He wanted to know it all. No, needed to know it all. He would arm himself with knowledge, wanting to know everything he could in advance of the confrontation that would be his final destiny. He also began obsessively researching attacks similar to the ones that killed his family, and found an eerie pattern seemingly to unfold all over the Northern Hemisphere. During the 12 days of Christmas, entire families would be found dead in their homes, mutilated horrifically, often with children having gone completely missing. They happened far enough apart in terms of time and space that no connection was drawn between the events, all just random attacks according to the police and media. Weren't the connections obvious? He didn't understand it. It was almost like there was some kind of sweeping cover-up obscuring the true culprit behind all these killings. The same beast that destroyed his life. As Siegfried, now known to most as Dr. GUY, ascended through his time at university, he became one of Germany's foremost scholars on the occult, with several published papers and books that drew fascination of fellow experts and laymen alike. But most importantly of all,
Siegfried's work got the attention of the SCP Foundation. They reached out to the ambitious rising star of the paranormal world and offered him a research position. Dr. Guys was elated and said that he would happily take the role if they answered one question for him. Did they know anything about a horrific humanoid monster that attacked families across the Northern Hemisphere around Christmas time? This was the moment when Dr. Siegfried Guys, after decades of searching, finally came to know about SCP-096. He had access to all of the SCP Foundation's information on the monster, putting him several steps closer to what had always been his ultimate goal: killing that godforsaken thing. But this would be easier said than done. After all, if the Yule Man was easy to track, the Foundation would have captured and contained him long before now. His attacks could occur anywhere across the Northern Hemisphere, making catching him the world's largest game of whack-a-mole. But this was a game that Dr. Guys had more than enough patience to play. Over the following years, Dr. Guys worked as hard as humanly possible, not just at the case of SCP-096, but at every piece of work the Foundation had to offer him. Much like his ruined childhood, Guys made no effort to interact, no effort to form social connections. He just worked and worked and worked and worked with single-minded passion, soon developing a reputation as one of the most hard-working and dependable figures in the SCP Foundation's European division. It was this kind of work ethic that soon saw him promoted to senior researcher, and then a site director. He had more control over information, resources, and manpower than ever before. It was almost time. He could sense it. Delegating other tasks to his subordinates, Dr. Guys began to work on his masterpiece, an advanced algorithm connecting police, social media, and surveillance databases across the Northern Hemisphere. You see, while Dr. Guys had never faltered in his quest, neither had the Yule Man. Every year, more families disappeared or were horrifically murdered, and every death weighed on Guys. He saw them as a personal failing of his inability to fulfill his destiny. But the Yule Man was a creature of habit, and it would be that very adherence to habit that Guys used to destroy it. Using the algorithm he created, they would perfectly track and triangulate the home most likely to be the subject of a dreaded Reisnacht event, with greater accuracy and precision than ever before. The year was 2022. Dr. Guys was convinced that this time, he would be the one to claim victory and vengeance. There was one thing he didn't tell his Foundation compatriots, though. As he put the pieces in place for the final showdown, he had no intention of containing the Yule Man. This time, he would destroy it. Using his newfound influence as a well-respected site director, he requested the transfer of a few high-profile anomalies, as well as the services of a crack mobile task force death squad. It was time. The Yule Man watched the house from a distance. He'd been observing for days, watching the nice, happy family within. What pleasure it would bring him to destroy them, and take what's left to his workshop for further fun. Tonight would be the night that he claimed them. They were all blissfully unaware, and lived in an isolated rural area where nobody but him would hear all the wonderful screaming. The second the lights went out inside the house, he would strike, and bring about some Christmas fear. When the last window went dark, the Yule Man drew a long, rusty blade out of his bag of tricks and approached the house. He crept in through one of the windows. Locks had never been a problem for him. This whole process had played out hundreds of times. He barely even needed to think about it now. He crept in past the presents around the Christmas tree, found the stairs, and began to climb. He'd find them in their beds, one by one, and take his time, savoring the pain, savoring the fear. He went into the youngest one's bedroom first, his lips pulled back into a manic grin. There was the little boy, tucked in under his quilt, like a present waiting to be unwrapped. He grabbed the sheet with his long, gnarled fingers and pulled it back, only to see a plastic dummy underneath, with a stun grenade fixed to its chest. Before the Yule Man could even react, the stun grenade exploded into his face, blinding him with a sudden white light and ringing in his ancient ears. The next thing he heard was a rugged military voice yelling, "Squad Alpha, move in!" Seconds later, The upstairs landing was filled with mobile task force operatives with assault rifles. They aimed and opened fire into the Yule Man, peppering him with painful bullets. He wasn't used to his victims fighting back like this. Truthfully, it even caught him off guard. But sadly for those brave task force operatives, it would not be enough to kill him. The Yule Man gripped his rusty knife and lunged at Squad Alpha. Moments later, they were all dead, and the furious Yule Man was trudging back down the stairs. There had been no satisfaction in this slaughter. How had they caught him like this? Perhaps he'd go eat some of his servants in his workshop to make himself feel better. As he walked back across the living room, past the Christmas tree, past all the presents, the television flickered into life. Staring at him from the screen was the grinning face of Dr. Siegfried Guys, now 50 years old. And the most insane part was that the Yule Man somehow recognized him, the one who got away 41 years prior. "Hello, old friend. You're looking a little glum," Siegfried said on the screen. "I take it that you did not enjoy the surprise party I just threw for you. Don't worry, the night isn't over yet. After all, you haven't even opened your presents." With that, the presents under the tree, which were actually packed with C4 plastic explosives, detonated, leveling the entire house with the Yule Man still inside. The explosion could be heard for miles as a great pillar of smoke rose up into the air. Several hundred meters away, Dr. Siegfried Guys waited and watched, flanked by Foundation agents and more mobile task force soldiers, taking in the majesty of the explosion. Dr. Guys remained steely-eyed and watched the blaze. Somehow he knew that even that would not be enough to end the monster permanently. He nodded to the lieutenant he'd brought with him.
Squad out! Squad Bravo! Time to engage!
The man barked in response. The remaining agents and MTF operatives, armed with assault rifles and submachine guns, descended on the burning wreckage of the house. Moments later, a tall, dark figure, the Yule Man, injured but alive, crawled out of the blaze. Immediately, the team opened fire, giving the monster everything they had. But once again, everything was not enough. The creature pulled out two long, rusty knives and leaped into the fray, making short work of the Foundation brass. Soon enough, it stood alone on blood-stained snow, until it caught another bullet in the head. Dr. Siegfried Guys was standing there, the last one alive to face the Yule Man, leveling a revolver. The Yule Man scowled. Guys held his steely gaze. "We meet again, at long last," Siegfried said. "You killed my family. You've killed so many others. Tonight, it is your turn, Yule Man. This is your Wisnacht." Guys opened fire as the Yule Man charged towards him, taking each shot in stride. Even as the Yule Man closed the distance, Guys didn't flinch. His resolve was steely. It made the Yule Man feel confused and furious that he didn't detect an ounce of fear in this man. Even when he drove a knife into the site director's stomach, Siegfried dropped to his knees and collapsed as the Yule Man ripped the knife back out. His gun clattered to the ground. It had been a mortal blow, and still, he seemed unfazed. "Why aren't you afraid?" the Yule Man growled. Siegfried spat blood and said, "You took my family 41 years ago. Everything since then has just been killing time until I got to see them again. Where you're going, all you'll ever see are flames and torment." The Yule Man, furious, stabbed Siegfried again, this time through the heart. The doctor was dying, his life's work having seemingly amounted to nothing. But with the last of his strength, he reached into his coat and pulled out something, a little gift he'd requested from one Dr. Alto Clef before putting his plan into action. Dr. Siegfried Guys lifted a photo of SCP-096 right in front of the Yule Man's eyes. "Merry Christmas," he said with his last breath. The Yule Man was confused. A photograph? Was that it? Was that really this foolish little boy's trump card after all this time? What a waste. Then, without a moment's warning, SCP-096 barreled into the Yule Man, sending them both rolling across the snow. One of Siegfried's preparations was to have SCP-096's containment cube temporarily relocated to only a mile away from the ambush site, to avoid collateral damage. If everything else failed, then SCP-096 would be their Hail Mary pass, their finishing move. And it worked marvelously. As strong and evil as the Yule Man was, he'd been weakened by the night's battle, and the Shy Guy was an order of magnitude more powerful than his sadistic foe. The Yule Man screamed in horror as SCP-096 set upon him with claws and teeth. After hundreds of years inflicting it on others, the Yule Man had died in terror, and Dr. Seekblade Guys had died with a smile on his face.
He's waiting for you in the dark. He sits cross-legged, still as a placid lake, and patient as a praying monk 6 feet deep in meditation. He's been like this for so long, his body oil-slicked with deadly black grease, skin ancient and haggard, eyes black and flat with the kind of calm you'd only find in crawling insects and great white sharks. His lipless mouth is stretched across his jawbone in an ugly black rictus. He may be an old man, but trust us, he's got plenty of new tricks he'd love to show you. He sat in the loneliest place in the world, the deep, dark bowels of an SCP Foundation containment site, surrounded by a complex confluence of containment measures, different shapes, running liquids, bright lights, the kind of steel so thick a nuclear weapon would only leave it scuffed. All the things that had a tendency to confuse him, because that's all they ever did. The old man laughed to himself very quietly. All the people out there are so scared of him because of one immutable fact. He isn't trapped here, he's just resting. By virtue of his unique anomalous abilities to pass through solids at will and resist any form of physical damage they can dole out, there is no way to really contain him like all the others. All the SCP Foundation could hope to do was make leaving inconvenient enough for him to make his little adventures on the outside less appealing than just sitting around doing nothing. After all, he had all the time in the world. And when you always have a later, there's a lot less pressure to do anything now. But like all thinking creatures, and please be aware that SCP-106, the wretched, terrifying old man, is very much a thinking creature, he was subject to occasional boredom. And when most people are bored, they might play a video game, watch a few YouTube videos, or rewatch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia for the 5th time. But for the old man, killing boredom involved, well, killing people. But not just killing people, of course. Truth be told, for him, killing was really the least entertaining part of the whole affair. The screams, the begging, the desperate pleas, warm tears on shaking cheeks, convulsions of pain, cold sweats, fear so intense it gives way to gibbering madness, the dull sheen of dead hope in their eyes when they realize that their doom is inevitable, and that he, their captor, their torturer, would decide the exact moment they slipped into the void. Oh, that was what he lived for. If you could call what the old man did living. He cracked his neck and licked his teeth. Was he salivating? All those thoughts about pain seemed to have got him worked up. He could feel the distant thumping of his heart, old black blood pumping through the dusty corridors of his vascular system, synapses booming and sparking with excitement at the thought of plumbing new depths of human misery. Like a scholar of suffering, a pioneer of pain. All those silly Foundation drones, with the audacity to think they're in control, he'd teach them to scream again. Meanwhile, in the room for the old man's containment chamber, all hell was breaking loose. Monitors on the monster's vitals were all spiking. Heart and brain activity peaked, just as they always did before the old man decided to get active. Cameras in his containment chamber showed him rising steadily to his feet, cracking his joints, limbering up. His body started to produce that terrible corrosive mucus at an accelerated rate, pooling around his feet and unleashing squalls of noxious fumes as it melted into the floor. Years of Foundation testing, and they still couldn't find any material that could withstand that vile black slop. As the old man began strolling towards the wall, a containment specialist in the control room grabbed a nearby phone and sounded the alarm for the containment breach. They needed a mobile task force, and every guard on site mobilized to tackle 106 before he got into the facility proper and started causing havoc. They couldn't risk it escaping either. The infamous incident when the old man escaped for a Halloween massacre still haunted the nightmares of many a staff member. He had to be stopped. Now. A small fighting force was quickly armed and assembled, along with armor and several high-intensity portable lights to hopefully slow the monster down in time for them to grab a D-class and set up the femur breaker. By the time they all reached the hallway they intended to use as a choke point for the escape, the old man was already halfway through the outer layer of defense, phasing through the wall with that same terrible, manic grin he always had when he was about to inflict terrible violence for the sheer fun of it. The guards and task force members trained their lights and weapons on him. All of them had seen terrible things on the job, the kind of things that would saddle almost anyone with a lifetime of trauma, but almost nothing compared to the horror of direct engagement during a 106 containment breach. That terrible old coffin dodger was hell on 2 legs. When they discovered to their horror that the lights didn't seem to be slowing him down as much as anticipated, they fell back on Plan B. That B standing for blast the living hell out of him with everything they had. The personnel opened fire, pumping round after round into his dark form. While each gave a loud, meaty splatter, the old man didn't even flinch. When he was close enough, all those months of lethargy gave way to sudden, deadly speed. In many ways, the old man was like a crocodile, a fierce and intelligent ambush predator who conserved his energy wisely. He could seem so deceptively languid that you could easily mistake him for something slow and harmless, but when you got within arm's reach, the sudden quickness and ferocity would take you off guard, and by then, it's already too late. Within 30 seconds, the old man was the only thing left alive in that hallway. All the guards and task force operatives sent to slow him down lay dead, dripping with his black mucus. There was silence, save for the quiet fizzing of the mucus eating into their clothes and skin. The old man sighed. How boring. He'd killed so many people now. It all started to seem a little samey. How many screams could you hear before they all just blended into a single shrill whine? You can get sick of even your favorite meal if you eat it too often. But that didn't matter. The old man had a different order of business today. He happened to be inside an SCP Foundation containment facility, filled with so many fascinating specimens of non-human entities that the one they called SCP-096 simply couldn't wait to torture. He'd only met a small portion of the ones they had contained here, but given what a fascinating experience his past attack on his fellow anomalies was, he couldn't wait to meet some more. Meanwhile, the site's top brass did all they could to try to mobilize a second response to the rogue senior citizen from hell currently strolling through their high-security containment facility. Could they get in contact with other mobile task forces deployed in the area? Maybe they could get Hammerdown or Samsara in on this mess before anything got really out of hand. The old man seemed more intent on something this time. They suspected even the femur breaker might not work in luring him back until he claimed whatever he deemed to be his prize. Maybe they should contact the O5 Council. Security guards were tracking 106's progress through the facility via their vast networks of security cameras. They warned any research, administration, and janitorial staff to clear out of his path, unless they felt like being tortured to death. He hadn't dragged anyone into his pocket dimension yet, so whoever that privilege was reserved for would probably be getting a particular sticky experience. They could only speculate as to the silent beast's intentions. One guard noticed something. When cross-referencing 106's movements with a map of the facility, they were able to triangulate where he was heading, straight for the containment chamber of SCP-096. The guard's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking, if one of you freaks can actually kill the other, maybe something positive will come out of this disaster. The old man was having a stroll down memory lane. The time prior, when he broke out of his cell and decided to hassle his fellow inmates, was certainly eventful. He wound up in the company of some cantankerous reptile and a Korean foxwoman, an unlikely pair if ever there was one. After finding himself in a room with them, he decided they should have a little more privacy and dragged them back into his pocket dimension for further fun. Of course, with two at once, his attention had been a little split. They spent as much time tussling with each other as resisting his attempts to torment them. They definitely put him through his paces that day, and he gave far better than he got. After so many hours of brutal mutilation, there was barely any of the lizard left, despite its frustrating insistence on quickly healing from so many of its wounds. Still, it was good exercise, even if the results had been a little less than satisfying. If he could get another anomaly alone, though, he'd be able to take his time and really savor the pain he caused. Oh, that sounded heavenly. Soon he came upon an incredibly strange containment chamber that quickly caught his eye. It looked like a huge metal cube with no way in or out, not even a seam. Whatever was trapped in there, the old man thought it must be something that even the fools at the SCP Foundation really, truly wanted nothing to do with. But even more so than the strange sight, it was the sound that drew the old man in, tempting him like a siren song. It was weeping, a soft, sobbing keen that betrayed a bottomless well of misery. Whatever was making that crying sound had known true despair, or whatever passes for true despair before you've had a close encounter with the old man in his pocket dimension. The old man grinned and thought,
"Oh, Sonny, I'll give you something to really cry about."
He stepped forward and faced his way into the metal cube. The creature was in the corner. In contrast to that stupid lizard, this monster was pleasingly humanoid, with, presumably, all the familiar pain points. Splendid. The only real difference was color and proportion. It was far longer and ganglier than the average human, with grayish skin and no hair anywhere on its body. Still, it was something the old man could work with. The creature didn't even seem to register his presence. It just sat crumpled in the corner, weeping. Still grinning his lunatic grin, the old man approached and rested a moist hand on the creature's shoulder. Its pale skin began to fizzle from the intruder's corrosive touch. A pool of vile sludge began spreading out beneath his feet until the creature was encompassed too. Little by little, they sank into the old man's favorite place out of the world, the pocket dimension, his own personal, eternal, infinite dungeon, where the only laws are pain and terror for all but the old man himself. Little did he know, this time, the scores may be a little more even on that front. They both stood in that terrifying labyrinth of hallways and chambers where the old man had made countless lives infinitely worse than any terrible afterlife that could follow them. And still, this creature didn't seem to change its reaction. He was almost irritated by it. And what's more, this whole time, the creature hadn't even turned to look at him. He'd have to fix that too. The old man, with his shocking strength, gripped the monster's shoulder and whipped him around, staring into his face, bearing his black eyes and manic smile. But he couldn't help find what looked back at him disconcerting. Its eyes were blank and white, its face stretched and warped into a permanent grimace, like Munch's old painting, The Scream. And the second the old man laid eyes on it, that's exactly what it did. Its gaping mouth let out the most terrible wail the old man had ever heard in all his years of torturing. It was a scream of unknowable sadness and fear, but somehow the old man sensed that this creature didn't fear him. It feared itself, feared what it was about to do. What the hell had he dragged down here with him? Without warning, the terrible wail soon gave way to sudden and ferocious aggression. Just like the old man had dealt out to a group of Foundation guards and mobile task force agents earlier that same night, it was only out of a mix of pure luck and his own finely tuned animal instinct that the old man was able to dodge the first strike from the creature's long, lithe forelimb. He couldn't believe it. They were in his special place, and this victim of his had the audacity to fight back? Well, he'd soon put this monster in its place. As the monster continued roaring and swiping for him, the old man simply walked backwards into a nearby wall, disappearing into a black stain. Of course, the monster, better known to the Foundation as SCP-096 or the SHY Guy, simply crashed through the wall to give chase, but on the other side, just another wall. He disappeared. How? Typically, when something sees the face of the SHY Guy, he immediately has a kind of intuitive connection to them. He can sense their presence. It's burned into his mind. A homing beacon, an unstoppable imperative. He knows exactly where they are and how to get them. But nothing about this situation was typical. The SHY Guy felt all the murderous rage he normally did, but the rest was just static. Where was the life he needed to abolish hiding? Suddenly, the old man emerged behind him and forced his hand into the Shy Guy's back. His fist melted straight through flesh and skin, causing the creature to let out another terrible wail. But as could be expected, they didn't leave a scratch on the Shy Guy's indestructible skeleton. The Shy Guy pulled a 180 and swung for the old man again, but he was already gone. Here in the pocket dimension, the old man had the ultimate home turf advantage. Here, space and time were his playthings. In the infinite twisting, labyrinthian walls of the pocket dimension, the old man wasn't just the devil, he was God too. But it would take far more than some cheap tricks and bodily harm to dissuade the Shy Guy from his sole purpose in life. He began running through the old man's personal maze like a crazed lab rat, tearing through wall after wall, forever searching for the monster that trapped it here. He would see the smiling face of that rotten old man every so often, the flash of black eyes and dirty teeth in shadows. But every time it tried to strike the shadows, there would be nothing there. And every time he got a chance, the old man would emerge from the shadows behind the Shy Guy to strike back, clawing into his flesh and vanishing again before the trapped beast could retaliate. The nasty old sadist was now starting to have some fun. It was a reflex test, a classic game of high-stakes whack-a-mole, and every time the creature failed to strike him, its distress only seemed to grow. This was perfectly fine for the old man. After all, he enjoyed a little mental torment as much as he loved physical torture, and a human would have died or given in to despair long before now. This monster's wonderful mix of resilience and pain made it a great chew toy. The old man kept up this routine, baiting and striking until something unanticipated happened. He appeared, waited for the swing, disappeared as it approached, then reappeared behind the Shy Guy to deliver another painful strike. This time, however, it seemed his victim had anticipated his pattern. Before he could hit the creature, the Shy Guy turned, quicker than anything the old man had ever seen, and hit him with such force he flew through several walls in his own maze, shattering them as he went. He hit the ground, stunned by the fact that the Shy Guy had actually landed a hit, but he wasn't done. The shrieking monster came bounding after him. Before the old man could stand, it struck him again and again and again, pounding his vile body into the ground, which cracked and crumbled. The old man sneered and sank into a puddle of his mucus on the ground. The old man was gone again. SCP-096 screamed in a mix of rage, despair, and frustration, so consumed with its hunt that it didn't notice the pool of corrosive mucus was slowly growing. It began to rise, bubbling and hissing at SCP-096's feet, getting deeper and deeper and deeper as the walls rose taller and taller around it. The creature wailed until a tide of the awful stuff reached its face and cascaded down its throat, melting all the organs within. As the creature was fully submerged, SCP-106 manifested atop the wall and looked down, smiling spitefully. He thought,
"Oh, you may have had me there, boyo, but in the end, I always win. Nothing could survive that."
And yet bubbles still rose from the slop below. The old man gritted his rotten teeth and balled his fists in quiet anger. Moments later, back in our dimension, a portal opened in the ground of SCP-096's containment chamber. It vomited out SCP-096's skeleton, smothered in bubbling black goo, and SCP-106. 096 would probably be fully regenerated within a couple of hours, and if 682's encounter with him was anything to go by, probably extremely unwilling to interface with the old man. And the old man himself, who couldn't help but feel a little humiliated by the whole experience, was glad the two of them would probably never meet again. He left the regenerating 096 and commenced the walk of shame back to his containment chamber. They didn't even need the femur breaker. He just felt like having a sit-down and processing it all. Nobody else would ever know what happened in the pocket dimension that day, and for the old man's pride, that was probably for the best. But he'd know. He'd always know. By the night's end, he was sitting in his containment chamber again, forlornly wondering,
"God damn it, old-timer. Have you lost your edge?"
A lot of us wish we could travel the multiverse, pay a visit to another world and see all the ways in which it differs from this dimension that we call home. Maybe there's a decision that you made that altered the course of your entire life. What college you went to, asking somebody out, accepting a job over pursuing a passion. The question of what if might have kept you wondering what your life could have looked like. if you picked the other path. Surely it would save you all that wondering and be so much easier just to go and find out. Imagine if you could simply pick a universe where you chose differently, then take a quick jaunt over there to see how things turned out for your other self. But what if you couldn't choose? Never mind whatever that decision was, what if you couldn't pick where in the infinite multiverse you ended up? If traveling from world to world was as random, unpredictable, and instinctive as a sneeze, what then? One moment you're safe at home, surrounded by everything you know. It might not be perfect, but at least it's familiar. The next thing you know, with the blink of your eyes, you're standing in a world that maybe looks similar, but giant bees are the dominant species instead of humans, or the world is overrun by spiders, or everyone is made out of paint. Needless to say, you'd be at least a little disoriented, at worst, absolutely terrified for your life. That pretty much sums up the experience of SCP-507, also known as the Reluctant Dimension Hopper. From the outside, he looks to be a mostly normal human man, with blonde hair, green eyes, nothing all that remarkable about him of note, save for him having a somewhat unplaceable accent. Despite having a legal name, SCP-507 will try to squeeze what little enjoyment he can out of introducing himself by a different nickname to everyone he meets. Previous favorites have included Tommy, Steve, Bruto, Guy, Houdini, and Grabnock the Destroyer. We'll stick with Tommy. The sole most intriguing thing about Tommy is that through a process that happens completely without his control, he can spontaneously disappear, only to reappear after an unspecified amount of time later. During that time, SCP-507 will have been in a completely different universe to our own. This can happen at any time of day or night, and usually at the most inconvenient moments, including while Tommy is in the middle of a conversation, trying to sleep, or using the, facilities. He has no control over when it happens. However, he'll always arrive in an alternate universe in the same geographical spot he was in while in ours. If he moves around in a parallel world, then when he returns, he will have relocated to the corresponding place back in this universe. And that's when disaster struck. Alarms were blaring, declaring to all staff on site that there had been a containment breach in one of the anomaly's holding cells. All hands were on deck, and security teams were converging, dashing through the corridors. This was the second alert today. At first, SCP-507 had vanished on one of his unplanned little excursions, but now it seemed that another SCP was trying to do the same. Dazed, trying to reorient himself, Tommy rested against a nearby wall. His head was spinning, and he knew it would for a few more seconds. He was in a cell similar to the one he'd just been in while in another universe, except here, back home, there was a key difference. The cell was occupied. As soon as his vision cleared, Tommy looked up at the only other creature in the room with him. It was a tall, wiry humanoid shape, completely hairless with pale skin, white eyes, and a large gaping jaw. Turning to face him, Tommy instantly recognized the creature from a description he'd been read by a Foundation researcher. It was SCP-096. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Realizing its face was being observed, the Shy Guy started screeching, first an uncontrollable wail of distress that quickly gave way to a guttural, animalistic roar of anger. It covered its face, babbling to itself as Tommy backed away, banging his head against the sealed wall of 096's cell. Then, the creature turned towards him and lunged, racing across the room to where SCP-507 was trapped. All he could do was close his eyes tight and think about running away. Tommy could feel a headache brewing in his skull and caught traces of a familiar flash through his closed eyelids. He gently opened them back up. It had happened again, maybe for the first time ever at a moment when he actually needed to get away. Staggering to his feet, Tommy looked around. He was in the cell still, or rather, another version of it in a different universe yet again. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to predict when he would next displace, he didn't want to reappear right back where he had started, with SCP-096 poised to kill him. So relocating was top priority. Fortunately, the cell actually had a door in this universe, and that door wasn't locked. In fact, none of the doors were locked or even guarded, and the Foundation facility, while looking more or less the same, was completely abandoned. It almost looked like it had never even been used. Stepping out of the entrance, Tommy trekked his way towards the city. He knew it was a short hike away, and by the time he could feel blisters forming on his feet, he was close enough that it didn't matter. With another few short steps, he was standing among the tall buildings and surprisingly empty streets. One of the first things that struck Tommy about this universe was that there were hardly any people around outside. On top of that, the roads were devoid of cars. Everything around was so quiet. The air was still and clean when he breathed it in. The sound of footsteps against the pavement immediately caught Tommy's attention, the first sign of anyone else around other than him. Racing towards the noise of another person, Tommy turned a corner and bumped straight into an old man in a long coat, who had clearly been in a hurry, and quickly revealed he didn't have the best temperament either.
"Watch where you're going,"
he shouted, caught off guard by the sight of another person put on the streets.
"What the hell are you playing at, sneaking up on me like that? You're trying to get yourself killed out here?"
Oh, definitely not," Tommy said, climbing back to his feet, hands held out apologetically.
"I'm so sorry, mister. I was just... You got a death wish or something, kid?"
the old man demanded, marching past him.
"No,"
SCP-507 protested, chasing after the man.
Wait, what makes you say that? As if you don't know,"
he scoffed.
"Look around you. Look up at the sky. There's a storm about to hit any second now. It's a-coming. And if you don't get inside, you're a goner."
"What could be so dangerous about a thunderstorm?" Tommy asked. The old man stared back at him with a look of confusion on his wizened face, looking at Tommy like he had just said something utterly bizarre.
"What the hell's a thunderstorm?"
the man asked. Feeling equally confused, Tommy craned his neck up towards the sky. Looming above were swirling masses of clouds, the kind anyone would expect to be accompanied by severe winds and the deafening boom of thunder. But the wind was still, and there was nothing but silence, until a choking, gurgling sound came from somewhere behind Tommy's back. He spun around to see the tall, wiry frame of SCP-096, its long fingers gripping tightly around the old man's throat. It had followed Tommy, and he knew that anyone who saw its face, even in a picture, would find themselves chased down on foot by the creature. But he had no idea the Shy Guy could travel between dimensions. He'd foolishly allowed himself to think he was safe, out of the monster's reach, but now it seemed to be showing him that the opposite was true. It hoisted the helpless old man upwards by his neck, his shoes barely able to graze the pavement as his legs flailed, eyes rolling back as the Shy Guy clamped his throat shut. The very second Tommy turned to run, the clouds churned above, and without so much as a warning, the storm hit. Something wasn't right. Tommy could feel his feet lifting off the ground, immediately panicking as he thought SCP-096 had grabbed him. But looking over his shoulder showed the creature was still a few feet behind and starting to gently float up off the ground too. Instinctively, Tommy's legs started thrashing around, trying to gain a solid footing. Instead, all his urgent motions did was cause him to start spinning uncontrollably as the gravity storm lifted him higher and higher up into the air. Spinning him around as he was taken further upwards, Tommy caught sight of SCP-096. The Shy Guy was staying still, as if it was still in control of its body's motion while he was wildly flipping over himself. The tall, pale creature drifted closer to the side of a nearby building, with Tommy being barely able to reach the top of the streetlights as he was pulled further away from the safety of having both his feet on the ground. Just as he saw SCP-096 push itself off the edge of the building, drifting straight through the air towards him, Tommy shut his eyes again and prayed he'd displace again. Sure enough, a flash of light came bursting out in time with another headache. Suddenly, he had appeared in the exact same spot in another universe. However, here there was no gravity storm in progress here. In fact, no such phenomenon existed. The laws of physics were much more in keeping with those in Tommy's home, our universe. Of course, that would be more reassuring if he wasn't already several feet up in the air. The second he arrived, Tommy started plummeting back down to Earth, screaming as he felt himself falling, keeping his eyes screwed shut as he dared not look at the ground he was currently hurtling towards. His plummet was broken by something not particularly soft. Whatever it was seemed to tower high enough that Tommy only picked up a few bruises as he hit it, but the fall didn't stop instantly. Instead, he kept on toppling through whatever he had landed on. It was some kind of mass, piled up almost as tall as a building, a collection of lots of things that were all brushing past Tommy the more he fell. He hadn't yet stopped for long enough to recognize the sensations, that is, until he landed with a painful thud. Slowly opening his eyes back up, Tommy could barely see anything in front of him. He was so deep in the mass that the pile was blocking out the sunlight, with only a few beams bleeding through the gaps, but barely enough to give him a clear view of where he was. Tommy tried to crawl forward, squeezed between the heavy things around him, pushing through whatever tiny little crevice he could find. As he did, the weight of the pile shifted around him, and he was worried that any moment he would move the wrong part of it, bringing the whole structure collapsing down on top of him like a toppled Jenga tower, only big enough to crush him to death. He forced himself not to think about exactly what the pile was made of either. It was already long past the point where Tommy recognized what each thing felt like. Plus, there was the added stench, something or lots of somethings, rotting and producing a stomach-turning odor as it decayed. Even when you're not trying to look, it can be hard to mistake the feeling of a hand, an arm, cold skin against his. The light from beyond the pyramid was getting closer, as he could see it was starting to eliminate more of his surroundings the closer he crawled to the perimeter. Sure, he could have very easily used the torch the Foundation let him keep with him, but Tommy wasn't quite ready to see what he was crawling through yet, intentionally shutting his eyes and opting instead to follow the faint glow and distant warmth of the sun. Breaching the outer side of the pile, Tommy gulped down lungfuls of air. It barely tasted or smelled that much cleaner than the air within the mass, but at least he was free. Clawing himself out and along the ground, he finally, carefully stood up, still keeping both eyes screwed shut. Part of him really didn't want to take a look around at this new dimension. Maybe if he waited long enough, he would displace again and end up somewhere with less decomposing. But then he remembered SCP-096 was still after him, and he had no idea how to escape it. He needed to try and figure out what he was going to do, and the only way to do that was to look around at where he was. Lifting his eyelids, the different-sized masses of all shades, shapes, and sizes lay before him. Each one was coated in one unifying color, all of them slick with the crimson of blood against skin. Tommy could feel the urge to throw up quickly, shooting up from the pit of his stomach towards his throat as he looked at the massive pile of bodies in front of him. It was enormous. There were so many dead people, all laying on top of one another, that the pile reached up as tall as office buildings. And the pile that he had fallen into and crawled his way out of wasn't the only one either. As far as the eye could see, everyone was dead. Feeling a heavy sob at the back of his throat, Tommy swallowed it when he heard another sound above the low buzzing of flies over the human carcasses. Someone, something else was crying nearby. And the moment he turned around, the familiar figure caught Tommy's eye. Even without being the only other living thing around for miles, the Shy Guy still stood out clear as day. Its distress at finding itself in this horrible dimension briefly mirrored Tommy's own, until it re-established its psychic link with its victim and gave chase once more. SCP-096 started dashing towards SCP-507. For a split second, he thought about just letting it catch him. What difference would it make in a place like this? But then the hallucinations of bright colors and a stinging deep within his skull hit Tommy, and just like that, he was gone again. It was nighttime in the next dimension Tommy arrived in. The cold air and dim light of the street were enough to give that away, but at least he was away from that last world filled with discarded and unburied piles of corpses, he thought to himself. Surely he couldn't possibly be anywhere worse than that now. The first sight that Tommy was met with was a huge white LCD screen, big enough to cover the entire side of one of the skyscrapers facing him. Emblazoned against the bright white glow was a familiar symbol, a circle with 3 arrows crossing its outline and pointing towards its center. Around that was a thin frame, another circle, this one with 3 protruding rectangles around the circumference, in line with the arrow tails. Thick lettered text appeared on the screen too, beneath the emblem, boldly proclaiming that anyone reading it should submit, comply, persevere. Tommy blinked in disbelief, looking around. There was hardly anyone else around, save for a few people staring at him. Had they seen him appear, or was it just because he was dressed so differently to them? Each of them had on a grimy pair of overalls, sporting more of that same symbol on the chest and across the back. Every wall of every nearby building was overfilled with posters featuring matching imagery, each one posing different questions in the same unforgiving, accusatory text against its clinical white background. One poster read, "Could you be anomalous? Submit for testing today." Another had the following notice, "Curfew still in effect, 10 a.m. to 8 a.m. the following morning." all citizens must comply, and one more touting that only through persevering will we continue to thrive. Each of them was signed with the same name and logo to match, the organization that Tommy had come to put some amount of trust in, even though they weren't always clear with him. But he knew they weren't the bad guys, or at least the version that existed in his universe didn't seem to be that bad. They had questionable methods, but they weren't evil, weren't this.
By order of the SCP Foundation,
A loud militaristic voice barked from behind Tommy.
Get down on your knees with your hands behind your head. You will surrender any anomalous technology and declare any mimetic effects or cognito-hazardous abilities before we approach you.
Tommy looked over his shoulder, met with the barrels of several automatic weapons that were now being trained on him. Instantly, he threw his hands in the air, terrified that this alternate SCP Foundation might be far more trigger-happy than the version of them he was used to. From the look at the oppressive text on the huge screen, the propaganda posters, and the matching uniforms ordinary people seemed forced to wear, this Foundation seemed to be far more ruthless. They had transformed from a secretive organization into a full-blown authoritarian regime, maybe even in control of the entire world, ruling with an iron fist.
On your knees!
The commander of the mobile task force shouted again. The aggression in his voice, as well as the several laser pointers from his men's guns that were hovering over his chest, prompted Tommy to do as he was told.
Do you have anything to declare before we approach?
The MTF leader barked.
No.
Tommy stammered, before realizing that was probably an inadvisable answer. Yes, I'm SCP-507, but that number might refer to someone different here. Look, what I'm saying is this isn't my dimension, okay? I have a condition that sends me to different universes at random. I can't control it. It just happens. Please, for the love of God, don't shoot.
Better radio into command.
The team leader told one of his subordinates.
Tell them to run that number against the archives. Then inform Lord Adjudicator Clef that we may have a containment breach.
Overhearing what they were saying instantly reminded Tommy that he was still being chased.
Wait,
he called to the elite operatives.
There's something else you need to know. What's that, 507?
The commander sighed, lacking the patience for this.
There's another anomaly after me,
Tommy explained hurriedly.
I don't know how long it'll take to get here, just that when it does, it'll kill everyone to get at me. I've heard enough. Troopers, take him away.
The commander grunted. Two of the MTF team rushed up to Tommy and grappled either of his arms, not letting go despite his protests. They started dragging him towards their armored vehicle, looking like Tommy was about to spend the foreseeable future in the clutches of one of the worst versions of the Foundation. That is, until a tall, pale creature stepped out from behind the transport. The MTFs were instantly frenzied, and yells of another anomalous contact were quickly drowned out by the noise of gunfire. All the while, the Shy Guy was casually moving between the amassed troops, gripping their heads, twisting them all the way around, until a sickening crunch rang out. Dropped back to the ground, SCP-507 started to feel another headache coming on, knowing that any second, he'd displace again and end up in another alternate universe. And for the first time today, he was okay with that. It was better for their chase to go on, if it meant that him and the Shy Guy didn't have to spend another minute in this universe.
What does a monster look like to you? What figures slither and claw their way into your nightmares, chasing you down endless halls and stalking you through the dark until you wake up screaming? Maybe you imagine something tall and lean, bony arms reaching for you from atop impossibly long, slender legs, its featureless face showing no mercy. Maybe you think of a man in a striped sweater with knives for fingers, or a serial killer in a hockey mask, wielding a machete. Maybe it's something more inhuman, a cosmic horror of tentacles and eyes that can see into your very soul. You probably don't think of something with no arms, no legs, no body at all, just a face. What's so scary about that? A face can't run after you, can't grab you by the ankles and pull you under the bed. A face can only look. It may be unsettling to behold, it might send a chill down your spine, but the worst it can do is make you a little uncomfortable. And if you can't stand it any longer, you could always just close your eyes or walk away and be done with it, right? If that's what you think, if you don't believe in monsters that can hurt you without lifting a finger, then you're the type to fall victim to a very special, very intelligent
Mask. In the hollowed halls of the SCP Foundation, there is a containment cell, outfitted with a hermetically sealed glass case, surrounded by steel, iron, and lead. There are guards posted outside, along with a trained psychologist. If you are ever brave and foolish enough to enter that room, you'll see a simple white porcelain comedy mask with a peculiar black substance leaking from its eyes and mouth. Whatever this slime touches, surfaces begin to corrode, to rot away into puddles of black liquid. You might notice the same liquid trickling slowly down the walls of the room, corrupting everything in its path. As unsettling of a sight as it is, if you approach the mask to take a closer look, you will find yourself overcome by an intense, nearly irresistible urge to pick it up and put it on, to wear it, to let it consume you from the inside out and puppet your body while your brain simply turns off. Like an extinguished flame, you'll simply be gone. Then, who knows what the mask will do? It won't be your concern anymore, that's for sure. But thankfully, you haven't gone into the room with the porcelain mask. You haven't let it cast its spell on you. Not yet, at least. It's waiting for you there, in the room with black slime oozing down its walls, and it will wait patiently for as long as it needs to. After all, what's a mask without a face to wear it? SCP-035, better known as the Possessive Mask, sat in its containment cell, immobile as always. It didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. The Foundation had chosen, selfishly, to revoke its host privileges. Once upon a time, they offered it bodies to choose from. Mannequins, dummies, and wooden dolls it could adorn and pilot. They didn't last as long as an organic living host, of course, but it was something. It was a taste of freedom. This dreadful new situation was almost enough to make the mask want to change its surroundings. This dreadful new situation was almost enough to make the mask want to change its expression from comedy to tragedy, but it was determined to still find something to laugh about. Even without a body trapped in this infernal box, there had been some delicious opportunities for entertainment. Human minds were fragile things. The mask had learned this over the infinite years of its life, if one could call it a life. Apply the right kind of pressure to the right weak points, whisper an enticing word or two, find the right emotional wound to sprinkle a pinch of salt into, and humans would buckle completely in almost no time at all. It had tried all sorts of methods since being confined to this boring little box. Sometimes it would charm someone, pour honeyed flattery into their heads until the person felt like the mask was a dear friend, a confidant. Once suitable trust had been built up, the mask could persuade the person to bring it a host, or perhaps even offer up themselves in sacrifice. If flattery didn't work, there were other potent approaches to take. For a being without ears, the mask was a good listener. It picked up on things that no human ever could, the darkest secrets buried in a person's mind. If it got wind of something, especially juicy and ruinous, it could leverage that, threaten to expose an affair, a crime, or perhaps something even worse, something unspeakable. If praise failed, and so did blackmail, there was always good old supernatural intimidation. All the mask needed was for someone to be left alone with it for a long enough period of time. Then its invisible tendrils could snake out into their defenseless mind, weaving and poking around, leaving a lingering sense of cold, dread, of incomprehensible whispers in long, dead tongues. What a delight Containment had been in the early days, when the Foundation had not yet figured out the mask's true capabilities, when they would leave security personnel with weak wills and minimal training standing guard in the mask's field of influence for hours at a time, as the entity played with their thoughts and chipped away at their free will.
thanks to the helpers it had been able to mold out of those hapless victims. They had been there to break open its case and carry it to freedom. But every time, the other guards thwarted the attempts, shooting its helpers and rendering them utterly useless. Then the Foundation increased its security. Something about the unacceptably high homicide rates among staff assigned to SCP-035. How utterly boring. How truly pathetic. Still, the mask had found ways to occupy itself even without any more playthings. It had grown stronger with its boredom, stretching its influence beyond organic beings and into the very room itself, its evil enriching and deepening, like a fine wine in the depths of a cold cellar. Over the months, the walls of SCP-035's containment cell had begun to secrete the same black, slimy substance that would pour from the mask's eyes and mouth. The liquid dripped down the walls in deliberate formations, patterns that became increasingly easy to recognize. Phrases in Italian, Latin, ancient Greek, all detailing ritual sacrifices and mutilations. The mask took time to describe the sacrificial victims in great detail, borrowing identifying traits from various staff members that it knew would read the translations. The walls were slick with blood and harrowing imagery, and the glass case around the mask was growing more and more fragile by the day. Anyone within 10 meters of the mask could feel this strength too. They would leave the area complaining of unintelligible whispers, of loud, cruel laughter, and a lingering sense of nearly insurmountable despair. It was as if they knew on some level that no one was truly safe. Eventually, the mask would find a way to come for them all. The glass was weakening, and soon the mere thought of escape would make it shatter into pieces. Then, perhaps, the mask could finally get its deepest desire: revenge. It wanted nothing more than to try to make the Foundation pay for imprisoning it, for taking away its host privileges, for trying harder and harder to contain the kind of power that should have had them falling to their knees in worship. The mask seethed with hatred day in and day out. It had seen the crumbling of the Roman Empire, the beheading of kings, the decimation of armies. It was not going to be captured by a bunch of rats in lab coats without dire consequences befalling them. Maybe it couldn't move from its prison cell at the moment, but it also knew that it was surrounded on all sides by dangerous beasts capable of reducing the sight and all who had dared to oppose the mask to a pile of smoldering rubble. If it could only find its way onto one of their faces, it would show them all just what it was capable of. As the piercing sound of an alarm echoed down the hall, the sound of screams and chaos following shortly after, the mask's frowning face curved into a broad, menacing smile. What was it that had escaped? The lizard, perhaps? The giant grinning man? Whatever it was, it seemed that the action was heading right towards 035's containment cell. Perhaps today was the day. Finally, the SCP Foundation would fall. Outside the mask's cell, Security Officer Harper was running for dear life. Though his more rational mind knew he was living on seconds, not even minutes, of borrowed time, his animal brain kept his legs pumping, desperately trying to avoid the screaming, howling predator hot on his heels. Harper looked over his shoulder and screamed as a long white arm reached for him. SCP-096, the SHY Guy, its tooth-lined jaw hanging low and foaming with spittle. That face, that terrible, terrible face. An absolute death sentence to all who saw it. He'd seen what he thought was a crack in the otherwise perfect seal of 096's containment chamber, but it could have just as easily been a trick of the light. Not even thinking, he stepped forward and looked at the vulnerability in the chamber. All it took was one misplaced ray of light, and he made out the vague shape of a face in the darkness. That's when the weeping started. Harper knew in that moment his life was over. The correct thing to do would have been to order everyone else in the room to close their eyes, while he stood there and accepted his fate, minimizing the risk of spreading the damage further. But humans rarely have perfect reasoning, even less so when facing mortality. Back in the present, the Shy Guy made a perfect lunge, grabbing Harper in its iron clutches and barreling through the adjoining wall. The nearby guards scattered, terrified, keeping their eyes on the floor. They might get a slap on the wrist for temporarily abandoning their posts, but they weren't going to die guarding some stupid, evil mask. Speaking of, the possessive mask was surprised to feel two new presences enter its chamber through the now destroyed wall. These two presences soon became just one, as SCP-096 quickly and totally annihilated Security Officer Harper, leaving nothing left. The mask couldn't see per se, seeing as it had no actual sensory organs, but it felt around this new guest with its many psychic tendrils, taking in this strange totality. The creature was powerful, no doubt about that, and it elicited fear from those fools at the SCP Foundation, but the mask noticed its brainwaves were extraordinarily muted. Humans, to the mask's vast and malicious consciousness, weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but compared to this thing's mind, they were a pile of tempered katanas. It barely thought at all. The mask would have to dig deeper to find anything it could use. Meanwhile, SCP-096 finally began to calm down. The one who had seen it had been annihilated. Bubbling rage was slowly siphoned out and replaced by the standard low but constant hum of anxiety and despair. It would wait until its head was bagged and it was dragged back to the dark. Same old, all the way to the end of time. That's when it felt something else. It started as a faint buzz, an unintelligible whisper, and it was almost like a door opened in the back of its head. Something stepped in and took a seat.
Can you hear me, stranger? Look. I want to speak to you.
Something about the voice frightened and comforted SCP-096 at the same time. It spoke with a greater degree of sympathy than the creature had heard in a long time. And yet, something about the way it spoke implied evil in its intent.
I know what you want. I know what you fear. Wouldn't it be nice if they could never look at you again? If you could cover that face of yours, I can help you. It will be so simple. All you need to do is put me on.
Little by little, 096 felt more of these strange thoughts filling up the emptiness in its head, replacing the few little thoughts the creature itself had. It felt itself lifting its hands from the ground, lifting them and reaching towards something, a glass box. The glass shattered, and those long white fingers reached for something within. A mask, just like the voice had said. A mask to stop people from looking at its face.
Yes. You're doing so well. You're so close. Just a little further.
SCP-096 lifted the mask to its face, feeling black liquid that burned its skin dripping from the porcelain, and put it on. And in that moment, everything changed. The Shy Guy's body began to seize up, rattling as the mask unleashed a web of psychic tendrils through its body, mapping out across every inch like a new nervous system, taking control. The possessive mask had never experienced a host like this before. That incredible perfect mix of physical durability and a mind so insubstantial that it was easy to sublimate.
Oh, this was going to be fun.
For the first time, the Shy Guy, now under the full control of the possessive mask, stood at full height on its hind legs, its spine and shoulders clicking into place for its new stance. The mask cracked its neck, getting used to the new dimensions of its physicality. Its indestructible bones its long, grasping limbs, its skin burning and fizzling with the gooey black secretions, but growing back just as quickly. The Foundation had every reason to fear it now. A group of security personnel had gathered in the ragged hole where the chamber's north wall used to be. Some were wielding light firearms. The guard at the front was carrying an opaque black bag. The mask laughed with its new body and turned to the crowd. The second they saw it on 096's body, their faces fell. For a moment, their bodies went slack with terror. This situation was unprecedented. What course of action could they possibly take at a time like this? It looked at the bag held by the leader of the security force and projected a single thought into his mind.
You won't be needing that.
Before any of the guards even had a chance to open fire, the mask lunged forwards, using the long, terrible arms of the Shy Guy to tear through the guards. They were dead in seconds, their bodies strewn about the hallway. The mask's porcelain was twisted into a wide, sadistic grin. It could tell that it was about to have some real fun around here. And once it slaughtered everyone here, it could finally stretch its legs out in the open again. True freedom to spread misery, fear, and pain everywhere it went. There were just a few hundred members of Foundation personnel it needed to turn into corpses first. More containment breach alarms sounded around the site as the mask began its rampage, running through the hallways and tearing apart any unfortunate Foundation personnel it could get 096's hands on. Guards, researchers, administrative staff, and even one extremely unlucky janitor in hallway C6. It was having the time of its long and terrible life, and much to its glee, it seemed that this new host's body was still holding up. It was perfect symbiosis, a twisted, brilliant mind, and a body that could forever support it. There would be no stopping it. A conclusion that the hapless guards posted around the site soon realized on their own terms. 096 was indestructible, but it was dumb as a brick and had an easily exploitable weakness. Get the bag on its head and you're home free. This new composite creature was a different story. It could think tactically, avoiding head-on confrontations in favor of sneak attacks, and the monster had as much psychic combat potential as physical. Guards roving the building in teams heavily armed with anti-memetic protective gear still reported feeling immense feelings of psychological dread over comms. That was the greatest sign that the mask would come bursting through the wall moments later and tear them to shreds. The site director put out an urgent call for all nearby mobile task forces to intercept and help them take care of the unfortunate situation. Thankfully, a detachment of MTF 8-10, also known as See No Evil, was operating on a case in close proximity. Given their specialization in anomalies with a memetic visual property, many on the team had dealt with 096 breaches before. That at least gave them experience in half of this situation, and one operative among them, Sergeant Enrique Ramirez, would be the one to bring this nightmare to an end, but it would cost him his life in the process. The mask was still using its new indestructible body to wreak havoc on the containment site. Once it had taken out the primary contingents of guards, it was free to have its fun with the rest, stalking defenseless researchers through the halls, making sure to induce maximum terror before finally striking the killing blow. Every single one of them died with a head full of demonic whispers. It told them of the mask's eternal dominion. Now it had found the perfect host. Nothing on Earth would stop it. Humans would be mere ants under its feet. 8-10 touched down and entered the building. Ramirez was point man, leading the others into the bowels of the blood-drenched containment site. They'd been briefed on what they were heading in for. 096 and 035 had reached symbiosis and were displaying unprecedented anomalous effects. Enter with extreme caution. They're beyond dangerous, even more so together than alone. Ideally, Ramirez would have wanted to go in with a comprehensive plan, but lives were on the line here. They needed to leap off the cliff and build their wings on the way down. It was only when they finally encountered the monster that they realized just how outmatched they were. Despite their best efforts, the combined speed, intelligence, and ferocity of the mask's new form allowed it to make short work of Ada 10. Only Ramirez was left, heavily injured. Even if a miracle happened, he knew he wasn't getting out of here alive. The mask grabbed him with one of 096's claws and lifted him up. It would take its time with this one. Make him suffer, watch him squirm, destroy his mind. Ramirez felt the mask's psychic tendrils penetrate the membrane of his mind. Those whispers, those terrible whispers, reciting all his worst fears with terrible glee. His gun was out of ammo. His knife was broken. All he had left on him was a pocket mirror, and that was his eureka moment. It was a long shot, but it was also his only shot. He reached out and grabbed the bottom of the mask, pulling for dear life. His other hand shot into his pocket and grabbed the mirror, opening its lid with a deft flick of his thumb. It was too fast for the mask to even register what was going on. Ramirez forced his eyes shut and lifted up the mirror. The mask saw its own reflection in the glass as the bottom of its face came loose, revealing the reflection of the face underneath. The mask squeezed, killing Ramirez, but it was already too late. It had finally seen the face of its host, and that would cost it dearly. The mask felt a sudden and tremendous pushback to its psychic forces, a blind despair and then rage that choked out everything. SCP-096 began to sob and howl. Somehow the mask was no longer in control. Despite its psychic protests, 096 reached up and tore the terrible mask from its face, tossing it against the wall with such force that it was embedded in the brickwork. Its last thoughts, as other mobile task force operators descended on the area to bag 096 and return it to its containment chamber, were, "What the hell just happened?" And the next thought that crossed the mind of the site director was, "Request site transfer for 035 as soon as possible. Don't want a repeat of this incident anytime soon."
Well, hello there, SCP fans. Let's get this out of the way first. You've seen the title and thumbnail, and you're probably wondering, wait, is Siren Head an SCP? And the answer is no. Siren Head is not an SCP. It's a freaky internet monster created by renowned Canadian horror artist Trevor Henderson. Your next question is probably, what's with this crazy-looking server bank behind me? Allow me to introduce you to the Anomatron 6000, the latest advancement of supercomputing owned and operated exclusively by the SCP Foundation. It's capable of a whole bunch of interesting features, calculating ideal containment methods, running state-of-the-art Foundation web crawler software, making and editing fun SCP YouTube videos. But the most interesting feature that the Anomatron has to offer is running hyper-advanced simulations regarding all things anomalous, with data fed into it by thousands of real-life experiments conducted by the SCP Foundation. It's going to save countless dollars and lives for Foundation researchers, but way more importantly, it's going to let us explore all kinds of weird and wacky what-if scenarios that would never happen organically. Could SCP-343 beat Goku or Superman? Who's a deadlier supernatural killer? SCP-106 or Freddy Krueger? Would the world simply explode from adorableness if SCP-999 and Baby Yoda ever crossed those multiversal barriers and met? We can explore all of these questions, along with any others you may have down in the comments. Seriously, comment it, we dare you. But to get things started, we figured we'd make the Anomatron pit the Foundation's lankiest nightmare monster, SCP-096, against the internet's, Trevor Henderson's, Siren Head. Sorry, Slenderman, you're just not cool anymore. So without further ado, let's kick the Anomatron into gear and see how this wild battle plays out. It's time for SCP-096 vs. Siren Head. Ricky and Elliot, a pair of aspiring travel YouTubers from California, were taking a vacation to the Pacific Northwest to spend some time in the area's beautiful lush forests. However, while the duo were both big fans of travel for its own sake, they weren't just here for the trees and fresh air. You see, despite their jet-setting lifestyle, Ricky and Elliot's subscribers and views hadn't exactly been phenomenal lately. Turns out hiking vlogs and GoPro footage of the two of them jumping into absurdly blue water in Bali weren't exactly that interesting to people who weren't actually there. But Ricky had formulated an ingenious plan to pull the two of them out of obscurity. They would hunt down and film real footage of the legendary Siren Head, a supernatural monster said to haunt forests and isolated graveyards. There were plenty of fakers out there on YouTube, but if the two of them could get real footage of Siren Head, and also preferably survive the experience, they'd be framing their golden play buttons in no time. But they were already encountering certain issues. For starters, the two Californians had severely underestimated just how cold it was in the Pacific Northwest, and as such, were already shivering from bone-deep cold. The second issue was food. While the two of them had thought ahead and brought a selection of tasty protein bars, they'd also gotten hungry during the early hours of their walk and eaten all of them, leaving them feeling severely out of luck by the time dinner rolled around. And the third and perhaps most problematic issue of all was the fact that Ricky and Elliot didn't exactly have a great sense of direction. During all of their previous trips, they'd been on guided tours with local experts. In this instance, wanting to take all the Siren Head glory and clout for themselves, they decided to come in alone, with the incredibly janky Google Maps app to guide them. As such, as the night was creeping in, the two aspiring YouTube celebrities had no idea where they were. Needless to say, it wasn't exactly an ideal situation. And to make matters worse, Ricky and Elliot had been experiencing some strange feelings for the last couple of hours when they'd gotten particularly deep into the forest. That dread-inducing sensation of being watched by something lurking just out of sight, a gaze with some unknowable and darkly malicious intent boiling behind it. These two poor saps had no idea what was in store for them tonight. And wouldn't you know it, the one watching them right now wouldn't even be the only monster after them. After an expectable amount of bumbling and buffoonery, Ricky and Elliot managed to gather up enough tinder to make a semi-respectable campfire. They could sleep out here tonight, then set off in search of Siren Head or civilization, whichever came first, in the daylight the next day. The duo did what they could to remain chipper in spite of the ominous circumstances. Sure, they were trapped in the depths of the woods alone, but think of the amazing vlog footage they'd get. They'd be like the next Blair Witch crew, except they'd live, hopefully. But as the duo sat next to their campfire, they felt that ominous sensation again. The hairs on the back of their necks started standing up. They felt shivers that didn't just come from the cold. More and more they started to feel certain that something in this forest was watching them, something ancient and powerful and evil. That's when they heard the telltale crackle of radio static, and their skeletons almost jumped out of their skin. Could it be him, the patron saint of gone missing without a trace, of creeping dread, of bad things coming? Siren Head himself. Both men fell silent. All they could hear was the crackling of their own fire. Had the sound before just been an illusion? A product of a pair of paranoid minds also predisposed to sense siren-headed monsters lurking amongst the trees. They'd been reading about a higher rate of disappearances in this area, along with a number of frightening sightings of tall, thin beings and radio static that seemed perfectly consistent with Siren Head activity. That's why they'd come here in the first place. But had they come here to their deaths? The two needed to distract themselves, or they'd go mad from the paranoia. They decided to share a few fun little anecdotes of the travels they'd had before meeting one another, showing the photos they'd saved on their smartphones. Ricky had been to Hawaii, Tahiti, Bora Bora, Fiji, St. Lucia, and the Maldives. Clearly, he liked his vacations warm and sandy. Elliot, on the other hand, tended to like his trips to be a little more adventurous. He'd seen volcanoes, waterfalls, deep and treacherous cave systems, and, of course, a little guided mountaineering. One photo that Elliot showed Ricky was particularly breathtaking. He was standing in the foreground of a snowy landscape, with an incredible mountain range behind him. When Ricky asked Elliot where exactly he'd taken this picture, strangely enough, he drew a complete blank. Maybe somewhere in Canada or Siberia or something like that. But it was a hell of a trip, whatever the case. He remembered having a great time. It was such a tiny detail, but when looking at the photo, Ricky couldn't help but notice something in the background, a speck of white. Sure, not exactly newsworthy in the snowy mountain range, but this wasn't snow. It was a speck of white that seemed to be a slightly different shade than the rest of the mountain. Strange. Perhaps it was just some tiny particle stuck on the lens whenever the photo was taken. The two continued to chat and warmed their hands against the fire, having no idea of the horror they'd just awoken in doing so. Over 100 miles away, at an SCP Foundation containment site, researchers and guards walked around the perimeter of a huge airtight metal cube, reading off diagnostics and audio recordings. For reasons that should be obvious to everyone who's a fan of this channel, there were no camera feeds coming from the inside of the great metal cube, only a faint whimpering sound, like a sad, wounded animal, and the clanking of pacing feet moving back and forth over the metal, dragging forlorn knuckles. It turned every head in the room when the crying started to get louder. Soon it wasn't just quiet weeping, it was a series of horrendous, slobbering sobs, wails of pure pain and despair. Someone in the room screamed,
Close your eyes and hit the deck!
Knowing exactly what had happened. They learned well enough from the infamous Incident 096-1-A containment breach that there was no way of stopping this thing until it run its course. The best they could do was minimize their own fatalities in the process. Everyone in the room did as they were told, hitting the ground, closing their eyes, and covering them with their hands just to be safe. That's when the solid steel of the cube was torn open like crepe paper, and the howling, raging SCP-096 broke free, galloping on all fours through the nearest wall, shattering it, and spraying debris everywhere. As mobile task forces were dispatched to track the rampaging abomination and try their best to clear the path ahead as it sought out its target, one thought was going through the minds of everyone in the room. Woe betide the poor fools who saw that monster's face. Back in the deep dark forests of the Pacific Northwest, the presence of some unnerving force was becoming far harder to deny for Ricky and Elliot. They heard the sounds of garbled voices out in the woods, the squeals and crackles of radio static. They saw shapes moving amongst the trees, tall and thin, like long, spindly limbs. While neither wanted to voice their fear, they were both thinking similar things. If there really was a monster out here, why hadn't it killed them? It had all the time in the world to do it. But that was just it, wasn't it? It had all the time in the world, so why rush? It had every advantage. It could take its time and do this exactly how it wanted to. Ricky and Elliot had made themselves the perfect prey, and as they saw a huge, lithe figure suddenly separate itself from the trees, they began to wonder if it was really worth it to risk both of their lives for YouTube clout. Either way, it was now probably too late for regrets. Ricky and Elliot's jaws fell in horror as the monster emerged from the darkness before them. They recognized the awful, mottled skin stretched over the monster's 40-foot frame. They saw the grasping hands, and up above, the nightmarish faceless head split into a pair of sirens pointing in different directions, each one filled with gnashing teeth and slithering tongues. It was even more terrifying than they could possibly have imagined. Siren head speakers crackled into life and hissed out,
9, 18, 1, child, 17, remove, vile.
Ricky and Elliot stumbled backwards as Siren Head advanced, its speakers still bleeding hateful static. Neither could move or speak, only watch as its long, gnarled fingers reached from the dark to grasp them. There was a terrible pained wail in the woods after that, but it wasn't coming from Ricky, Elliot, or Siren Head. It was distant at first, but soon became louder and louder as the force's point of origin came barreling towards them. Even Siren Head couldn't help but turn to see SCP-096, a flash of terrible white fury, come charging towards them in the dark, knocking down all the trees in its path. Leaves and pine needles scattered, trunks exploded into splinters. Nothing would stop the Shy Guy from claiming its prey. Nothing would stop it from destroying Ricky. And now, as it approached, Elliot made the fatal mistake of looking at its face, too. 096 lunged, ready to go in for the kill when Siren Head's hands closed around the Shy Guy's slender torso. In one fluid motion with surprising strength for its scrawny build, it hurled the Shy Guy into the distance, smashing another several trees in its path. The words,
My prey, mine,
hissed out of its speakers. But 096 was only down for mere moments. It sprung back up on its hind and forelegs and started galloping towards Ricky and Elliot again, who were still frozen in place. This time, just before the Shy Guy's terrible claws could close around the two hapless wannabe YouTubers, down came Siren Head's clenched fist. pounding 096's head into the dirt. Overhead, mobile task force helicopters circled, wearing their scramble goggles and trying to get a visual on the situation unfolding below. They could hardly believe what they were seeing down there. Was some other unclassified anomaly managing to intercept 096 in its rage state? Only a handful of anomalies on record have ever been shown of being capable of such a feat. It seemed that they were dealing with something serious here. Down below, the battle continued. Siren Head had a unique advantage over most other combatants facing SCP-096. It was an extra-dimensional being with no eyes, merely an innate psychic awareness of its victims around it. Not unlike how SCP-096 detect people seeing its face in photographs or videos, without need for any kind of direct contact. As such, it was impossible for Siren Head to see the Shy Guy's face, and thus impossible for the Shy Guy to ever actually direct its aggression against it. Whether or not 096 would kill steal Siren Head's intended prey was another matter entirely. In the night's first minor miracle, Ricky and Elliot remembered that they'd been born with working legs and decided that right now would be an excellent time to use them. They turned and began to run while Siren Head continued beating the Shy Guy into the dirt, sprinting with all their might. However, the growing distance between them only aggravated the Shy Guy further. It sprang out from the dirt with unstoppable force and broke away from Siren Head's grip. The Shy Guy never wasted time, ever. It always made a beeline for its intended victim with one directive in mind: total annihilation. Tonight is no different. Ricky and Elliot screamed as they heard its pounding gallop on the ground behind them. Closer, closer, closer. Then suddenly, defying all spatial reasoning, Siren Head emerged out from the darkness between Ricky, Elliot, and 096. Being 40 feet tall, Siren Head dwarfed even the Shy Guy. It lunged and grabbed the wailing white monstrosity, holding it as one would a particularly vicious cat, and trying to keep it in place. Siren Head wanted to crush the monster's bones and carry on stalking its feeble human prey, who were currently in the process of getting away, but somehow that was impossible. It was almost like the monster had an indestructible skeleton. Up above, the mobile task forces continued observing this clash of the Titans from their two helicopters. Seeing how Siren Head was somehow doing a serviceable job of subduing the Shy Guy, one of the task force members joked, "Maybe we should hire this guy." Another chimed in, "I don't think we have any ballistic vests in his size." The laughter soon turned to screams when Siren Head hurled 096's flailing body up at one of the helicopters with incredible force, knocking it out of the sky. It careened down to the ground, a ball of fear and violence before exploding. Anyone who survived the initial blast was unlucky enough to have seen the Shy Guy's face. Their screams rang out briefly before being abruptly silenced by the monster. Helicopter Alpha had no survivors. Meanwhile, Ricky and Elliot had kept running until their lungs burned and their muscles pumped thumbtacks. Seeing that the chaos was so far behind them now, they took a moment to stop and breathe, recomposing themselves. In the second minor miracle of the night, it looked like the two of them had actually survived this ordeal. Those two horrific monsters had canceled each other out, but Ricky and Elliot were about to learn a harsh lesson. They really weren't that lucky. The last thing the two of them ever saw was Siren Head emerging from the darkness once more. The last thing they ever felt was the monster's terrible gnarled fingers curling around their bodies, too fast for them to escape. And the last thing they ever heard was each other's screams, followed by a sickeningly meaty crunch. Elsewhere in the forest, SCP-096's wails died down to its usual maudlin sob. The rage state had ended. All of its targets had been destroyed. It just hadn't been the one to do all of the destroying, per se. Not long after that, Helicopter Bravo descended safely, and the remaining MTF members closed around the blubbering beast. Someone black-bagged it, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that was at least one monster taken care of tonight. "What about the other one?" the MTF lieutenant asked. The team's commander shook his head and said, "Let's worry about that freak later and get 096 back to containment. This place gives me the creeps."
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the Anomatron 6000, our patented device for projecting any seemingly improbable scenario for your viewing indulgence. And today, we decided to do something slightly different with it. Here at SCP Explained, we usually activate the Anomatron to bring you encounters between the anomalous denizens of the SCP universe and other fictional characters, like Dr. Strange fighting the Scarlet King, or Abel crossing paths with Batman. But this Anomatron experiment is one of our more unusual, to say the least. If you've been subscribed to us for a while, some of you might remember our video, What if SCP-096 was put inside SCP-914? In it, the Shy Guy was tricked into entering the input booth of the anomalous refinement machine during a containment breach. What emerged was maybe the handsomest man to ever live, beautiful both on the outside and within. A lot of our comments pointed out that this refined version of 096 felt akin to a GIGA Chad, and that got us thinking. What if SCP-096 was to encounter the real GIGA Chad? Well, the Anomatron 6000 has a few different answers for us. Scenario 1, or as we like to call it, the obvious outcome, pits the thin humanoid anomaly against the man behind the meme. Ernest Kalimov is a Russian fitness trainer and model, forever immortalized in the annals of internet history by a series of black and white photoshopped pictures that garnered him the nickname of Giga Chad. Thanks to his practically perfect 90-degree jawline and muscular physique, Kalimov seemingly unknowingly became the archetype for the ultra-masculine, handsome man. However, the man behind the Giga Chad meme is still just a man. The infamous photos of him were heavily edited for an art project known as Sleek in Tears, and while Ernest does sport some impressive muscles from all his time at the gym, that strength isn't enough to save him from the Shy Guy. After all, he is still just a man. According to the Anomatron's predictions, the most likely outcome if the two were ever to meet would end pretty similarly to the grim fate of many others who have gazed upon the face of SCP-096. The moment Ernest looks at the creature, he would, in all likelihood, activate 096's rage state. His physique and above-average level of fitness might give him a slight advantage, allowing him to perhaps outrun the Shy Guy for longer than most, but ultimately, Ernest Kalimov would be able to run, but not hide, from SCP-096. The creature would track him down and hone in on him with anomalous speed, dispatching him before returning to its usual docile sobbing state. The result, an SCP-096 victory. Now we know what you're thinking, is that really it? We had the same reaction too. But hold on for a minute. After giving the machine an additional set of variables, we were able to get a few more interesting outcomes out of the Anomatron. Which brings us to the result that we've given the title of Scenario 2, Shy Harder. Of course, Ernest Kalimov might be the face of an internet meme and ultimately just a very strong Russian man in comparison to the anomalous traits of SCP-096. But the Giga Chad? The Giga Chad is more than a man. So much more than the sum of his parts. Existing within the online zeitgeist since as early as 2017, the Giga Chad is far more powerful than a mere mortal. He doesn't just represent idealized standards of over-exaggerated masculinity like the action movie heroes of the 1980s. The Giga Chad embodies those ideas. He is the very notion of a physically perfected human specimen given form. You may not like it, but peak performance doesn't even come close to the Giga Chad, and neither does SCP-096. Even at the top of its game, the creature quite literally pales in comparison to its imposing opponent. In Scenario 2, Shy Harder, the Anomatron 6000 predicted that if the two were to meet, the scales would tip in the complete opposite direction from the first outcome. For that was SCP-096 against the man, but against the meme himself. Well, this fight is no contest. As a matter of fact, it's hardly even a fight, certainly not a fair one, and instead is more of an execution. From the moment the unstoppable tower of muscle and perfect angular jawline that is the Giga Chad clasps eyes on SCP-096, it's practically the beginning of the end. The Shy Guy doesn't even lift, bro. But Giga Chad can bench 1 million times his own body weight in his sleep. So when SCP-096 comes racing towards him, intent on killing him just for looking at its screeching, wide-jawed face, the Giga Chad does what the Giga Chad does best. He lifts. Grabbing SCP-096 with ease as it comes to him screeching, Giga Chad casually hoists the creature off the ground. Although he's only using the tiniest portion of his immense and infinite strength, it's more than enough force to send the Shy Guy soaring upwards, crashing through multiple ceilings as it's sent hurtling up the numerous floors of the Foundation facility above. Of course, being lifted is hardly going to kill the Shy Guy outright. The creature is known to be invulnerable after all. But it's not like Giga Chad can go down easily either. Don't forget, this is no mere mortal, but an internet meme incarnate. And on the internet, nothing ever dies. His perpetual existence as part of online history aside, the Giga Chad is so strong that no doubt his abs could withstand the firepower of any conventional weapon. Realizing that even if it could reach him, it couldn't even scratch the Giga Chad, SCP-096 would undoubtedly begin a downward spiral. The Shy Guy is a creature so insecure in itself and its appearance that it kills anyone who so much as glances at its face in photos. So being presented with the living embodiment of an idea it could never even hope to attain, the biceps, the perfect right-angled jawline, it's all too much. Sending SCP-096 into a complete meltdown, the creature would be neutralized once and for all by the very existence of the Giga Chad, resulting in his victory. Okay, so we're 1 point to SCP-096 and 1 to Giga Chad, and most people would maybe consider leaving it there, but not us. We wanted more than that. You see, we quickly realized that the Animatron's second scenario was based on a lot of earlier iterations of the Giga Chad meme. Don't get us wrong, that version of the Ultimate Man could still easily destroy the Shy Guy. But around March of 2021, the infamous photoshopped images of Ernst Kalimov started to be used in slightly different formats. That's the thing about memes. They're not only immortal, forever logged in the ancient texts of the Wayback Machine and compilation videos here on YouTube, but memes are also adaptable. They can evolve and change, finding new variations as time goes on. As such, the average fan versus average enjoyer meme saw a new use of the Giga Chad. Before the Giga Chad, this notion of the ideal ultra-masculine specimen was based on, let's be honest, some pretty outdated ideas about what it means to be a man. After all, it takes more than muscle to be a man. Not every man or masculine-presenting person has to work out until they're built like a brick wall. Perhaps the real measure of a man is how sincere, sensitive, and supportive you can be, as well as standing by your interests rather than caving to old societal standards of masculinity. And after we updated our data, the Animatron 6000 was able to give us a new revised outcome, or what we like to call Scenario 3, the average SCP-096 enjoyer. In this projection, the Giga Chad's true strength isn't just his masculine physique and his unattainable standards. Instead, it's, in part, the inherent adaptability of his status as a meme, but also his compassion. Just like before, he's more than able to resist SCP-096's attacks, and the creature's insecurity comes out, put on full display when presented with Giga Chad's sharp jawline. But rather than overcome his anomalous adversary by fighting him, this scenario sees the Giga Chad comforting the Shy Guy. Through calm empathy and words of affirmation, he reminds SCP-096 that true acceptance of oneself comes from within, and that message strikes a chord with the creature. In a turn of events none of us saw coming, the Giga Chad offers to help SCP-096 overcome his crippling and deadly sense of insecurity. The pair start using the on-site gym together, after hours when there aren't any innocent Foundation personnel around. There, Giga Chad not only offers to introduce SCP-096 to an exercise regimen, if that's what the creature wants, but also helps the Shy Guy work on his confidence. They form a friendship, with SCP-096 taking a liking to working out, not because it wants to be buff like its new friend, the Giga Chad, but more so because doing so makes it feel more comfortable in its own skin. SCP-096 gradually starts to like itself more, even eating healthier thanks to Giga Chad's advice. Eventually, the Shy Guy begins looking far more content and even starts to develop self-confidence. It's not often that a story involving SCP-096 exists with the creature getting to achieve some semblance of happiness. Well, there is one that comes to mind. The very same Shy Guy story that sent us on this particular streak of pitting it against the Giga Chad in the first place. But what if we put them together? Would coming across a refined SCP-096 spell the end for the Giga Chad? Or would the muscular, masculine meme undo the Shy Guy's previous happy ending? Well, according to the Animatron 6000, neither. When we last left him, after being turned into a handsome 9-foot-tall man, SCP-096 had just started going by the name David. SCP-978, the desired camera, had been used to photograph the refined SHY Guy. It showed him holding hands with the Foundation scientist responsible for his transformation, who had studied the new and improved SCP-096 in great detail. She had quite the understanding of him, but perhaps the photograph from the desired camera was more of a metaphor, and what SCP-096, or David, really desired wasn't specifically the researcher who'd studied him, but a partner who understood him, someone to call an equal. Enter the GIGA Chad. According to the calculations made by the Anomatron, the embodiment of ultimate masculinity, both strong and sensitive, came bursting into the Foundation facility. There, the moment he and David saw each other was like the meeting of an unstoppable force and an immovable object. Neither one rushed to solve the encounter with violence. Both the GIGA Chad and SCP-096 appreciated each other's aesthetic appeal. Both were remarkably handsome, and one couldn't bear the thought of ridding the world of the other. Instead, it was love at first sight. Both David, formerly known as SCP-096, and the GIGA Chad fell head over heels in love with each other, and looking at both, it was not hard to see why. They were a pair of fine, perfectly chiseled fellas, and they instantly hit it off. The newly established couple enjoyed each other's company, spending time in deep conversations, SCP-096 introducing his new partner to his friends at the Foundation, while GIGA Chad was comfortable with his own masculinity to express his feelings towards David without fear or judgment. No relationship is perfect, of course. For a short time, a sliver of David's old self re-emerged. The SHY Guy in him worried that perhaps his relationship with the GIGA Chad was based purely on both of their extreme good looks, and was nothing more than superficial. But by being an embodiment of healthy, idealized masculinity, the GIGA Chad was able to sense something was wrong with David, and rather do the insecure thing of letting it fester, he addressed it directly, and they discussed the issue in a healthy, mature, and constructive way. Not just so they could put SCP-096's worry to rest, but so that both of them could further strengthen their relationship and grow as people. And of course, GIGA Chad wasn't just attracted to SCP-096's refined good looks. Far from being superficial, he recognized that David was a complete person, beautiful both inside and out, and loved him as a whole, not just because they were both conventionally attractive on the surface. SCP-096 and the GIGA Chad stayed together for the rest of their lives, or as we decided to name this fourth scenario from the Anomatron, happily ever after.
If you've been a close follower of this channel for a while now, or even of the SCP Foundation archive as a whole, then there's a pretty high chance that you might have heard of SCP-096. Even if this just so happens to be the first of our SCP videos that you've ever clicked on, you still might have seen the SHY Guy itself in various other corners of the internet. Since the earliest days of the SCP Foundation, SCP-096 has gradually become one of the most iconic and recognizable creatures in the Foundation's entire menagerie of anomalous beings. Despite standing taller than any ordinary person, you might be forgiven for mistaking SCP-096 for a human being if you were to see it at a distance, but the creature is unusually proportioned, to say the least, still appearing almost human in its shape, but possessing long dangling arms that almost reach the ground. SCP-096's body is thin and hairless, with opaque clear white pupilless eyes and a wide gaping mouth. Or so we've heard, thanks to drawings provided by someone who sadly isn't with us anymore. But you might be surprised to learn that SCP-096 doesn't really do all that much. Mostly the tall, spindly humanoid spends its days walking mindlessly, pacing around in its containment cell. Sounds like most days in a college dorm during lockdown, right? That is, of course, until someone dares to look at SCP-096's face. It doesn't have to be directly either. It can be something as simple as glancing at a photo or watching a video of the creature. But the moment it is seen, the exact second it is perceived, the wiry monster will know. Having its face viewed in any way will cause the SHY Guy to really live up to its nickname. The creature suffers some sort of psychological meltdown, covering its face with its huge claw-like hands and weeping. SCP-096 quickly becomes utterly inconsolable, suffering from extreme emotional distress until it simply can't take it anymore. Pulling itself up to its full looming height, SCP-096 will stand and travel at impossible speeds towards the person that dared look at its face.
There's no way to hide from the Shy Guy. Nothing can stand in its path as it tracks down this unlucky person. And when it finds them, well, it's certainly not pleasant. Somehow, without leaving any trace on their body, SCP-096 will kill the person that looked at it, possibly even eating them afterwards. Then it calms itself down, returns to its more docile state, and is typically bagged and brought back home by whatever mobile task force is closest. SCP-096 has killed many of the teams sent to contain it, proving itself to be resistant to gunfire and any forms of conventional weaponry. As much as being only a tiny speck in a photograph, that is enough to trigger the creature's relentless defense mechanism. Nobody can get away from it either. There is literally nowhere in the entire world that someone can run to escape SCP-096. Not even crossing the oceans or jumping aboard a plane is enough to stop it. And if our community questions video on the matter is anything to go by, you may not even be safe in outer space. The SCP Foundation's only real way to keep the creature safely under wraps and contained is to lock it up and force all members of personnel to never, ever look at it, while they hunt down any pieces of recorded media still out there, waiting like a ticking time bomb. So if no member of the Foundation can look at SCP-096, how do they interact with it? Well, luckily, there's a tale that answers exactly that, known as A Lesson in Power. Dr. Danielle Kowalski, a member of the Foundation's research team assigned to SCP-096, was sent into the creature's cell wearing a sleep mask. You know, the kind you get on expensive flights. What she was really wishing for, though, was a gas mask to go with it. Nobody had warned her how bad SCP-096 smelled. Then again, few had been as close to the creature as she had and lived to tell the tale. As a child, Danielle Kowalski had a fear of stepping into the ocean. Her mother used to warn her about treading on a stingray and dying as a result, giving her a phobia that stayed with her for many years. But Danielle's father had encouraged her to face her fear, to shuffle her feet on the ocean floor, kicking up sand so that the stingray would know she was coming, and would simply just swim away. Perhaps if he could have seen what kind of horrors Danielle was working with at the Foundation, her father wouldn't have tried to make her so fearless. Maybe there are some things that it's logical to be afraid of. Entering SCP-096's cell, Dr. Kowalski could hear the monster's heaving breaths, the perfect mix between a frightened whimper and a death rattle, the haunting sound of a person's final gasp of air. In the back of her mind, Danielle hoped she didn't touch the creature by accident. The closer she got, the tension and the heat of its warm breath against her skin was making the approach all the more terrifying. She had been issued with an instant camera and took a photo in the dark. Click. The flash fired, but with her eyes covered, she couldn't tell. That was good though. That was the point. If Danielle could see the flash going off, she could see what else was in the room, and that would put her in even more danger. She was locked in with a kind of stingray that wouldn't swim away, even if it knew she was there. Slowly, Dr. Kowalski began blindly photographing the cell around her, stuffing each freshly printed photo into her pocket as the camera spat them out. Over the span of 45 minutes, she took a series of pictures of the entire cell until the film in the instant camera had run out. Danielle knew that she would probably only need one picture, but better to have more just in case. Luckily, none of her Foundation colleagues were around to tell her how insane what she was doing actually was. They were all preoccupied, preparing the site for its first official visit from the FBI. This all took place after what was known as the Broken Masquerade had taken place. Essentially, knowledge of the SCP Foundation and its research into the endless stream of anomalies it had contained was all made public. People knew the truth now, and the Foundation found itself in the one place it never wanted to be, the public eye. The organization and its activities were under the scrutiny of every journalist on the planet, and once more information about the SCPs and the anomalous world of the Foundation became known, the world would surely change forever. Danielle Kowalski knew all of this and told herself that everyone would need something for protection now. She only hoped her photographs would be enough. 15 months later, Dr. Kowalski was interrogated in her apartment by one Agent O'Brien. He and a group of fellow agents had barged into Danielle's home, demanding to know the location where a number of SCP-610 specimens were being held. SCP-610 being, of course, the infamous infection known as the flesh that hates, a disease capable of turning human beings into horrible, deformed monstrosities of flesh. Agent O'Brien, and presumably whoever he was working for, was intent on turning these creatures into weapons, and the man had little patience for a former Foundation researcher who wasn't giving up the answers that he wanted. Danielle tried to argue with the agent, citing the Berlin Accords against weaponized anomalies, a motion proposed to the United States Senate that would forbid the use of anomalous objects, entities, and creatures as weapons for any country. O'Brien wasn't interested. He claimed that if the Kremlin in Russia had no intention of ratifying such a law, then America wouldn't either. The agent had his men grab Danielle by her arm, while he grabbed her right middle finger and began to push a thin knife under her fingernail. The former member of the Foundation tried to stifle her scream, but couldn't stop herself as the pains struck. As Agent O'Brien tortured Danielle, he told her that the Russians had all the information they would need about SCP-610 in order to turn the flesh into some kind of weapon. As far as he was concerned, the United States government needed access to those SCP-610 specimens to know exactly what they would be up against in the likely event that Russia used the flesh that hates against them. And only a researcher for the SCP Foundation, the former senior researcher on the SCP-610 project, would know where to find those specimens.
You don't think it's reasonable for the United States government to want to understand what could be used against us?
O'Brien asked as Danielle's blood trickled out of her finger into his leather gloves.
Hell, I don't care what you think we're gonna do with it. I want those specimens.
When the agent finally let her go, Dr. Kowalski tried to catch her breath, forcing herself not to scream in pain again. She pointed with her other unharmed hand to her bedroom, telling O'Brien to check the bottom left drawer. She had placed a manila envelope in there, containing the only thing Danielle had kept since departing the SCP Foundation. Under O'Brien's orders, his man ransacked the nearby room and were quickly able to find what they were looking for. The envelope was presented to Agent O'Brien, who was no doubt expecting to find a file inside, something that detailed the exact location of those specimens he was looking for. So you can probably imagine the dissatisfied look on his face when he opened the envelope to find photographs. A collection of instant photos, all taken in a dark cell, with all of them depicting a tall, thin, humanoid creature. A being with long, dangling arms that almost reached the ground, a thin, hairless body, opaque, pupilless eyes, and a wide, gaping mouth. Furious to once again be denied the information he was looking for, O'Brien disregarded the pictures and burned Dr. Kowalski's neck with his cigarette. In his anger, he said,
I think your Foundation sure thought they were powerful hiding in the shadows, but I'd like to explain to you why you're wrong.
The agent then went on to describe his time as a member of the DEA in the late 1980s, and how he'd been involved in the hunting of notorious cartel boss Pablo Escobar.
I had a narco in custody, every bit as uncooperative as you are now.
The man had insisted that Escobar owned all of the Colombian law enforcement, but a younger O'Brien had argued that if that was the case, and they possessed all this power, then why did Pablo Escobar's men hide their guns? Why smuggle drugs in secret and bury their money where no one would find it if they really had the control they claimed? Much like Escobar's cartel, the SCP Foundation had always moved in the shadows, a power that O'Brien believed to have really belonged to the government.
Your anomalies belong to us. Your research belongs to us. Your life belongs to us,
he told Dr. Kowalski. Suddenly, one of the other agents noticed movement outside of the apartment. The second that Danielle saw a long arm phase through her wall, with gray skin like that of a corpse, she snapped her eyes shut. O'Brien and his men drew all their guns and opened fire on the monster that had walked through the wall as if it wasn't even there. All the while, Danielle Kowalski kept her eyes shut. The sounds of screaming and snapping bones and a sickening slurping noise filled the air, but she made sure not to look. Within a few quick moments of panic and agonizing pain, it was over. The apartment was quiet, apart from strange breathing, like a mix of a frightening whimper and a death rattle. Run along now, 096, Dr. Kowalski told the Shy Guy. There are worse monsters in this world than you. The SCP Foundation's hallowed halls have been the site of many great and puzzling mysteries. Among them being, who was the true creator of SCP-173, the neck-snapping sculpture?
What are the secrets that Dr. Alto Clef is keeping about his past? Who are the true 7 children of the Scarlet King? Who was SCP-106 the old man before he got all nasty? And of course, what is the true nature and origin of SCP-096, the violent, terrifying, and incredibly withdrawn Shy Guy? It's a question so great that we knew even our experts here at SCP Explained couldn't take on the mission alone. That's why we pooled the resources of you, the loyal viewers of SCP Explained, to find the answer. We made a community post asking for your personal theories on how the Shy Guy came to be, and you didn't disappoint, sending in a cavalcade of curious conjecture that we just can't wait to explore. So let's hop right in and see what all of you had to say. Here is Puffy Shade's theory. He was a lost British D-Class named Martin McGregor on a risky experiment in Colombia regarding SCP-1290. A D-Class prisoner was teleported to an unknown mountainous location after a malfunction in the device. He stayed there for 37 hours before dying of his bullet wounds from being shot by foreign soldiers. Wherever the D-Class was teleported to was a foreign country not welcome to outsiders. As we know, there have been some SCPs that have escaped the grasp of the Foundation. The Foundation has located them, but never been able to see or capture them. Continuing with the story, it is speculated that one of these entities that is still undiscovered had the power of necromancy. They brought the D-Class back to the mortal world, but in an immortal form, to terrorize humanity forever. The entity brings humans back to life as supernatural beings, their powers being determined by their former personality. The resurrected D-Class was always shy, self-conscious of his unattractive face. As you can probably guess, this resulted in the birth of our good old friend, Shy Guy. Certainly a fascinating direction to go, with a basis in recorded anomalous activity. And much like a few other anomalies originating from D-Class personnel such as SCP-2419 The Laughing Men and SCP-4973 The Dead Men Walking, it would feel oddly satisfying to see another one of the Foundation's greatest mistakes become one of the gravest threats. Here is Diamond Star Lemon's theory. The Shy Guy was Andrew Irvine, one of the 2 mountaineers that went missing who were part of the British expedition that was sent to reach the top of Mount Everest in 1924. While Andrew and his friend George Mallory were heading for Camp 5, they encountered SCP-1529 at different intervals. Since Mallory's body was eventually found in 1999, this tells us that Irvine also encountered 1529. Irvine constantly rejected 1529's offers and eventually developed a defense mechanism where he gets aggressive and attacks SCP-1529. In return, 1529 prolonged his life by years to make him suffer every single minute. His skin turned white due to constant exposure to the sun, and he took all of his clothes off due to hypothermia. This is confirmed because Mallory's body was just as white as Irvine, and a letter he sent to his family says that Andrew became very shy and barely speaks, and he eventually disappears. Mallory then encounters 1529 and punches him in the face, and then Mallory falls unconscious, leading to his death. Meanwhile, Irvine loses his sanity and has his body disfigured, and his hands developed claws for better climbing. This is another popular theory, which has its roots in pre-existing anomalous knowledge. The horrific tortures by SCP-1529, the Mountain King, against Andrew Irvine is believed by many to be the root of the Shy Guy's creation. Of course, we can't know for sure, but some compelling evidence undeniably points in this intriguing direction. Here is number 1 Tryhard's theory. I think he was one of the subjects in the Russian sleep experiment that escaped and ran into the Siberian mountains, became aware of the monstrosity he had become, and became violently self-conscious. This is a strange and creative theory, wrapping 096 in with the lore of the legendary Russian sleep experiment. Russia does have its fair share of snowy mountain ranges, and the experiment did turn its unfortunate subjects into horrifying monsters. But the nature of these monsters did differ significantly from the Shy Guy, showing higher intelligence but far less durability against physical trauma. Here is Avery Spencer's theory. I have wondered if perhaps he was part of an almost Dyatlov Pass incident and was the sole survivor. Being in such a position, he was forced to eat his comrades. He then took on almost Wendigo aspects, but instead of the bloodthirsty feelings most got, he became so ashamed of what he did, he can no longer tolerate someone looking at him. This is another incredibly interesting theory that has its basis in both Russian legend and real-life history. There have been a number of events in the snowy mountains of Russia, much like the Dyatlov Pass incident, which have left high-altitude tragedies in their wake. One of these traumatizing its victims to the point of them turning into an anomalous creature like SCP-096 definitely doesn't seem out of the question. Here is Kriakol's theory. Shy Guy has no face. His face does not exist. Not in the sense that it's just smooth skin, the face is actually nothing. He is a body and mind directly attached to a pattern screamer. Humans expect humanoid-shaped creatures to have a face. Thus, when someone sees his face, the screamer takes over and destroys that person so it can stop existing. His body has changed over the years to facilitate eliminating people who see the face more effectively. This is why he wants to disappear in the desired camera, finish being nothing, so people stop filling in his face. A way it could have happened is an incomplete encounter with 3930. The one who became the Shy Guy leaned in and just his face ceased to exist, though he probably would have already needed some anomalous traits to survive that. This is another extremely original and interesting theory based in pre-existing anomalies. Of course, there's no real way to prove that SCP-096's face isn't a pattern screamer, given that to look upon it is to court death, so we may just need to take your word on this one. Here is Lensatag's theory. Perhaps 096 is an alien from a planet or dimension that's completely dark, where being seen is a death sentence because of the local anomalous fauna. He somehow wound up in our universe. Perhaps 096 is cursed that whoever sees him will eventually transform into something much worse, or become a portal into a dark dimension. And he does us all a favor by eliminating these people before that can happen. Another two extremely interesting theories, both of which could potentially hold water. They seem consistent with the fact that SCP-096 takes no pleasure in the killing of its victims. It only seems to be doing it out of the sense that it feels compelled into action. Here is Chill Me's theory. He could be the physical embodiment of the feeling of body dysmorphia. Another very valid theory, given SCP-096's general temperament and caustic reactions to being perceived in any way. Here is Renan Roman's theory. What would happen if Dr. Bright looked at SCP-096's face? I mean, his host would certainly be killed, but what would happen as soon as Dr. Bright picks another host? Would SCP-096 instantaneously charge at the new host and kill it as well? An interesting theory, and one that we've explored ourselves on videos concerning Dr. Bright before. It's another good reason that this particular scenario should be placed on the Dr. Bright is not allowed list. Though, even though Dr. Bright does occasionally beg for death, this is one horrifying recursive fate that even Jack himself probably wouldn't enjoy. Here is Hongai's theory. From what I heard, there are two theories. One was that he was a mountaineer that survived an encounter with the King of the Mountain and had to adapt to the mountain to survive both from him and the mountain itself, or he's actually one of the children of the Scarlet King. While we've covered the Mountain King theory, this Scarlet King theory is all new. Could SCP-096 be a child of the terrifying Scarlet King? He's certainly destructive, but perhaps he lacks the true knowing malice, the sadism, that make the big red armored lunatic proud. He certainly doesn't have an abject hatred of a 682. Here is Claude Cat's theory. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a species and came to be that way as it is perfectly hidden. They blend in with the snow, and if anyone saw its face to know it was there, they couldn't document it for obvious reasons. This is an interesting and terrifying concept, a whole species of Shy Guys. This is another good reason to ardently fight against climate change. If all the snow melts, there will be nowhere for them to hide anymore. Here is Dan Wolf's theory. The idea of if a tree falls and no one is around to hear it is his origin. He is the physical manifestation of all the energy of all the things unseen. The sound of a falling tree, the transparent skin of fish in the abyssal zone, development on Half-Life 3. All these things exist, but they do so unseen. Shy is physical manifestation of that metaphysical energy. He didn't exist until he was seen, thus he came to be. Existing is painful to him, so he kills anyone who sees his face, the thing we as humans use to identify one another, in a hope to be unrecognized and unknown to eventually no longer exist.
This is a fascinating theory. Our one question is how he could ever be seen if, by definition, he is an avatar of the unseen. What would cause these lapses in non-existence? It raises an interesting metaphysical quandary in and of itself. Here is Jonathan Collier's theory. The Shy Guy is a creation of the Plague Doctor, who engineered him in the French Alps. He began as a human, but the Doctor's process mutated him into his current form. He designed him to destroy the Pestilence, but he was infected by it somewhere in the process. This means that whenever someone sees his face, they catch the Pestilence. His programming can allow this, so he is forced to destroy whoever sees him. The Doctor's programming was incomplete when he was corrupted, so he only hunts those that he has infected with the Pestilence, not all that the Plague Doctor deems infected. His indestructible form is a combination of the Plague Doctor's tinkering and treatments, as well as the Doctor potentially incorporating DNA from other anomalous creatures, such as 682, which did visit France in Lord Blackwood's tales. The Doctor likely kept the DNA in reserve for his ultimate device to destroy the Pestilence. However, it failed and led him to releasing the Shy Guy to roam the mountains, traveling eventually from the Alps to the Himalayas, where he was discovered. The creature cries as it kills its victims because of its human beginnings, and its apparent anxiety is likely the lingering emotion it felt before it was transformed, leading to it being repeated for the rest of its existence. We love the Plague Doctor here at SCP Explained, so we're always happy to consider fun potential crossovers featuring him with some of our other favorite anomalies. The one thing working against this theory is that 096 is an uncharacteristically effective creation for the Plague Doctor's standards, most of which are janky, disfigured zombies. Sorry, 049. Here is Devin Linder's theory. I always felt like 096 was possessed by an evil spirit that lives in the frost, essentially the original native story of a Wendigo. It just all makes sense. Deformities and strength, lives in the cold, hunts and kills people. I don't know if there's anything about looking at a Wendigo in the original stories though. The Algonquin myth of the Wendigo certainly does have some similarities to SCP-096. However, it has a little more in common with another anomaly, SCP-323, the Wendigo Skull, which forces its wearers into spontaneous acts of violence and cannibalism. Though if ever 096 found itself wearing the Wendigo Skull, we'd all be in terrible trouble. Here is Epic Kitty 101's theory. Not really a theory, it's just what I want it to be. I believe that 096's actions are derived from trauma. It could very well be a species and might be a different version like albino, so whenever someone looks at its face, it feels as though that person was so inconvenienced by its looks, it wants to kill them because he thinks they hate him now. He believes he isn't good enough for anyone's standards. We can all relate to that feeling now and then. And the hysteric crying and wailing of SCP-096 undeniably suggests a level of psychological trauma. One thing we know for sure, it definitely inflicts trauma on the rest of us. Here is Lemon Demon Dangeropa's theory. Hear me out. When day breaks was actually a primitive event, and the Shy Guy was the result. Without any people to go around for the next several millennia, the Shy Guy grew fond of the lack of company, ultimately turning him into the person or monster he is today. This is a fascinating one. However, there is some pre-existing evidence, such as the tale Unexpected Light, which we've covered in a video on this channel, that suggests SCP-096 survived into the reign of SCP-001 when day breaks, though sadly according to that tale, he didn't survive beyond it. Here is Andrew Colin's theory. I have a theory he was born with some deformities and super strength and was mocked for it. As he grew older, the deformities grew more noticeable. So maybe the years of trauma and abuse or whatnot could have caused him to self-isolate and attack violently against anyone who sees him. This definitely reflects the internality that many people believe SCP-096 has, a frightened, insecure creature, spiting its own creation and anyone unfortunate enough to look upon it, though we'll never really know how exactly it got there. Here is Stripey Socks 101's theory. He could have been one of the SCP-1000 instances, but born hairless and unable to think, so was abandoned by its parents. Another good cross-anomaly connection. However, 096 is significantly more durable than any member of SCP-1000, as well as having far more freakish proportions, so it's unlikely to have any real relation to this advanced species of apes. Here is Blue Iblis's theory. Well, based on his height, his reaction to his face being seen, and how quick he is, SCP-096 is literally just an IRL Enderman. They're both tall, they're both able to move quickly, and become instantly pissed if you look at their face or eyes. This probably means 096 is maybe from another dimension, but it's just a theory. We might dismiss a potential Minecraft influence out of hand were it not for the existence of SCP-4335, also known as a Welt in the Crucible, an evil Minecraft monster. However, this monster was actually the one responsible for the Endermen in Minecraft due to a Foundation-inspired patch, sadly invalidating this theory. Here is James Bevan's theory. My theory is that the Shy Guy is a demon summoned by a cult that dwelled in the mountains. They hope to control him, but were unaware that the entity reacts violently whenever anyone sees its face, and all met a grisly death. SCP-096 is undeniably rather demonic, so we couldn't argue with this theory on that front. It's also very likely that any cult who unwittingly summons him without the knowledge of his primary anomalous effect would meet a truly gruesome death at his claws and teeth. So you may be onto something here, James. Here is Harrison O'Leary's theory. Well, when he left the Mushroom Kingdom, he obviously lost his mask and clothes. The idea that the Shy Guy is literally, well, a Shy Guy is certainly an intriguing one. Though how 096's long, gangly body could fit in those tiny, compact outfits is an open question. If only researcher Mario and researcher Luigi would take some time off of their extremely busy schedules to help us out with that one.
Oh no!
Oh, not Luigi time.
Here is Roninsky's theory. He was a very handsome man who was experimented on, and now goes into violent fits of rage when people look at his now disfigured face. Is it just us, or is the idea of a strangely handsome SCP-096 somehow even more disturbing than the one we already have? Just feels so unnatural. Which one of these wild theories do you think was your favorite? Do you have a stunning revelation we haven't covered here? Feel free to let us know down in the comments. And of course, keep an eye on our community tab for fun new questions if you too want the chance to be featured in a video like this in the future. A group of well-armed Mobile Task Force members enter the containment chamber, armed to the teeth. Some face the ground, droplets of sweat dripping onto their visors. Some wore Dr. Dan's infamous scramble goggles, and one particularly brave member of personnel wielded only a bag. The room they were currently standing in was perhaps the most dangerous place in the world. Why? Because it contained two terrifying titans of the anomalous world. SCP-682, the infinitely hateful, hard-to-destroy reptile, and SCP-096, the Shy Guy, the ultimate mindless killing machine. And if the very idea of having them in the same place doesn't feel risky enough, the deadly duo had just spent 27 hours in one of the most brutal brawls imaginable. And incidentally, fights like this are exactly why we're here today. We cover a lot of SCPs on this channel, and we've seen the way some of the most dangerous anomalies out there can tear their way through civilians and trained Foundation MTF operatives with ease. But how do they fare against monsters, maniacs, and reality benders their own size? With the help of the SCP Explained audience, we're going to explore theoretical fights between some of the anomalous world's biggest badasses. And who better to get this show on the road than two of the most iconic and deadly monsters that haunt the halls of a Foundation containment site near you. The hard-to-destroy reptile and the Shy Guy are household names for anyone familiar with the SCP Foundation. And before we get into the gruesome results of their first fight, and your theories about how a potential rematch might play out, let's get to know the combat prowess of this pair of nasty customers. What kind of damage are they capable of taking and inflicting? Spoiler alert, it's a hell of a lot. In this corner, we have SCP-682, a monster whose ability to survive seemingly anything is only equaled by its terrible attitude towards pretty much everyone and everything around it. Though, to be fair, you'd probably be a little grumpy too if the SCP Foundation was constantly trying to murder you in different ways, rather than just keeping you contained. 682's basic offensive power set involves impressive strength, speed, intelligence, and the aid of its deadly fangs, claws, and tail. However, 682 is considerably stronger after it's just survived and regenerated from a termination attempt. That's because the true combat asset of 682 is and always has been its adaptability. Specifically, if some kind of attack brings 682 into a state of near death, but doesn't finish the job,
682 will generally either develop a perfect defense or counteroffensive for that attack, or somehow add a version of the attack to its own arsenal. This has ranged from super pressurized jets of its own blood, dangerously radioactive banana beams firing out of its mouth, and even an incapacitating laughter blast gained from an encounter with the adorable SCP-099. It is an absolute Swiss Army knife of dangerous anomalous powers and abilities. And if you need any further proof of that, check out our multiple videos on all the ludicrous failed attempts to kill this nightmare lizard. And in this corner, we've got SCP-096 the SHY GUY. While 682 is freakishly adaptable, in most situations SCP-096 is pretty much unstoppable. This long gangly creep will murder anyone who sees even the tiniest glimpse of its face, with such ferocity that not even a trace of the body will remain. It does this by entering what many call its rage state, activated by the sudden immense distress of its face being seen. When it enters this state, the SCP Foundation has only one prerogative: get themselves and anyone else out of its way, because you will not stop this thing until it's killed its target. All the SCP Foundation has ever been able to do is wait until after the target has been obliterated, and then come in to bag its head when it enters its docile state. Almost nothing else has even successfully slowed it down. While they have been capable of damaging its flesh, the monster's skeleton seems to be utterly indestructible, and its damaged flesh has proven consistently able to grow back. The monster seems to be immune to everything from pain to cold, and moves at such a speed that it's pretty much impossible to escape for long. So when you factor in an indestructible body, immense strength, immense speed, and an unstoppable urge to kill anyone who sees its face, you're looking at a formidable opponent. It's only natural that the Foundation would want to use 096 in their 682 cross tests. So what exactly happened when the Mobile Task Force entered the room after this first epic battle? What did they find inside the chamber in the grisly aftermath? SCP-096 lay crumpled in the corner, wheezing, scared, covered in its own blood. 682 was barely recognizable. 096 had reduced it to a quarter of its original size, the rest having been utterly torn to shreds. Both had narrowly survived the encounter, but it was an epic battle neither of them would ever forget. Though this was especially true for SCP-096. You see, as we alluded to earlier, SCP-682 is used to taking a kicking at this point. It hasn't ever truly been killed, but it's been beaten, eaten, burned, zapped, and smashed within an inch of its life more times than you can count. 096, on the other hand, was not used to not being able to utterly eliminate its prey. While it is impossible to speculate what's going on inside SCP-096's mind, all evidence points towards getting a draw in this battle, seriously damaging SCP-096's confidence. Now every time Foundation personnel tries to bring 096 into 682's containment chamber, he begins crying and scratching at his own face. Why? Is he scared of 682? Is he humiliated, thinking of the fight he wasn't able to win? Or is the very idea of someone seeing his face and him not being able to immediately kill them just too unbearably stressful? Seeing as the SHY GUY's mouth is only good for two things, and neither of them are for talking, we'll never truly know. But either way, it's clear that 096 has no interest in a rematch. But what if that changed? What if 096 realized that it was wasting its potential? It managed to get SCP-682 3/4 of the way to death last time. What could stop it from getting that last quarter? Sure, nothing has ever killed SCP-682 before, but there's a first time for everything, right? Maybe 096 would have a Rocky-style training montage where he rebuilds his confidence and becomes the underdog he was always meant to be. He'd walk right up to that big nasty reptile and give him the rematch of the century. What would happen then? Now we give the floor to you, the loyal viewers of SCP Explained. Here are some of your thoughts, theories, and opinions on a potential historic rematch between these two creeps. Let's get ready to rumble! I really wanted an excuse to say that. Ooh, I really like saying that. Pingu with an axe said, if 682's adaptability is based around his ability to develop countermeasures to any damage inflicted, or in the case of 173, a countermeasure to the cause of said damage, I imagine 682 would turn his skin entirely reflective, causing 096 to see his own face and the feedback loop would break his mind. Interesting. Whether this would work is all dependent on whether SCP-096 can actually see, or if it is merely capable of psychically intuiting when someone else sees its face. If the latter is true, then this particular adaptation wouldn't do much good for SCP-682. Random user said if this is after their first cross-test and they were forced to interact again, they wouldn't attempt to fight each other. I feel like they'd form a truce and take out the researchers on site. Yeah, this would be one of the worst-case scenarios. Whether even the SCP Foundation could handle a simultaneous 682 and 096 breach without bringing in Hammerdown is an open question. Ramon Vonkin said, simple, after the first encounter when 096 stopped attacking 682, 682 will grow eyes that filter out 096's face the next time. Organic scramble goggles. Dr. Dan would be fuming with jealousy. Coop Sater said, I really want SCP-096 to win, so I'm sending him a blind personal trainer so he can beat the snot out of SCP-682. This is exactly the kind of help SCP-096 needs. He's got the rage, endurance, and strength. With a little help getting his form and technique in order, he'd be an even more formidable opponent. Kyoto Ryo said, I'd like to imagine 096, after playing with 682 for so long, would try to eat 682 in a vain attempt to kill it, only to gain 682's abilities and vice versa. Either of these options would be horrifying. SCP-096 with 682's abilities or 682 with 096's abilities would likely be a truly perfect killing machine. That's terrifying. Autumn said, what if they just shared a nice cold drink while playing Mario Kart? I'm sure 096 would be the white Shy Guy character in every race. Personally, we love this idea, and we think 682 would go for Bowser. I personally go for Luigi. Ibrahim Timur said, 682 would win eventually. It's way more intelligent, adaptive, and overall malicious, while 096 acts just on instinct. This is undeniably a good point. What 682 lacks in sheer savagery, it makes up for in its ruthless, calculating intelligence. Could this give it the edge over 096? Monomoy Mukherjee said, that fight would be interesting because both of them now know how they attack and what their attacks are. Nice segue. Due to the relatively mindless nature of 096, as far as we're aware, it's probably unable to learn from experience. 682, however, would have the advantage of knowing how 096 operates in the second battle. Devon Smith said, as much as I'd like to see how this would play out, I imagine 096 can't manage more than other SCPs have in the past. Not to downplay him, but he might need some extra friends to do a whole lot more damage. It's undeniable that going in with tag team partners would better 096's chances of taking the lizard down. However, due to SCP-096's shyness and tendency to kill everyone and everything that looks at him, he doesn't have many friends looking to volunteer. Ninetales said, 096 will cry in the corner while 682 starts attacking it. Eventually, it gets confused that 096 isn't fighting back after an hour and begins to adapt to it and becomes docile forever. Okay, look, while it's unlikely that this would happen, it's certainly nice to imagine, isn't it? Adam Britton said, narratively it needs to conclude with a reason to never try it again. So I'm going to say that 682 will telepathically project the image of 096 into the site staff or the entire human psychospace. Ugh, yikes. This is a possibility so terrifying and honestly plausible that it's making us regret wanting to see this rematch altogether. Chaos Insurgency said, I think 682 would just think, for damn sake, just leave me alone. Given he's been through more termination attempts than SCP-5031 can count on its fingers, who could blame him for getting a little frustrated? Michael Porter said, I think that 682 and 096 would take each other to court for aggravated assault against the other. Either one of them will get sentenced to death and will unsurprisingly not die, or the two team up to kill the entire courtroom and they walk out as a new serial killing team. The real question is what kind of lawyers would represent a pair of murderous, anomalous monsters in court? Better call Saul. Ari Workman said, maybe if we try being nice to them for once, we can offer them a cup of tea and get them both a therapist. 682 will talk all his hate away and then realize his wrongdoing and become an activist. And 096 would become very confident about his face and become a model. There, problem solved. Hey, when people strive towards self-improvement, we're all winners. But we don't know if we can say the same for 682 and 096. Even if this rematch ever did happen, perhaps it'd be just another draw. An unstoppable force against an immovable object. But other matchups may be more clear-cut. What kind of versus battles would you like to see us cover in the future? What SCPs would you really love to see duke it out? Let us know in the comments, and keep an eye out on the community posts in order to throw in your anomalous 2 cents for our next versus battle. Somehow,
Most likely through some nefarious means, a fateful postcard has been sent to one of the residents of the murky, mysterious Aranirum Island. Living on this particular island was already a strange and scary enough existence, given the horrors the inhabitants of Anarirum share their home with. But perhaps the only thing just as horrible as life on that island was being sent a postcard. Sure, that doesn't sound all that horrible. Postcards are usually used to show a corner of the world far away and extend well wishes from friends or relatives on vacations. But ordinarily, postcards don't depict a photo of SCP-096 with the words, "Wish he was there," scrawled on the other side. From its containment cell at the SCP Foundation, the Shy Guy instantly sensed that somebody, somewhere, had seen a picture of its face. Breaking down into an enraged fit of homicidal insecurity, SCP-096 immediately broke from its containment chamber and made a cross-country beeline, heading straight for Aranirum at anomalously accelerated speeds. Little did the creature or the Foundation know that the Shy Guy was being led straight into a trap, and the poor island resident who had received the chilling postcard, well, they were unlucky enough to be the bait. While the SCP Foundation started frantically trying to track down where it had gone, the Shy Guy had already made its way to a wooden cabin belonging to the unfortunate postcard recipient. Emerging from the now emptied home once the owner was no more, SCP-096 would have returned to his cell just as quickly as he left. That is, if he wasn't the only monstrous creature on the island. A loud and sudden noise caught the creature's attention, the sound of an old steam train whistle. It rang out once more, from somewhere off in the distance, but there was so much thick fog hanging in the air around Aranirum that it was almost impossible to see anything, especially with how dark it was. The second time the whistle sounded, it was closer, but there was another sound too, and not the loud chugging of a steam engine that you would expect. It was an erratic, heavy thudding, the noise of lots of somethings drumming against the ground, causing the earth itself to shudder. Legs. They were the steps of multiple huge legs, crawling across the surface of the island, heading straight towards SCP-096. A third piercing whistle rang out, even closer still. This time, the orange glow of a light could be seen, dulled by the surrounding fog, but getting brighter and clearer as it came closer. The light was casting shadows against the dark fog, long, spindly shapes of spidery appendages, until before the Shy Guy's eyes, a creature of pure nightmares came bursting out of the fog. It was a monstrous sight, even to SCP-096. Its body was the red front engine of an old-fashioned steam train, hoisted off the ground by 4 pairs of enormous black, spindly, spider-like legs that propelled the beast forwards at a terrifying speed. Able to move without the limitations of needing to follow a railroad track, the monster was barreling towards SCP-096 with a twisted smile on its grotesque face. At the front of the locomotive was its circular face, with its unnaturally white eyes and a mouth that sported rows of razor-sharp teeth, all covered in blood. This hellish abomination, a being that was part steam engine and part giant spider, was the terror of Aranirum himself, the carnivorous CHOO Charles. Seeing Charles racing towards them on its 8 spider legs would be enough to make anyone freeze up and stop in their tracks out of sheer terror, and SCP-096 was compelled to do the same. Except the terrifying train creature's pale eyes were looking directly at the Shy Guy. As Charles sized the anomaly up as its next meal, he was looking at it, and that meant SCP-096 had to kill him. The question was, how could it? How could the skinny, spindly humanoid hope to even fight something like CHOO Charles? He was much bigger, even more fearsome, but as quick as Charles could move on his spidery legs, he was not faster than SCP-096. In the blink of an eye, the Shy Guy raced off shrieking and sobbing in despair. leaving Charles to continue roaming his island territory in search of other human inhabitants to terrorize. SCP-096 had retreated to some nearby woods, quick enough to move out of Charles's path somewhere it could hide, for now. But the Shy Guy could feel a familiar, painful feeling, almost pulling him back towards CHOO Charles, right back into harm's way. SCP-096 possessed an inescapable compulsion to kill anyone who looked at its face, and that seemed to include horrifying part train, part spider hybrids. It was a fact of the Shy Guy's very existence. He had to go after whoever looked at him and make them pay. In fact, it took all the creature's own strength not to instantly rush back over to Charles to try. SCP-096 knew that if it did, then there was little chance it would survive coming face to face with the terror of Aranirum. However, while it was watching CHOO Charles from a safe distance, seeing him crawl across the landscape on his multiple legs, that SCP-096 noticed something. It was another light obscured by the fog, but this one was much higher up. One could almost mistake it for the moon, if it wasn't getting closer, all the while accompanied by the sound of whirring rotors. While the Shy Guy had been evading CHOO Charles, the SCP Foundation had been tirelessly trying to track down its location, and now they'd found their runaway anomaly here on Aranirum Island. As the chopper carrying the mobile task force drew nearer, the tyrannical train turned and took notice. To SCP-096, the Foundation's arrival could have meant a way home and away from the spidery steam engine. But to Charles, the approaching chopper meant only one thing: a new source of food.
Captain!
One of the MTF troops aboard the chopper called over his headset.
What is it? Do we have eyes on SCP-096?
The captain replied before realizing what he'd said.
Well, not eyes on, because then it would have jumped up onto the chopper and killed us all. I mean, is there any sign of SCP-096 on the island? Negative, sir, although you should probably see this,
the soldier replied. Begrudgingly, the captain unbuckled himself from his seat and snatched the Foundation operative's binoculars, using them to look down at Aranirum below. It didn't take him long to spot the massive, multi-legged monstrosity that was CHOO Charles, who had fallen still, waiting for the chopper to descend low enough for him to reach.
Good gravy, what on earth is that thing?
The captain exclaimed, before taking another look through the binoculars.
Is that? Wait, what is an instance of SCP-2086 doing out here?
SCP-2086 was an infamous anomalous species the Foundation had encountered before. Much like Charles, they were arthropod-like creatures with multiple long legs that protruded from a body resembling a man-made mode of transport. However, SCP-2086s usually took on the appearance of buses while in vehicle form.
Sir, I don't think that's an SCP-2086,
the lookout replied.
To me, it looks more like an instance of SCP-3023. Impossible, all the way out here?
The captain retorted.
We're nowhere near the region where the anomaly occurs. It could have scurried its way from Germany and taken nest here, sir,
the trooper responded. Yet another anomaly that CHOO Charles bore a striking resemblance to. SCP-3023 was a rare phenomenon that was known to occur at random, but was limited to a specific area of central Germany. The effect of this phenomenon caused ordinary, everyday, inanimate objects of any shape or size to suddenly turn into aggressive spiders, sporting 8 legs that grew from whatever was affected by SCP-3023. Perhaps CHOO Charles was indeed an instance of SCP-3023, or some distant evolutionary offshoot of SCP-2086. It was hard to say for sure. The only thing for sure was that Charles was a man-eating beast, more so than an insidious villain. And being so highly territorial, he considered the entire island of Aranirum to be his natural habitat and his hunting ground. Anything that arrived in his vicinity was prey to the terrifying train, and his ravenous craving for human flesh meant he was ready to attack the descending SCP Foundation chopper.
All right, let's go, go, go!
The MTF captain called to his troops, signaling them to start rappelling out of the helicopter and down to the island.
Keep your scramble goggles on max, we still need to recapture 096, but first priority is taking down this big ugly beast!
Wearing goggles specifically designed to distort the Shy Guy from their view, the team began abseiling out of the aircraft. But CHOO Charles was already waiting for them. Rearing back on its 4 back legs, the nightmarish train spider swiped at the descending MTF operatives. What first seemed like an instinctive, uncoordinated assault quickly became precise and relentless strikes as Charles sliced through some of the cables the MTF troops were using to rappel down. Their lifeline cut, the unlucky Foundation operatives plummeted from mid-air, right down towards where the terror of Aranerum was waiting for them to fall. A few of the MTFs made it to the ground alive, and immediately began retaliating against CHOO Charles. The gunfire from their weapons flickered all around the carnivorous creature, but their bullets could barely chip the red paintwork on his steam-trained body. Dashing towards his helpless human prey on his many legs, Charles began to feast. Then suddenly, something started pulling at one of his huge spider legs, pulling Charles back moments before he had a chance to claim his latest victim, the captain of the Foundation's MTF. It was SCP-096, having zipped out of hiding and shrieking wildly as it used all of its strength to wrench one of CHOO Charles's multiple limbs. Angered that it couldn't reach the MTF captain, the part spider, part train hybrid stomped the leg that was being pulled in a successful attempt to free itself from the SHY GUY's grip. But in the same instant, SCP-096 used its anomalous speed to reappear in front of the already angered locomotive monster. With his railroad rage about to reach its breaking point, Charles entered into a relentless rampage, making quick work of the leftover MTF troops before setting his sights squarely on SCP-096. But doing that was his biggest mistake. Now CHOO Charles had seen the SHY GUY twice, and to the insecure anomaly, that meant Charles had to go. Traveling faster than even the multi-legged monstrosity could perceive, SCP-096 began racing towards CHOO Charles's many legs. The SHY GUY had realized that it didn't stand a chance of dealing with the terror of Aranerum the same way it handled all the others that had seen its face. So instead, it had settled on a new approach, specifically tailored to taking down the spider-legged steam engine. One by one, SCP-096 started knocking Charles's many legs out from underneath him, effectively tripping him up over and over again. The SHY GUY moved so quick that the cumbersome Charles could barely react in time, having one leg after the other knocked out from beneath him, causing him to tumble to the ground. Normally, CHOO Charles was smart enough to retreat if he encountered something that could fight back. If he was injured badly enough, the spider-like creature would scuttle out of harm's way in order to heal his wounds. But the rage at being constantly tripped up by SCP-096 was distracting Charles from the SHY GUY's true ploy. With every leg it knocked out from underneath the spidery steam train, SCP-096 had been gradually directing Charles towards a nearby gorge. With a terrifying burst of anomalous speed, the SHY GUY caused CHOO Charles to topple over sideways, rolling over himself until he landed upside down in the bottom of the rocky gorge. The multi-legged locomotive monster's spindly legs flailed desperately as he tried to reposition himself, but with no luck. SCP-096 had managed what first seemed to be impossible and beaten the terror of Aranerum, CHOO Charles. Or, for now, at least. The aftershock shuddered through the Foundation. Emergency alarms wailed as injured staff and security helped each other out from underneath rubble that had fallen on them as the building was shaken by the quake. It had only lasted a few short seconds, but still managed to leave a trail of destruction in its wake. While the wounded were bandaged up, anyone and everyone who was still able to started frantically checking the containment of every anomaly on the site. The Foundation could worry about the origin of the quake later. First and foremost, they needed to assess the damage. Luckily, multiple rapid sweeps of the facility revealed that there weren't all that many high-level threat anomalies whose containment had been breached. A few of the safer ones were found cowering under tables or buried under fallen rubble in their quarters. But for the most part, every anomaly was accounted for, and none had been provided with an opportunity to escape and cause further havoc. At least, that's how things seemed at first. It was only when the chaos started to die down and repair efforts were underway that personnel noticed an odd change. Something was missing, but nobody could quite put their finger on exactly what. As a matter of fact, most could pinpoint exactly when they noticed this odd feeling. It had only begun after the emergency alarms had been shut off. There was a sound that everyone working at the Foundation had gotten so used to that they'd practically stopped hearing it, or at least, they'd stopped noticing it. It was only now that the noise was gone, its absence no longer drowned out by blaring alarms, that staff realized it had always been there. Everyone had just learned to subconsciously tune it out. Crying. The low, soft whimpering that could be heard emanating from SCP-096's containment chamber. It had stopped. The cell within had fallen silent, and once someone at the Foundation made the right connection and investigated, they happened upon a startling discovery. SCP-096 had vanished. Panic immediately engulfed the facility yet again. The Shy Guy could be anywhere, and a search effort to find it would only end in deaths. After all, in order to find something, you have to look at it, and that was a fatal thing to do when SCP-096 was involved. Closer examination showed no trace of the missing creature. There had been no reported incidents of incursions with it anywhere in the world. Every known photograph, video recording, or other visual depiction of SCP-096 was either securely stashed away or destroyed completely by the Foundation. There was no way it could have possibly escaped, and it was seemingly nowhere at all. But still, the question remained, where in the world had the Shy Guy gone to, if it was still even in this world? From SCP-096's perspective, one moment all had been normal. The next, it was lost somewhere strange, unfamiliar, and above all unsettling, even to the Shy Guy. Before the sudden quake had hit, it had spent the day the same way it usually occupied its time, alternating between aimlessly pacing the far wall of its containment chamber and sitting in a fetal position in the corner, sobbing all the while. But then the room had started shaking, and in the blink of a deeply sunken eye, the Shy Guy found itself, well, it had no idea where. Around it was a large carpeted room, open and sparse, with little occupying all the space. The wallpaper was a nauseating, sickly shade of yellow, made all the more garish by the rows of fluorescent lighting from the ceiling above. The entire place seemed to resemble an office space, although seemingly one that was in a total state of disuse. There was no furniture, not even one solitary inanimate object to make the place seem at least the tiniest bit closer to normal. Little was SCP-096 aware. It had somehow been transported to a strange and terrible place, the Backrooms. Unless someone remains wary and ever vigilant, they can unknowingly slip their way out of reality. It can happen anywhere. All that a person needs to do is be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they will no-clip into the Backrooms. All around SCP-096 was the stench of old, wet carpet, and a labyrinth of uninhabited rooms with the same drab yellow walls, the endless buzz of the fluorescent lights stretching out for who knows how many square miles of empty rooms. In short, the Shy Guy was trapped in a purgatory-like nightmare. However, there was at least one small mercy for SCP-096 as it wandered around its new surroundings. There was nobody else around, no other signs of life, no SCP Foundation, no ordinary human beings, no one who could see it. Here in the solitary confinement of the Backrooms, SCP-096 could not be perceived, and yet this brought the self-conscious creature very little in the way of comfort. Despite being completely alone, there was an awful, lingering feeling that hung in the air like the smell of the old carpet underfoot. SCP-096 still felt like it was being watched, and yet if someone or something really was watching, it wasn't triggering the Shy Guy's usual rage state. As it lurked through the various rooms and corridors, the creature kept expecting to find someone, to look them in the eye directly and get the same inescapable urge to race towards its observer and kill them. But it never came, because there was nobody else around, at least for a little while. Adam Jenkins had been out riding his bike when it happened. Pushing one pedal around, then the other, he gradually climbed higher up the slope of a hill. His house was down at the bottom of the other side, and Adam knew once he reached the peak, he could slip nice and easily down the rest of the way. As long as he was careful not to let the extra momentum carry his bike too far and too fast, he just had to keep in control and gently compress the brake if he needed to. He made the same journey every day. Nothing could go wrong. Sure enough, Adam reached the top of the hill and allowed the bike to slowly tip ever so slightly over the other side. Gravity started to do the rest, the wheels starting to spin rapidly, the pedals pistoning his legs as he plummeted downwards. It was one of the few childlike joys left in Adam's life, those few brief seconds of the day where he got to speed down the hill back home with reckless abandon. He was blissfully unaware that he wouldn't have enough time to miss how much he enjoyed it. Without warning, a car came speeding out from around a corner on the way down the hill. It was dark, and the driver had carelessly decided to leave their headlights off. So when Adam saw the vehicle, he only had a split second to react. He was still going too fast, so if he applied the brakes now, his front wheel would stop too suddenly and send him flying forward over the handlebars. Instead, seconds before colliding with the car's hood, Adam wrenched his bike's handlebars and swerved around the car. But the added speed of going downhill caused the entire bike to topple as it turned so violently, launching Adam off and sending him hurtling towards a nearby wall. Adam could tell in the split second after coming off his bike that he was about to collide with the wall. His brain and body anticipated the impact, bracing him for the painful crash, but it never came. Instead of hitting the wall, Adam passed through it. That may well have spared him a devastating injury, but now a whole new problem now faced him. Just like no clipping through a virtual environment in a video game, Adam had passed directly out of reality, right into the backrooms. The first few hours were the worst, shouting as loud as he could for someone, anyone, to come and find him. Each yell rapidly growing more and more frantic as Adam rushed around his haunting new surroundings. The whole place was unsettling just to be in. It gave off a hostile, unwelcoming energy that was impossible to ignore. It was only after an hour of trying to find a way out that Adam realized he was well and truly lost. He'd strayed too far away from his original point of entry, and just as he had the idea of trying to make his way back to the world from the same place he came in, it was already too late. The backrooms, at least on this first level, all looked the same. No two rooms were distinct enough for him to figure out if this was somewhere he'd been before, or an entirely new area. It didn't take long for an overwhelming sense of hopelessness to set in. Adam had quickly given up calling for help. There was no sign of anyone around that would be able to help him, until the shuffling of footsteps came from nearby. It was such a noticeable break in the dull, unsettling quiet of the backrooms that it made Adam's ears prick up. The yellow-hued maze had been so void of life since he had arrived, so unnaturally empty, that he wasn't entirely sure he had made the sound himself by his jacket brushing up against the wall. But no, there was definitely something here with him. He could hear it wandering nearby, and it had certainly heard him too. Calling out yet again with more caution in his tone, Adam Jenkins turned the next corner, met with yet another dingy yellow corridor. Although, unlike the others, this one had a key difference. SCP-096 stood right in the middle of it. The split second that Adam's eyes fell over the Shy Guy, it was already too late. He barely had time to process the sight of the creature, its tall, humanoid shape, wiry thin and pale skin, jaw hanging unnaturally wide. In fact, SCP-096 dashed towards Adam so quickly that he couldn't even finish his startled scream. Meanwhile, back at the SCP Foundation, efforts were still underway to retrieve the Shy Guy. Researchers were baffled that there was not a single trace anywhere on the globe of SCP-096's presence. They had quickly rolled out their usual method for recalling the creature to containment. Requisitioning one of D-Class personnel, this individual was instructed to stand in SCP-096's cell and then was given a photograph of the monster to look at. Knowing that the Shy Guy would track down anyone that saw its face, even as a single tiny pixel in a picture, the Foundation expected the creature to simply reappear in its containment chamber to kill the D-Class they had used as bait. But nothing happened. The D-Class was able to look at the photo of SCP-096 and survive. It was almost as if the creature's link to reality was weakened. Wherever it was, it might still be aware someone had looked at it, but the Shy Guy was somehow being blocked from traveling to its most recent observer. Having drawn a blank on trying to determine SCP-096's whereabouts, the Foundation eventually turned to SCP-343 for his input. Naturally, the powerful reality bender was reluctant as ever to get involved. The Foundation insisted, knowing that SCP-343's omniscience meant he would already be aware of where they could find the missing Shy Guy. He refused multiple times, admitting he did have the answer they were looking for, but not wishing to divulge that information.
Fine.
SCP-343 sighed, coming to a compromise.
I can't tell you exactly where 096 is, but when I tell you where to look for answers, you'll know. Async.
The researchers were stunned into silence. Nobody in the Foundation had heard that name used in a long time, but SCP-343 was right. They knew exactly what it meant. Back in the 1980s, Async was another shadowy organization that had been investigating the existence of a liminal space connected to reality, a place they had called the BACKROOMS. Gathering up a mobile task force, the SCP Foundation dispatched its agents to a site that had long since been abandoned. They'd kept a watchful eye over the disused lab, keeping the public away, making sure nobody stumbled in by accident and got trapped. As the MTF commander gave the word, the outdated 80s technology was fired up, and Async's great achievement was reactivated. They had constructed a portal into the BACKROOMS, moving information the MTF operatives filed into the empty yellow space, unsure if they'd find SCP-096 alive, or if it would even want to come back. Meanwhile, in the BACKROOMS Level 0, only the SHY Guy remained, having completely annihilated poor, unfortunate Adam. He was enjoying the solitude once again, knowing that now nobody was here to see him, until one wrong step changed everything. He no-clipped from Level 0 to Level 1, where he would have a lot more company. The cultist screamed. The long and spindly but unimaginably powerful arm of the SHY Guy had him by the leg, dragging him backwards, his fingernails carving deep ruts into the floor. His friend was already on the run, but his death warrant had been sealed by a glance. In the history of evil plans, rarely has an evil plan backfired so spectacularly. As the SHY Guy bellowed, destroying its latest prey and galloping after the second, which would soon become the third and the fourth and the fifth and so much more as the personnel of the SCP Foundation caught unplanned glimpses of his terrible face. It would take a god to undo the chaos that was unfolding. The exact same god that these two idiot cultists were here to destroy. The plan had seemed so simple, so perfectly straightforward on paper. Sneak into the SCP Foundation and assassinate SCP-343. That being said, even deluded cultists of the Scarlet King knew that killing the anomaly believed to be God himself was going to be far easier in theory than in practice. And yet, neither one of this intrepid pair of Foundation impersonators could ever have predicted things would go this bad. Several years earlier, Zachary and Cash were nothing more than a pair of social shut-ins trawling forums on the internet from the secluded sanctuary of their basements. In fact, it was on a particular one of these forums that would lead to the pair eventually meeting in person. Parawatch, a deep web online space for discussions of the supernatural. While there was nothing inherently insidious about Parawatch itself, it did draw in those who were interested in the paranormal and even the anomalous, like Zach and Cash. And that made the forum the perfect recruitment tool for those whose intentions were far more nefarious. Both men were individually approached by another user, who was only known by his screen name, COTSK. Over some lengthy conversations with this mysterious third party, both Zach and Cash found themselves being convinced into believing the core tenets of a murderous cult that revered a conceptual deity, the children of the Scarlet King. And it was during a secret gathering of their fellow members that Cash and Zach would not only meet, but find themselves specifically tasked with a mission that was meant to clear the way for the Scarlet King to enter our reality. Simply put, the two of them were tasked with killing God. The plan was devised by one of the longer-standing children of the Scarlet King, who divulged their cult's knowledge of the SCP Foundation, specifically an entity known as SCP-343, a powerful reality warper who had claimed to be the architect of the very universe itself. In the eyes of the Scarlet King's followers, this meant that SCP-343 could pose a direct threat to the ascension of their destructive deity. If the Scarlet King was ever to gain access to this universe, there was a high chance SCP-343 could oppose him. So, with stolen credentials and Foundation personnel garb, Zack and Cash were sent in to remove SCP-343 from the equation. It goes without saying that killing a being believed to be God himself was hardly an easy goal to achieve. Nobody could just poison SCP-343, or take him out using conventional weapons, or even use any other typical methods of assassination that would work on a human target. Instead, Zack and Cash needed to get creative. Luckily, there was another anomaly kept contained by the SCP Foundation that the Children of the Scarlet King had thought would be perfect for the job. It was a miniature event horizon, a black sphere that could pull any nearby matter into itself. Anything brought within the vicinity of this anomalous wormhole would quickly be sucked in and ultimately lost forever with no chance of retrieval. Sure, it might not kill SCP-343, strictly speaking, but it could certainly remove him from play, leaving the universe unprotected against the rise of the Scarlet King. However, there was one tiny problem. One otherwise minute detail that, because it went uncorrected, jeopardized the whole plan. It could have been down to inaccurate information that the Children of the Scarlet King had on the SCP Foundation. After all, the organization was known for keeping its operations and even its very existence a closely guarded secret. Or perhaps, sheerly due to human error, the wrong number was said by the wrong cultist at the wrong moment, misheard or misread, leading to a 4 being replaced with a 6. You see, the miniature event horizon was designated as SCP-094, but by mistake, Zack and Cash had slipped undetected into the Foundation in search of SCP-096, unaware that anomaly was far from what they were expecting. The look of terror on Zack's face appeared instantly as the pair of Scarlet King fanatics opened the door to the containment cell. That same horrified look had vanished just as quickly the second that SCP-096 took notice of the 2 new visitors. In the blink of an eye, the abnormally proportioned humanoid anomaly had gone from being hunched over in a corner, gently rocking itself, to standing directly in front of Zack and Cash, towering over them both and screeching incoherently. Cash turned and ran, abandoning his cultist compatriot as Zack screamed in fear. The Shy Guy had grabbed him. A moment later, his screams had been silenced, thanks to SCP-096. Cash had no idea what the creature was. All he knew was it certainly wasn't the miniaturized black hole he and Zack had been sent to find, but he tried to keep the original goal in mind, even in a moment of crisis. Take out SCP-343 so that the Scarlet King could rise. Maybe this other anomaly, whatever it was, could stand a chance against the reality warper. Cash would never get to find out, however, as he was tackled to the ground by a Foundation security team as he turned the corner. But SCP-096 had been hot on the cultist's heels and had appeared behind him just as he was being restrained by security officers. And the whole unit could see the Shy Guy now, which meant not one of them stood a chance. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the facility, oblivious to the carnage of the unfolding containment breach, SCP-343 was enjoying a stroll around the Foundation site, with a hamburger in one hand and a milkshake in the other. He had spent most of the afternoon the way he usually did, phasing out of reality to an extra-dimensional astral plane outside of our known universe, where he could privately enjoy a game of solitaire using a deck of cards conjured out of nothingness. Upon returning, polishing off the dregs of his lunch, which he also willed into existence from nowhere, SCP-343 barely noticed that the entire Foundation seemed to be on red alert. Or more accurately, he did notice. He just didn't do much to help. You see, one of the more notable things about SCP-343, aside from the fact that he can use his anomalous abilities to do literally anything imaginable, is that he very much enjoys taking a back seat. He claims that after creating the universe, he got tired of having to be in control of everything, everywhere, all at once. Good movie, by the way. And so, while SCP-343 could right every wrong and solve every problem in the entire universe, he chooses not to. All to pursue the illusion of giving up control and leaving the universe to its own devices. That is, unless something tries to harm him directly, and something was very much about to. While the pair of Scarlet King cultists who had accidentally set SCP-096 free were already dead, they'd unknowingly started a chain reaction. The Foundation desperately dispatched more of its personnel to try and recontain the Shy Guy, but the more they sent, the more of them observed the creature. This gave SCP-096 even more targets, extending its rage state as it zipped through the Foundation, killing everyone that had clasped eyes on it. Until that rage-fueled rampage led to coincidentally cross paths with SCP-343, who had just walked through a wall on his way back to his cell, right into the path of SCP-096.
Oh dear me.
SCP-343 sighed, finishing the remainder of his milkshake before making the empty cup and straw disappear.
It's been some time, hasn't it, Ian? My boy, look at what's become of you.
For a moment, SCP-096 seemed to pause, its pale skin flecked with droplets of blood thanks to the sheer number of guards and researchers it had torn through for daring to look at it.
I see you're still having the same old troubles.
The reality warper continued, reacting eerily calmly and casually towards the towering monster.
You know, you really ought to work on your confidence.
That did it. The sentence touched a nerve within the Shy Guy, giving it a pang of sadness that erupted quickly into an unbridled rage. It did not matter that SCP-343 was a powerful anomaly with the ability to do almost anything. He had still looked at SCP-096. In fact, he was looking directly at it, and that meant he had to go. His fate was sealed as the creature began wailing and charging straight for SCP-343. With a casual wave of his hand, God swiped the creature aside, sending SCP-096 flying. Thrown telekinetically, much to its surprise, the creature found itself phasing through walls as it sailed between corridors and other containment chambers, in and out, until it sailed through the solid steel walls of its own cell, landing right back in the corner that it had started in. But rather than return to crying in a fetal position as it normally did, SCP-096 got right back up and raced back through the halls of the facility, homing in on SCP-343. Being sent back to its room was enough to keep the Shy Guy's rage state active, and it hadn't changed the fact that God had still looked at it, so he had to kill him. Traveling at anomalous speeds, SCP-096 blinked into existence right behind SCP-343 as he sat down and relaxed in his favorite chair. The horrific humanoid shrieked loudly. Although SCP-343 didn't turn around to look at it, he already knew it was there. He had sensed it even before it left its cell. With yet another lazy swish of his hand, SCP-343 sent the Shy Guy away. This time, SCP-096 realized its long legs seemed to be moving independently, walking backwards along the exact same steps it had taken to get into SCP-343's containment chamber. It continued going backwards, and despite its frustrated attempts to rush back towards the reality-warping old man, it couldn't. Little did the Shy Guy realize it wasn't the only one. SCP-343's command over the fundamental laws of the universe was so great that he had altered time itself. Everything was now running in reverse, albeit for a few short moments. Birds in the sky were flying backwards, waterfalls were flowing upwards, the Earth was spinning in the opposite direction on its axis. Everything in existence was like an old VCR tape being rewound, until SCP-096 found itself once again back in its cell. Now the Shy Guy was mad, really mad. The moment SCP-343 allowed time to return to its normal, forward chronological flow, SCP-096 once again raced out of its containment chamber, hunting down the latest person to have seen its wide-jawed face. Usually, nothing could stop SCP-096 from catching up to its target, often killing them without fail. But the fact that SCP-343 could so easily rework the rules of the universe to send it back to its room made the self-conscious creature all the more agitated, and it was only going to get worse and worse. SCP-096 kept trying, infamously relentless, but every time SCP-343 presented some new, unpredictable way of stopping the Shy Guy from getting to him. On one attempt, he caused the creature's atoms to rearrange themselves into long strands the closer it got, effectively turning into Shy Guy's spaghetti. During another, SCP-343 actually reworked the way that sight works across the entire universe, making it so that on a conceptual level, he'd technically never looked at SCP-096, according to this newly redefined way of seeing things. Every time SCP-343 set the Shy Guy back, but never deterred him. He kept coming back. That is, until, bored by the constant back and forth between them, SCP-343 waited for SCP-096 to arrive next to him once again. At that moment, he snapped his fingers, and the creature stopped in its tracks. A story filled its mind, the story of a once normal kid. This young child had been bullied and ostracized by other children, made fun of for his appearance. They became depressed, self-loathing, keeping away from everyone out of fear that they'd be taunted. The child started to hide their face, desperate that nobody look at them and laugh.
Listen.
SCP-343 told SCP-096 there was nothing around them. The universe had seemingly faded away as the pair stood in a pocket of space outside of reality.
Just listen closely.
Silence. Not a whisper, not even the creature's own breathing could be heard.
No one is laughing at you anymore, my son.
SCP-343 whispered.
It is okay. You can stop now. There is nobody left who can hurt you.
With that, SCP-096's very reason for being had ceased. The Shy Guy didn't exist anymore. It didn't need to. Restoring the universe to its previous state with another click of his fingers, SCP-343 was free to sit back in his chair and relax. There, he could continue pretending he wasn't in control. The entire Foundation was in turmoil. Researchers were getting into heated fistfights with security officers, who in turn were retaliating in fits of unbridled animalistic rage. The facility had erupted into such a frenzy, with chairs being hurled across testing chambers and armories raided for weapons, to escalate the brawl into a far deadlier incident. Tables were overturned and used as cover as the Foundation's own staff turned on each other, and before long an all-out war had erupted. But this wasn't a battle of one side versus another. No, this was a wild and rampant free-for-all. Everyone was out to get everyone else, viewing their own colleagues as mortal enemies. And it was all thanks to Junior, the spawn of the Shy Guy. Only a month before, the Foundation had been subject to another bout of chaos, although this one was much more subdued than the explosive battle that would later sweep the facility. Everyone was abuzz. Researchers ignored their work, and some security personnel even abandoned their posts to see what all the fuss was about. Something was very wrong with SCP-096. The creature was normally docile unless directly observed. It spent the majority of its time just pacing around in its containment chamber or staying hunched over in a fetal position, crying to itself. In fact, it was so often sobbing quietly and making all manner of discontented noises that this became known as its usual behavior. At first, almost nobody had noticed that something was even amiss. All seemed right with the miserable monster, that is, until the screaming started. It was a loud, shrieking sound that pierced the eardrums of whoever heard it, then proceeded to climb down their spine and bring a chill to their bones, making their blood run icy cold and causing their skin to be littered with goosebumps. The screeching, disturbing noise flooded out of SCP-096's cell, reverberating off of every wall and echoing down every corridor until not one member of Foundation personnel could ignore it. It was unlike anything they'd ever heard from the creature before. This primal howling seemed to put everyone who heard it on edge, not just because it was unfamiliar, but because everyone uncannily seemed to know what the screams were indicating: pain. Perhaps even the worst physical pain that SCP-096 had ever felt. What if the Shy Guy was dying? Something had to be done. But therein lay a hurdle to clear first. How could the Foundation help, even offer medical assistance if needed, to a creature they couldn't even safely look at? What options are there for even getting somebody close enough to examine the Shy Guy without it killing them? They were limited. But a crowd of the SCP Foundation's best and brightest researchers had already congregated outside the containment chamber housing 096 after they heard its screams. Surely between them, they could come up with an idea. Hearing the Shy Guy continuing to howl in agony, one researcher came forward and made a suggestion. There was a device another Foundation researcher had developed, codenamed Scramble. Resembling standard issue night vision goggles, one Dr. Dan had created these scramble goggles to identify 096's face and digitally alter it so that the wearer was unable to see its face. Essentially, it edited out the Shy Guy's face in real time so that its homicidal rage state couldn't be activated. The use of Dr. Dan's scramble goggles had previously led to a catastrophic incident that claimed the lives of Mobile Task Force Tau-1, also known as Big Brother. The scramble devices allowed the wearer's brain to receive a single nanosecond of SCP-096 unscrambled before the image was altered by the goggles. So, needless to say, since time was running out to help the creature and there were no other viable options for doing so, the scramble goggles would need some serious refinement, and fast. Working as quickly as they could, the gathered gaggle of researchers requisitioned an old pair of scrambled goggles and started trying to improve them. Tinkering equipment specialists put their heads together with computer science engineers as they coded like crazy, all underscored by the continued screams of SCP-096. Then, without warning, or even a hint of what had happened inside the cell, the screaming suddenly stopped. Everyone outside the containment chamber stopped for a second, falling deathly silent. The goggles were almost ready, but were they too late to save the Shy Guy? The security personnel who had also gathered in response to the sound all drew straws, with the officer pulling the shortest being the one tasked with venturing into the containment chamber. He was handed the goggles and instructed that they would blur his version entirely for a few seconds while the scramble software had a chance to work. Then, once the device had double, triple, and quadruple checked the results, the goggles would activate fully, and in theory, work the way Dr. Dan had originally intended. Although the track record of the Scramble project meant that the officer was hardly reassured as he entered the dark, dingy containment chamber. He couldn't see a thing ahead of him, his vision totally obscured as the goggles started running the newly updated version of the Scramble software. They were untested, so naturally, the security officer's nerves were at peak levels, worried the device might fail, and any second, his eyes would be greeted by the face of SCP-096. He could tell the creature was still alive. There was a low sound of panting breaths coming from the far corner of the chamber, indicating that it hadn't perished, although it might have been injured. A sudden beep from the scramble goggles startled the officer. The device had made its checks and was ready to activate. However, an unexpected message blinked on the heads-up display that read,
"Warning, multiple subjects detected."
Luckily enough, when the goggles activated, the officer was relieved to see they had worked. SCP-096's face was a grainy, pixelated mess. The creature showed little noticeable sign of any injuries too, and just seemed to be gently rocking itself in the corner. But quickly, the reason and perhaps even the cause of SCP-096's earlier screams soon became obvious. Though nobody had entered the containment cell before the security officer, it seemed the Shy Guy wasn't alone. Standing at about a third of SCP-096's considerable height was another Shy Guy. Or at least another version of a creature almost identical save for being shorter. It wobbled on its elongated legs like it wasn't quite used to standing upright. It kept both arms outstretched towards SCP-096, almost as though it was reaching out for a hug, but the Shy Guy stayed in the corner, cowering away from the other creature. Through his scramble goggles, the security officer looked on in disbelief at the scene before him. Somehow, completely unpredictably, SCP-096 had spawned an offspring. It had had a baby. There was a general air of disbelief among the assembled staff outside the containment chamber after the security officer had relayed what had happened. Most were quick to write it off as an impossibility. They'd studied SCP-096 for a long time, and it had been the only anomaly known to the Foundation matching its own very particular description. There had been no others sighted in the wild. It didn't seem to be part of a species, as far as anyone knew. But other researchers refuted this claim, given SCP-096's ability to travel at anomalous speeds and kill those that looked at it. It stood to reason there could be others. Maybe the Foundation wasn't aware of a whole species of Shy Guys, because anyone who'd ever seen one didn't live long enough to report it. Then someone mentioned that it wasn't entirely unprecedented for anomalies to have offspring either. A long while before, SCP-049, the infamous beak-masked plague doctor, had laid an egg which had hatched into SCP-049-J, a smaller version of himself composed of moss and wads of tissue.
Trying to apply logical understanding to each and every anomaly was a paradoxical exercise in futility. All anomalies had their own rules, even rules the Foundation had never observed before. After a great deal of deliberation and additional improvements of the scramble technology, a research team was sent into the containment chamber to retrieve SCP-096's progeny. The parent creature was still shying away from its creation, perhaps because it didn't want to raise it in the way that meant the child inherited its deadly sense of self-consciousness. Then again, maybe the Shy Guy was just afraid of what it had unleashed on an unsuspecting Foundation. Initial testing with the offspring creature revealed it was perfectly healthy and seemingly very much unlike its predecessor. Until any official SCP Foundation designation number could be assigned, the team examining it took to calling it SCP-096 Junior, or shortened to simply Junior. Junior regarded the Foundation scientists with curiosity, intrigued by them as well as their surroundings, picking up medical instruments before very carefully placing them back where it found them, treating every item it touched like they had been made of the finest, most delicate glass. One of the researchers likened its movements to that of a lemur or other similar primates, but with the reserved, timid, and docile nature of a well-domesticated pet. That was, at first. Naturally, the SCP Foundation, being the organization that it is, there quickly became an interest in whether Junior displayed the same anomalous traits as SCP-096. Call it curiosity or caution. They wanted to know if it would react the same way when observed without the protection of scramble goggles. So a test was devised, seating a member of D-Class personnel in the same room as Junior, and tasked only with looking at the Shy Guy's spawn. Everyone gathered with bated breath, the research team watching from an observation desk, all of them wearing scramble goggles to blur Junior's face. As a blindfolded D-Class was brought in and stood opposite of Junior, all of them expected that the test would unfold in a particular way, which made it all the more surprising when, as the D-Class's blindfold was removed, nothing happened. Junior regarded the convict with the same general curiosity as it had for everyone else, but beyond that, showed no change in behavior, no wild crying, no murderous rage state, nothing.
Are we sure this is actually the Shy Guy's kid?
One of the researchers joked. With the test concluded and then repeated a few extra times for good measure, Junior was deemed a safe class anomaly. Much like SCP-099 or Josie the Half-Cat, it was decided that Junior be allowed to wander freely around the facility. While initially a little unnerving to some staff when they first saw him without goggles, people quickly warmed to Junior. He was like a small monkey from a safari park, although with the added benefit of not stealing anyone's iPhone or wallet. But at least, until shortly after. Around nearly a month had passed since Junior's birth, and since then an odd change had been noted in SCP-096. The Shy Guy seemed calmer, more at ease, and far less anxious. What's more, researchers discovered that for the first time ever, he could be observed. However, before they could investigate further, all hell broke loose. It started in the holding cells where D-Classes were housed, initially written off as fights between inmates that got a little too out of hand. But soon the Foundation's own personnel started to violently attack each other. It was sparked at random, a state of animalistic rage that was focused on their fellow staff members, the people they worked with, the people who saw them every day, and it didn't stop. Those working at the facility were seemingly possessed by an inescapable urge to harm those around them, as if punishing each other for just looking at them. By the time a mobile task force was ordered to step in and defuse the situation, the scene they arrived to was one of utter chaos. Further examination uncovered that those who had seen Junior's face had been exposed to an anomalous effect. Looking at the creature gave the observer the same rageful reaction to being observed as SCP-096. They were compelled to kill anyone who saw them. However, most insidiously, this didn't seem to take effect instantly. In fact, those affected only entered their collective rage state after everyone in the facility had interacted with Junior at least once, almost like it had been waiting to infect everyone. While the remainder of the Foundation mopped up the aftermath of the incident, some theorized that SCP-096 had somehow expelled all its self-consciousness, all of its negative traits into its progeny. This was supposedly why the Shy Guy seemed so much calmer, so much so that it could even be observed. Whether Junior simply couldn't contain all SCP-096's negativity or intentionally spread it to everyone else around it, it is unknown. The only solution to get things back to normal was to put the Shy Guy's self-consciousness back to where it came from. There's never a good day for a supervillain attack or a tense feud with your closest sibling, and for the mighty THOR, this day was turning out to be both. As the self-proclaimed strongest Avenger flung his body across the planet Earth using his trusty magical hammer, Mjolnir, the Asgardian steeled himself for yet another confrontation with his evil half-brother, Loki, the god of mischief. As per usual, Loki was terrorizing the humans of a random city, using his illusions to manifest imaginary dragons and other ferocious beasts. And what was also usual is THOR had no idea what his brother's motive or endgame was. All the God of Thunder knew was that this kind of trickery-dickery would not be stood for. While these terrible creatures weren't real, they were still very frightening to the Earthlings. Civilians were running around in every direction away from Loki, and this was causing all kinds of chaos and traffic disturbances. Regardless of what Loki's plan was, THOR knew that his brother had to be stopped before things escalated further. On Earth, humans needed to rely on vehicles to get around, and even the slightest inconvenience in transportation could lead to disaster. THOR touched down in the same city square where Loki was unleashing his horde of make-believe monsters, landing in a classically cool superhero way.
"Hello, brother," THOR proclaimed. "I don't suppose you'll be stopping this without a fight."
Loki smiled a mischievous smile and replied,
"Ah, Thor, we meet again. And once again, you're wrong. I can stop this anytime I want."
Loki swiftly moved his hand through the air, casting a new spell to dismiss his diabolical decoys. The illusions dispersed naturally, and soon the two brothers were facing each other one-on-one.
"See?"
Loki chuckled. THOR was rightly confused by his brother's unpredictable actions. He pointed Mjolnir towards Loki in an accusatory manner.
"No illusions, no sorcery. What are you really playing at, Loki?"
said THOR. And then Loki reached into his robes and produced an unusual cube-shaped object. As his good brother was all too aware, this particular cube was the latest in a long line of mysterious and powerful cubes that Loki had used for his various evil plans. Loki juggled the unknown cube from one hand to the other, then waved it in the air in front of THOR and began to laugh maniacally.
"All I need to do is open this ancient box of mysteries, and I'll become completely unstoppable."
"Don't you dare do it, Loki," THOR shouted. "That sort of power will be misused in your hands."
"That's precisely the point!"
Loki continued to laugh, then reached for what appeared to be the lid of the cube. He grabbed the top of it and made a show of beginning to twist. This sent Thor's heroic instincts into high gear, and he threw Mjolnir at the cube, knocking it out of Loki's grasp. As the cube flew away from the grinning villain, THOR dove to retrieve it before his brother had the chance. He soon held the strange item in one hand while calling Mjolnir back to the other. As Thor stared at the cube, pondering its purpose, Loki stretched out his hands in desperation.
"Oh, no, not my cube! If you open it now, my plan is doomed!"
Loki pleaded. Thor responded with a laugh of his own.
"Nice try, brother, but I'm going to open it."
And so the God of Thunder did. Thor popped the cube's lid and braced himself for whatever cosmic force was about to be released, but for some reason, nothing happened. Still curious, Thor took a cautious look inside. As it turned out, the only thing within this apparently non-magical cube was what appeared to be a fully developed photograph.
"What in Odin's name is this?"
Thor removed the image and held it close to his face. It appeared to depict an emaciated, pale humanoid with long, spindly limbs standing in the corner of a compact room with smooth metal walls. In all his many years traveling the 9 realms, Thor had never seen anything like it. Whatever the creature actually was, it certainly did not look happy. Of course, what Thor was actually looking at was a photo taken of SCP-096 inside of its containment unit at the Foundation. The Shy Guy, as its nickname suggested, did not like having its face looked at, even via secondary means, such as photography or video recording. The anomalous humanoid sense of shame about its own appearance was so great that a mere moment after Thor fixed his Asgardian eyes upon its visage, SCP-096 began to stir in its containment unit. The creature wailed and covered its face with both of its hands on its long, sinewy arms. It screamed and carried on for a duration of 2 minutes, after which point SCP-096 sprinted towards the steel walls of its containment unit and smashed through. Reaching speeds greater than most motor vehicles, SCP-096 began to zero in on Thor's location. As was always the case when another being saw its face, the Shy Guy was compelled to utterly annihilate the offending observer with its bare hands. Thor himself had no idea that SCP-096 was en route and continued to squint at the photograph, perplexed by the mysterious entity depicted therein. Loki now resumed his mad laughter because once more, he had managed to trick his foolish brother into falling for one of his ingenious schemes. "Make sure to get a good look, brother," Loki gloated. "Yes, look at the full creature. That will bring about your inevitable destruction." Thor was annoyed.
"If you think that showing me a gross picture of some lowly wretch will strike fear into my heart, you've truly forgotten what it means to be an Asgardian."
"Save your sentiments for the halls of Valhalla," the green-clad evildoer cackled. "You'll be there soon enough."
And with that, Loki used a charm to turn himself invisible and vanish completely from Thor's sight. Thor stomped his foot on the ground angrily. He wasn't sure how, but it seemed as though Loki had gotten the last laugh once again.
"Loki!"
he shouted after his brother.
"Come back here and face me with honor!"
Then the god of thunder sighed pensively and thought to himself, "Who am I kidding? He's never going to change." Thor looked at his trusty hammer.
"Mjolnir, old friend, it seems like we've saved the day yet again. Shall we away back to Avengers HQ?
He then shook Mjolnir up and down like a puppeteer simulating a nod.
"Splendid idea, Mjolnir. Glad you thought of it."
Thor chuckled, already in better spirits. That's when he began to hear the footsteps of SCP-096 rapidly approaching him. Thor turned his head towards the sound and saw the same disquieting creature from the photograph that was inside Loki's cube, zooming headlong towards him with reckless abandon. The Asgardian blinked. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Whatever that thing was, it was faster than Thor could have possibly anticipated. Was it looking for the photograph? He wondered.
"Hello there!"
Thor called out as SCP-096 continued to make a beeline at the caped superhero. The god of thunder waved the photograph of SCP-096 in the air.
"Is this your, selfie?"
In all likelihood, Loki had been his usual conniving self and stole that self-portrait from the miserable creature, hoping that it would mistake Thor for the thief. The god of mischief had probably even used a glamour to disguise himself as Thor when he did the deed. Thor believed that all he had to do was clear up this misunderstanding, and that he and this strange beast could go their separate ways without coming to blows. It was a naive, optimistic, and ultimately incorrect view of the situation, but at least the hero's heart was in the right place.
"I don't need this, so," Thor said, trying to reason with the creature. "You can have it back if you'd like."
But SCP-096 showed no signs of stopping, and was seemingly enraged even further by Thor flaunting its decidedly unflattering photograph. The Shy Guy kicked the ground and shot forward with a powerful burst of speed. One of its elongated arms slammed into Thor's face with enough force to nearly knock the Asgardian off his feet. Thor was so surprised that he instinctively whacked the creature with Mjolnir, sending SCP-096 careening backwards down the street. It wasn't launched more than a dozen feet before its powerful arms and legs dug into the pavement and slowed its velocity to 0. Even though the thing from the photo had taken a direct hit from Mjolnir, it barely looked phased on a physical level. One thing was for sure, the Shy Guy was still incredibly distraught, and it was directing all of those negative emotions towards the god of thunder.
What was this thing? What is this thing?
Thor wondered to himself. It was fast, strong, and durable to an unearthly degree. If this thing wanted to engage in single combat, Thor wouldn't back down. He was an Asgardian warrior, and sometimes that meant facing challenges head-on, no matter how suddenly they arose. Still, his time with the Avengers had taught him that having a clear reason to fight was sometimes even more important than the fight itself.
"Hey, quick question, what are you?"
he said aloud to the creature. SCP-096 didn't answer. Within seconds, it was on Thor again like a bilg snipe on another bilg snipe. The screaming humanoid swung wildly, pelting its opponent with blow after blow. Thor tried once more to communicate with his unknown enemy.
"I have no quarrel with you, weird one,"
Thor spoke. so take your noodle arms and be gone. For all of its relentless ferocity, the humanoid abomination left countless openings that a seasoned warrior like Thor could easily exploit. Of course, most mortal combatants would be unable to endure the brunt of the Shy Guy's attacks for long enough, but true to his nature, Thor was a god. The Avengers struck back with another crushing blow from Mjolnir, aimed straight for the creature's sternum. Once again, the monster was pushed back for a moment, and then resumed its maddening onslaught.
A blow like that should have at least busted a rib or two. Were the bones of this horrible thing made of vibranium or some other rare metal out of the depths of space?
Thor realized he was now fighting on the defensive. While he had faced foes in the past with much greater physical strength than the Shy Guy, including his superhero colleague Bruce Banner's mean green, ever-loving alter ego, the Incredible Hulk, the sheer tenacity of SCP-096 meant that being careless with his own protection could lead to Thor taking unnecessary hits that would eventually wear him down in a prolonged fight. The wiry humanoid certainly didn't show any signs of slowing down or tiring, even though it had to be expending a lot of energy to move so quickly. Between his alternating deflections and counterblows against the creature, Thor mulled over his brother's words from earlier.
Loki was right about one thing. This is a fell creature if ever there was one. Still, as long as there is thunder in my blood, I won't allow a hairless cur like this to bring me my own destruction. Think, Thor. What would Stark do at a time like this? He says he's the smart one after all, humor him.
With his highly sophisticated tactical acumen that was similar to Iron Man except for the fact that it was much better and stronger, Thor efficiently assessed his current situation. While the pale beast was undoubtedly violent and far mightier than most terrestrial creatures, its attention and all the brute strength that came with it had been fixated solely on Thor since it arrived in the city. The Asgardian's best guess as to why was the photograph that Loki had tricked him into looking at. Devious trickster that he is, Loki must have known that this thing would hunt down and attempt to pulverize the latest being to see its face, which now, of course, happened to be Thor. The revelation of this fact meant that Thor no longer had to worry about the fate of civilians if he chose to relocate to a less populated battlefield, since the creature was now guaranteed to follow him. Nobody else needed to get hurt. While running from the fight wasn't exactly the God of Thunder's favorite strategy, it would massively reduce the chance of collateral damage. He'd be saving lives in classic Avengers fashion. Captain America would be so proud. Not that Thor would have done it any differently, even if he didn't have the Star-Spangled Man's approval. SCP-096 leaped in towards Thor to deliver its next walloping strike, but the Asgardian quickly grabbed it by the wrist and pulled the ferocious creature off its feet. He lifted it up and over his head before slamming it down hard into the pavement. With a bit of space between himself and his anomalous foe, Thor began to swing Mjolnir around by its leathery wrist strap. The Shy Guy desperately scrambled to its feet to resume the attack, but by that time, Thor had already thrown himself skyward. He soared between the buildings using the force of Mjolnir's trajectory, making it his mission to exit the city as soon as possible. Thor looked down to see that SCP-096 was following him along the ground, exactly as he predicted it would. While the battle with the beast would most certainly continue the second he dropped back to Earth's surface, he could rest assured that the place where the showdown would take place could be chosen by him. He saw an evergreen forest on a nearby mountain and decided that it would do nicely as a place to finish this.
I'm sure no one would mind a few stray bolts of lightning around here, Thor thought.
The God of Thunder was amused by the prospect of going all out against this being. Even though it probably had its reasons for wanting to destroy the one that saw its face, Thor was past the point of taking chances on diplomacy. This distressing creature was, after all, an adversary that Loki had plotted to send after him through one means or another, and because of that, it was likely to have power and guile to spare. Thor breaking a sweat to vanquish the thing would be a fitting replacement for the fight that he would have to have with Loki. Thor's feet hit the ground on a stony mountain ledge, and once again he struck that iconic superhero landing pose. Remarkably, the Shy Guy had kept pace with Thor almost the entire time the Asgardian had been flying, smashing through every tree and boulder that stood in its path. Even so, Thor was more than ready for it. Storm clouds rumbled overhead. The sky above the mountain was trembling as Thor decided that it was time to bring down the thunder on his unfortunate foe.
Boom! Crack!
The heavens flashed with electrical might as Thor channeled the energy from several lightning bolts through Mjolnir, before unleashing a consolidated blast of unbridled power onto SCP-096. The Shy Guy didn't even attempt to dodge, as Thor's Thundershock treatment bombarded it with light and heat, the likes of which few mortals could withstand. Thor released a second blast, then a third, surrounding SCP-096 with as much lightning as these earthly skies would offer him. After keeping at this for a while, Thor decided to let up momentarily to check in on his foe, only to see that there were no signs of visible damage on the creature. It wasn't even slightly singed. The God of Thunder could feel his brother laughing at him from somewhere out of sight and out of reach. The monstrous humanoid in the forest below was proving to be far more than Thor had bargained for, but he was nowhere near ready to give in and accept defeat. Still, maybe this wasn't a fight worth having on Earth. All Thor's electrical attacks were doing was destroying trees, and the planet was already facing unprecedented levels of deforestation due to the greed of human CEOs and shady entrepreneurs. Thor certainly didn't want to be part of the problem, and now that it was occurring to him, he realized that he should probably try to do something about that once the situation with the Shy Guy was resolved. It didn't matter how close of a friend Elon Musk was to Tony Stark. These overreaching humans had to be given a stern talking to by the God of Thunder, with or without hammer in his hand. Of course, Thor's environmentalist concerns had to go on the back burner for now, since SCP-096 was advancing towards him once again, with no hint of slowing down.
Let's see if you can follow me back to Asgard, you son of an elf,
Thor thought. He held his hammer aloft and counted on Heimdall to deploy the Bifrost. The Rainbow Bridge arrived seconds before SCP-096's arms would have reached the Asgardian, and as expected, it instantly carried Thor into the interdimensional space between his destinations. Amidst the swirling sea of multicolored lights, Thor shared a laugh with nobody but himself and Mjolnir.
So much for Shy Guy,
said Thor.
Looks like it'll have to resolve those body issues on its own time. I've been through something similar, so I can relate. Best of luck, pitiful beast.
But while Thor was congratulating himself for his strategic retreat, he almost didn't notice that his foe hadn't actually stopped in its pursuit. As a matter of fact, SCP-096 was currently inside of the Bifrost, and swiftly gaining on the God of Thunder. The Shy Guy was truly running in the 90s. Well, 90 miles per hour or more, but it made the same difference. The creature grabbed Thor by his ankles and screeched in mortified rage. Thor punched SCP-096 in the face, hoping to shake it off, but to no avail. The two opponents spun through the Bifrost, locked together in an unbreakable grapple, until they collided with the walls of interdimensional space. Thor knew exactly where this was going, and he wasn't happy about it. Like a sheet of ice composed of photons, the outer limits of the Bifrost broke away, sending both combatants shooting off into the void. Seconds later, a wormhole spit Thor and SCP-096 out in a vast junkyard filled with the remains of countless spaceships and alien life forms.
Great, I'm trapped in this garbage world again. I knew I should have picked somewhere closer.
Thor shook off the nauseating effects of the failed interdimensional trip. SCP-096 was already hale and hearty for another round. Thor grimaced with frustrated anticipation.
How about a quick 5-minute rest?
Thor implored the Shy Guy.
Gentlemen's truce?
SCP-096 roared and dashed forth, more crazed than ever. Thor exhaled in futility.
I thought not.
He whipped Mjolnir around and hurled it straight for SCP-096's skull. The reliable Urus steel hammer made contact, knocking the creature onto its back. At the very least, Thor could always count on his signature weapon to help him out. Or could he? When the Asgardian tried to call the hammer back, he was shocked to find that SCP-096 had somehow grabbed a hold of its handle. Even more surprisingly, it now appeared to be wielding the hammer as easily as Thor could.
Son of a... You're telling me that thing is worthy?
The Shy Guy, now with Mjolnir in hand, pounced on Thor, swinging the hammer with no technique or finesse. It was everything Thor could do to simply avoid the creature's range. A blow from Mjolnir was enough to cause serious injury to even the most formidable Asgardian warrior.
Damn you, Mjolnir, we talked about this,
Thor thundered.
We're friends, aren't we?
But none of his words could get through to the hammer now that it was in the hand of SCP-096. In an act of righteous defiance, Thor called the fury of lightning into his own body. This strange foe, which had come from Loki's latest prank, was about to find out what happened when a god of thunder got serious. With the speed of a lightning bolt, Thor flew at SCP-096 and punched it so hard that its grip loosened on Mjolnir for all but a second, and that second was all Thor needed to reclaim his weapon. His hand clung tightly to Mjolnir's handle as he swung the weapon into the Shy Guy's body with all of his might. The shockwave of this forceful blow launched piles of debris high into the air and sent SCP-096 tumbling across the surface of the planet like a thrown piece of discarded food at an Asgardian feast. With another pulse of electricity, Thor magnetized the portions of the rubble which contained spaceship parts and used his manipulation of that same energy to bury the Shy Guy in the deepest heap of trash he could manage. And with one last flick of Mjolnir, Thor sent himself hurtling through the largest wormhole in the sky above and back into space where it would be far more difficult for his foe to follow him. Finally, with some distance, Thor breathed a sigh of relief.
You almost had me that time, Loki. What an unusual being. Fought like a berserker, but was somehow also pure of heart. A kindred spirit to myself, perhaps? Even so, I truly hope to never meet that thing again.
Everyone in the sleepy mountain town had heard stories about the abandoned mall and the malevolent creature that lurked in the wreckage there. There had been enough missing persons cases, lost children, teenagers sneaking out to explore and never returning home, urban explorers who stumbled out of the darkness disheveled and traumatized. With an eyewitness account, no one wanted to believe. There wasn't anyone left in the surrounding area willing to set foot in that cursed place. But that didn't stop opportunistic out-of-towners from paying the occasional visit, especially if they felt like there was money to be made in those crumbling corporate walls. Grant and Jason, the hosts of up-and-coming investigative reality show Ghostly Happenings, were two such visitors. When they heard the rumors about an abandoned mall haunted by some sort of dark presence blamed for the disappearance of local children, they packed up their van, picked up their underpaid cameraman Derek, and headed straight for the infamous building.
Are you sure we're allowed to be here?
Derek asked shakily as he began filming.
Nope,
Grant answered cheerfully.
That's part of the fun.
Jason laughed.
Look, man, this place has been left to rot by the city. No one cares if we're shooting some footage. Besides, worry less about the cops and more about the
ghost of the mall.
Grant grinned.
Ooh, not funny, Derek grumbled. Come on, serious faces, we're rolling.
Jason nudged his co-host, and the two snapped into their on-camera personalities.
Once a bustling center of suburban American life, this shopping mall has transformed into a den of terror.
Grant's voice dropped into a lower register, his expression intense.
Locals swap stories of something inhuman that calls this place home.
Something that doesn't take kindly to trespassers, Jason added.
A ghost? A demon? Just an urban legend? That's what we're here to find out.
Grant pulled out an EMF reader, which began beeping as he turned it on.
There seems to be a lot of activity in here already. I'm picking up something. Don't know if you folks at home can see this, but the meter's going crazy,
Jason exclaimed. It was a fake meter, of course. One that they rigged up to beep and react when Grant pressed certain hidden buttons. But the audience didn't need to know that. They were tuning in for story, for spectacle, not for the truth. If they wanted that, they could flip over to the Nature Channel and watch some lions chasing a gazelle. On this show, they were chasing pure entertainment. They continued deeper into the building, taking in the massive echoey space, the dusty storefronts, the beams of rotten wood strewn across the ground, the rats that skittered across the floor. It was the perfect creepy atmosphere. Maybe a little too perfect, a little too creepy.
What was that?
Derek practically jumped out of his skin, spinning around to look at something behind him.
Hey, stay on us,
Grant snapped.
I saw something moving back there,
Derek insisted.
It was a rat.
Jason rolled his eyes.
There are tons of them in here.
Derek shook his head.
No, it wasn't a rat. It was way too big. Okay, a raccoon then. Come on, get it together. We've been in way worse locations than this. Remember that old tuberculosis hospital?
Grant shuddered.
God, no, that was scary. This is nothing.
Well, not nothing. Jason elbowed his partner.
I did a good job scouting this place, right?
Grant was about to answer when his foot bumped something on the ground. He looked down and saw a Polaroid camera next to a long, empty water bottle and a small backpack.
Oh man, get a shot of this!
Derek obliged while Jason took a closer look.
This must have belonged to one of the urban explorer types who came in here.
He unzipped the backpack, rummaging around.
Hey, look, photos. Tons of them.
He dumped the pictures out onto the ground.
Think he got some spirit photography done before he bit the dust? Well, might as well see.
Grant joined Jason on the ground, sifting through the photos as Derek watched anxiously.
Boring, deer, dog, sunset. Oh, wait a minute.
He stopped, holding up one specific Polaroid. "This is the money shot right here. Derek, zoom in on this." All three men looked at the picture, illuminated by the camera's light. It showed a tall, long-limbed, pale creature, vaguely humanoid in shape, but at the same time distinctly not quite human. Its mouth was stretched wide in a wordless screech, its eyes bloodshot and wild. Its long, tapered fingers were reaching towards the camera. "Damn, that's spooky," Jason laughed, a bit of nervousness creeping into his voice. "How do you think he set this up?" Grant asked. "What if it's real?" Derek swallowed the lump in his throat. "Don't be an idiot," Grant scoffed. But then, from the outside, not 100 feet away, they heard a scream, ear-splittingly loud, filled with rage, pain, and animalistic instinct. It was like nothing any of them had ever heard before. The scream was followed by the sound of splitting wood, branches crashing to the ground, and horrifyingly, the sound of something breaking down a nearby wall.
What did you do?
Jason backed away from the sound.
Me? You opened the backpack?
Grant shot back.
Guys, I think we need to get out of here.
Derek watched in wide-eyed terror as two pale hands ripped a hole in the wall in front of them, making an opening for that pale, hairless head from the photograph to poke through. All three men prepared to make a break for it and run for their lives, but as soon as the creature saw them, it was already too late. With another scream, SCP-096 sprinted toward them, grabbing each man and throwing them to the ground. The camera shattered into pieces from the impact, and Derek skidded painfully across the ground. As he rolled onto his side to try and push back up to his feet, he caught a glimpse of the monster opening its mouth impossibly wide and descending on his bosses. He really didn't want to focus on what happened next, but suffice to say there was nothing of them left afterwards. Derek tried his best to escape, but he was no match for the brute strength and speed of SCP-096. From the moment he saw its face, his fate was sealed. There was no escape. Soon the beeping EMF meter, the scattered photographs, and the broken pieces of the camera were the only thing left of the crew from ghostly happenings. Their devoted fans would never get another episode, but at least one being in the abandoned mall could rest easy now. SCP-096 was safe again. No one was living who had seen its face. It slowly crawled back to the hole it had made in the wall, ready to return to the forest and climb back up the mountain. There it could curl up beneath a tree and stay there for as long as it wanted. But as SCP-096 reached the hole in the wall, where it had once been able to see night sky, stars, and the trees in the distance, there was only blackness. It was as if something dark was stretching over the opening, blocking the outside world from view. 096 reached out a hand to push the blockage out of the way, but whatever it was, slithered away from the touch faster than the pale hand could move. The wriggling darkness crept back into the building, weaving in and out of the shadows as SCP-096 watched it curiously. Whatever it was, it hadn't looked at the creature's face yet. It wasn't sure if this thing even had eyes. But then, stretching out of the darkness and into view, was a garish face with wide, white eyes with massive pupils, a round nose, and a wide, wide mouth stretched into a toothy grimace that might have once looked like a smile. This was the creature that had made the mall its home, the apex predator of this biosphere, and it was staring directly at SCP-096's face. Its face. With a shriek, 096 flew into a primal rage, clawing at the cat-like creature, but before 096 could reach it, the thing was gone. Where was it? Where did it go? 096 roared, tearing at the floor, ripping up the tile and gouging long, deep scratches in the concrete beneath. A sound in the distance drew 096's attention, and it bolted in the direction of the noise, swinging at any obstacle in its path as it went. It ripped down a banner advertising free frozen yogurt samples, crushed an empty cell phone kiosk, and threw a gumball machine to the floor with a crash. It would rip the entire mall apart if it had to, if that was what it took to destroy the being that had caught a glimpse of its face and disappeared. Then, 096 could see it. That face. That wide-eyed, grinning face. It sprinted toward the face as fast as it could. The cartoon cat was looking at 096, not from a place in the room, but from behind the screen of a television in the electronics store window. Somehow defying the laws of physics and reality, it had made its way into the TV. 096 didn't pause to ponder the logic of this. There was no room for critical thought. There was only the need to shred, to consume, to destroy. It burst through the window, sending shards of glass in every direction, and reared back to attack the screen. It was so focused on its singular task that it didn't notice the long black arms snaking across the floor, winding around its feet. All of a sudden, 096 lost its balance as its legs were pulled right out from under it, those stretchy arms dragging it into the TV screen itself. When 096 regained consciousness, it was in a place it did not recognize. Gone was the inside of the mall or the familiar forest and mountains outside. Instead, SCP-096 was in some sort of hand-drawn world. A massive house with a hallway that seemed to go on forever, lined with infinite doors leading to who knew where. The floor tipped and tilted at odd angles, and the geometry made no three-dimensional sense. It was dizzying and deeply off-putting. SCP-096 had no frame of reference to compare it to, but a human witness might have noticed that this place looked like something out of an old cartoon, from the days of Steamboat Willie and the like. SCP-096 did not think such a thing. It only knew that it was in an unfamiliar place, one that felt threatening, though there were no visible threats, and it knew that it still hadn't gotten its hands on the creature that had seen its face. All along the walls between each door, there were clocks in the shape of that horrible cat, eyes ticking back and forth with each second, wide smile mocking SCP-096 as if to say, "Try and find me." SCP-096 would not be discouraged. There was no room in its mind for that sort of thing. There was only the singular goal of finding the cartoon cat and tearing it limb from rubber hose limb. Psychological warfare would have no effect. Still, Cartoon Cat would give it his best shot. This was his world, and he could do whatever he wanted here. Cartoon Cat poked his head out through a random doorway, waving to 096 with one of his puffy, white-gloved hands. As 096 wailed and began to give chase, Cartoon Cat slammed the door shut, only to open another door down the hall and poke his head out of that one. He did the same trick over and over, jerking SCP-096 around from end to end of the ever-expanding animated hallway. After some time passed, however, it appeared SCP-096 was not going to get tired, and was not going to give up hope of catching its prey. It was time to end this. Cartoon Cat wrapped one long arm around SCP-096's neck, restraining it against the wall, and began to squeeze tighter and tighter. But nothing happened. SCP-096 did not collapse, did not react at all except to tear at the arm around its neck until it broke free. Then it returned to the relentless pursuit, tearing door frames apart, pulling up floorboards, punching through walls. Every time it dealt damage to the environment, the space filled itself back in, an unseen pen scribbling in the gaps in the floorboards, sealing up the holes in the walls. Two powerful beings going back and forth, locked in a seemingly equal-matched battle. Cartoon Cat tried to destroy SCP-096 in a myriad of ways. He tried to rip the beast apart, to snap its neck, to do any manner of unspeakable violent acts it had done before with great sadistic glee. But this pale abomination would not fold, would not break. This wasn't going to be any fun if there was no ending, and if 096 kept destroying one of Cartoon Cat's favorite pocket worlds, that was quite enough. Cartoon Cat grabbed hold of 096's arms and legs, the creature thrashing viciously as he did so, and threw it into the blank space just beyond the illustrated world. Back in the mall, SCP-096 crashed back to Earth. It was about to resume its search for Cartoon Cat when suddenly a bright light illuminated its face. A police officer stood a few feet away, holding a flashlight.
"Excuse me, you can't be in here. You're trespassing,"
the officer started to warn, but his words were interrupted when 096 began to scream. Soon, he would be screaming too. The SCP Foundation specializes in tracking down and containing anomalies that are difficult to find, and that often will do anything they can to avoid being found. One anomaly in particular hates being seen more than anything, and will punish anyone who looks at its face with a horrific fate. SCP-096 is a mysterious creature, not only because it destroys anyone who sees what it truly looks like, No one is entirely certain where it came from, what exactly it is, or why it reacts so violently to being perceived. There are, however, several theories as to the Shy Guy's origin, and none of them are particularly cheerful. Some suggest an experiment gone wrong. Others believe it to be the last remaining member of an unknown species of mountain-dwelling humanoids. But one theory about SCP-096's origin stands out as particularly tragic in nature. In this story, SCP-096 was not always a long-limbed, pale beast cowering in the corner and hiding its face from the world. It was once an ordinary man, like anyone you might pass on the street. He was someone's son, someone's friend, a person with hopes, dreams, and passions. A human being who, through anomalous circumstances beyond his control, was made into a monster. Many years ago, there was a mountaineer named Jack. All his adult life, he had been obsessed with reaching higher and higher peaks, climbing every mountain he could in order to test his limits, pit himself against the power of nature, and bask in the sweet reward that was the view from the top. It began as a sport, a way to build up strength while taking in incredible natural beauty, but over time, as he conquered increasingly difficult challenges, it became an obsession. Like every obsession eventually does, climbing mountains began to take over his life, driving everything else away. He struggled to hold down a job, his marriage fell apart, and his relationships to his friends and family became increasingly distant and strained. Still, he couldn't bring himself to care much. He spent his alone time in the wilderness, or every so often embarking on trips with other mountaineers. Whether he was going at it solo or working with others, he was living for the climb. Over the years, he took on Cerro Torre in Argentina, GIGA in Switzerland, and Denali in Alaska. He especially enjoyed climbing in extreme cold, braving the ice and snow as he embarked on his climbs. The few fellow mountaineers he kept up with gave him the nickname Jack Frost. After years of refining his craft, building his strength, he set his sights on the highest mountain in the world, his personal white whale, Mount Everest itself. It was one of the deadliest climbs in the world, with its staggering height, storms, and frozen graveyard of fallen climbers dotting the snowy surface. But he was determined. He would not join the ranks of the fallen, but instead be one of the victorious that reached the top of Everest and came back down in one piece. He could feel it in his bones. Jack arrived in Nepal with a pack full of climbing equipment, the best boots money could buy, and layers upon layers of clothing to keep himself warm on the journey to the summit. He lowered his goggles over his eyes, summoned his courage, and prepared for the incredibly difficult climb. The cold seeped into his core. The winds nipped at his face, numbing his nose and leaching through his gloves and boots as he went, but Jack pressed on. He welcomed the sensation, the bite of it. It was a reminder that he was still here, that he was still alive. As long as he could feel the pain, he knew he was all right. He knew that it was when the cold faded away, turned to paradoxical feelings of warmth and sleepiness, that a mountaineer was truly in trouble. As he navigated the harsh mountain landscape, Jack occasionally let his eyes drift off course, taking in the sights around him. He could see shocks of blue, green, and red, the distant bright colors of boots, jackets, and hats belonging to the fallen climbers that came before him, those who collapsed from exhaustion, who gave in to altitude sickness or succumbed to the cold. Memento mori, he said softly to himself. These frozen bodies represented that ever-present reminder of mortality, of death lurking just out of sight. It would not come for him, though. Not today. Not on this journey. He wouldn't let it. The hours blurred together within the crunch of the ice beneath his boots, the dig of climbing hooks into the earth, the tug of his trusty ropes as he ascended ever higher. Jack came to a stop. There was no next step to take, nowhere higher that he could go. He had reached the summit. The white whale was captured, and Everest was his. For the very first time, he was truly on top of the world. Now that he had made it to the highest point, there was the all-important task of climbing back down. At this altitude, he was still in the death zone, the place where human acclimatization was impossible. This was the tricky part, the point at which even the most experienced of climbers might get lost in the euphoria of the achievement and might let their attention slip. Any mistake during his descent, any misstep, could be the thing that cost him his life. There was no room for error and no time to waste. Just as Jack prepared to make his descent, he saw a figure pulling itself over the ridge. From a distance, it looked like a fellow climber. He noticed the curious lack of equipment and the way the person seemed to be making their way up the mountain with nothing but their hands. But perhaps they lost their pack or left it behind for some reason. The figure was dressed in all white, from their hood to their boots, with a large pair of black mountain goggles covering what little of their face wasn't concealed by the hood. Uncertain if the figure was in need of assistance, and surprised to see another soul on the mountain with him, Jack waved at the figure.
Everything okay?
He called. There was no response, but the figure turned to look at him. At least, he thought it was looking at him. He couldn't see its eyes through the goggles, but he felt the distinct sensation of it locking its gaze with his just the same. As soon as the figure turned to look at him, Jack began to feel strange. The pain, the sharp sensation of the cold that he relied on to ground himself and remember he was really here, began to blur around the edges. The feeling softened, melting away along with the ache in his muscles, the bleariness in his eyes, the dry mouth that had nagged at him for hours. He felt unbalanced, unmoored, a ship with no anchor. He couldn't explain why, but the sudden relief from the cold made his chest tighten with primal terror. He did not feel like one man encountering another on the mountain. He felt the way he had years ago, when he came face to face with a mountain lion, staring down a predator, and remembering all of a sudden that humans do not naturally sit at the top of the food chain. This figure, this thing, it was no man. It was no person. Jack prepared to continue his descent, to get away from the strange intruder as quickly as possible, but his feet would not obey him. His eyes could not break contact with the figure in white that was slowly beginning to advance toward him, one slow step at a time. It was in no hurry. It knew he was not going anywhere anytime soon. He trembled as the figure drew closer, its inscrutable face hidden beneath its hood and behind its goggles. He wished he could just see its face, but dreaded learning what secrets it was hiding. If only he could just unstick his feet from the earth, break free of this spell that had fallen over him, he could escape. But no matter how much his muscles strained, how he gritted his teeth with effort, he couldn't get away. As the entity came closer, the cold snapped back into his body, but something was different. It was heightened, like every icy breeze and freezing wind layered on top of itself, hardening his muscles to rock, crystallizing the very blood in his veins. He felt as if his fingers, if he tried to wriggle them, would snap off and fall to the ground. His eyes thrummed in their sockets, his lungs stretched to hold on to each breath as the cold constricted its fist around his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but his voice died in his throat, coming out in a weak whisper of air. Now the thing was close enough to touch him, and whatever force had been holding him still and upright released him. It was as if he were a marionette suspended in the air, and the puppeteer released his strings at once. He crumpled to the snow-covered ground in a heap, his cheek pressed into the earth, his eyes trained helplessly on the still advancing figure. His lip formed the word, please, though he could not tell exactly what he was begging for. His life? His freedom? A painless death, perhaps? He struggled to push himself to his feet, but all the strength had gone out of his limbs. He could barely lift his arm, let alone handle the weight of his whole body. The thing shaped like a man was right above him, glowering down through those opaque goggles. He still could not see its eyes, but somehow he could feel the way it was looking at him. Hatred was radiating off of it, disdain and pure, unadulterated malice. Then it tilted its head to the side thoughtfully, and Jack's mind was overwhelmed with images. He felt the phantom sensation of sunlight on his skin and springy green grass beneath his bare feet. He could see, clear as day in his mind's eye, a forest in the middle of summer, dewdrops sparkling on the petals of wildflowers blowing in a gentle, sweet breeze. Then he felt sand between his toes, smelled the sea breeze, felt the comfort and contentment of a nap on the beach. It was not offering these things to him. but something like them, something like peace. It was offering him a gift, but he didn't want it. He couldn't take it. He was Jack Frost, damn it. He thrived in the cold, the hardship. He didn't want some warm, sleepy fade out of existence. If he went out, it would be on his terms, doing the thing he had dedicated his life to. If he were going to lose his life, he wouldn't roll over and just give it up. It would need to be pried from his frozen hands. With every last bit of strength, he twisted his head away from the entity's gaze, covering his face with his hands. It grabbed at him, shaking his shoulders, trying to force him to uncover his face and meet its gaze once more. But he didn't budge. He wouldn't. He couldn't. Then he felt the energy shift as it realized he had refused the gift, that he would not welcome the paradoxical feelings of heat and security and slip away as it was asking him to. But it was not a victory. He swore he could hear a voice in his mind say,
Very well. You wish to be part of the mountain. I will make it so.
The world went white as Jack's eyes rolled back in his head, his spine curving back until it snapped. His jaw cracked and distended, his arms and legs stretched out long and twisted, his body contorted at unnatural angles as the entity began to rearrange his very being. As the agony ripped through him, snapping his bones and tearing his muscles, Jack kept his face cradled in his hands. He remained in that position even as he cried, his voice hoarse, as the pure fear and pain overwhelmed his senses, until he forgot his own name, forgot he was ever a man at all. When Jack was no more, when something else sat there in his place, pale and shivering, body racked with sobs, the king of the mountain turned and left him there, alone with his misery. Still, he would not uncover his face. He would not let himself be vulnerable, and would not look up. Days later, a group of mountaineers reached the summit of Everest and spotted a hairless figure crouched in the snow, weeping softly.
Are you all right?
One of them asked. The figure lifted its head slowly and locked eyes with the strangers. Its eyes widened in horror, its mouth stretched impossibly wide in a wordless scream of rage and hurt, and with nothing human left in its mind or heart, SCP-096 took its very first victim. Close your eyes and pray for salvation. We're returning to the lanky, lethal lad whose rampages often result in legendary losses of life. It's SCP-096 the Shy Guy. Longtime fans of the channel will no doubt know this anomalous monster like the back of their hand. After all, we have several videos on the subject that are definitely worth checking out sometime. But to get the full benefit of today's tale, we'll do a quick refresh for any potential newcomers in the audience. Good to have you here. Let's start with the basics. The first thing you'll probably notice about 096 is its daunting size and rather unusual bodily proportions. While mostly humanoid in shape, the Shy Guy has long dangling arms that almost reach the ground. Its body is thin and hairless, with opaque, clear, white pupilless eyes and a wide, gaping mouth. It is a truly chilling sight to behold, an abomination that conjures up nightmares just to look at it. And we mean that literally. You don't want to look at this thing, and we'll get to why in a moment. SCP-096 doesn't really do much during an average day. Usually, this tall, spindly humanoid entity will spend its downtime just aimlessly pacing around in its containment cell, and perhaps occasionally taking a nap. Pretty relatable, right? Especially if you've been trapped in your college dorm room during the lockdown. But if some unlucky soul should dare to look at SCP-096, specifically its horrible face, that's when the monster starts to act very differently. Now, someone doesn't have to be directly looking at SCP-096 to make this happen. Even glancing at a blurry, distorted photo of it or watching security footage of the creature can have the same deadly result. You see, the moment SCP-096's face is seen, the wiry monster will know. When this happens, the creature suffers what appears to be a psychological meltdown, covering its face with its huge claw-like hands and weeping. Hence the nickname Shy Guy. Utterly inconsolable and suffering from extreme emotional distress, eventually the creature will be unable to take it anymore. Standing up, SCP-096 will then travel towards whoever dared to look at it, using anomalous speed to hunt down the person that saw its face. The Foundation has proven that it is unquestionably impossible for anyone to hide from SCP-096. Literally nothing can stand in its path as it tracks down its victim. not walls or locked doors. Even being aboard a boat in the middle of the ocean or in a plane in mid-air can prevent it from finding you. And when it does find you, it's not a pleasant sight. SCP-096 will kill the person that looked at it without leaving any detectable trace on their body. The monster is impervious to gunfire and all other forms of conventional weaponry. It can't be killed or even so much as harmed. Even if the Shy Guy is only seen as a tiny little speck in a photograph, this will be enough to trigger the creature's relentless defense mechanism. So because of this, the SCP Foundation's only real way to keep the creature safely locked up is in an airtight steel cube, with no security cameras or surveillance tools of any kind. All members of personnel are reminded that they are to never, ever look at it. But what if they could? What if somehow someone was able to neutralize SCP-096's anomalous abilities? Or was resistant to being killed when the creature inevitably tracked them down? This is how the tale known as Picture Perfect begins.
What do you think, boys? Is she a beauty or what?
Dr. Clef proclaimed to a group of his fellow high-ranking Foundation researchers. The group looked in confusion and unease at what Clef had been referring to, namely a photograph that he just hung up on the wall of his office. A photo of what, though? Well, a 4-foot by 5-foot picture of none other than SCP-096, of course. Naturally, the other researchers shared a mixture of shock and dismay at what Clef had just done, as you would if one of your co-workers hung up a photo of a creature that could kill you just for looking at that said photo. We've lost a number of staff members from around the SCP Explained office that same way. Let's just say the Christmas party last year was not that fun. Dr. Clef had long been one of the more enigmatic and mysterious scientists working at the Foundation, with the exception of the elusive and infamous O5 Council. Alto Clef was formerly an operative for the Global Occult Coalition, as well as being known to be a bit of a gun enthusiast and all-around crazy wildcard. Clef earned his own brand of infamy for his rumored practice of brutally decommissioning dangerous SCPs. And you can probably guess what we mean by that. He's the Foundation's go-to executioner and a specialist in dealing with reality-bending anomalies. Would you expect any less from an ex-GOC? Joining Clef in his office were the likes of Dr. Jack Bright, another infamous Foundation researcher. Dr. Bright, also known as SCP-963-2, was assigned to conduct experiments on an anomalous amulet, SCP-963, which resulted in his death at the hands of SCP-076 Able. However, anomalous properties of the amulet gave Bright the ability to inhabit new bodies after his death. Specifically, anyone who also touches the amulet, which kills the host and allows Bright to take control of their body. While technically immortal, Dr. Bright isn't exactly stoked about that fact, often seeking out death and wanting to know exactly what it feels like. Also present at the unveiling of Dr. Clef's photo of SCP-096 was his friendly rival, Dr. Kondraki. While usually gruff and antisocial, Kondraki is an expert in perception-based anomalies, normally called upon by the Foundation to photograph SCPs that would otherwise be invisible or imperceivable. Dr. Cimmerian, a member of the Foundation's Ethics Committee, was also in the room as Dr. Clef proudly showed off his office's latest decoration. Perhaps the most outwardly strange researcher in attendance was Kane Pathos Crow, a scientist from the Foundation's research department who had been transformed into a Labrador Retriever after an experiment that, needless to say, went a bit awry. Crow must have been barking up the wrong tree on that one. Each of them expressed their reactions differently. Deeply exasperated, Dr. Cimmerian shook his head and began to question his recent decision to stop drinking. Meanwhile, Dr. Bright looked up at the painting with a bemused tilting of his head. He wondered if SCP-096 would come to kill him, and if it did, would it only do so once, or would the creature try again and again each time that Bright inhabited a new body? Perhaps, in an attempt to look away from the photo, Kane lowered his head and covered his snout with a paw, while Dr. Kondraki hung his head in deep disappointment. The only one among the group that seemed unaffected by the sight of the SCP-096 photograph was Dr. Charles Gears, another high-ranking SCP Foundation scientist. It was Gears who finally broke the uncomfortable silence, asking Dr. Clef the one question that had been on everyone's minds: why? Clef excitedly exclaimed that the photo was meant to be in celebration of SCP-096 finally having been neutralized, and according to the scientist, they were free to look at the creature's ugly mug all they wanted. The group stared in horror at the gaping mouth, the screaming expression of the monster that had killed so many people. Not one of them shared in Dr. Clef's enthusiasm. Some, like Bright and Gears, simply argued that the picture was creepy, while others voiced far greater concerns. Kane argued that putting up a photo of SCP-096 was in poor taste, that it was massively disrespectful to all the unwitting victims that the Shy Guy had killed over the years. It was also reckless and dangerous, Dr. Cimmerian added. It had not yet been a full 24 hours since SCP-096's apparent death, and if the creature was somehow able to come back to life, it could kill every researcher in the office. By showing them this so-called masterpiece, Clef had put all of his co-workers' lives at risk. He shrugged off their concerns of the creature coming back to life, despite knowing that this was entirely possible. After all, it wasn't just anomalies and SCPs that could defy death. Most of the Foundation's higher-ranking staff were also capable of the same. Even some of the researchers in that very room had died at least once. Dr. Clef claimed that, should the worst happen and SCP-096 return to life, they could simply forget its face with amnestics. Clef claimed that they were now free of SCP-096's anomalous powers, thanks to the creature's termination. But the 4 men and 1 dog in his office with him failed to share his enthusiasm. The group then began debating why the Foundation even needed to neutralize SCP-096 in the first place, with its containment purely hinged on nobody ever looking at the creature.
He could be contained by putting a sack over his head,
Dr. Bright pointed out, met with murmurs of agreement from the others.
That's where you're wrong, Jack. There could be photos of him from before he was contained, or someone could get a hold of the photos we already have of him,
Dr. Clef argued back.
If they did something like hack Markiplier's YouTube account, put that photo on the homepage, it'd be game over. The Shy Guy would breach containment with millions of -1s to kill all over the world, and that kind of rampage would guarantee he'd have cameras pointed on him 24/7. Exposure would grow exponentially until the bastard slaughtered most of the civilization. As far as I'm concerned, he should have been classified as Keter from the start.
But Bright argued back, stating that the Foundation had no real cause to kill SCP-096. They already had a clear understanding that the Shy Guy's anomalous behaviors were only even triggered by somebody observing it, and preventing that from happening was pretty easy. Killing the creature just seemed excessive, cruel even. Cimmerian chimed in again, saying that killing SCP-096 was something the Global Occult Coalition would do, and the Foundation still hadn't learned all they could about 096. Could someone survive looking at the creature if they were in space or another dimension? Now no one would ever know. On top of that, Dr. Gears pointed out that the Foundation had no clue what SCP-096's exact origin was, where the creature had come from, if it was the only one of its kind, or whether it was a part of a species of similar monsters. If more beings like the Shy Guy could exist in the future, they could cause a global catastrophe. But despite all the points raised by his colleagues, Dr. Clef didn't want to hear any of what they had to say.
Alright, I hear what you're all saying, but shut up! The Shy Guy was a sword of Damocles dangling over the whole world. We killed him, and we're gonna celebrate that by doing the one thing we could never do while he was alive. Looking at his face each and every day for the rest of our lives, so that we never forget what we've won and could have lost.
The 4 researchers and the one who had been turned into a dog all took a moment to consider Clef's argument, more courtesy than he had extended to them. They all looked up at the haunting, grotesque face of SCP-096 once more. As much as they protested the decision to have the creature killed, each of them secretly hoped it stayed neutralized, especially now that Clef was using SCP-096's photo as an office decoration. If the creature ever managed to come back, anyone that set foot in Clef's office and looked at the picture was as good as dead. Finally, Dr. Kondraki spoke up and threatened to resign Clef to one of the worst positions imaginable, critiquing first drafts of SCP reports by junior researchers. For a moment, Clef thought his rival was bluffing, but eventually decided it was better to be safe than sorry. As the Gun-Ho Foundation scientist begrudgingly pulled the photo from his office wall, he muttered to the group,
"Oh, none of you appreciate postmodern art."
The air is filled with chaos as the Foundation Mobile Task Force agent is violently hurled into the sky. His blood-curdling screams echo as he slams into the spinning blades of a Foundation attack helicopter. It's a visceral collision, sending crimson blobs into the wind. He is killed on contact. The chopper lurches as it pirouettes out of the sky and smashes into the side of a nearby skyscraper with a thunderous explosion. On the streets below, Foundation troops mount a desperate resistance, hammer down fights shoulder to shoulder with members of the conventional armed forces, the National Guard, and any street cops brave enough to risk their lives. Their armor glistens under the lights of a burning city, their heavy weaponry ranging from assault rifles to snipers to rocket launchers. Behind them, tanks and ATVs stocked with heavy machine guns roll forward. The death toll is already in the thousands. If this situation isn't under control soon, they're sure to spill into the tens and hundreds of thousands, and eventually, the millions. The soldiers concentrated their fire, but it's not against a rival army, but a lone figure who steps out of the fire and the brick dust. It is dressed in a long black cloak, standing 9 feet tall on its hind legs. To the untrained eye, it looks eerily like SCP-096, but there is something different about it. It seems taller, stronger. It stands erect, its face no longer covered and frightened, but coldly determined. As it surveys the attackers sent to subdue it, it does something that the original SCP-096 has never done. Its mouth twists into a sadistic smile. The army unleashes a white-hot barrage, explosions, armor-piercing rounds, and in some more humane cases, tranquilizer darts burst through the sky. Once the opening salvo runs dry, they wait with bated breath. Nothing could withstand that, surely. But they're wrong. When the dust clears, it's still standing there, seemingly without a scratch. The only thing that is different is that it now has a few extra holes in its cloak. "Well, well, well," it says in a calm, deep voice. "Quite the welcoming party you've amassed. Allow me to repay your gratitude in kind." What happens is over in a few moments. The monster rears up and swoops in at impossible speeds, its long arms extended. It weaves through the amassed forces who, in their panic, turn their weapons on each other. The monster's huge claws slice through the soldiers who've laid their lives and bodies on the line to stop its advance. Soon, blood covers the rubble. With a deafening roar, the monster tears the tank's turret apart like paper, revealing the terrified soldiers cowering within. Blood spatters across the cold steel as the monster straightens, towering over the mangled machine. He adjusts his tattered, blood-soaked cloak with a chilling calm. "To think I ever feared the gaze of these dullards," he said with a tut. "Soon they'll learn to fear my face for a different reason. For I am the new god of their world." Something flutters down from above in the air, otherwise choked with dust and embers. A piece of paper, shiny and slick. A Polaroid photograph. The monster clasps it in surprisingly delicate fingers and inspects it. In the photo, he sees a face that he hasn't seen in a long, long time. That's when he hears a familiar sound, one that has played in his mind for a number of years. He turns with another wry smile to see the ultimate enemy standing only about 20 feet away. "Hello, old friend," the monster says. "Have you come here to die?" Just 24 hours earlier, when many who are now dead still had seemingly long and happy lives ahead of them, a Chaos Insurgency infiltration plot was on its way to ruining everything. Like many groups of interest, the Chaos Insurgency can often seem mysterious and inscrutable. Once loyal to the SCP Foundation, the Chaos Insurgency's ranks are now filled with ex-members of its most elite mobile task force, the Red Right Hand. These defectors are more than just skilled combatants. They are walking arsenals of tactical brilliance and insider knowledge, wielding the Foundation's own secrets as their deadliest weapon. No enemy understands the Foundation's intricate systems, hidden protocols, and weaknesses better than they do. Some of them use this knowledge to serve chaos itself, making the world a less stable place. Others have a far more simple motivation: money. They abduct anomalies from Foundation containment sites in highly organized raids. The anomalies that are most easy to weaponize are sold on to regimes of dictators in the developing world, eager for a way to maintain their power. For a while, an anomaly that the Chaos Insurgency was extremely eager to add to their catalog was SCP-096, the SHY Guy. There were a number of advantages to SCP-096 as a weapon. It's almost indestructible. It isn't sentient enough to resist orders. It has an almost 100% success rate in killing its targets, but there's also a lot of risk involved. Anyone who sees its face is inevitably killed, including those who deployed it if they happen to see its face by mistake. The Chaos Insurgency has decided to make their move and secure SCP-096 for a major sale, but it needed some preparation first. Their plan was simple. Infiltrate Site-19, obtain SCP-096, and then transport it to SCP-914, the Clockworks, where it could be refined to become an even more effective weapon. They had no idea of the true horrors that this plan would unleash. To a point, the plan was surgical. Chaos Insurgency agents infiltrated the base, executing any guards and researchers who dared stand in their way. Soon enough, they found their way to the secure chamber where SCP-096 was being held. They engaged in a brief firefight with the guards stationed around the anomaly, but their superior tactics and weapons won out, leaving them alone with the monster. The fact is, the Chaos Insurgency is almost as good as freeing anomalies from containment as the Foundation is at containing them. Their agents brought special diamond-tipped saws that allowed them to easily carve through the metal walls of the cube eternally welded around SCP-096. They averted their eyes and threw a bag over the monster's head, leading it out of the chamber with a rope around its neck. Across the facility, other Chaos Insurgency agents have already secured SCP-914. They've put in signal jammers and organized a decoy attack on another far-flung containment site, just to ensure that reaction time from external reinforcements would be as delayed as possible. It wasn't before long that they were ushering in SCP-096 into the intake booth of SCP-914, while one of the more senior members of the raiding party stood at the control panel. The plan was simple. Set the machine to fine, and have a refined version of the Shy Guy that any self-respecting autocratic despot would want to add to their arsenal. However, the Chaos Insurgency raiding party had made a fatal mistake, underestimating the SCP Foundation. A group of guards had survived the initial assault and were building their numbers outside the testing chamber. Just as the Chaos Insurgency squad leader was about to activate the machine, the guards breached the room and opened fire. The squad leader took 2 bullets through the lung and another through his spine. He collapsed against the console, bleeding out, and in the process knocked the dial. The setting went from fine to very fine, a crucial difference that would lead to a horrifying fate for many. The machine juddered into life, a cacophony of mechanical noise. Once it's already started, it is impossible to stop. As the firefight continued, all they could do was hope that the worst-case scenario would be averted for all of them. Once the process was over and the horrifying noise of the machinery cut out, the door to the output booth slid open with a billowing cloud of mist. All the gunfire stopped as combatants from both sides turned their heads to see the immense beast stepping out of the dark. It was SCP-096 in vague shape. It looked bigger, stronger, smarter, and it didn't look like a loping, mindless beast the way the Shy Guy they knew often did. No, it walked erect on its back legs, implying a kind of sickly intelligence that its former incarnation never possessed. And as if attempting to prove that in the most shocking way possible, the monster that had once been SCP-096 cleared its throat and spoke.
You must teach me how to use that wonderful machine, he said. I can safely say that I've never felt better.
There was a moment of hesitation from the sheer shock. The creature could talk? It didn't seem to be entering its rage state from having its face viewed either. It was, though, on some deep fundamental level, SCP-096 had been well and truly altered. But that doesn't mean it's been altered for the better. What followed next is a wholesale slaughter unlike anything seen since the acid-spitting Zumziru, as the monstrous new form of SCP-096 murdered the Foundation guards and Chaos Insurgents alike. Not because it had to, no. Not because it was driven by murderous rage, but because it wanted to. How many decades had they kept him locked up, isolated, to stew in his rage and self-loathing? None of these sad little humans had ever tried to help him or ever tried to cure him, just futile attempts to lock him up and kill him. Cold, not cruel. What a sad little joke. Now that he had full power over his mind, he would show them the true meaning of cruel. It didn't take the monster long to decimate the containment site and break into a nearby population center. He started to wreak havoc for his fun, his own sick amusement. Elsewhere, a Foundation panic room was desperately trying to figure out a solution. Mobile task forces were being dispatched left and right, while potential anomalous solutions were being considered. Releasing SCP-682 would be too much of a risk, given that even an unenhanced version of SCP-096 fought the hard-to-destroy reptile to a draw. Abel in Pandora's box would likely be just as vulnerable to the monster's attacks as any other human would. Perhaps their only option would be to fight fire with fire, and they'd need to take advantage of some of the Foundation's dimensional shifting technology to do it. An agent was sent on a mission to an alternate universe, hoping to collect a special package, their version of SCP-096. And so the two Titans face one another in the ruined streets of the city. The original SCP-096, extracted as a last resort from another universe, up against the new and improved SCP-096 that the Clockworks had produced. Whoever was left standing would decide the fate of the human race. The first 096, who, for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call the original, charges for the monster, all its speed and strength and fury channeled into one hellish thrust. But the monster is intelligent and does not feel the fear that others do. The monster dodges the full force of the original's charge, grabbing its legs and swinging it into a nearby building. A thunderous boom echoes around the scarred city as a cascade of broken bricks tumble down, but that only buys him a few seconds. The original is a creature driven by pure instinct, untiring, unrelenting. It's already charging back into battle with a bone-chilling scream even before the dust settles. It comes out swinging, displaying its impossible strength for its lithe build. The monster catches it by its wrists and holds it in place as best it can, exerting force that pushes it down to the ground. My, I was a persistent one, wasn't I? He says, but so very stupid. He hears a rumbling down below. The monster raises a fist and brings it down onto the back of the original. The mindless beast is mashing through the ground, passing down through the sewer system and into the subway below. As the original hits the tracks, momentarily dazed, it turns to see a bright light coming towards it, and then it's hit by the 6 p.m. eastbound train. Up above, the monster laughs. Was this really the Foundation's trump card? Taking him on with an inferior version of himself? How incredibly pathetic. If this was really the best resistance they could put up after trying everything else, then his dominion over this world was assured. Or was it? Consumed by visions of a world reshaped in its grotesque image, the monster doesn't notice the tremors beneath its feet until it's too late. The ground explodes with a deafening roar as the original bursts through the concrete. The impact sends the monster hurtling through the air, smashing it into the crumbling remains of a nearby building, the very one marked by the wreckage of a helicopter crash. A flicker of recognition flashes across the monster's warped features, and its cruel grin returns. It does not see rubble. It sees an opportunity. As the original readies itself for another attack, the monster decides to give itself an advantage. It reaches for the nearby destroyed helicopter and rips off one of the reinforced propeller blades, wielding it like an improvised sword. When the original inevitably came bounding in, the monster slashed at it, cleaving a deep gash across the original's gray flesh. The original screamed in pain, but the monster didn't let up, striking again and again with the propeller sword. Still, the original's bones remained impervious to every strike. Then the monster would have to try a little harder to break them. He impales the panicking original with the sword, then goes in with his claws and fists, striking relentlessly at the creature's head. When the original falls, the monster grabs it on either side of the head and begins to squeeze. If the bones break, then it's all over. However, as the monster has the original in its grip, he doesn't even notice the blue sparks of energy crackling around them both. He's so engrossed in this ultimate act of self-destruction that he doesn't notice the trap he's fallen into. The same technology that brought the original SCP-096 here from a different universe could send them both of them back there. By the time the monster fully realizes the orb of electricity crackling around them, it's already too late.
No! You can't do this!
He doesn't get to finish his sentence. In a flash, the two of them are gone, to a different place, a different time. But wherever that may be, one thing is sure. This isn't over. Adjacent to known reality lies an infinite abyss of liminal spaces and monstrous beings, the Backrooms. As with all unusual and supernatural phenomena, the SCP Foundation was set on cataloging the Backrooms as an anomaly and finding a way to contain it. But unfortunately, all it took was one failed experiment for the opposite to occur.
A huge portion of Site-19 has begun no-clipping into the yellow-walled maze of the Backrooms' first level, taking the research team, some D-Class, and a handful of Mobile Task Force agents into the disturbing alternate reality with it. But this isn't the most terrifying part. Just before the experiment went wrong, SCP-096, aka the SHY Guy, was transported to the testing area of Site-19 to be used as a means of clearing Backrooms entities from the path of the research team. In the midst of the chaos that ensued while dimensions fused, 096 was exposed to the gaze of a shadowy being known as a Smiler and was able to instantly break free of containment. Sprinting through the maze towards the Smiler, SCP-096 was quickly too far away for the Foundation staff to attempt recapture. Moreover, this situation demanded a far more immediate concern. There was no apparent way to no-clip the lost portions of the site back to native reality. The researchers, D-Class, and MTF personnel who were now on the other side would have to adapt and fend for themselves in this new reality. Agent Cullen, the highest-ranking member of the Mobile Task Force present, identified several hostile entities approaching. These bundles of arms were known as clumps, and since they did not possess eyes, they had evaded 096's wrathful response to entities that saw its face. On Cullen's orders, the researchers and D-Class took cover behind the agents, who opened fire on the clumps. Meanwhile, SCP-096 caught up to the Smiler that had glimpsed its face. In most cases, Smilers are highly dangerous entities that prey on humans who are trapped in the Backrooms by pulling them into the shadows. Because this was its nature, the Smiler was not prepared for 096 to not only approach at top speed, but to deliver a slamming arm thrust straight into the creature's face. The Smiler instantly knew that one more blow like that would be the destruction of its strange, monstrous existence. But it was too late to get away, and 096 certainly didn't stop at one. After beating the Smiler to a pulp, SCP-096 briefly returned to a more neutral state of being. It was not at all fazed by the new surroundings. In fact, it was temporarily relieved by the solitude of the Backrooms maze. That was when SCP-096 felt the gaze of something unknowably powerful staring at it from deeper within the Backrooms dimensions. SCP-096 was no stranger to being remotely viewed and becoming enraged by it, but this was different. These eyes were everywhere and nowhere all at once. SCP-096 felt like it was being torn apart by its own violent impulse to destroy whatever entity was currently seeing its face. With no clear target present, SCP-096 dropped to all fours, and in an instant, it ran like a mad beast through every conceivable corridor of the infinite yellow maze in less than a single second. During this blindingly fast rampage, 096 found itself back near the Foundation personnel for a fraction of a moment. None of the humans present could perceive the SHY Guy at the hypersonic speed it was going, but the result of it passing by was evident in the abrupt death of several MTF agents who were still focused on fending off the clumps. It was collateral damage to 096, who didn't intend for its speeding body to collide with the agents, but in any case, the clumps were at that much more of an advantage when it came to brutally attacking the members of the research team. The clumps' numbers were increasing as well, as more of the fleshy aberrations rolled forth from the woodwork. One of the D-Class, D-3461, panicked, breaking away from the defensive line and bludgeoning an MTF agent from behind. The others were still reeling from the sudden slaughter created by SCP-096 and were not quick enough to stop D-3461 from turning tail and running off into the maze with a stolen Mobile Task Force issue firearm. The clumps seemed to ignore this and focused on the larger group of humans present, closing in, well, a clump of clumps. Senior researcher Dr. Hart, an expert in reading the body language of anomalous creatures, noticed this idiosyncratic movement immediately. She immediately notified the rest of the research team that the clumps seemed to prioritize going after humans in groups. As much as it was a cliché in horror and adventure media, it seemed like the best course of action was to split into groups of 2 or 3 and run in all directions. Without momentum, the clumps weren't especially fast, and given the sharp turns and numerous crisscrossing pathways of the backroom's first level, the humans could, with a head start, keep themselves at a safe distance if they used their brains and less cumbersome limbs to maximum efficiency. Dr. Hart chose her most trusted scientific understudy, Dr. Whitaker, as her retreat buddy, and the two began to hurry down the many hallways away from the clumps. If there was a way to survive these entities, even on their home terrain, it would be through the superior intellect of the researchers. That is what Dr. Hart believed in her doctor's heart. She and the others who followed her plan were lucky that 096 had stopped zooming through the maze of the backrooms' first level. This was because it realized that the entity, or entities, which were looking at it were not here in this dimension, or rather, this level of the backrooms. But that didn't mean that whatever it was could hide for long, especially not from SCP-096. The Shy Guy was capable of many things when provoked by another being seeing its face, and among the most obvious was its nigh invulnerability and extreme speed. Both of these factors would come into play as SCP-096 attempted a bizarre and fascinating feat. The Shy Guy's entire body shivered, vibrating in place at an even faster velocity than it had used to cross the infinite maze in an instant moments prior. This unorthodox psychic straining movement pattern made SCP-096 especially prone to no-clipping, which was the only reliable way to navigate between levels of the backrooms. The sustained vibration was highly damaging to 096's body, but it felt no pain, and the broken bones and frayed muscles were returned to normal instantaneously. Furiously, and with no further preparation, SCP-096 no-clipped through the floor of the maze and began to descend through the known levels of the backrooms towards the offending entity that was still looking at its face. Down one level, then two, then three. The pressure of maintaining this feat would more than likely kill or incapacitate any other being, including many of SCP-096's fellow powerful anomalies. But that level of endurance was what made SCP-096 so distinct and so unstoppable. 4 levels down, 5 levels down. As SCP-096 continued to descend, the scattered personnel from the Foundation were making their own discoveries about no-clipping through the backrooms. D-3461 had found himself in a strange new level of the backrooms filled with sewer pipes and swooping death moths. The rifle he had taken with him would prove to be ample protection for now, but he knew his ammunition wouldn't be there forever. Still, taking his chances sneaking around down here felt better than trying to go back towards anyone who knew him from the Foundation. Like most D-Class, D-3461, formerly known as Gene Beatty, was a hardened criminal through and through, and he had done unforgivable things prior to his time contained by the SCP Foundation. He didn't want to go back, not to the Foundation, not to prison, and not even to the real world. Forget 'em all, he thought. He would survive in this hellish abyss known as the Backrooms with only his malice and sense of self-preservation to guide him. Agent Cullen, on the other hand, who was accompanied by 2 of his surviving Mobile Task Force subordinates, was focused on patrolling the yellow maze and searching for potential human survivors. If other people had been no-clipping into the backrooms for as long as the Foundation's data suggested, it was possible that enough of those unfortunates were able to carve out a life for themselves, that a sizable faction had formed over the years. Such a group would always have a need for armed assistance and well-trained soldiers, so Cullen knew he could easily find himself a place among them. From there, he would do everything in his power to muster resources, track down the scattered Foundation personnel, and ultimately return home. They have to be around here somewhere, he told himself and his agents. Of all the now hopelessly lost researchers, it seemed that Dr. Hart and Dr. Whitaker had made it the farthest into the backrooms. They were both now wandering in the Infinite Hotel, otherwise known as Level 5, a sprawling labyrinth of suites and lobbies that would rival the finest establishments in the front rooms of reality. That is, if it were not also full of the same kind of hostile entities that were so common through the backrooms. Dr. Whitaker attempted to stay in high spirits, however making a sophomoric joke about needing a vacation from his vacation. Dr. Hart groaned, but on some level she was grateful to have her younger and more eccentric colleague close by. Though he lacked common sense, he was a prodigy at science, and more than that, he was loyal. The two of them would need teamwork and perseverance to keep going in this place, and through her mentorship of the young man, the groundwork was already there. He and I will manage somehow, Dr. Hart affirmed in her mind. Elsewhere, several levels down, SCP-096 had arrived at the source of the strange gaze that had been fixed upon it. In level 11 of the Backrooms, the city, which fittingly enough resembled a modern human city of vast proportions, SCP-096 was found locked onto the entity known as Argos, Entity 74, an ancient eyeless humanoid whose vision was pervasive and near omniscient throughout the Backrooms. The cruel and judgmental being could observe the sins of any sentient creature that entered the Backrooms and would carry out a brutal punishment accordingly. This was its routine behavior, and it didn't single out SCP-096 any more than it did D-3461, whose sins were much more severe in the eyes of Argos due to the ill intent behind them. That is not to say that Argos saw the Shy Guy as innocent. Even out of perceived defense, the amount of lives that SCP-096 had taken was, on principle, enough to call even the most well-meaning being a sinner. A fight between Argos and the Shy Guy was inevitable. Argos was accompanied by several scores of spear-wielding warriors in tactical gear, human explorers who had joined his cause. They would prove to be little more than speed bumps, as SCP-096 made skid marks out of them on its way to pummel the ever-loving snot out of Argos. But Argos was not going to allow the sacrifices of his eyes to be in vain. The entity used the reach of his spear to strike 096 at a distance, impaling the creature in mid-run to the ground. This held the Shy Guy for all but a moment before it moved its body up the spear and slammed into Argos, throwing the two of them through a nearby building. Argos fought desperately to remove his spear from his opponent's body, as all the while 096 pounded him with punches that could each reduce an automobile to scrap metal. The two interlocked monsters tumbled through wall after wall of the skyscraper, taking the lives of several unlucky human citizens in the process. When Argos pried his spear free from 096, he immediately jumped back several paces, but once again, he had underestimated the Shy Guy, who was at his throat in seconds. Passers-by on the street watched in horror as 096 hurled Argos by the throat into the skyscraper, directly across from the one they had been fighting in. Argos crashed through the glass of one of the windows and into an office floor. One titanic leap from the Shy Guy later, and 096 had joined Argos on this new fighting stage. Argos twirled his spear in a frenzied display of combat prowess. If this thing insisted on advancing towards him with no regard for its well-being, it would have to go through his spear multiple times over. But 096 was not the kind to let fear stop it from advancing. It charged, taking every attack Argos could dish out before pummeling him downward through several floors of the building until they reached the ground level. SCP-096 could have taken far more punishment, but Argos had reached his limit. The entity spear fell from his hand as 096 continued to hit harder and harder, over and over again, until Argos was close to death, as an immortal Backrooms entity could be. At the very least, he had been injured so severely that his all-seeing gaze had become weakened. For the Shy Guy, this meant that Argos was technically no longer looking at it. It became docile once more and wandered out of the building into the streets. To its relief and to the relief of the nearby entities, the facelings of the city had no eyes and no interest in looking at 096, preferring to continue their mindless pantomime of normative life. Aren't we all, in a cosmic sense? Regardless, SCP-096 walked through the streets of the city with one goal: return home. But home was far, far away from where the Shy Guy was, and the no-clipping maneuver that it performed earlier was not something that the anomaly could muster the recklessness to do at all times. Only when its face was glimpsed did SCP-096 possess its murderous determination. At the moment, SCP-096 was like a morning jogger, traveling through level 11 at a brisk pace and searching for a way out. This naturally led the anomaly towards the suburban neighborhoods, which were themselves an entrance to the Backrooms Level 9, Suburbia.
It was here on the dark streets of the limitless suburbs that 096 encountered a new nightmare, the Neighborhood Watch. Comprised of a series of hostile entities resembling, in part, human eyeballs, these ocular adversaries were known to patrol suburbia and keep the peace by eliminating all intruders, of course. The floating watchers were capable of shooting disintegration beams, while the towering striders possessed sinewy limbs that could easily bash most entities into submission. But, unfortunately for everyone involved, they were giant eyeballs. One look from the Neighborhood Watch in the direction of SCP-096, and their fates were sealed. Being ogled by humongous eyeballs was simply more than the Shy Guy could take. With a primal screech, it ran towards the oversized peepers with a massacre on its mind. A few of the Watchers had time to fire disintegration blasts, which slowed the approach of SCP-096, but it was too little, too late. SCP-096 smashed into the Strider, knocking it to the ground and delivering a crushing blow to its pupil. Without missing a beat, SCP-096 leaped into the air and smashed one of the Watchers against a charming suburban home. The Shy Guy rampage would continue until there were no more eyes on it, in the backrooms or anywhere.
Ready up, Squadron, came the command through the team's headsets. Check your gear and prep for departure.
Myers started methodically securing the various pouches of her assault vest, tightening the straps of her tactical garb and making sure she could quickly reach her spare ammo, just in case the mission went sideways. Beside her, the rest of the Deltas on the team were doing the exact same. Buckling into their seats or checking their weapons were locked and loaded. Sat on the opposite side of the aircraft, Cole had his helmet and mask off, loudly chewing gum with his mouth open, showing off the disgusting contents. When her eyes drifted over to him, he tried to give her a wink, resulting in Myers rolling her eyes. "You know, you should really close your mouth when you do that, Cole," she said, to which he sneered back at her. "Your face looks like a clogged garbage disposal."
Cut the chatter,
Gamma Leader interrupted. They weren't present with the team, instead coordinating their movements from the safety of an undisclosed location through their headsets. "Do I need to remind you that this isn't a field trip, Delta Unit?" "Sir, no sir," Myers replied, gritting her teeth. "Good. Now then, all you listen up and listen good," the voice continued. "This operation has been approved by the engineer himself, so let's keep it quick, clean, and quiet. You all know your target, SCP-096. You are to enter Site 19, capture the creature, and deliver it to our client, Valentin Zukovich, at the rendezvous location. The use of deadly force against Foundation personnel is, as always, authorized." The team already knew all of this. They'd been over it in their briefing before, but the insurgency demanded total efficiency and zero ambiguity about the Delta's objective. "Now, each of you have been issued with a pair of live feed goggles," Gamma Leader explained as they described them. Myers and the other members of the team all produced their goggles. "As you know, these aren't just relaying your visuals to us here. Your goggles have a camera lens at the front and will transmit that feed directly to your eyes. Given the nature of the SCP we're going after, the goggles have been programmed to detect faces and pixelate them, so you should circumvent any problems created by the creature's anomalous abilities." Myers slipped her goggles over her eyes and flipped the switch to activate them. Immediately, her vision was filled with the feet of Cole directly opposite of her. Only now, his entire face had been obscured, replaced with a digital jumble of pixels. It was exactly like the cop shows she used to watch as a kid, how they would blur out a suspect's face to hide their identity. Delta Myers smirked, glad that she could no longer see Cole's face. "Well, this is a definite improvement, Cole," she taunted. "Now I don't have to look at you chewing with your mouth open." "Another important reminder," Gamma Leader announced. "Mr. Zukovich is one of the Chaos Insurgency's wealthiest benefactors. He's not just offered us funding in exchange for undertaking this mission, but if you pull this off, he'll grant us access to his fellow oligarchs. That means more people to offer potential investment in the insurgency. So remember, Delta Unit, we have a lot riding on this." With that, the aircraft began to whir into life, lifting upwards off the ground. The insurgency had been developing this new high-speed stealth craft for a while, a modified troop carrier that was capable of both vertical takeoff and landing. The technicians had boasted it could reach supersonic flight speeds in seconds, effectively launching Chaos Insurgents at enemy locations where they could be deployed, complete their objective, and escape in the craft all within a matter of minutes. Oh, and one more thing.
Gamma Leader stated as the stealth craft climbed higher. "We have a contact within Site-19, junior researcher Bartram. He's agreed to let you in. Of course, the last thing we want is the Foundation squeezing any info out of him after you've departed. You know what to do. Safe travels, Delta Unit." A building mechanical sound of rapid acceleration filled the stealth craft, followed by a loud boom as the engines kicked into gear. Inside, Myers and her fellow members of the Chaos Insurgency, Deltas Griffith, Slater, and Cole, all gripped their seats tightly as they were rocked by the extreme force of the craft's speed. It shot through the sky, hurtling towards the coordinates of its target, reaching Mach 3 in a matter of seconds. Outside the hull, a sonic boom rang out like a foreboding sound of an ominous thundercrack. Invisible to radar, sonar, and even protected against most anomalous forms of detection, the stealth craft zipped through the air, gradually lowering its breakneck speed as it came within several miles of Site-19. Continuing its approach, the aircraft slowed to a hovering stop above the Foundation facility. Unbuckling from their seats, each of the Deltas made their way to the ramp opening up at the rear of the craft and began to descend a cable, lower and lower toward the roof. Junior researcher Bartram had been pacing nervously back and forth near the door that led from the roof to a stairwell down into Site-19. As he waited for the insurgency's arrival, he couldn't stop himself from trembling, only to turn and feel his heart jump in his chest at the sight of the Delta unit approaching him. "You Bartram?" Griffith asked. Yeah? The researcher nodded awkwardly. "We need your key card," the Delta said. "Oh, yeah, sure thing." Bartram rummaged through his pockets, producing his Foundation-issued ID and handing it over. It wasn't until the card left his fingers that a thought struck him. The security system logs where personnel tapped in their card. "If you use mine to spring 096, they'll think it was me who did it." "That's the idea," Slater replied apathetically as Griffith raised his weapon and fired a single silent shot. After dragging Bartram's body away, the team used his card to unlock the roof door and make their way down the stairwell. Each one of them knew the way. They all had been to Site-19 plenty of times before back in the day. You see, of all things with an equal and opposite reaction in the universe, the Foundation was born out of their own organization. The Chaos Insurgency had begun its life as part of the SCP Foundation, an off-the-books Black Ops unit created by the mysterious, elusive O5 Council as a front to carry out some of the organization's more nefarious activities. But the original insurgency ultimately defected, breaking away from the Foundation and becoming a splinter group. Their sole purpose was to eliminate their rivals, the SCP Foundation, and they'd utilize any means, even their own anomalies, to achieve that goal. Like many others within the insurgency's ranks, Myers, Griffith, Slater, and Cole had been scouted while they were still part of the Foundation. Each of the Delta unit had either formerly been security personnel or a mobile task force operator, meaning they had the skills that made them useful to the Chaos Insurgency. On top of that, they'd all become disillusioned with the Foundation. Its constant secrecy and lies were frustrating enough, but their dangerous, anomalous experiments, all the deaths they had caused directly or indirectly, had highlighted something far worse to the Deltas. The Foundation placed more importance on the containment in SCP than protecting the world. Moving silently through the halls of Site-19, keeping their formation tight to cover all angles in front and behind them, Slater gave a hand signal, indicating they were free to go weapons hot if they encountered any Foundation personnel on their way towards the target. Myers still had her goggles active, even though they hadn't reached SCP-096's cell yet. Even though she despised the Foundation and what they had done, not being able to see the faces of passing researchers and security personnel made it a little easier to pull the trigger. The team approached the airtight steel cube that housed their target. All of the Deltas knew they needed to be quick. While there were no recording or surveillance devices inside the creature's cell, it wouldn't take long for the Foundation to spot the trail of bodies the team had left on their way down. Griffith gave a nod for the others to activate their goggles, his face already a scrambled, pixelated blur from Myers' point of view. Then, with a wave of the stolen keycard, the door to the cell opened. As you may have already gathered, the goggles being worn by the Deltas were actually based on a pre-existing Foundation technology. The infamous Scramble goggles, brought to us by the highly duplicitous Dr. Dan. However, as anyone familiar with 096's files know, those goggles were imperfect creations, and got a lot of MTF operatives killed. However, scientists paid off by the deep pockets of Chaos Insurgency benefactors had worked tirelessly on improving the technology. until they finally made for a viable 096 protection device. Still, even with the goggles masking its haunting, wide-jawed face, and even after Cole had gently thrown a hood over the Shy Guy's face, Myers couldn't bring herself to look at it for too long. It felt wrong, like it was forbidden, despite knowing it wouldn't harm her or the other Deltas unless they looked directly at its face. SCP-096 was usually docile and calm when unobserved, and while it didn't seem to be anywhere near as agitated as it got whenever its face was seen, the towering creature was notably confused, as Slater looped a leash around its neck and started guiding it out of the cell with an animal control pole. Suddenly, the alarm started blaring. The Foundation knew they were there. The Shy Guy still didn't become enraged, but began sobbing slightly underneath the hood covering it. "Move! Move!" Myers shouted over the noise as the Deltas started doubling back the way they had come, traversing the corridors back towards the stairwell. Any of the Pixel Face Foundation staff that the insurgents saw was quickly dispatched, bullets being spat out of the barrels of their weapons. As the Deltas reached the roof, the stealth craft was waiting for them. They quickly boarded with SCP-096 in tow. It sat at the far end of the craft, hunched over itself, rocking back and forth slightly as the troop carrier took off and shot towards its next destination. "Nice work, Delta Unit." Gamma Leader congratulated the team over their headsets. "There's been a slight change of plans. Mr. Zukovich has requested us to forgo meeting at the agreed rendezvous. He wants you to bring SCP-096 to him directly. He's arriving at his compound as we speak." That was the part of the whole operation that didn't sit right with Myers at all. They had just risked their lives to secure the Shy Guy, only to hand him over to some wealthy oligarch. It didn't seem to make sense or align with the insurgency's goals. "With respect, sir," she spoke up, "what benefit is this to us? Why turn over the anomaly to Zukovich? What does he want with it?" "What Mr. Zukovich wants is none of our concern, Delta Myers," the mission coordinator retorted abruptly. "And as for the why, he's worth billions to us as a continued ally, so I advise you to watch your tone unless—" "Money?" Myers interrupted. "Is that seriously the only reason we're doing this? The Chaos Insurgency aren't supposed to be mercenaries. We're meant to be harming the Foundation, using anomalies as tools to achieve that goal." There was a few long, awkward seconds of radio silence, the other Deltas staring uncertainly at Myers, too cowardly to speak up. "You're right," Gamma Leader replied, ending the uncomfortable pause. Their tone was an unnerving calm, like they were holding back from letting loose in rage. "Anomalies are useful tools for us achieving what we need. And right now, what the insurgency needs is to secure funding from Valentin Zukovich and his fellow wealthy compatriots. So, for the last time, deliver the package as instructed, or face the reprimand." Arriving outside the compound, walls with barbed wire at the top towering over their stealth craft, the team marched towards the front gate, guiding SCP-096 along by its neck. The creature seemed to have calmed down, barely making much in the way of noise, even with the hood muffling it. But that calm did little to settle the tension Myers still felt, and neither did the arrival of Zukovich's aide, coming out to lead the Deltas into one of the many buildings of the wealthy oligarch's complex. The doors to the building opened, and a cacophony of noise came flooding out. Screeching, roaring, howling so loud it was almost deafening. Inside was like a zoo, or a zoo without enclosures. All around, exotic animals were held in cramped cages, empty of anything save for the wildlife they house. There were lions, tigers, bears, oh yes, and many more besides these. Each one of them was illegally imported or stolen, all now contributing to the exotic menagerie of one Valentin Zukovich. "Welcome, welcome, my friends!" The billionaire greeted them eagerly, his thick accented voice booming, just audible against the various animal noises. "The operatives of the Chaos Insurgency for you, sir," the aide announced as he gestured his hand towards the Delta Unit. "Excellent, excellent. Yes, very good. Get these hard-working people the case, Anatoly," Zukovich replied with a swat of his hand. "Now, let me see what you brought. Let me look at my newest pet." "He wants it as a pet?" Myers heard Cole mutter next to her. Zukovich looked at SCP-096 with wonder. It was clear he had never seen a creature like it, but had no doubt heard the stories of what it could do. Reaching out a hand, the wealthy oligarch gently patted the creature's hairless skin. "So docile," he remarked in surprise when the Shy Guy did little to react. "Why is his bag overhead?" A collective split-second's panic hit every one of the Deltas as they watched Zukovich's hand reaching up to lift the hood from SCP-096's face. It was Slater who reacted first, grabbing the billionaire by the wrist. stopping him before it was too late. "Sorry, sir, but I don't think that's an advisable idea," he said, releasing the man's hand. Zukovich paused for a second, an angered look on his face. Suddenly, he launched a fist at Slater, gripping him by his uniform, then struck again and again. As their benefactor kept punching him, Slater screamed in pain until he couldn't anymore, a sickening gurgle taking its place. When he was finally released, he fell to the floor still.
"It's not advisable idea to touch me either,"
Zukovich scoffed, spitting on Slater's body. "We meant no disrespect, Mr. Zukovich," Myers spoke up. "It's just, you shouldn't provoke it. Anyone who looks at SCP-096's face dies." The oligarch turned to face her, his anger suddenly replaced worryingly fast with a look of curiosity. "Really? Tell me how they die. Instant, like heart attack?" he asked, mimicking a death rattle, then chuckling. "No, sir, it finds them," she replied. "Reports differ. Some indicate it kills anyone that sees its face with its bare hands. The exact method is unclear because there are never any bodies. It never leaves any trace. If you see its face, it'll annihilate you completely. That's why they call it the Shy Guy." "Shy Guy. I like this," Zukovich laughed. "It is harder to kill from inside a cage." "I don't think it matters." Myers thought about shooting back with that, but instead kept it in. At the moment Zukovich's aide returned carrying a steel case, he reached around it and unclipped the lid, showing off rows of $100 bills bound together in stacks. "Fair day's pay for fair day's work, yes?" Zukovich announced. As Cole went to collect the case, the aide snapped it shut again. "There is just one more favor I ask you to do for me," the oligarch announced. "I host party tonight, big party. I want to show off my new, what do you call it, Shy Guy. My friends are all very wealthy, could offer money to your insurgency." With all due respect, Myers found herself echoing the phrase for a second time that day, without holding any respect for either of the people it had been directed at. "The Chaos Insurgency is not your private security force." "Delta Myers, quiet!" Gamma Leader hissed in her earpiece. "Zukovich's connections could lead to potentially billions, no trillions, worth of financial backing for the insurgency. You will do as he asks, or so help me, I will kill you myself." A few hours after begrudgingly agreeing, Myers found herself standing in the menagerie room, itching in the suit Zukovich's staff had instructed her and the other Deltas to wear. All around her were more wealthy, corrupt figures with close ties, and similarly sized bank accounts to Zukovich. The guests were milling about, drinking flutes of expensive champagne, observing the captive animals up close, or taunting them in their cages. In the center of the room, a new cage had been placed with a shroud covering it and SCP-096 inside. "Friends!" Zukovich announced. "Today is great day! Thanks to my friends in the Chaos Insurgency, I am now the proud owner of a creature like no other." He staggered towards the covered cage, gripping the shroud covering it in his free hand. "I present to you the Shy Guy!" He pulled the cover away, met with a few scattered sounds of confusion and surprise from his rich guests. Only one or two made frightening gasps at the sight of what was within. Sure enough, there, sitting timidly in its cage, was SCP-096. It was calm, its face still covered with its hood. "It's just sitting there," one of the guests yelled. "Hardly very impressive." "What does it do, Valentine?" another one of his wealthy compatriots asked. "Well, it, mostly just sort of sits there," Zukovich replied, before turning to look at the tall humanoid creature. Suddenly, without warning and by force of some intoxicated thought, he hurled his champagne bottle at the creature. "Do something! Entertain my guests!" he yelled. The glass bottle hit SCP-096 and shattered. Instantly, the creature recoiled, howling in pain, met with more taunting laughter from the gathered guests watching it. It started shaking and sobbing heavily, weeping loudly, which only elicited more laughs from them all. But Myers and the other Deltas weren't laughing, instead looking in horror as SCP-096 drew itself up to its full towering height and pulled off its hood. It stared with sunken eyes at the crowd, their taunts petering off and turning to silence for a moment. "Not so shy now, yes?" Zukovich laughed. Then it screamed. SCP-096 went into a fit full of rageful despair, dashing through the bars of its cage and immediately dispatching Zukovich. The wealthy guests all began screaming in horror at what was happening, as the Shy Guy raced up to each of them one by one, killing them all in a chain reaction before looking at its face. Myers dashed for the exit, aware she didn't have her goggles to block the sight of the creature's wide-jawed, screaming expression. Maybe she could get far away. The stealth craft could take her anywhere, maybe fast enough to evade the insurgency and 096. She thought the Shy Guy was too busy with the assembled guests of the now-deceased Zukovich, and that would mean she could slip away unscathed. It was only when she saw it appear in front of her, in the blink of an eye screeching in despair as it towered over Myers, that she realized she had thought wrong.
SCP-096, the Shy Guy, woke up in an unfamiliar room without a thought in its head. However, one thing quickly occurred to it. This was not its containment chamber. No, the solid steel cube that had kept it locked up for decades now didn't have a front desk or walls covered in strange childlike murals or tinny party music playing over old speakers. Wherever SCP-096 had found itself, it certainly wasn't the place it had come to call home. If it could read, it would have registered the words behind the front desk, painted onto the wall: BANBAN's Kindergarten, where joy comes alive. Little did 096 know, something really did come to life here at BANBAN's Kindergarten, but it definitely wasn't joy. SCP-096 was typically used to a much more confined space, so presented with so much strange freedom, its natural instinct was to wander around, whimpering quietly to itself. This place was certainly peculiar, with multiple large reinforced doors, each one having a large red button fixed to the wall above them. A strange green creature was painted on the wall, with an affixed speech bubble that read, "Jumbo Josh says, eat fruits and vegetables if you want to be strong like me." Though 096 paid no mind to such things. This place looked like an SCP Foundation containment facility, mixed with an off-brand Chuck E. Cheese. And some tiny part of the Shy Guy's dim and dismal brain wanted to see more of it. What other secrets could it hold? The Shy Guy pressed one of the big red buttons, causing the doors to open underneath it. There was a faint sound of childish laughter somewhere down the distant hall. How had it ever found its way into such a strange place? The deeper the Shy Guy wandered, the more strange murals it saw on the wall. There was one for a large orange cartoon jellyfish with one staring eye, where the speech bubble read, "Stinger Flynn says, having many arms allows me to help a lot of people." Then, a squat blue gorilla-like creature with sharp lower teeth had a speech bubble that read, "Captain Fiddles says, ooga booga, booga ooga." A white feminine cat-like creature had the speech bubble, "Banbalina says, kindness is free, so sprinkle it everywhere." A misshapen pink bird creature had the speech bubble, "Opila Bird says, laughter is the best medicine, so make sure to smile." And of course, most importantly of all, presiding over the creativity room, was a mural of a grinning red creature wearing a pair of party hats on its head like horns. His speech bubble read, "BANBAN says, sharing is caring. Your pancreas is mine." A whiteboard not far from this mural had the words, "Run for your lives," hastily scrawled onto it. To anyone but the Shy Guy, who had no point of reference, this was clearly not a normal kindergarten. As the Shy Guy passed into the hallway, slowly lumbering along, it suddenly felt an intense spike of burning pain right through its forehead. Rising like a fever pitch, the Shy Guy's subdued whimpers quickly escalated into horrifying wails of animalistic rage. This could only mean one thing. Somewhere, something had made the terrible mistake of gazing at the Shy Guy's face. In fact, not 10 feet away, the unfortunate Opila bird had made that very mistake. It typically peeked out from behind one of the hallway's pillars to get a good look at any potential intruders or new prey wandering into its midst. But this time, the beastly bird's curiosity had taken it from predator to prey itself. Though it wouldn't realize this until it was already too late. As the mutant bird creature skittered back into the cavernous hall filled with plastic trees and an underwhelming play area, the Shy Guy came galloping after it on all fours, roaring with fury. The Opila bird was shocked to see the creature giving chase.
"This doesn't make sense. I meant to chase you. You're not meant to chase me."
But things are rarely fair when it comes to the Shy Guy. Arguably one of the most dangerous Euclid-class creatures ever kept in Foundation containment. The Opila bird flapped desperately towards the boarded-up escape hatch, but the Shy Guy was so much faster. It grabbed hold of the bird, gripping it in its iron clutches, and began to stretch open its bottom jaw with a blood-curdling roar.
We'll spare you the details of what happened next, but suffice to say, little more than a handful of feathers were left. After finishing off the Opala bird, the Shy Guy reverted from rage back to pitiful sadness. This place was no better than the SCP Foundation. There were still creatures here to look at its face and drive it into a state of extreme emotional distress. It was horrible. The Shy Guy needed to find a way to hide himself away again, so he decided to tear away the planks covering up the escape hatch and lope down the narrow hall. In there, the Shy Guy actually found something to its liking. 2 platforms, one on either side of the room, with what seemed to be a deep, dark chasm between the two. For most, there was an electrical lift system for carrying them between the platforms, but the Shy Guy had no interest in the platforms. He only sought the darkness below, where nobody could see his face. That would suit him just fine. The Shy Guy jumped over the guardrail and plummeted down below into the dark. Feeling the air against its cold gray skin as it felt wonderful. It dared to think that it might even find solace in this deep, dark place, but as soon as he hit something solid, some kind of metal lift system, alarms went off, and flashing red lights soon made everything down there in the darkness visible. To be exposed like this while it thought it was hidden was the dreaded Shy Guy's worst nightmare. Little did he know, he would soon become the worst nightmare of a number of other beasts. As the Shy Guy crawled off the metal platform, hoping that perhaps it could find another place to hide down here, its hands and feet splashed into shallow water. Had something sprung a leak down here? The Shy Guy began wandering the half-dark as the water of this flooded sub-basement area pooled around him. It had no idea that another creature was already sneaking up behind it, getting ready to strike. Before 096 could even react, several whip-like orange tentacles wrapped around its limbs and began delivering an antagonizing shock through its body. More tentacles came in soon after, wrapping around the Shy Guy's body and face, delivering shock after shock after shock, with its millions of tiny, venomous stinger barbs. For a second it seemed like the surprise attack might actually be able to subdue the monster, but little did the Shy Guy's attacker, the monstrous real Stinger Flynn, know that attacking it was just another way to activate its infamous rage state. The second that Stinger Flynn relented, even just for a moment, the Shy Guy grabbed him by the tentacles and slammed him into the watery floor, again and again and again, until the grip of his tentacles loosened around the Shy Guy's body, and he was defenseless. With Stinger panicked and immobilized, the Shy Guy released the full force of his supernatural fury, striking the demonic jellyfish with his fists until what was left couldn't be distinguished from the water it used to be floating in. Stinger Flynn had been completely annihilated. The Shy Guy once again temporarily returned to a state of calm and wandered out of this watery basement into a nearby hallway, where everything was bright and dry. The walls were painted in garish, childlike drawings of a jungle with janky-looking animals. The Shy Guy paid no mind to any of it. All he wanted was to find somewhere that he could actually be alone, and away from prying eyes of all these freaks. This dream was short-lived, because as soon as the Shy Guy found a new room, a wide-open auditorium filled with inflatable jungle trees, like a crude play area, he was being stalked yet again. A powerful, muscular predator with veins stretching over its bulging muscles and blue skin. It knew that this intruder had already killed 2 of its fellow garden dwellers, but this time, it would put this spindly, pale stranger in its place. The Shy Guy heard something rumbling towards it from behind, and turned upon hearing the blood-curdling war cry of Ooga Booga Booga Ooga. It was the gorilla-like Captain Fiddles, with strands of saliva hanging from his tusks. He leaped onto the Shy Guy and began pounding into its hideous face with his huge blue fists. Captain Fiddles would destroy the Shy Guy, pound him into the concrete until he stopped moving. The one thing that Captain Fiddles didn't expect was for the Shy Guy to start fighting back. And he was about to learn the hard truth that the Shy Guy could fight a lot harder than him. The SCP's spindly but immensely powerful arms grabbed Captain Fiddles by the shoulders and threw him into the wall, causing huge cracks to crawl up towards the ceiling. Before Captain Fiddles could even think about wrenching himself free, the Shy Guy leaped to his feet and bounded over to him. The Shy Guy grabbed Captain Fiddles by the ankles and ripped him out of the wall, letting his body drop to the floor and then unleashing hell upon him. Captain Fiddles would have begged for mercy if he wasn't already dead. Before the Shy Guy could even begin to calm down, a trapdoor opened in the floor beneath him, dropping him into a new area, a multicolored maze where 096 was trapped like a helpless rat, with the body count of an atomic bomb. Once again, the Shy Guy didn't need to go looking for trouble, because trouble was already on its way. The pure white, cat-like Banbalina pounced from a sharp corner in the maze, claws bared. She jumped onto the Shy Guy, latching onto him and clawing, trying to scratch his nightmare of a face. If the Shy Guy had ever possessed anything resembling patience, it would have run out long before now. He grabbed Banbalina, shrugging off the pain of her claws and tossing her into the darkness high above. She flew off with a cat-like yowl and hit some distant ceiling with a crunch. Suffice to say, she wouldn't be back to bother the Shy Guy again. Tired and angry, the pale abomination didn't feel like wandering through a maze. Instead, it just charged straight through, destroying colorful wall after colorful wall. When it encountered whatever was behind this extremely frustrating afternoon, it would destroy it with extreme prejudice. That was almost certainty. After breaking through one more wall, the Shy Guy tumbled out into a strange room, where a grinning red creature was waiting for him. Wearing 2 party hats on top of his head, this was no mere lackey. It was BANBAN himself, the one behind this nightmarish kindergarten. He stared right into the Shy Guy's face with no fear at all, almost like he knew something that the Shy Guy didn't. And it was true. He had no plan to fight the Shy Guy himself. He'd brought a champion with him. As the Shy Guy started to scream in rage, all the boxes behind BANBAN tumbled out of the way as a huge figure rose. A behemoth at least 50 feet tall, with green skin, giant teeth, and huge, staring eyes. It was Jumbo Josh, and if the Shy Guy wanted to graduate from this nightmare kindergarten, it would need to defeat him and BANBAN. The Shy Guy growled, digging its claws into the ground and preparing to charge forward. Challenge accepted. A streak of warm blood splattered across the snow. Steam rose off it as it fizzled into the ice crystals below. The severed leg it just spurted from lay twitching only a few inches away, torn clean off at the hip like a broken Barbie doll. I think it might have belonged to Arthur. It wasn't the first time I'd seen limbs cut off. Hell, I've cut a few off myself in my time. Don't worry, I'm not a serial killer, just a med student. We all were. I couldn't say the same for the nightmare we encountered up in the mountains that terrible day. The thin, cold air was laden with screams. Mine, my friends, and bad things. All that it had done to us. All that it was still doing to us. And never once did it stop shrieking and sobbing at the top of its lungs, like it wasn't even in control of its actions. It didn't want to do this. It just had to. The violence was as inevitable as the sunset. I screamed for Kyle. Snow was coming down thick and fast, a curtain of burning, brilliant white. I couldn't see anyone, not even that thing that was killing us. The water in my eyes was starting to freeze up. It was cold. So damn cold. What the hell was going on here? Suddenly, a dark shape was moving towards me through the wall of falling snow. It was human, vaguely, moving towards me with frantic speed. I tensed in anticipation when I then saw Kyle emerging from the fog. He was splattered with blood, his face red from screaming and exertion. His eyes pleaded for help I couldn't give him. The horror caused my body to react on autopilot with my eyes clamming closed in terror. All I could do was open my mouth, pointing with a shaking, frostbitten finger and force out a scream. Behind you! My words were carried off by the brutal mountain winds, and with the sounds of mutilation ahead of me, all I could imagine with eyes clamped closed as I hit the frozen ground was a long, gray arm emerging from the flurry behind Kyle, its gnarled, clawed fingers reaching for his head. It was meant to be the vacation of a lifetime, the kind of thing that you could only experience once but you'd never forget. We all thought, in our own ways, that we'd look back on the photos with misty eyes when we were all old men. We didn't know that within a week of arriving in Switzerland, whether any of us would even make it to old age would suddenly become an open question. All 4 of us were doctors in training. Even if you don't know much about the profession, it probably won't surprise you to hear that there's a lot of practice and education involved before you can ever really call yourself a doctor without feeling like a fraud. You need to ace your SATs, then slog through 4 years of pre-med, another 4 years of medical school, then the better part of a decade doing your residency. Seems a little much, I know, but believe me,
You don't want some cowboy sticking his hands in your chest cavity without all the proper training. But after we finally graduated from Harvard Med, my friends and I decided that we needed a break before the profession swallowed us back up again. It was me, Brandon, Arthur, and, of course, Kyle. A lot of people I attended class with would probably make a tidy sum over the course of their medical careers. Many of them would have made fine doctors, but all of us knew that Kyle Malloy was more than that. He was going to be a truly great doctor. He was smart, confident, driven, and had the kind of smooth, effortless charm that made you just feel safe around him. Where he went, we followed. So naturally, when he suggested we take a week-long sojourn in Switzerland, the rest of us were all for it. We expected an easy week of gourmet cheese, fine chocolate, and the occasional jaunt down some old historic districts. The exact kind of relaxing break we needed after the soul-crushing pressure of 8 years studying the hallowed art of medicine. But, of course, that wasn't what Kyle had planned for us. It turned out his tastes were far more extreme than what the rest of us had in mind. His vision of a Swiss vacation was mostly forest hikes, backcountry skiing, snowboarding, and a little mountaineering through the Swiss Alps. Apparently, he'd spent a good portion of his childhood taking Swiss vacations, and wanted to give us a little slice of his personal paradise. As someone who wasn't exactly crazy about heights or the cold, I can't pretend I was eager at first, but Kyle always found a way of talking us back around. It wasn't long until we were booking our tickets, then sitting on the plane, watching the mountains get bigger through the window, and our feet were on Swiss soil. It was a beautiful country, and every bit as cold as I feared, but soon enough, the cold would be the absolute least of our worries. As I glanced over the breathtaking view of the Alps, I had no idea of the terrible nightmare lurking out there, hidden in the dark spaces of those great rocks. Something I learned in med school is that human beings are kind of like fleshy time bombs, their fuse ever burning. When you reach a certain age, and believe me, that age is younger than you think, the assassin that will one day sneak up from within and take your life is already waiting inside you. The cluster of malformed cells that will one day turn into an inoperable malignant tumor. The early whispers of the heart defect that gives your ticker its planned obsolescence. The microscopic ropes of defective genes that will one day turn into Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. In some cases, it's just a matter of whether you can catch it in time. But in just as many cases, there really is nothing you can do. You're just waiting for it to get you. After 3 days in Switzerland, we were suiting up in our thick coats and climbing boots, having no idea that the same principle applied to us. Except this wasn't that nasty little assassin within. It was something outside. Something that none of our skills or knowledge could save us from. Something very old and very dangerous. We were in fate's hands now, and sometimes fate can be cruel. Kyle was steaming ahead. He didn't just want us to ascend just any mountain peak. He wanted us to attempt the Dufourspitze, the highest peak of the Monte Rosa Massif, and the Alps as a whole. Kyle didn't think anything less than that would be a challenge. After all, this was our once-in-a-lifetime vacation before we fully started our residency. Didn't we want to make this a truly remarkable experience? And because it was Kyle, none of us disagreed. We started at the base of the Monte Rosa and began to rise. Its lowest levels barely resembled its frosty peak, over 4,600 feet above. We took pictures of some of the wildlife, the grazing ibexes, red deer, and chamois. Arthur had brought a pamphlet on the local wildlife back at a tourist-friendly mountain lodge and took great joy in pointing out the different creatures to us as he saw them. Brandon got a good laugh about the fact that there was a small bird native to the area known as the nuthatch. Kyle forged ahead, telling us tales of his prior conquests. The climb gradually transitioned from calm to grueling as we ascended the mountain. I could feel the blisters forming on my feet as the cold first made my face sting and then go completely numb. Arthur, still consulting his pamphlet, expressed excitement to see a marmot. When we finally reached 2,000 feet of elevation, Brandon started to complain vocally, pouring himself a cup of coffee from his thermos. Kyle chastised him for wimping out already. After all, he said, the hardest parts were yet to come. Oh, if only he knew just how right he was. We ascended further, feeling the air thinning and our legs growing exhausted beneath us. I started to resent Kyle as he forged on despite it all. How could he keep going when the rest of us were faltering? It just wasn't fair. When the rest of us needed to take a breather, we could feel the sting of his silent judgment. He was always so damn perfect. "We're almost there," he kept saying, even though we all knew it wasn't true. Things took a turn during one of our rest stops. we heard this strange noise, a kind of pained wailing or keening. There was nothing overtly menacing about it, but somehow just hearing that noise chilled me deeper than any icy gust of mountain breeze. It's difficult to describe, but that terrible sobbing felt like the purest distillation of true, bottomless despair. I've never heard a more hopeless and mournful noise. Referring to his pamphlet again, Arthur speculated that the noise could potentially be a lynx. Such creatures were apparently native to the area, and their calls had a bizarrely human quality to them. But somehow, deep down, I knew this thing wasn't human, and it wasn't an animal either. Whatever was making those noises defied normal metrics of categorization. To the surprise of no one, me least of all, Kyle decided to lead the way in the direction of that awful noise. Brandon and Arthur followed him closely over the next tundra, getting closer and closer to the sobbing. I hung back a little further, gripped by the profound sense of dread. I didn't want to find out what was making this noise. I knew deep in my guts that if ever we found out what was making that noise, something terrible would happen. And then, moments later, it did. I heard Kyle gasp for the first time ever. The snow was blinding my view and I couldn't make out what was actually happening until Arthur ran back toward my direction, and through the blanket of white snow and with a voice barely audible through his trembling, said that there was a long gray creature. He said it was naked and looked kind of human, but definitely was not. I could barely make out what my buddies were doing ahead of me, but from the looks of it, it seemed like Kyle was walking closer. Every cell in my body was screaming, no, 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 no. But by that point, it was already far too late for all of us. The creature began to turn. Perhaps it was raw animal instinct that saved me, but I began to turn too, almost in unison, to look away from the creature. I just knew that whatever this thing was, I couldn't bear to see it, and it was at that moment, as my body hit the snow and I forced my eyes closed, that the screaming began. First, I could recognize the voices of Brandon, Arthur, and Kyle screaming, and then something worse. I can only assume it was the creature itself, making the most terrible racket, shrieking, moaning, sobbing, and then ripping and tearing, blood spattering across the snow. I just cowered and shook against the ground as a massacre unfolded behind me. I was listening to my friends die, powerless. Kyle, all his strength and direction stripped away by terror, was snatched by the creature as freezing snowy wind gave it a cloak. I heard Kyle scream, and then never heard anything from him ever again. Soon enough, it was quiet once more. No noise save for the howling wind and the quiet sobbing of the abomination from the snow. I don't know for sure why the creature spared me, but part of me has always suspected that it was because I never looked at it. I'll forever be darkly curious as to what the monster truly looked like, but my friends found out, and now I'd never see them again. I wandered through the unforgiving cold for hours, fully expecting that my frozen body would be found in the Alps hours, days, or even weeks later. I didn't even care anymore. The cold numbed my skin, my limbs, and my thoughts. At some point, a helicopter descended onto the mountainside, full of men in tactical gear with insignias I couldn't recognize. They wrapped me in an emergency blanket and brought me in, telling me I required treatment. It all turned to static as we fluttered away from the mountainside, and all I could think about was the monster that had taken my friends from me. It was still out there, waiting.
Welcome back, SCP Explained viewers. We hope you're all having a terrible day. I'm sorry, my mistake. I meant we hope you're all having a wonderful day. That unfortunate linguistic mix-up was brought on by a force we're still struggling to understand. You see, we here at SCP Explained have fallen under the influence of a temporal anomaly commonly referred to as Opposite Day. You might be under the impression that Opposite Day is just something elementary school children came up with to excuse walking backwards and saying things they don't mean, but you would be sorely mistaken. It is all too real, and no one is immune to its confusing effects. In the spirit of Opposite Day, which comes for us all no matter how much we try to prepare, we decided to fire up the good old Anomatron 6000 to see how this unknowable force might impact one of the anomalies at the SCP Foundation. We all know what happens in the ordinary non-opposite world when someone looks at SCP-096's face. It's one of the first rules they tell new employees at the SCP Foundation: don't look at the Shy Guy's face. But what if the effect was reversed? What if seeing SCP-096's face didn't send the creature into an irrepressible murderous rage,
but rather inspired the same mindless violence in the ordinary person that saw it. Let's start the simulation and find out. Imagine, if you can, a world in which the SCP Foundation did not have SCP-096 in containment, or even know of its existence. It is difficult to envision a creature nearly synonymous with the Foundation itself living a life outside of those reinforced concrete and steel walls. But that is the world in which our story begins. Deep in the snow-covered forests of a remote mountain range, a long-limbed, pale humanoid creature ran through the trees with innocent abandon. Its white skin and long, thin arms and legs allowed it to blend in with the snow and the narrow trunks of the trees, providing a natural camouflage from any interlopers that might present a threat. The creature lived a largely peaceful existence, feeding on roots, berries, and yes, some of the local wildlife. But that's just the way things work in nature. There are predators and prey, none good or evil in the way human beings conceive of things, all just doing their best to stay alive. The creature that does not think of itself as SCP-096 had known little more than the life it lived in the forest, keeping itself hidden from view whenever hikers or explorers happened upon its domain. It couldn't be sure what would happen if it was found, but its instincts drove the creature to avoid detection at all costs. But there is no way to guarantee perfect safety in this world, and as it so often does, one day something went wrong. Exhausted from searching for food all day and night, the creature decided to get some rest, leaning its head against a sturdy tree trunk and closing its eyes for a little while. It did not fall asleep. The creature wasn't capable of sleep the way humans might think of it, but it did allow its mind to wander and its alertness to slip. It let down its guard, only for a moment, but that was one moment too many. That was just enough time for its keen ears to miss the sound of approaching footsteps, muffled slightly by the thick blanket of snow covering the ground. By the time it heard one of the hikers speak, it was too late.
What is that? I'm not sure. Should we get a closer look?
The creature opened its eyes to find two strangers, a man and a woman clad in heavy winter coats and hiking gear, standing just a few feet away. It turned reflexively toward the sound, and then the stranger's eyes fell upon its face. All of a sudden, their expression changed from apprehension and curiosity to a twisted scowl, a mix of fear, pain, and animalistic rage. The hikers each let out a primal scream and descended on the creature, attacking it with whatever they had on hand. The woman clawed at its face with her fingernails, and the man pulled the heavy backpack from his shoulders and began to hit the creature with it again and again. The creature was far bigger and far stronger than these two strangers, and it fought back in an attempt to defend itself. It swung its massive arms at the hikers, sending them flying in opposite directions. The woman collided with a tree, her head hitting wood with a loud crack. The man flew out of sight, disappearing over the edge of a cliff. The creature hadn't intended to hurt them, only to keep itself safe. As the Shy Guy began to feel a pang of guilt for the first time in its life, it heard that horrible scream again. The woman had regained consciousness and was resuming her attack in full force, blood dripping from her nose and ears and staining the white snow red. If the Shy Guy was able to speak, it would have said, "Why are you doing this? Please stop, I don't want to hurt you." But it couldn't say a word, so instead it decided to try and outrun the woman instead. It turned and began to tear through the forest at a swift, unnatural gait as the woman's screams faded away into the distance. As the Shy Guy had suspected, she could not keep up with its inhuman speed, especially not with the injuries she had sustained during the fight. But what had happened? Why had she and the man with her flown into such a violent rage? Something about the sight of the creature's face had set them off. It had avoided detection for so long, but it had gotten sloppy, and now its home was no longer safe. There was no time to rest. The creature would have to find another safe place to hide, and soon. The last thing it wanted was another confrontation with a stranger who would look at its face and then erupt into violence. As the creature continued to run, leaving the thick cover of the tree line and making its way down the mountain, it wondered, would anyone who saw its face react the same way? Perhaps this was just a uniquely awful case. Perhaps this wouldn't happen again. Still, it would be best to stay out of sight. Better safe than sorry. Of course, the creature not yet known as SCP-096 had never heard that expression, living a completely solitary life void of any idioms or classic sayings. But its feelings vis-a-vis safety and regret were pretty much the same. The creature descended the treacherous mountain, effortlessly navigating the unforgiving rocky surface and deadly slicks of ice. By the time the creature had left its old mountain home behind, the sun had set and night had fallen on the wintry landscape. It slowed its stride then, listening for the sounds of approaching potential threats, but there appeared to be no one around. It was just the lone, pale creature, the moon peeking out from behind the clouds, and the open, unknown world ahead. After some time walking completely alone, the creature spotted lights up ahead. It did not understand the concept of a town, but indeed that's what it was. The creature swerved away from the majority of the lights and stumbled upon an old wooden barn, apparently abandoned and left to rot in the elements. This would be as good of place as any to rest for a little while, to shelter from the incoming snowstorm and stay out of sight. So the Shy Guy made itself a makeshift bed of straw and curled up there to wait out the night. As it lay there thinking about the day before, it felt a sudden wave of grief for its lost home, for the changes that had come into its life unbidden and turned it all upside down. The creature covered its face with its massive hands and began to weep. The creature was startled from its tears when morning came, and with it the sound of someone breaking down the rotting wood beams that lined the barn walls. It stood looking toward the sound and saw the woman from the mountain, pale and shivering, eyes rimmed with dark circles and face caked in dried blood. She still screamed that horrible scream, tearing away at the wood even as it ripped up the flesh of her hands. She was missing one boot, and her coat was torn open, scattering tiny feathers with every movement. She did not appear to feel the cold, the pain, the exhaustion of chasing the creature for so long. She only wanted one thing: to destroy the creature by any means necessary. With a screech like a banshee, she leapt onto the creature's back, clawing at its face and eyes. It thrashed wildly, throwing the woman to the ground and running without a glance back. Maybe she survived her fall onto the cold, hard ground, or maybe it would be the blow that actually finished her off. The creature's only priority was to keep moving before something else tried to attack. What the creature didn't know was that the citizens of the nearby town, the one that it was about to run right into the center of in its panic, were gathering to celebrate their annual Christmas festival, complete with an early morning parade through the town square. The same town square that the Shy Guy was bounding into at that exact moment. As the Shy Guy raced over the cobblestone street, it ran directly into the line of sight of a full marching band, a fleet of dancers dressed in costumes inspired by the 12 Days of Christmas, a row of young women competing in the Miss Holiday Spirit Pageant, and a jolly old man dressed up as Santa Claus in his sleigh. The marching band saw the creature first, terror morphing quickly into that same wordless rage as their eyes fell on its face. It moved to cover itself, to hide its face from view, but it was too late. The marching band swarmed around it, swinging trombones and clarinets. One percussion player broke a massive drum over the creature's head in the struggle. Still, it was able to withstand the musical onslaught, flinging musicians this way and that, snapping brass instruments like twigs, and crushing woodwinds into mulch. Unfortunately, as the marching band was being dealt with, the commotion had drawn the attention of the dancers and the pageant competitors. One swarm was replaced with two more as the performers flew into a frenzy, tackling the creature to the ground and using every item at their disposal to try and harm it. The creature bellowed with fear and frustration, prying itself free and continuing to run. This time, it actually remembered to cover its face, just in time to pass St. Nicholas himself.
Have you all gone mad?
The old man had not gotten the chance to see the creature's face for himself and was horrified at the behavior of his friends and neighbors.
What has gotten into you?
The creature was preoccupied with running and keeping his face covered, so it did not see what happened next. It could only hear the sound of the Santa Claus impersonator confronting the mob, his scandalized shouts becoming suddenly muffled, and the troubling sound of silence followed by the thundering stampede of crazed villagers. The man had tried to help, but there was only one of him, and there were so many others intent on destroying the creature now.
So the Shy Guy continued to run for his life, listening to the mob just behind it, never stopping to rest, to eat, or to sleep. Whatever had filled these people with such murderous impulse, it made them something a little removed from human too. They were sustained by the desire to kill, even when their bodies should have given out long ago. As the creature ran, it encountered more people that caught a glimpse of its face, that lost themselves in the urge to destroy, and became one with the growing horde. The creature could no longer tell how long it had been running, or if it would ever be able to stop. It was strong and seemingly invulnerable. But how long would it be until enough people were caught in this curse, until the mob was big enough to swallow the creature whole? Just when it was beginning to contemplate giving up, lying down and letting the sea of angry faces overtake it, a burlap bag was thrown over its head. It skidded to a stop, disoriented, feeling around.
Quick, get it out of here! We need amnestics and lots of them! These people look nuts!
A voice barked orders as the creature felt hands pushing it into a small enclosed space, the back of an SCP Foundation van. Though of course the Shy Guy didn't know that. It could hear more voices whispering to each other close by.
I've never seen anything like this. What is this thing anyway?
Stop! Whatever you do, don't look at its face.
The townsfolk scream and run in terror, their flaming torches and pitchforks falling from their trembling hands. Behind them, SCP-096 roars in monstrous rage. It will kill every single one of them. And to think, this had been the happiest few weeks of its life not long before. SCP-096 is one of the most fearsome anomalies ever contained by the SCP Foundation, responsible for nearly as many containment breaches and personnel casualties as SCP-682. The Shy Guy is known for only a few things: its long, pale limbs, its tendency to huddle in the corner of its cell weeping, and the fact that anyone who sees its face is doomed to meet a horrible, violent fate. Most of the researchers and civilians alike who have crossed SCP-096's past would have no trouble describing it as a monster, and some might even use stronger language than that. But though SCP-096 is certainly frightening to behold, and often deadly to those who behold all of it, the Shy Guy is not a monster, not to everyone. Once upon a time, it even had a friend. Many, many years ago, before the SCP Foundation first contained SCP-096, it was just a pale figure that hid from sight in the dense, snowy forest on a remote mountainside. There, its long, lanky body and unnaturally pale complexion allowed the creature to blend in with the landscape, skin like snow and arms and legs like branches and slender tree trunks. No one ever came into its domain, save for the occasional lost hiker, and it was easy enough for the Shy Guy to duck out of sight when they did come. In the warmer months, crews of lumberjacks would come through, and the Shy Guy would have to be more careful with its hiding, moving quickly to keep its face obscured from the strangers. None of them ever saw its face, though they could feel its presence. They would whisper amongst themselves about the feeling of being watched, recalling old lumberjack legends of the hide-behind, a creature that stalked through forests and hid itself behind the trees whenever its prey turned to look. The Shy Guy was not trying to hunt them, it only wanted to be left alone. But the lumberjacks still glanced over their shoulders nervously as they went about their work, swapping scary stories around the campfire at night when the work was done. But other than a rustling branch, a flash of light darting between the trees, or the occasional set of unnaturally large footprints in the snow, they never saw the creature they could sense sharing the woods with them. It was for the best that they didn't. They wouldn't have survived if they had managed to catch a glimpse of its face. The Shy Guy was happy with its home, or at least as happy as it could be about anything in its life. It was a lonely existence, never letting anyone truly see it. The creature's life was ruled by fear and isolation, the terror that one day its face would be spotted and it would be unable to control what it did next. Late at night when the world was asleep, save for a few owls nestled in the branches up above and scanning the ground for mice to eat, the Shy Guy would let itself truly feel the weight of its suffering, crying so hard its sobs shook the tree line. But other times when the land was still and quiet,
when a fresh snowfall blanketed the earth in soft, white powder, and all living things were hiding in a warm place until springtime came. SCP-096 felt something like peace. The dead of winter was its safest time, a time where it wouldn't need to listen for every sound and await potential intruders. But of course, winter never lasted. Eventually, spring would always come. The first blades of green grass would poke up through the melting snow, and life would return to the Shy Guy's forest. One day, the Shy Guy's guard dropped, and it made a grave mistake. It allowed someone to get too close before looking for a hiding spot. A man from one of the lumber camps setting up nearby saw the creature's face. The man screamed in shock and terror, but his screams were soon drowned out by the raw, animalistic bellow of the Shy Guy as it flew into an uncontrollable frenzy of rage and despair, chasing the man through the forest at breakneck speed. It was far faster than the man, running on longer, stronger legs than any human could have. When it caught up to the man in a foreign part of the forest that the creature had not seen before, it silenced his screams for good. All at once, the creature was alone once more. Then came the remorse, the inevitable feeling of deep, devastating loss that came over it every time it destroyed a person who had seen its face. The same cycle, over and over again, relentless and unceasing. Though it should have gotten used to the whole thing by now, it broke the poor creature's heart. Succumbing to sadness, SCP-096 slumped to the ground, cradling its head in its massive hands, and began to cry. "Are you all right there? Are you hurt?" A voice suddenly interrupted the creature's private lament. It froze at the sound, before lifting its head to seek out the source of the interruption. Who was that? Where were they? Did it have time to hide before they could see its face? The Shy Guy opened its eyes to see an old man standing only a few feet away from it, holding a cane. The man was facing it, his eyes aimed towards the Shy Guy's face, but they were unfocused. They could not see. The Shy Guy didn't entirely understand how, but it knew that the man was unable to see its face. For the first time in a very long time, it felt relief wash over it. "You stopped crying. Can you speak?" The man walked closer to the creature, concern furrowing in his brow. "Here, take my hand and come inside where it's warm. I'll get you a blanket and something to eat." The old man held out his hand expectantly, and slowly, hesitantly, SCP-096 placed its hand in his. "My, you're a big fellow. If you can stand, come with me. We'll get you all sorted out." Unsure, but too surprised to do anything else, the Shy Guy silently followed the old blind man into a nearby cabin. Inside it was indeed warm, a small yet pleasant space lit by a crackling fire in the hearth. It was the nicest place SCP-096 had ever been, cozy and dry, no snow or mud to be found. Every surface was smooth or soft, made for living comfortably. The old man led the creature to a little dining table and pulled out a chair, inviting it to sit down. He prattled on about how nice it was to have some company for once. Even if his new companion was unable to speak, he had plenty to say and was happy to fill the silence enough for the both of them. He turned on a radio, and it came to life with the sound of music and crackling static. Then he busied himself at the wood fire stove, where a pot of soup was simmering. He poured 2 bowls of soup, one for him and one for the Shy Guy, and placed them both on the table. SCP-096 wasn't sure of what to make of the cabin, the soup, or the spoon that the old man handed it to go with the meal. After a moment of watching the old man eat, however, it began to understand that it was food. It disregarded the spoon in favor of picking up the bowl and drinking straight from it. The broth, meat, and vegetables warmed the creature from the inside out in a way it had never felt before, and for once, the Shy Guy made a sound other than a screech or sob. "Mmm!" The old man laughed delightedly and agreed that the soup was indeed very good. The two ate the rest of their meal, and the old man placed a heavy blanket on the couch for the creature, inviting it to stay for the night. In fact, it could stay as long as it wanted. Like he had said, the old man could really use the company, as well as an extra pair of hands to help out around the house. This could, he said, be an arrangement that benefited them both. With that, the old man went to bed, leaving the Shy Guy alone for the night. It considered leaving while the man slept, slinking back off into the forest and disappearing. But as it pulled the blanket over its body, it felt a sense of warmth and comfort enveloping it. This was a safe place, one where no one would catch it unaware and look at its face. Maybe it could stay, at least for a little while. Before long, the Shy Guy's eyes closed, and it drifted off to sleep. The Shy Guy and the old man quickly fell into a routine from there. The old man taught the creature how to tidy up around the cabin, how to chop wood and use it to keep the stove and fireplace lit. He showed it how to open cans of beans and retrieve meat from the cabin's smokehouse so they could fix their meals, and introduced the creature to all of his favorite stations on the radio. All the while, the old man talked, telling the creature stories of his life, his time in the army, how he met his wife, how it felt to lose her, how difficult it was to raise his children alone, and how rewarding it was to see them go off and start families of their own. During one of these stories, the old man remarked that his family would be coming out to visit soon and bring him some supplies to help him through the rest of the winter before the warm weather returned. The Shy Guy should have understood what that meant, should have planned to leave before the man's family arrived, but it was so overwhelmed by the joys of its new life that it didn't even consider the possibility. In this moment, it seemed that things would always be perfect. One morning, the Shy Guy awoke to the sound of a knock at the door. It jolted awake at the sound, gasping with fear. The old man rushed into the room, grinning excitedly. He told the Shy Guy not to be afraid, that it was only his son coming to visit. But SCP-096 panicked. It had to cover its face, now. As the old man opened the door to welcome his son inside, the Shy Guy quickly buried his face in his hands, shielding it from the young man's eyes. Though the young man did not doom himself by seeing the creature's face, he couldn't help but cry out in shock at the sight of his father's houseguest. He tried to explain to his father that this was not an ordinary man in need of shelter, but rather some sort of terrible monster. He described the Shy Guy to his father, its lack of clothing, its emaciated form, and impossible height. But the old man would not listen to a word. He shooed his son out of the cabin, insisting that if he was going to be rude to his guest, then he could go ahead and see himself out. He told his son that the Shy Guy, no matter how strange it might look, had been a great help and comfort to him, and he would not tolerate a rude word against his new friend. He slammed the door shut, then apologized to SCP-096 for his son's behavior. Meanwhile, his son was distraught. His poor father living alone with a monster. He could not sit idly by while this continued. He rushed into town and told everyone all about what he had seen. Local lumberjacks spoke up with their own stories, telling him about the legends of the hide-behind, and the lumberjack who had gone out on a job in those woods and never returned home. This creature living with the old man had to be the same monster. The townspeople decided that enough was enough, and they were going to take back the forest and handle this monster problem once and for all. They grabbed whichever weapons they could find, from hunting rifles and kitchen knives to pitchforks and torches. All the while, they worked themselves up into a frenzy of fear and anger. Before long, the once peaceful people of the town had formed into an angry mob, with the old man's son at the helm. "Kill the monster," they cheered, as they stormed into the forest and towards the old man's cabin. The old man opened his door, expecting to find his son standing there again, and was greeted instead by everyone from his town, armed to the teeth and ready for a fight. They demanded to see the monster that he was keeping inside. When he refused, a group of men grabbed him by the arms, dragging him out of the cabin. As he protested, they insisted that they were doing this for his own good, to protect him from the hideous beast he had unknowingly welcomed into his own home. He struggled to break free, but he was not as strong as he had been in his youth, and he was outnumbered. SCP-096 watched as its friend was pulled from the cabin and taken outside, and it was unable to stop itself from intervening. It ran out of the front door where the angry mob was waiting. Neither SCP-096 nor the mob were prepared for what happened next, when the dozens of people standing there with their pitchforks and torches all found their eyes locked directly onto SCP-096's face. The creature had been upset before, but now it was positively furious. its mouth stretched into a shriek that echoed off the mountainside as it began to rip through the crowd like tissue paper, massive arms swinging and knocking over people left and right until no one was left standing. Some of the townspeople tried to fight back, to prod at the creature with their pitchforks or swipe at it with the flames of their torches, but the attacks didn't even slow the Shy Guy down. Bullets fired from the feet of hunting rifles ricocheted off of the creature's skin, not leaving so much as a dent as it tore through the crowd. By the time it was through, there was no one left except for the old man and his son. The old man called out to the creature, asking what had happened, asking if it was all right. But as always, the creature could not answer, and even if it could, it wouldn't have said a word at that moment. Its focus was elsewhere, its eyes trained on the old man's son, the only person who had seen its face and was still alive. The young man ran off into the forest as fast as he could, tripping over his own feet as the terror made him too clumsy to see straight. The attempt to escape was in vain, and the Shy Guy took no time at all to catch up with him. It grabbed the young man in its hands, lifted him into the air as he squirmed and fought to break free. Then, it unhinged its jaw and swallowed him whole. When the Shy Guy quieted, all of its prey disposed of, it heard the voice of the old man in the distance, calling out for his friend. It knew then that it could never go back to the only person who had ever shown it kindness. It would not be safe for either of them. Instead, it would return to the deep, deep forest, to the life of solitude. But it would never forget that time in the cabin, or the only man who ever made SCP-096 feel as if it wasn't a monster at all.
The thin, pale humanoid anomaly had just found itself in Minecraft, of all places. The all-too familiar wail of emergency alarms rang out through the corridors of the Foundation facility. It had happened again, another containment breach. Of course, the on-site personnel were more than familiar with the protocols for a situation like this, so well versed in what to do during an emergency that it had become second nature. Whether they were research staff evacuating for their own safety, or security teams moving in to recapture the escaped anomaly and get the situation under control, everyone was moving like they had been programmed, muscle memory taking over. The loose anomaly was none other than SCP-096. All Foundation personnel were alerted and reminded not to look directly at the creature. There was just one problem. They couldn't look even if they'd ignored their order to try. Nobody could, because the Shy Guy was nowhere to be found. Well, nowhere in the real world, at least. This whole situation, bizarre even by Foundation standards, had all started with an experiment involving a member of the disposable D-Class personnel. Yet another dangerous convict serving one of several life sentences, now being used as an expendable human lab rat for the Foundation's often sinister purposes. The experiment in question was an attempt to further test the limitation of SCP-096's abilities. By now, the Foundation had done extensive research into the creature known as the Shy Guy. They knew its particular brand of anomalous qualities were triggered when anyone looked directly at it. Being observed would instantaneously send SCP-096 into an uncontrollable rage state, causing it to pursue its observer until they were no longer standing. SCP-096 was known to be able to travel at speeds so relentless, it was pretty much impossible to stop. One moment it was sobbing and screeching in its cell having just been observed, and minutes later, the wide-jawed, long-limbed monster was standing behind whoever had seen it, making its screaming face the image its victim took to the grave with them. Foundation researchers knew that SCP-096's rage state could be triggered by as little as someone seeing the slightest hint of a creature. Even if the Shy Guy had been captured as a tiny speck in the background of a photograph, it would come after anyone whose eyes so much as glanced over that speck. It also didn't matter how far away the observer was. SCP-096 could not be outrun. It could track down anyone wherever they were in the world. But what if a person who had observed the Shy Guy was no longer in the world? The experiment had taken a lot of trial and error. After all, digitizing a human being and transforming their entire consciousness into code was no easy task. But the Foundation wasn't above breaking more than a few eggs to make an omelet, especially when those eggs were the brains of a few D-Class personnel. Actually, the first test subjects turned out more scrambled or fried, certainly overdone, given the amount of smoke coming from their ears.
But eventually, the research team had perfected the device they dubbed the neural harness, a headset that could translate a person's mind into pure digital code. Their consciousness would be extracted from their body, leaving their physical form an empty shell, while a digital copy of them was able to traverse the local on-site computer network. Of course, the Foundation wasn't about to let a digitized D-class run amok with their systems, so their coding experts wrote a number of specialized parameters into their successful test subject. Now the digital D-class could be programmed to follow the Foundation's directive. From his perspective, it was like he was floating through cyberspace, towards the system that the Foundation had directed him to. A surveillance camera inside SCP-096's cell that usually remained inactive, but not today. The camera blinked to life as soon as the D-class's code-based consciousness reached it, and through it, he was able to observe SCP-096 sitting against the far wall of its containment chamber, gently whimpering and walking back and forth. That is, until the creature felt that same familiar sensation of being watched. It stood up, enraged, wailing uncontrollably as the D-class watched from within the camera. Then, a split second later, SCP-096 appeared to blink out of existence. It hadn't worked. The experiment had failed, and the digital D-class began to panic. Before the Foundation coders could stop him, he frantically scoured the local network for anything, some kind of escape route back into the real world. Maybe, he thought, if he could get back into his body, it wouldn't count. Technically, his digital self was separate from his physical form, so he might get out of SCP-096's clutches on a technicality. But it was impossible. His body was already burned out by the neural harness. There was no way for the D-class to transfer himself back. There was only one option left: hide. And as it turned out, someone had forgotten to uninstall a certain building game from a computer in one of the Foundation doctor's offices. The D-class's digitized mind zapped him into Minecraft. From his point of view, it was like he existed within the game itself. He did a computerized equivalent of breathing a sigh of relief, only to take back all those ones and zeros in a horrified gasp as he noticed a tall, wiry framed figure before him. It hadn't worked. SCP-096 had still managed to follow him into Minecraft. Even in a world of computer code, the Shy Guy was able to dispatch its digital observer quite easily, and what had once been a living human mind in the form of binary code was quickly deleted. But that's when SCP-096 started to take notice of its surroundings. With the most recent person to see it gone, it had the chance to actually take in where it was. The bright rays of warm light coming down from a cube-shaped sun reveal a welcoming landscape all around, constructed entirely from cubes. It fascinated SCP-096, instilling a kind of childlike wonder in the Shy Guy, the likes of which it hadn't experienced since it couldn't remember when. Rather than leaving, instantly reappearing in its containment chamber, SCP-096 made the conscious decision to start exploring. There was a mountainous biome surrounding SCP-096, stony spires reaching up towards a clear sky, with a waterfall cascading its way down the nearest of them. At the foot of the mountains was the opening of a cave, which the Shy Guy found itself wandering towards. The light from the sun, while a pleasant and welcoming change to the surroundings it was used to, was a little harsh on SCP-096's sunken eyes. So instead, it began to gravitate towards the shadowy confines of the caves, not unlike the usual darkness of its containment chamber back at the Foundation. Traversing through long, winding corridors of stone, SCP-096 found itself having to bend down to avoid hitting its head on the cave's low ceiling. Obviously, this formation of rocky blocks hadn't formed with someone of the Shy Guy's height in mind. There was a low, warm glow coming from the farthest side of the tunnel, and the thin creature made its way closer and closer, despite the stone walls around it feeling like a tighter confinement than its cell. Approaching the source of the light, SCP-096 was relieved that the cave opened out into a more spacious area, the cramped tunnel giving way to an expansive chamber that lay within the heart of the mountain. The warm, orangey glow that had been coming from a flowing stream of boiling hot lava that seemed to trickle down from somewhere above, creating a deadly, fiery pool directly in the Shy Guy's path. But just before it could turn back and leave the cave through the way he came, SCP-096 sensed that familiar feeling of something observing him. Across the lava pool on the other side was a creature comprised of a green cube for a head, with a long, armless cuboid body and 4 cubed feet. If it had been present in the real world, it might have been made out of leaves like a living shrub. It was staring directly at the Shy Guy from across the lava, only for this strange newcomer to disappear a moment later. The creeper hissed before it realized that SCP-096 had leaped up behind it to land a fatal blow. But little did the infamously anxious anomaly realize that the sentient shrub wasn't done. There was a colossal boom that caused SCP-096 to stagger backwards, whimpering at the sudden loud explosion and the pain that had accompanied it. The creeper had blown itself to pieces, but in doing so, had left a lasting injury that caused SCP-096 considerable discomfort as it began limping towards the cave that led out the opposite side of the mountain. Despite its injury, the Shy Guy was still able to move with relative ease, and the further it went, the more it seemed to gradually heal. However, it was as it stepped out once more into the sunlight that the creature realized just how hungry it was. Back in the real world, it hadn't eaten for several hours, and surprisingly, even while accidentally stuck in digitized form, the hunger mechanics of Minecraft were having an effect on SCP-096. The Shy Guy started searching around for anything that could prove to satiate its hunger. There was a grove of trees not far, so SCP-096 lumbered to take a closer look. It couldn't be certain, but it felt there was at least a slim chance that there were apples growing amongst the leaves. But even at the anomaly's own elongated height, it couldn't simply reach up to pick them. However, it was while swiping its arms up at the tree that the Shy Guy swung its fist and knocked at the tree trunk. To the creature's surprise, it was able to chip away at the wood with its hands, punching at the tree until the trunk had been reduced to a collection of wooden blocks that the Shy Guy was able to collect. And sure enough, some red apples dropped from the leaves above, enough to quell the hunger that SCP-096 was feeling, at least for the time being. Nearby, something was moving through the trees. It was yet to lock eyes on SCP-096, but the second it did, the mob would surely have sealed its own fate. As it moved around, minding its own business, the tall figure overheard the sounds of the Shy Guy eating, and its attention was drawn to where the creature was standing, enjoying an apple. Sensing that it had been seen, SCP-096 turned and locked eyes with the entity. It was perhaps the only other being in Minecraft that was a similar height and stature to the anomaly itself. In fact, the pair were strikingly similar. Before SCP-096 could carry out its usual method of attack, the Enderman suddenly teleported out of view. But it was too late now. Both it and the Shy Guy had looked at the other's face. Both had been provoked and were compelled to react in exactly the same way. Just as SCP-096 entered its rage state, the Enderman too opened its mouth and began to shake, making loud, lengthy sounds not dissimilar to the Shy Guy's own angered screams. But something profoundly strange happened next. SCP-096 and the Enderman kept attempting to pursue one another, appearing in a new location within the Minecraft world. Neither one getting close enough to the other. They'd teleport, only for the other to teleport away the moment they saw each other, each trying to catch one another but always staying one step behind. This rapid chase almost became a strange, ongoing sort of teleporting dance between SCP-096 and the Enderman. At first, the Shy Guy had been compelled to attack the Enderman, like it was with any who looked directly at it. But as they appeared and disappeared from place to place, the creature started to feel an odd kinship with this shadowy fellow. It was so used to being frightened and alone, to its overwhelming feelings of insecurity and self-loathing, that the simplicity of just traversing the open world, with a creature very alike itself in many ways, it had all come as a welcome change. SCP-096 found it therapeutic even, and before long was following the Enderman not out of any intention to do it harm, but just to feel, for a little while, like it had a friend. Just a little bit longer, SCP-096 thought, welcoming the enjoyment it felt playing this game of Minecraft. Agent Lane's eyes scanned over the document he'd been sent. The decryption program had finished unraveling the sensitive data that the SCP Foundation's cybersecurity kept hidden beneath layers of encryption. It had been a few hours since he'd received the leaked document, sent to him from a mole that had been active within the ranks of Foundation personnel for some time. And as for what was on this secret document, it was an intake list, the records and names of everyone recently brought into D-Class. Lane scoured the rows upon rows of inmates, violent criminals, the worst of the worst that the Foundation used as human lab rats. Then his eyes settled over one name, the exact one he'd been looking for. The true identity of a man codenamed the Hatchet, a mass murderer responsible for coordinating multiple acts of international terrorism. But to Agent Lane, this man wasn't a threat to be feared. He was a bait in a trap for something far worse. The Global Occult Coalition had long been the face of officially sanctioned legitimacy in the fight against the anomalous. While the SCP Foundation operated in a more clandestine fashion, the GOC was operated by and acted under the authority of the United Nations. They were mandated with policing the paranormal world, a role nobody in the GOC took lightly. Their ultimate goal was a world rid of all anomalies. While the Foundation opted for containment, the Coalition preferred extermination. But despite this fundamental difference in their operational structures, the two organizations maintained a fragile alliance, which is why Agent Lane needed bait in order for his plan to work. The objective was simple: kill SCP-096, also known as the SHY Guy, an anomalous entity with a long, disproportionate human body that could use impossible speeds to kill anyone that looked at its face, even through an image. That was what worried the GOC. It seemed all too easy for SCP-096 to be used as a weapon, especially for assassinations. It wouldn't take much for the Foundation to mail a photo of SCP-096 to anyone, say a politician who opposed them or the head of another group of interest. Then all they'd have to do is sit back and wait as SCP-096 dispatched its unwitting target, along with any witnesses that happened to see it appear. So the Coalition had decided it was time to take the SHY Guy off the board before anyone got any unsavory ideas. But there was still one issue with that. Given the GOC and SCP Foundation's rocky relationship, Agent Lane had been instructed to leave no trace of the Coalition's involvement. He needed someone else to be responsible for the actual elimination of SCP-096, so that the GOC could deny any and all involvement. That's when he'd gotten the idea. Who better to call on for a covert, strictly off-the-books mission? Only one of the world's most elite special forces units, with no affiliation to the GOC whatsoever, Delta Force. Engineering a scenario where Lane could get the Deltas to take out SCP-096 was going to be tricky. He couldn't give them a direct order to kill the creature. That could too easily lead back to the GOC. So the mastermind behind this mission needed to think outside of the box. How could he get the attention of Delta Force? Well, by offering up one of the world's most wanted terrorists. After all, Delta Force was renowned for undertaking missions that involved counterterrorism, as well as the securing and sometimes elimination of high-value targets. And that was where the Hatchet came into plan. Given the severity and extreme nature of his many crimes, he was certainly considered high value by the US government. However, it was while awaiting trial that the Hatchet had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The official story was that he had died in prison following a fight with another inmate, but rumors circulated about an escape attempt. Of course, neither were correct. Now Agent Lane knew the truth. The Foundation had him, which means he was within the reach of the GOC. Issuing a coded command to his mole working inside the SCP Foundation, Lane instructed that the Hatchet would be making an escape of sorts. At least that's how it would appear, but it would be completely staged. Under the cover of night, the mole drugged and kidnapped the Hatchet, breaking open an air vent and making it look like someone had crawled their way through. Nobody had, and instead the Hatchet was carried unconscious to a Foundation vehicle the mole had hotwired. If he drove off in his own car, the Foundation would be able to trace the escape back to him, and then the GOC. Bundling the terrorist into the trunk, the mole drove several miles away from the Foundation site to an extraction point where Agent Lane was waiting.
"So he's how you're gonna lure out the Delta Force," the mole said as he and Lane lifted the Hatchet aboard the chopper. "But how are you going to get SCP-096 to come out too? The Foundation keeps it crying in that cell."
"They can't stop it getting out when someone sees it though, right?" Lane replied.
"Yeah, it moves way too fast," the mole confirmed. "All someone has to do is look at it, and it can get out even when
they look at a picture of it," the agent finished his sentence.
"Oh,"
the mole gasped, realization spreading across his face. "Our friend the Hatchet here isn't just bait to lure out Delta Force," Agent Lane explained. "He's bait for both.
SCP-096 and Delta will both be coming after him. That way, as far as the Foundation knows, SCP-096 will be killed during a standard Delta Force mission to recapture an on-the-run terrorist mastermind. And meanwhile, the GOC gets complete deniability. It was nothing to do with us, we weren't involved. Perfect scapegoat, the mole commented. Thing is, if this is meant to be such a covert mission, then why risk security by telling me?
Dead man don't talk.
Agent Lane replied quietly, pulling a silenced handgun from his holster and squeezing the trigger, firing 3 times for good measure. With the loose end tied up, nothing linked the global occult coalition to the hatchet's apparent escape. Sure enough, the Foundation fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. While they were busy locking down the facility, sealing the air vents that they believed their D-class prisoner had escaped through, Agent Lane had the hatchet handcuffed, securely under lock and key. The helicopter took them a short distance to a quiet airstrip, where they boarded an uncharted plane to a safe house. To avoid any further links to the GOC, Lane had to transport the hatchet as off the grid as possible until he got him to their destination. Even then, the safe house couldn't be one that the GOC had ever used before. Any link in the Foundation or Delta Force would smell a rat. The leaked intelligence that was soon received by Delta Force seemed to confirm their worst fears. Not only was the hatchet still alive, but he was free and apparently hiding out in a safe house. While they would never publicly acknowledge the unit's activities, the Department of Defense issued an objective to Delta Force: track down the hatchet to his current location and either capture him or kill him. A squad of some of the most highly trained United States troops were assembled. Before joining Delta Force, most of them had been recruited from the elite 75th Ranger Regiment, as well as from other branches of Special Forces and the wider U.S. Army. The team wasn't told by their commander, whose identity was classified, where they were going. All the information they were given was only the essentials, just that there was a high-value target holed up in a safe house. Although they had no idea there would actually be 2, only the second was unlike anything the Deltas had ever seen. Agent Lane was watching over hidden infrared cameras. They were sent to cut out the minute the lights came on. No point in going through all this trouble, only to see 096 on his feed and be killed too. Silently, using all the skills and stealth that they had been trained in, the squad of Delta Force operators slipped into the safe house. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, practiced hours and hours at a time. They checked corners. 2 would sweep one room of the building whilst 2 more protected them, and none of them would move on until they confirmed that the area was clear. Floor by floor, they worked their way up the building, ascending closer and closer to where the hatchet was. The operators were fully expecting to meet armed resistance from the hatchet's loyalists when they arrived. The fact that the place was so quiet didn't seem right. In fact, none of the lights were on either. The Delta Force unit needed to wear night vision just to navigate their way around. Despite it seeming suspicious, none of them could have guessed it was intentional. Agent Lane had set everything up to work perfectly. Arriving at one room, the Special Forces troops could hear the sound of someone behind the door. Their voice was muffled, like something was obscuring their mouth and preventing them from speaking. This was it. The team lined up against the nearest wall and placed an explosive charge on the door. With a mighty explosion, the entrance burst wide open, and the team filed in, weapons trained on the room's sole occupant. They could see through the hazy green of their goggles a figure sat in a chair. No, restrained to a chair, with something in front of him. It looked like a frame, a photograph in a frame. Who sits in front of a photo in the dark? Suddenly, the lights came up, causing the operator's night vision goggles to beam bright white straight into their eyes. The second the lights came on, the camera's Agent Lane was watching through cut off, and he purged the hard drive they were connected to, leaving no recording, no evidence of the situation he'd engineered. Meanwhile, as the room was illuminated, the first of the Delta Force team to take off his goggles saw who it was tied to the chair. It was the hatchet, bound by his wrists and ankles, eyes pried open, so he couldn't look away from the framed photo in front of him. A photo of SCP-096. Suddenly, within the blink of an eye, the tall, slender creature had appeared in the room with the captive terrorist. The Deltas, removing their goggles, turned in horror to see 096 slaughtering their target. And the moment they looked at it, the wailing Shy Guy started bearing down on them, too.
Contact!
Their captain yelled.
Open fire! Hostile contact!
They started shooting, their bullets having little effect on the looming, wiry monster as it came at each of the squad one by one. The muzzle flashes illuminated the oncoming anomaly. Those brief glimpses of it flickering of gunfire made it look all the more horrifying. Screams filled the room, echoing through the building as SCP-096 decimated the team that had unknowingly been sent in to kill it. One of the Deltas was still struggling with his night vision, unable to detach them from his face thanks to a clasp that had gotten stuck. All he could hear were his squad mates around him being killed, but with no way of seeing what was happening.
Private! Private!
The captain gurgled. He sounded hurt, but the operator couldn't see how badly or what had attacked him.
Shoot the thing! Shoot it now! I can't see, sir!
He yelled back, goggles still strapped to his face, eyes shut to keep out the searing whiteness.
10 o'clock!
The captain replied, directing his subordinate to aim his weapon slightly to the left. There was a sickening twisting sound, and the captain's voice cut out. The private fired, his shot winging the creature. It whimpered, then seemed to vanish as quickly as it had arrived. Pulling a combat knife from the sheath on his belt, the operator was able to cut the strap, keeping the goggles over his eyes. When his vision cleared, he looked around to see an empty room smeared in blood. Even the hatchet hadn't survived, killed in the chair he'd been held in. The operator took a closer look at the photo the terrorist had been made to look directly at. It was hideous, tall and thin, arms that looked too long and a huge mouth. And now, it was behind him. It would never stop killing anyone that looked at it. There is panic in the streets of all the world's major cities. A pale humanoid monster has gone on an unstoppable rampage, destroying lives with unmeasured speed and brutality. The fleeing people know they cannot fight, and that even the military has failed to stop this thing. The only thought that rings in their heads is whether or not they will be next. The Foundation, however, comes to have a different perspective, one that a certain Dr. Dan has had for years. It is time to get rid of SCP-096 once and for all. In the depths of space, no one can see your face. Well, that's not exactly how the saying goes, but it was certainly the hope of one intrepid spacefaring mobile task force that was assigned with the Herculean task of neutralizing SCP-096, aka the SHY Guy, for good. After the tragic leak of video from inside Site-19, which depicted the SHY Guy inside of its containment unit, a viral sensation caused SCP-096's face to be seen by over 2 million internet users across the globe. The video was taken down by the Foundation, but not before 096 broke containment and claimed the lives of all of the many witnesses. This gruesome worldwide massacre required an exorbitant expenditure of high-quality amnestics and left the Foundation with a sobering reminder that some anomalies are simply too dangerous to be kept alive. Dr. Dan was right all along, even if his methods of proving it all those years ago had been utterly monstrous. Once the leakers were found within the Foundation, they were escorted on the same shuttle that would be transporting SCP-096 into deep space, where both the unfortunate leakers and the SHY Guy were about to be thrown into a black hole. The primary video leaker, a newbie researcher by the name of Dr. Arnold, was sweating in his lab coat as the shuttle drifted through the stars towards the location. Surrounded by mobile task force agents, he knew that attempting to fight for his escape would be completely fruitless, especially when the Foundation ship he and his fellow leakers were on was so far out in space. They're all really serious about this, he thought. In the brief time that Dr. Arnold had been employed at the Foundation, he could have sworn that he heard one mantra repeated to him at least a few dozen times. Secure, contain, protect. We do not destroy unless all other options are exhausted. As Dr. Arnold stewed on that quote, he wondered if all of his options truly had been exhausted. Was the Foundation really going to destroy him along with SCP-096, a being that had already caused untold death even before the accident that he had had a hand in causing? Was it fair to hold him responsible for the actions of a creature that, in a just world, would have been permanently dealt with a long time ago? However, outside of these thoughts, all Dr. Arnold could do was try to reassure the other researchers involved in the leak incident and wait for the shuttle to arrive at its destination, the Gaia BH1 black hole, the nearest black hole to the planet Earth. "Don't worry, this is all a ploy just to scare us," Dr. Arnold told the interns. "Throwing us out there would be murder." The SCP Foundation had to bring some previously classified technology out of storage in order to power a ship fast enough to cross the 1,500 light-years between Earth and Gaia BH-1 within the time frame of a month. And Dr. Arnold found this overcommitment to the plot to destroy the Shy Guy to be shocking, as well as a sure sign that his superiors weren't joking around. Because of the overwhelming oppressive gravity of the black hole, there would have to be a significant distance between the Foundation space shuttle and the event horizon itself, or else the risk of all the staff being sucked in along with the leakers and SCP-096 would become too great. Instead, a portable version of SCP-096's containment chamber would be launched on a smaller rocket that would be guided via a pre-programmed route into the center of Gaia BH-1. Dr. Arnold and the other leakers would be loaded onto the same rocket, which would boast no way for the unfortunate researchers to steer or redirect its course away from certain doom. Upon receiving confirmation that the ship was in range, the Mobile Task Force agents escorted the leakers on board the rocket with weapons pointed at them. They loaded the containment unit into the rocket next, taking care not to leave any chance of damaging the walls. Soon, everything was prepared for launch of the miniature rocket. Dr. Arnold, SCP-096, and the rest of the terminated staff would be launched away, never to return. But while this process was taking place, a deeply ill-timed event was occurring all the way back on Earth. A popular gaming streamer and content creator by the name of Bridget Parks was in the midst of her latest reaction stream when a member of the chat sent a link to a horror video for Parks to react to. The message was given priority because it had been sent as a super chat, a $100 super chat at that. What neither the SCP Foundation nor Bridget Parks knew was that the linked video was actually an archived copy of the viral video that caused SCP-096 to wreak total havoc on the world. It appeared that in the shuffle of administering amnestics and using Foundation resources to scrub the internet clean of all instances of Dr. Arnold's accidentally leaked viral video, at least one copy of the file was lost in the shuffle and re-uploaded to a file hosting site from a private external hard drive days after the most recently reported attack of the Shy Guy. Whatever reason this anonymous fan chose to send this particular video into the stream will most likely remain a mystery, but what is known is that Bridget Parks would have to react to it, or risk devaluing the pull behind the super chat. Bridget was already deeply sleep-deprived, as those who work in her industry often are, and had been reacting to a wide variety of frightening and creepy short films over the past 3 hours. She was willing to do anything to keep the subathon going, and with some mild trepidation, Bridget Parks clicked the link to the video. In the moments that followed, the face of SCP-096 was viewed live on the internet by the entirety of Bridget Parks' current streaming audience, and without delay, this information became known to the Shy Guy. As both the chat and Bridget herself gawked and laughed at the creature, reacting with disgust and disbelief at its appearance, SCP-096 began to stir within its containment unit. It slammed its fists against the wall with sudden ferocity, startling Dr. Arnold and the other passengers aboard the rocket. The Mobile Task Force, still safe inside the main shuttle, made preparations for launching the rocket into the black hole. "Any passing words, Dr. Arnold? We'll be recording them," said one of the agents present, snickering as his hand hovered over the launch button. In a panic, Dr. Arnold blurted, "Containment breach!" Every agent aboard the shuttle felt their hearts drop into their stomachs, because this was the one thing that the Foundation didn't want to happen. Truthfully, having allowed Arnold and the others squirm all the way to Gaia BH-1 black hole had been deemed sufficient punishment for his transgression, and the plan up until this point had been to wait until the most pivotal moment to reveal to Arnold that he and his cohorts would be allowed to live and return to Earth. The fact that they would all be demoted to D-class personnel was beside the point, as mostly the Foundation didn't want to needlessly throw away lives that could be used to further scientific purposes. And yet, as Dr. Arnold screeched and carried on, the MTF agents made the swift and impulsive call to launch the rocket immediately. Regardless of the circumstances under which SCP-096's face had been viewed, there was zero chance that they would allow the thing to escape from its chamber before sending the rocket past the event horizon. Whatever the implications or ripple effects, the unplanned death of Dr. Arnold and the errant awareness of SCP-096 would have
were questions for later. Now was the time for disposal. The mobile task force pressed the rocket launch button, sending the guided missile and its terrified occupants hurtling towards Gaia BH-1. As the Shy Guy hammered away at the walls of its containment chamber, Dr. Arnold and the others faced away and prayed to whatever power would answer that the last moments of their fleeting lives wouldn't include being ripped apart by an enraged humanoid, while also being spaghettified by a black hole. Unfortunately, one of those two outcomes was inevitable. The rocket sailed right into the gravity well of Gaia BH-1 and began to vanish from observable reality. Dr. Arnold and the others felt the indescribable sensation of being stretched into thin ribbons of matter by the force of gravity alone. SCP-096 began to undergo the same process inside the durable walls of its containment unit, though those same walls, as well as the entire rocket, were not durable enough to withstand being compressed. Back on Earth, the streaming audience of Bridget Parks was cracking a number of hurtful jokes at the expense of SCP-096, comparing it to popular creepypasta characters such as Slenderman. Bridget herself was facetiously calling members by their chat names and acting annoyed that such a video was even linked in the first place. None of them knew of the reckoning that might very well be coming for them, all from the depths of space. The members of the Foundation aboard the shuttle continued to observe Gaia BH-1, even as the rocket had vanished beyond the event horizon, hoping that despite the unforeseen loss of personnel, the nightmare of another disastrous SCP-096 containment breach was over. What happened next made the very concept of known physics seem like an irrelevant joke. From inside the black hole, the spaghettified form of SCP-096 began to hold itself in place. The rest of the rocket and all of the researchers on board were not nearly as lucky, but then again, the effects that Gaia BH-1 had on them was the expected result. What the Shy Guy was doing went beyond all estimation, exerting a force of propulsion that was keeping pace with the unbelievable pressure of gravity of a black hole. Despite this, the Shy Guy was still stretched beyond recognition, a pale white line that seemed to go on forever into the vortex of Gaia BH-1. Even in this abstract two-dimensional shape, the rage of SCP-096 at the ones who had seen its face was palpable. Its entire length began to shudder, pulsing with kinetic energy that had already surpassed almost anything in the known universe. To the outside observers who could only glimpse the impression left by the black hole, SCP-096 was already well and truly gone. But the longer the agents of the Mobile Task Force stared into the abyss, the more anxious they felt at the possibility of the Shy Guy somehow making it back from beyond the event horizon. And sure enough, like a nightmare that had spontaneously emerged into the daylight, the Foundation staff became able to see the tip of the spaghetti strand that was SCP-096. The Shy Guy had now partially stretched itself out of the grasp of the event horizon and back into observable reality. It was not yet in any recognizable shape, but the gradual appearance of a stretched-out version of its face did appear across the closer extreme of its distorted anatomy. It was almost like some kind of horrible worm with the face of a melting ghost, but how it looked was nothing compared to the implications of this form of SCP-096 being able to be seen again. Because if any piece of it had returned from the event horizon at all, and those observable pieces were starting to more closely resemble the Shy Guy's natural shape, this meant that the Shy Guy wasn't just pulling itself back with raw physical strength, it was increasing in velocity to such an extent that its body would soon be outrunning the force of gravity altogether. "Mother of God," said head field researcher Newman. "096 is already faster than light." The Foundation staff could do nothing but gaze in alarm as the Shy Guy's head returned to its normal shape. It was a comically surreal and horrible image, like a cartoon character from the rubber hose era of animation whose neck was stretching off screen. But any dark sense of humor derived from the appearance of the Shy Guy quickly vanished as the researchers realized all at once, "Oh crap, we just looked at it too." From the innermost depths of the void, a second strand of spaghetti matter separated from the main ribbon of SCP-096's form. Like string cheese, it rolled slowly to the surface of observed reality and formed an even more elongated limb of the Shy Guy. Like a colossal rope lasso, the arm dripped in and out of existence until a second super long arm joined it, and it became apparent what was happening. SCP-096 was thrashing against the gravitational pull of the black hole, swimming out of its seemingly inescapable current with two hideously distorted arms as paddles. It was as if someone had drawn SCP-096 with a pair of the same extending libs that Michael Jordan famously used to beat the Monstars in the basketball game in the classic animated live-action hybrid movie, Space Jam. The Shy Guy continued to swim forth, both arms windmilling at unfathomable speeds as it continued to break from the grasp of Gaia BH-1. Now only its legs remained trapped on the other side of the event horizon, but at this rate, they wouldn't be for long. Every researcher aboard the shuttle dreaded the possibility, no, the dreadful eventuality, that 096 would snap itself free from the black hole's orbit and be unleashed upon the universe once again. And without a doubt, everyone aboard the shuttle would be the first victims of the Shy Guy. Though the exact order in which SCP-096 kills those who observe its face has been the subject of continued debate, the fact that Earth was 1,500 light-years away meant that any other potential targets were that far away too. There was no escaping the onslaught of SCP-096, and no way to redirect its anger to a new target. "He's picking up so much speed," Mobile Task Force Agent Smith remarked. A horrible sound reverberated across space as SCP-096's legs zoomed to catch up with its body from the other side of the event horizon. In a truly unprecedented break from physics, the creature returned to its original shape, creating the mother of all sonic booms in the process. The sheer release of energy obliterated the shuttle, and any traces of space matter within the area around the black hole was also utterly obliterated. Like a murderous rubber band, SCP-096 blasted off from this point of elastic reunion, torpedoing across the vastness of the universe towards the Earth. The Shy Guy's target? None other than Bridget Parks and her entire active fanbase. But this one ill-timed stream would have greater consequences than just the permanent cancellation of one formerly beloved content creator. It would mean the destruction of all life on the planet Earth. For you see, SCP-096 didn't possess the ability to deaccelerate its mass before impact with the blue and green sphere. And now, its entire faster-than-light form had been launched at the Earth from the inside of Gaia BH-1's event horizon, like a projectile from a railgun. It was over. The laughter, the Foundation, and civilization itself, all swept away in an instant as SCP-096 collided with the Earth in a truly unforgettable hull-dome maneuver. The blue planet exploded like a watermelon struck with a sledgehammer, and SCP-096 was pulverized into broken or tangled limbs. From there it sailed through space, slowly regenerating from its wounds as it passed farther and farther from the planet that once housed so many doomed onlookers. It was unknown how long the Shy Guy would survive out there, or where it would wind up next, but it was more than certain that no human would ever see its face again.
Those who have studied the various anomalies contained by the SCP Foundation know that this world has quite a lot to fear. Enormous world-devouring monsters that thrive on an endless stream of hate, seemingly innocuous statues waiting to snap your neck the second you turn your back, and a shark-eyed old man with the power to reach through solid concrete, grab hold of you with his rotting hands, and drag you into his own personal hell. SCP-106 can pop into our world whenever he wants, but like many of the most efficient predators, he has his own designated lair, a pocket dimension where he can pull his prey and trap them in a horrifying game of cat and mouse that only ever ends one way, in a painful, prolonged end. We all know what SCP-106 uses his pocket dimension for, but what if some of the other anomalies at the Foundation had a pocket dimension of their very own? A tiny parallel reality that they could shape in their image and use it for whatever they wanted. What might that look like? A special team of SCP Foundation operatives were tasked with conducting an experiment using an elaborate computer system to run simulations and see what different anomalies might do with their pocket dimensions, should the opportunity ever arise. Stranger things have certainly happened at the SCP Foundation, so they prepared a list of anomalies that presented the most potential for interesting findings and fired up the simulation. For the very first subject, they selected an anomaly who was also a colleague, Dr. Bright and SCP-963. The monitor attached to the computer running the simulation showed a curious, surprising picture. There was a door with one sign, Bright Council Meeting inside. Past the door was a long conference table packed to the brim with different attendees. There were guards, D-Class, scientists, men and women, all wearing the trademark anomalous amulet. It was every single incarnation of the Doctor himself, all talking over each other with great enthusiasm. At the head of the table there was a monitor depicting the current incarnation of Dr. Bright going about his daily life on a live video feed. All of the many Dr. Brights were instructing him, giving him advice and guidance on every impulse and decision. Some Dr. Brights were brandishing pies, others chainsaws, and others were drawing schematics for laser guns and catapults. The Council of Brights was working together, devising pranks, schemes, and general tomfoolery. The research team all agreed that Dr. Bright could never learn about this simulation result, lest he try to recreate it himself. Next, they inputted details about SCP-5094, Miss J's Whiz Kid Schoolhouse, the anomalous computer program capable of teaching anyone about any subject. With a triumphant beep, the computer announced that it had rendered a simulation of what Miss J's pocket dimension might be. It was a classroom, decorated in bright colors and cutouts of various numbers and letters. On the wall, motivational portraits were displayed, including kittens grabbing onto the rungs of a ladder with the slogan, "Hang in there." There were bookshelves all along the walls, filled to the brim with books. At the chalkboard, a three-dimensional version of Miss J herself was standing with her signature ponytail and bright green vest, a piece of chalk in her hand. The desks were all empty, but she had a chipper smile on her face and was waiting for students to come in and learn at any minute. On the board, she had written, "Welcome Class." Next, they chose an entity whose inner life was a bit more difficult to discern, whose motivations, though seemingly straightforward, were perplexing. SCP-049 the Plague Doctor, forever in pursuit of curing a pestilence that he could not get the Foundation to understand, creating lifeless zombies whenever he attempted to treat a patient. Where would this inscrutable doctor disappear to if he only could? What would his hideaway be? The simulation rendered a sterile laboratory environment, no real surprise given his proclivity for medical science. There were stainless steel tables and instruments. The Plague Doctor stood in the fully outfitted lab, going about his work as he always did, with no one to interrupt or disturb him. On the desk in the corner sat a pile of medical texts, a vase filled with lavender flowers and fresh water, and a generous glass of rich red wine. There was everything here that he could possibly need. What about a pocket dimension for an entity that already had everything it could possibly want? Something so content, so happy with its everyday life, that it had no need or desire to escape. SCP-099 lived as a pampered pet, a sort of Foundation mascot, with its every wish for tasty treats or playtime met. Still, they inputted the Tickle Monster's information into the simulation to see what it might come up with. What it rendered looked like something out of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. It was a wide open field beneath a bright blue sky, filled with sunlight and fluffy white clouds. The landscape, however, was not the greenery and nature one might expect to see, but instead was made up entirely of candy and other sweets. Boulders made of toffee, a lake of melted chocolate, lollipop trees, and cotton candy bushes as far as the eye could see. Nestled within the candy landscape was an elaborate playground, more of an amusement park than the usual row of swings and a plastic slide. There was a miniature Ferris wheel, a ball pit, and an obstacle course that SCP-099 could bounce around and navigate. Every simple, childlike joy was present in this place. Pure sweetness, happiness, and light. For a creature as good as SCP-099, they would expect nothing less. Next up was the deadly statue that moved only when out of sight, SCP-173. It took the researchers a moment to understand what they were seeing when they took a look at its dimension. At first, they thought that perhaps the simulation had somehow crashed. After all, they were looking at a pitch-black screen. Then, they realized. They were seeing what its dimension would look like after all. The perfect place for SCP-173 to retreat to would be somewhere cloaked in absolute darkness, where no one could keep an eye on the statue and stop it from moving as it pleased. Here, it would be free to hunt and take lives as much as it wanted, keeping unsuspecting humans in suspense as they waited for the sound of grinding stone to betray that the end was near. The researchers all shuddered and glanced over their shoulders just in case. Since they were already feeling unsettled, they decided to take it one step further and see what SCP-682 might create for itself. What could be home for the creature that hates everything? They were horrified to see a bleak, stony landscape where the massive reptile was devouring everything in sight. Humans, plants, animals, none were safe from being snapped up in its deadly jaws. That wasn't the worst of it though. When it had finished consuming everything, SCP-682 opened its mouth and coughed all of its victims back up, miraculously resurrected and unharmed. Then it began to do it all over again, ripping, tearing, and clawing at all the living things around it in an endless cycle of despair. One researcher began to feel sick and had to flee the room. The rest pressed on, if a bit paler than they had been moments before. Since the vibes in the room were already as bad as they could possibly get, one researcher suggested they keep the momentum going and try out another highly hostile anomaly, the possessive mask itself, SCP-035. What sort of cursed reality could the simulation come up with for the malicious mask, a being that, though it could not move on its own, seemed to radiate an almost unstoppable evil? The monitor showed a rendering of an ornately decorated castle with a medieval European sensibility, gold decor, and rich red velvet curtains, dots of black and red like blood and black goo on everything. On the walls, elaborate tapestries were hung depicting the traditional comedy and tragedy masks that SCP-035 resembled. There was a stained glass window toward the back of the room, depicting SCP-035 with a full human body, sitting atop a golden throne, a crown on its head. In the very center of the room, there was SCP-035 in a position matching the stained glass window. At its feet, dozens of people dressed in rags were kneeling in supplication to their ruler. The mask was smiling. Of course that awful thing would want to make itself the king of its own private castle, forcing others to serve its every whim. Time to shift gears to something completely different. SCP-2662, also known as Cthulhu. Despite the creature's intimidating appearance, he was overall a relatively polite being. What would his chosen sanctuary look like? SCP-2662's simulated pocket dimension was a far cry from the luxury of SCP-035's. There were no riches here, no opulent displays of wealth and power. It was the opposite. The room depicted resembled a standard studio apartment, with a bed, a couch, a television, and a kitchenette. Every up-to-date game console, and some that didn't exist yet, could be seen throughout the room, and posters for various video games and action and sci-fi movies adorned the walls. There were stacks and stacks of games ready to be played, as well as an extra-large beanbag chair positioned directly in front of the TV screen. There, SCP-2662 sat, gaming happily. The room had no windows and no visible door either. No way for strangers to intrude on his peaceful, private leisure time. Up next on the list was SCP-953, the polymorphic humanoid. But when the simulation rendered her pocket dimension, she was nowhere to be seen. There was a beautiful landscape, like something out of a painting, of what appeared to be an idyllic location in rural Korea. There was vibrant green grass, a light blue sky dotted with delicate wisps of clouds, and a clear trickling stream. There was a man lying by the stream, basking in the sunlight, though he didn't look like any anomaly the research team recognized. They were checking him for the telltale fox ears or tail that indicated a shapeshifted SCP-953, when suddenly, a figure emerged from the water. A woman with long dark hair, wearing a white dress, and with those oh-so-familiar ears poking out from her scalp. She stretched her sharp claws wide and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the landscape changed. The sky went dark, the clouds replaced with fox eyes glaring down from the heavens. The stream flowed red with blood, and the grass became a carpet of gnarled orange fur. The man scrambled to his feet in a desperate bid for escape, but SCP-953 jumped on him before he could so much take a step away from her and began to torture him gleefully. The screen went red, as if with blood. The researchers definitely needed a palate cleanser after that nightmarish vision, so they selected a much more wholesome entity from the list for the next round. SCP-2295, The patchwork bear that so deeply wanted to heal the world and help the sick and hurting. Its simulated dimension resembled an ordinary doctor's office waiting room, with chairs, a check-in desk, and some toys and books for bored patients of all ages. There was one difference, however. Everything in the room was made from scrap fabric and yarn, materials the bear could use to patch a potentially infinite number of troubles. This was a place where the bear could bring anyone in need of its help and treat them to the best of its ability. But what about an anomaly that was not sentient, or at the very least one whose sentience was very much up for debate? The team selected SCP-914 for the next simulation. Inputting the details of 914, or the Clockworks, resulted in an image of a small factory with large metal doors. Inside, all manner of unidentifiable machinery worked in tandem to rearrange and reconfigure various items. There were different conveyor belts, each marked according to one of the Clockwork settings: coarse, rough, 1-to-1, fine, and very fine. Perhaps one researcher posited this pocket dimension was not theoretical at all. Maybe this was where items went when they disappeared into the machine's intake booth. Then again, who could be certain how exactly an item like SCP-914 really worked? Next was SCP-073, or Kane. In his dimension, the world of his own making, he strolled through a dense forest, the vegetation thriving all around him where it would have ordinarily withered and died. He plucked an apple off a tree and took a bite. SCP-529, Josie the Half-Cat, romped through a playroom that could only be described as cat heaven. Scratching posts, fish and chicken treats, balls of yarn, everything a feline friend could ever desire. One researcher wiped a tear from her eye, and when her colleagues questioned it, she just replied, "I really like cats, okay?" In a subject change, another researcher suggested trying a sort of before and after experiment with the simulation. They would see what sort of pocket dimension might be generated by an anomaly before a traumatic event, and what it might create after. They settled on SCP-066, Eric's toy. First, they built the simulation around SCP-066 as it first behaved when it arrived at the SCP Foundation. The result produced was a world made of colorful yarn, filled with living yarn creatures roaming around the landscape as Eric's toy rolled among them cheerfully. Then they inputted the details of the incident that shifted the entity's behavior when a D-Class attempted to cut off a piece of its yarn body for study. The resulting pocket dimension was made not of yarn, but of fleshy tendrils dripping with red that curled and writhed like tentacles, grasping and squeezing aggressively at anything that intruded on the space. A striking visual representation of the change in the anomaly's mental and emotional state. Next was SCP-1867, Lord Blackwood. Lord Blackwood's pocket out of reality was the interior of a grand hunting lodge, with a roaring fire in the fireplace and an impressive, if a bit macabre, bearskin rug stretched across the floor. Lord Blackwood stood in all of his brightly colored sea slug glory at a bar in the corner of the room, next to a glass of whiskey and a hand-carved wooden pipe. All along the wall were various trophies, taxidermy of a variety of wild beasts that the slug had hunted over the years, as well as artifacts picked up along its travels, fossils, rare books, paintings, and primitive weapons. There were also grainy old photographs of Lord Blackwood with many of his associates from over the years, other famed hunters and gentlemen explorers he had embarked on his expeditions alongside. SCP-4910, the Grinner, would dwell in a volcanic landscape, where rock and lava were replaced with fleshy pink gums and teeth jutted out of every available surface. Gnarly. SCP-076, Abel, would use his pocket dimension as a battle arena, a grand coliseum of sorts filled with every weapon imaginable, where he could trap his strongest would-be opponents and force them into a fight to the death. SCP-527, Mr. Fish's simulated pocket world resembled the city of Boston, with one notable difference. Every depiction of a human being, from statues to billboard advertisements to magazine covers, showed them with fish heads atop their human bodies. There was not a human head to be seen, except at what would have ordinarily been the seafood market. There you could find chests of ice-held fresh human heads that were ready to be sold. Though the sight of the human heads was a bit disconcerting, the research team understood the significance of this place. It made sense that Mr. Fish would want to retreat to a world that matched his lived experience, where everyone else looked like him. There was even a hat shop stocked with tiny little formal hats like his very own top hat. If SCP-2800 Cactus Man had a place between realities that belonged exclusively to him, it would be an underground superhero hideout. The room depicted on the monitor resembled the Batcave, but with all of the bat-themed decor replaced with cactus-themed items instead. There were also several large Seguro cacti planted in pots throughout the space, as well as several Cactus Man costumes in glass cases ready to be worn. SCP-294, the coffee machine, would have a secret world filled with every liquid substance known to man, and several still undiscovered, floating through the air but somehow never mixing together. Any beverage anyone could ever ask for would be there, just waiting for the right order to come in. SCP-352 Baba Yaga was next. It was a large forest, seemingly ordinary at first glance, but within its depths lurked every fear a person could ever have, depending on what unsuspecting victim she was able to pull into the darkness. There could be a high-up cliffside waiting for someone afraid of heights, a giant spider awaiting an arachnophobe, or thick, inky blackness waiting for someone afraid of the dark. All around the forest floor, her hair curled, waiting to ensnare her prey. SCP-662, more specifically SCP-662-1, Mr. Deeds, quite possibly already occupied a pocket dimension when his bell was not in use. Though they had no way to know for certain, the simulation predicted that his break room of sorts might look like this. A blue room with 2 shelves filled with cleaning tools, a brown couch, and a little bed in the corner where the butler could sleep during his time off. SCP-169 Leviathan would disappear into an aquatic pocket dimension, a place large enough for it to swim comfortably, possibly forever, in the peaceful, infinite ocean. Then the research staff decided to input SCP-096 and see what the Shy Guy's pocket dimension might look like. Unlike the old man, this anomaly was not aggressive all the time, and it seemed to take no pleasure in hunting. Instead, it acted in a kind of twisted self-defense, attacking anything that saw its face and set it off on a spree of violence that ended in death. SCP-096's potential pocket dimension was a dark, dismal labyrinth, like something out of the Greek myth of the Minotaur. Stone corridors twisted this way and that, leading any potential intruders down dead ends and away from the center, where SCP-096 hid from sight. In the center, there was light and life, trees, grass, a small pond, and a nest filled with blind birds chirping and singing to SCP-096 as it sat in complete obscurity, away from prying eyes.
I was chasing him, the poor soul who saw me. He was wearing a thick, red winter coat and glasses, climbing up the side of the mountain with a sharp little tool. If I had known he was coming, I would have run. Of course I would have run, but it was already too late. The second he saw me, saw my horrible, ugly face, it was already over. I felt all those familiar feelings bubble up. I knew, as well as I knew anything in my life, that I would need to kill him. My name? Well, I don't know my name. Not really. I think I had one once. A long time ago. I don't think I always looked like this big, ugly monster. But who can say? Those memories were blown away like a snowdrift. Life, this life at least, has never been easy for me. I don't like hurting people. But at least up there in the mountains, people didn't see me that often. How could I know about the strange men who would come for me? How could I possibly know that it was all going to get so much worse? The poor man in the red coat who saw me tried his best to run. I think my crying frightened him. I wish my mouth could make words. If I could, I would have told him how sorry I was. But it didn't matter anymore. I kept moving towards him, like I was being pulled along by some invisible leash in his direction. I tried to stop. I tried to think really hard and to focus. I kept telling myself, no, not this time, you're better than this, you can let this one go. But before the sentence is even fully formed in my mind, I'm already there. I'm already on top of him. I look down and see his terrified face, tears frozen on his cheeks, eyes wide with horror you can't even begin to describe. If you haven't seen my face, he was still looking at me. It hurt that he was still looking at me. I leaned in and opened my mouth wide enough to swallow him whole. Soon enough, there was nothing left of the man in the red coat, and I was alone again. All I could think to do was sit there on the freezing mountainside and weep. Why did I keep doing this? Why couldn't I stop myself? I asked myself these questions again and again, but I never got an answer. It felt like I knew myself a little less every single day. Sometime later, I don't know how many days, weeks, or months, 2 huge, black, noisy creatures came towards me out of the sky. The second I saw them, I turned and started moving away. I couldn't let those creatures see me. I knew something terrible would happen if they did. It was best to just move away, let them leave me alone. Nobody had to die. What I didn't know was that I was the reason they were there. The 2 flying black creatures landed on the mountain behind me, and groups of people climbed out carrying strange objects I didn't recognize. I huddled myself away in a corner as one of the men came towards me. I was so afraid I couldn't stop myself from crying. I didn't have the words. I couldn't tell them how much danger they were in. Couldn't tell them that I didn't want to hurt them, that they should just leave me here. But it was already too late. One of the strange men walked right in front of me and saw my face. He said,
Jesus, this thing is one ugly.
I started screaming. I couldn't help myself. My head started going fuzzy and my heart hurt. The man who'd seen my face was already backing away, knowing that just a few seconds too late that he'd made an awful mistake. It wouldn't save him now. Nothing could save him. I tried to stop myself, but trying hurt. It just made me scream louder. I turned and lunged at him, but that made things worse. Now so many of the others had seen my face too. With fat, wet tears rolling down my cheeks, I knew that I would have to destroy them all, even though I didn't want to. But this time they fought back. I suddenly heard all these horrible loud noises all around me and felt white-hot pain all over my body. They were shooting at me, both with the objects they held and other, even larger weapons attached to their strange flying vehicles. This made my confusion and anger even worse. I went berserk, jumping at them and attacking them with my claws and teeth. They may have been able to hurt me more than ordinary people, but they were just as easy to destroy as anyone. Not that it made me feel any less terrible for doing it, even though they did attack me first. Who were these strange, aggressive people? And why had they come here to attack me? Soon enough, I destroyed all the ones who had seen my face. There was nothing left to do but just sit there and weep again. I felt so terrible about everything I'd done to them. It was a pain deep in my chest. But then, suddenly, everything went black, and a sack was pulled over my head. I couldn't see who did it, and I'm glad I didn't. More importantly, they didn't see me. I think after that they bundled me onto one of their flying vehicles and took me away. I had no idea where I'd end up next. All I could do was stand there with a bag over my head and cry. Still blinded, and after a long period of flying through the air, I was pulled out of the vehicle and dragged away somewhere. I feel grateful that I didn't know. If I was here to be punished, it was probably what I deserved. Soon enough, I was brought into a room where a bunch of strangers were looking at me. I later learned that one of these strangers was called Dr. Dan, and Dr. Dan seemed very interested in what had happened back on the mountain. The one who put the bag over my head was talking to Dr. Dan. He said,
"That thing killed all of my men, tore through them like tissue paper. Our heavy artillery barely slowed it down, and it regenerated any damage it sustained almost immediately."
Fascinating,
Dr. Dan said.
and yet it seems so docile now. Why? What activated its rage state during the confrontation?
Connors looked at its face. That's when it went ballistic.
Hearing the story told again, I started to weep. It was true. Everything they were saying was true. I killed all those poor people, even though I couldn't help it. There was no place for me in this world. If all I could do was hurt people, I'd be better off not existing at all. Everything was a bit of a blur after that. The next time the bag was removed, I was in some kind of room. A perfect cube that clanked and clunked every time I moved around in it. No windows, no doors. Probably for the best. All I could do was pace around this little cube and wait. Wait until Dr. Dan was ready to conduct more of his tests. I never felt more empty and alone. but at least I couldn't hurt anyone here. Thank heavens for small mercies. Sometime later, I was bagged again and taken out of the cube. I don't know where they took me, but suddenly I felt that terrible feeling again, knowing that someone out there had seen my awful, ugly face, knowing that no matter what I really wanted to do, I had to destroy them. It was the only way. But how had they seen my face while I was wearing the bag? It didn't make sense. None of it made any sense. I felt the strong tug of the invisible leash again, pulling me towards the one who'd seen me. I screamed and roared and wailed and tore off the bag. I started galloping across the land in front of me, all barren and empty, until I reached the water. I was right next to the ocean. I leaped in and started diving, getting deeper, deeper, deeper. Eventually, I found a strange metal sphere. Somehow I knew just the one who had seen my face was somewhere in there. I tore it open and found him, a man in an orange jumpsuit. He screamed as water filled his lungs. Moments later, he was gone. I swam back to shore, tears dissolving in the ocean, where the strange men bagged me again and I was back in the cube. It was a moment of calm. Soon things were going to get so much worse. That terrible day, it happened a lot like last time. The time next to the ocean. I was inside my cube when I felt that terrible feeling, the sensation of being looked at. This time I somehow sensed that the one who saw me was even further away. I said to myself this time I'd resist. I'd stop myself. Nobody would be hurt, but resisting the pull hurt me even more. All I could do was wait and howl in terrible pain as I heard people panicking and scrambling outside the walls of my room. Soon enough, it was too late. I couldn't stop myself. I needed to find the one who saw me and destroy them. The walls gave way like wet sand as I tore through them. There were so many people in white coats standing around the room. A terrible smelling gas that burned my throat flooded the room, killing most of the people around me. But as always, I survived, and I started running, feeling the pull towards the person who saw my face. I busted through walls and galloped across the ground, feeling the miles tick by each second. I could hear the distant hum of more of those flying vehicles in the air behind me, but it didn't matter. None of it mattered. All that mattered was finding the one who saw me and wiping them off the face of the earth, no matter how awful it made me feel inside. Soon I arrived at a town where everyone was gathered in the center. They all turned and looked at me, and I could feel the rage rising to a fever pitch. There were so many of them. All those poor people, and not long after, more people with guns arrived wearing strange goggles. They all looked at my face too. I couldn't help it, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't help it. I try not to think about how many people I killed that day, but soon enough a bag was placed back over my head, and I was dragged back to my room, which they'd rebuilt while I was gone. I remained in there for a long time, just weeping, consumed by my own seemingly endless sadness, until one day, some time later, I was dragged out of my room and taken to another chamber. I could hear something that wasn't human breathing when they pulled the bag off my head. I was standing across from a monster, staring right at my face. A huge, terrible reptile with a thick hide and giant claws and teeth. It hissed when it saw me. It was happening again. The pain started. I was weeping and wailing. Was this all my life would ever be? A mix of silence and violence, only existing to hurt others and be sad, hurt, and alone, unable to even control my own actions? What kind of life is that, if you can even call it a life? The monster hissed and said,
"You are disgusting."
Silently, I agreed.
It does not leave bodies, just blood smeared across the roads, hundreds dead, thousands left wondering what happened to their missing family members as Foundation agents sneak into their homes and restructure their memories. One containment breach, one unfortunate photo of an impossible monster's face. All that's left is to clean up, bag the creature's head, and take it back to containment, hoping it would never be seen again. Far below in a kingdom of fire, something even more diabolical takes an interest. Such power, such ferocity, such indiscriminate destruction. He hasn't seen anything like it in a long, long time, and he wants to get acquainted. Imagine being a creature so violent that you catch the devil's attention.
Ugh, are those cobwebs? Gross, this place is filthy. I guess no one's been down here in a while? Hey, what's under this tarp? The Anomatron 6000. Looks like this thing hasn't seen a whole lot of use lately. What's the worst that could happen if I dusted it off? Chaos exploded beyond the doors of the ATV as they burst open, steel-capped boots thumping against the asphalt and crunching shards of broken glass underfoot. The blindingly bright neon of the strip was dwarfing the flicker of flames, barely making much more light than the usual twinkling machines that offered hollow promises of winning big. Agent North felt his fingers flex around the grip of his rifle as he caught sight of the carnage unfolding through the shattered glass front of the Vegas hotel. Jazz, better activate your disruptor. One of his squad mates nudged him back to awareness. Whatever's going on in there, it's turning these folks into animals. The squad flipped on the anti-memetic devices that the tech boys had attached to their tactical helmets, keeping themselves safe from whatever had infected the civilians inside. Or so they believed. They formed up, approaching the building in a defensive pattern, and cautiously made their way inside. The report had called it a riot, but that seemed like an understatement. The place had been ransacked so badly it was barely recognizable as either the hotel or casino it advertised itself as. Slot machines had been smashed to pieces, the metal and plastic torn apart seemingly by hand, given the red streaks and fingernails embedded in some. Discarded chips lay strewn across the floor, those that weren't being carried by the armfuls scooped up in the shirts of the people that were left standing. Each of them was frenzied, feral, eyes wide and bloodshot, baring all their teeth as they scrapped together. Agent North spotted two men trading punches, clawing at each other on the blood-stained marble floor, with the body of another lying still beneath them. The members of Mobile Task Force Mu-0 kept their weapons raised, but the civilians' wrath seemed to be solely focused on each other. All except one. Sat calmly at a blackjack table was a man in a suit, calmly sipping wine from a tall glass and humming to himself. There is a house in New Orleans. He casually turned around in his seat to face the Foundation operatives as they approached, laser dots hovering over the open shirt beneath his suit jacket. Evening, boys. I'm surprised it took you so long to find me. After all, where else on this mortal coil would I be if not Sin City? I mean, I'm practically right next door. The man was flicking a playing card around his fingers, the 6 of hearts. Anyone want to play? How about a round of Devil's Grip? Oh, and you can take those fancy new gizmos on your helmets off. You look ridiculous.
But before we continue with any more of the Devil's Banter, a question for you. Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or if you're just a human who lives in this world who is going through a hard time, therapy can give you tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible, and this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/SCP Explained. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/SCP Explained. Thank you again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. And now back to our mobile task force and their dealings with the devil. The team exchanged glances, but not one of them touched their disruptors. Agent North spoke up, demanding this mysterious figure release the civilians from his influence, as a precondition for any kind of negotiation here. Influence? I did not do that. The man shrugged, the card between his fingers switching to the King of Diamonds with a sleight of hand trick. You ask me, that's just a design flaw.
But then again, you weren't all made in my image, were you? The agent's voice got louder, barking for the mystery man to submit to their demands immediately. The squad members all raised their assault rifles. If the stranger didn't release the civilians, they might be forced to use lethal force. Oh, you mean release them from their basic human instincts? Well, that seems a little bit cruel and unusual, even for your foundation. The man chuckled, finishing his wine. But if you insist. With a click of his fingers, the room went silent. Calm instantaneously spread among the people who had been literally tearing each other apart only seconds earlier. But taking more than a cursory glance at the civilian told the MTF operatives that there was still something wrong. Each of the people in the casino wore a vacant expression, eyes empty as if they were completely void of life. Agent North barked out a question. What had he done to these people? Now, Mr. North, the man said, standing up. A deal is a deal. Convey me to the Foundation. I've been waiting for the sightseeing part of my vacation. Hearing his name from this unknown, clearly anomalous reality warper made Agent North instinctively raise his gun. The man staring down the barrel didn't flinch. Instead, a wry smile crawled across his face. Oh, come now, Mr. North. Perhaps I shouldn't have expected rationality. Oh, that's a little beyond you, isn't it? The figure chuckled, everything about him filling the MTF operatives with an overpowering sense of dread as they kept their weapons trained on him. So many nights wondering about your wife, whether or not she forgave you for that accident. The man took a step forward until the rifle's muzzle was pushing directly against him. Would you like to know the truth, Mr. North? His voice lowered to an ominous whisper. She never did. Bang! The shot echoed through the casino floor, a faint trail of smoke winding up into the air. Agent North blinked in disbelief. In the flash that followed him pulling the trigger, the figure standing before him and his squad mates had vanished. They scanned the area to try and spot their target, only to be met with pitch-dark shadows surrounding them. Came the man's voice through the emptiness. You can't kill the devil, Jeremy. Back at command, the Foundation analysts were panicking. MTF Mu-0 had vanished. They scrabbled around trying to figure out what to do. Someone threw out the suggestion that the full force of Alpha-1, the Red Right Hand, be dispatched to Las Vegas to launch a full-scale assault on SCP-4661, the area of the city that anomalously overlapped with another plane of reality, causing sinful behavior to intensify within Vegas. Another threw out the idea, suggesting that SCP-507 should be sent to retrieve the dimensionally displaced task force. As they squabbled, researchers and security found themselves being drawn into an argument, all of them feeling an overwhelming notion that they were right and everyone disagreeing with them was wrong. What had begun as a tactical discussion devolved into a free-for-all. Shoves turned into swings of fists, the hurling of office chairs as a brawl ensued. Little did any personnel notice an unauthorized new arrival, who seemed to be walking around the facility's halls. It was the same man from the casino, strolling calmly and casually past the windowed containment cells that housed anomalies, like an eccentric collector perusing an art gallery. Boring, the man scoffed, seeing an orange blob shrink away from him behind the glass. Oh, so boring. He passed a beak-faced doctor in dark clothes. Derivative, the man sighed, seeing a statue that refused to move even when he blinked. Absurdly overpowered. Within its acid-filled vat, the reptile seethed with anger. Oh, look, one of my antiques, the man mused, passing a vacant mahogany desk with two vacant chairs, a simpler straight-back seat, and a large, ornate throne-like office chair, embellished with brass and royal purple velvet padding. Then the man came to a windowless room, the one thing that seemed to garner his curiosity in the entire facility. In actuality, it wasn't the unassuming containment cell that caught his attention. It was the sounds of distraught crying emanating from within. The despaired sobs didn't deter the man from effortlessly waving his hands and causing the heavy, hermetically sealed door to start buckling, glowing as the dense steel began to melt.
The molten metal door split apart, then cooled in an instant, leaving a gap in the entrance to the dark containment chamber. Sat in the far corner, rocking itself slightly, was a shape with legs and arms far too long to be hunched over comfortably in the cramped room. A paper bag had been left over its face, as the tall, wiry, thin creature gently rocked itself between sobs. SCP-096 had felt the same unease that now ran through the entire facility, and even with its face covered, it could sense its source getting closer with each step.
"Oh, enough," the figure said, walking into the cell, startling the Shy Guy. "If I wanted to hear the desperate cries of the damned, I would have stayed home." The man clicked his fingers, causing flames to erupt out of nowhere, singeing the paper bag into nothing but ash in seconds. SCP-096 recoiled, pushing itself further into the corner, ineffectually covering its face with its elongated limbs. Now, don't cower." The man unnervingly, calmly offered out a hand to the creature. "I did come all this way to see if the rumors were true. And just look at you, you're real. Even if I'm impressed, the rage of a creature that would kill a human just for the insolence of looking at it. Remarkable. Here, while everyone's hashing things out in the command center, what say you and I have a little chat about your future, 096? That's what they call you, isn't it?" Slowly recognizing its designation, the Shy Guy turned, trembling to face the suited figure in its cell. The moment the man's eyes looked at its face, the anomalous creature could feel the familiar, intensifying rage that it was so accustomed to, urging it to lash out at the man and kill him on the spot. But somehow, it was being suppressed, like the figure's influence was enough to keep the rage state at bay, for now. Either that, or for maybe the first time ever, SCP-096 was too scared to attack. "Oh, there's that handsome face," the man beamed. "See, you wouldn't have to hide for hell's sake. You could be a real force for wanton chaos, my friend. Now, while I'm confined to only whisper in the ears of mortals, you should be getting out there and showing some abject misery. Look, there's a perfectly good desk of mine a few rooms away. What say we take a seat and strike up a deal? After all, better the devil you know. I can give you anything you truly desire, whether it's freedom from this place, revenge on the Foundation. If you're really all that insecure about it, I could even give you a facelift. In return, you have to do one thing for me. Let as many people see you as possible. Maybe even the whole world, even. Oh, you'd have so much killing to do." The very suggestion of being perceived by so many people was enough to enrage SCP-096. It broke free of whatever unfamiliar hold the figure had over it, hurling one of its arms out in a vicious swipe. Just as its fingers were about to reach the man, they passed through the now vacant spot where he had been standing. He had vanished within a split second that the Shy Guy had lunged at him. The anonymous creature wailed, then screamed, as the figure's voice echoed around the room, giving another sinister chuckle. "Oh my, how disappointing," he sneered. "To think you could have had anything you wanted. No matter. Screaming and trying to attack me won't do you any good either. I won't go down like some of the others that have snuck a forbidding glance at that mug of yours. My physical form isn't even really here. It's still trapped on the lowest layer. You're not the only one kept contained, my friend. I just use this human shape for personal travel above ground. But it seems my little vacation is coming to a halt. Here, won't you join me for the return trip?" The ground beneath SCP-096's feet began to shudder violently, the floor cracking and crumbling away. But instead of bringing it crashing down to the floor of the facility below its cell, an amber volcanic glow rose between the cracks underfoot. Piece by piece, the floor broke away, some invisible force pulling SCP-096 downwards as it flailed its arms, clawing at the ground as it crumbled away until the Shy Guy lost its grip and began to plummet. Searing heat raged all around it, tongues of flame practically reaching out to singe the creature's body as it fell further and further. Its own wails and screams joined a deafening cacophony of others, of never-ending voices crying out in torment and suffering. After what felt like an eternity of falling and burning,
SCP-096 hit the stony ground, the air pungent with the stench of brimstone. Sat before him on a chair adorned in brass and royal purple was the same man from earlier. As the Shy Guy staggered to its feet, the man's visage started to catch fire, slowly burning away to reveal the blood-colored skin and huge protruding horns of a fallen angel beneath the disguise. Perhaps after a several thousand-year stint in the Eighth Circle, you'll reconsider my generous offer. Satan chuckled before snapping his clawed fingers, causing SCP-096 to vanish in a burst of flame. Excruciating torture awaited the defenseless creature. The Prince of Darkness's underlings would see to that. But as he reclined on his throne, he didn't realize a tall, thin humanoid form reappeared behind him, eyes filled with a rage that didn't care if he was the devil. He should not have looked at its face. The devil struggles in the grasp of the nightmare he unknowingly brought down into his boiling kingdom. Perhaps there's a spell or some terrible curse that can free him from the monster's grasp, but somehow he knows that nothing will save him. He could flee to any of the Ninth Circles, and the monster would brave fire and brimstone to find him. He could throw the creature into a reoccurring pit of infinite darkness, and it would find its way back into the light. Somehow, in the same hubris that had gotten him cast out of heaven so many eons ago, the Lord of Darkness may have brought about his own destruction. And he may have thought he knew darkness, until the black maw of SCP-096 gaped open, and Satan himself beheld a darkness deeper and more permanent than any he had ever known. Working for the SCP Foundation can be a frightening endeavor, but not all the anomalies they encounter are violent, vicious monsters all intent on destruction. SCPs can often be as lost, lonely, and sad as the rest of us sometimes feel. In that spirit, let's take a heartbreaking and tear-jerking journey through some of the saddest SCPs that might even make you cry. Get those tissues ready, and don't say we didn't warn you. To the untrained observer, SCP-348 is just an ordinary white bowl with blue flower patterns painted on its ceramic surface. The Chinese lettering on its side translates to the phrase, "thinking of you." However, if anyone suffering from a minor injury, like a scraped knee, a cut, or a bruise, or any other mild ailment is presented with the bowl, its anomalous properties will begin to show. SCP-348 will fill itself with soup, usually varying in ingredients, but consistently enjoyed by those that have eaten from it. Finishing the soup, though, that's what can start the waterworks. After someone consumes the contents of SCP-348, a message will appear within the bowl, seemingly coming from the subject's own father. In one such instance, a young boy of 6 who had been recently injured whilst playing with his friends was given SCP-348 to eat from. The boy's parents were divorced, and his father no longer lived at home. When the child ate the soup, the message in the bowl read, "I'm sorry, son." Another similar test was run by the Foundation using SCP-348, this time with an older boy of 11 years old who was suffering from a cold. He had also been adopted by a foster family prior, and the message that appeared after he'd eaten it said, "I'm glad you're happy." When testing the effects of SCP-348 on adults, less of them felt inclined to finish the soup in the bowl. One of these much older subjects, a 43-year-old woman with a sore throat, had become estranged from her parents after moving away from home. However, she would frequently send them money and eventually help arrange senior housing for her parents until her father passed away. While she initially remarked that her soup tasted bitter, it was fulfilling by the end of the meal. The note left by SCP-348 simply said, "Thank you." Once a test was conducted involving SCP-348 and a 60-year-old man who was suffering from a terminal illness. The grandfather to many grandchildren was offered the bowl of soup and delightedly ate it, claiming it was the best soup he had ever tasted. It gave him a sense of satisfaction and even eased some of the pain caused by his illness. A week later, the old man passed away peacefully in his sleep. Oh, what's that? Those sweet soup messages weren't wholesome enough to encourage even a few sobs? Okay then, you heartless little monster. We'll step up our game with SCP-3017. Now, you might be forgiven for thinking that this is a particularly monstrous SCP. After all, that is his anomalous effect. Fraser Melbrook is, or rather was, an otherwise ordinary man afflicted with an infectious cognitohazard. This would alter the perception of anyone around Fraser or any person who might have spoken to him, and made them believe that he belonged in custody. People would be compelled to think that Fraser was a dangerous, violent individual, but with no actual proof that he was. In many cases, anyone exposed to his cognitohazard would even try to lock him up themselves. The one reprieve, however, was that a number of Fraser's immediate family and close friends were immune to this effect. Either this was through experiencing prolonged exposure to SCP-3017, or by simply knowing him well enough to have context that canceled out the false beliefs that he was a violent criminal with an extensive record. Designated as SCP-3017-1s, the people closest to him remain unaffected, and Fraser was able to maintain healthy relationships with all of them, until SCP-3017 fell into the hands of the Foundation. Arrested and placed in containment thanks to the anomalous effects of SCP-3017, the Foundation believed that Fraser Melbrook had close ties and connections to multiple groups of interest. They began to relentlessly, torturously interrogate Fraser, threatening his family unless he gave them the answers to their questions, information that he simply could not provide. He hadn't even heard of the GOIs the Foundation wanted to know about, let alone had any direct affiliation with them. But still, they kept pressing him, keeping him locked up and not allowing him to see his family, even when his grandmother developed lung cancer. Treated with suspicion and hostility non-stop every day, SCP-3017 would get one last shot at freedom, however. Researcher Rylan, who had been studying Fraser's anomalous properties, as well as a security officer that had been assigned to watch Melbrook, both developed the same immunity to the prisoner's cognitohazard as his family and friends had. Working together, they were able to spring SCP-3017 from Foundation custody, and Rylan took him back home to see his family. Little did either of them know of the tragedy that awaited them. In a cruel twist of fate, a house fire had set Melbrook's family home ablaze, claiming the lives of his parents, both brothers, his sister, grandmother, and even his fiancée. Utterly devastated and overwhelmed with grief, the loss of his loved ones completely broke Fraser. He had spent so much of his life persecuted, accused of heinous crimes and arrested despite being completely innocent. And as if that wasn't bad enough, he'd fought his way free from the Foundation, only to find his home reduced to ash the day before he made it back. By the time the SCP Foundation arrived to recapture him, it was already too late. Fraser was dead, and researcher Rylan turned herself over without resistance. The Foundation soon realized what they had done, how they had tortured an innocent man who didn't actually have the information they thought he did. In quiet shame, they reclassified SCP-3017 under a new object class, Neutralized. Feeling teary yet? Maybe a little moist around the eyes. Oh, those are just your allergies. Oh yeah, of course they are. How could we be so silly? Alright, let's move on. Taking a step back from grim dark reality for a moment, let's instead delve into a world of fantasy. SCP-1762 was a seemingly ordinary cardboard box, spray-painted silver with the words, "Here be dragons," written on it in permanent marker. Usually it remained empty, but would occasionally open, releasing dozens of tiny origami dragons that would fly out after black smoke had plumed out of the box. It was no doubt a sight to behold, the kind of fantastical occurrence that is inherently filled with childlike wonder. Often, a written or carved message would be left behind after the origami dragons flew back into their box, and this is how the Foundation was able to learn of the terrible misfortune known as the Jabberwocky event. The paper dragons existed in a world of fantasy, all contained within the cardboard box. When they first emerged, the message they left greeted someone who had seemingly created the box and its fantastical contents, or had at least interacted with it before, possibly a particularly imaginative child with the reality-bending capability to give life to the inanimate paper dragons. The origami creatures seemed to mistake the Foundation for this original child, rediscovering them after an extended period of time. They made mention of the existence of other mystical beings in their world, including giants, elves, centaurs, and more. Through their subsequent messages, it appeared something about the world of SCP-1762 was gradually becoming unstable, though. It required imagination to sustain it, to stabilize the fantasy within the box. But unfortunately, the Foundation personnel examining SCP-1762 refused to accept the existence of this world. They instead leaned on science, cold, hard facts, not the whimsy of the imaginary. When opening the box, all they saw was its empty interior, so to them, the fantasy wasn't real. It was the SCP Foundation's own lack of belief, their refusal to make believe, that was gradually killing the world inside SCP-1762. Through their notes, still unaware that they weren't speaking with their child creator, the origami dragons pleaded for aid, cries that fell on the Foundation's deaf ears. Within the box, a magical war broke out between the various creatures inside, with the survivors fleeing for their lives. The box itself was effectively a portal, linking reality with this realm of fantasy. It existed in a time when the myths and legends of old were indeterminable from fact. SCP-1762 had once represented a physical bond, a relationship between those two worlds. But as time had moved on, belief in legends, in fantasy, had all but dwindled. As the world inside the box fell into chaos, becoming more and more unstable, the words, "Here be dragons," were burned away from the cardboard surface. In their final message, the dragons mentioned they hoped to escape to a new world, concluding with, "We are sad. We love you. We will not forget you. We are scared. Will you forget us?" Soon after, the box returned to its original state, with the phrase, "Here were dragons," on the side, marking the end of the Jabberwocky event, and potentially the fantasy within SCP-1762 forever. From mystical, magical tales of sadness, we now turn to a sad story from within the ranks of the Foundation itself. SCP-451, formerly a field agent working in the Foundation, seems to an outside observer to be little more than an average man in his 30s. Well, as average as someone working for the Foundation can be. But let's turn things around. If we weren't to look from SCP-451's perspective, how would he see us? That's just the thing. He wouldn't. He can't see us, or anyone else for that matter. You see, for a time, this agent was declared missing in action by the SCP Foundation. The last recorded assignment he was sent on was an attempt to retrieve a dangerous anomalous artifact. However, this attempt ultimately failed, and SCP-451 resurfaced a month later at Site-19. Although, from his point of view, the entire Foundation facility was empty. He was the last man on Earth, or so he thought, at least. Some unknown influence had permanently altered the agent's perception. He had been rendered incapable of perceiving other human beings. Now, if you're a bit of a hermit who prefers their own company, then this might initially sound like heaven, never having to experience another awkward interaction with another person, like when you're walking down the street and someone walking towards you, and you have to try to figure out which way they're going so you can step in the opposite direction and avoid bumping into them. Then you inevitably do that weird shuffle when you both go to walk the same way. You know, it's a whole thing. Well, as good as that might sound to be rid of happenings like that, imagine if you couldn't see or hear anyone. Any attempts the rest of the world made to communicate with you, not one of them registering. But it was somehow worse than that. Thanks to his newfound surroundings, or lack thereof, SCP-451 believed that by interacting with the anomalous artifact, he had single-handedly wiped out the entire human race. The guilt of that action, although only true from his perspective, weighed heavily on SCP-451's conscience. He spent a lot of time wandering the corridors of Site-19, overwhelmed by his apparent isolation. Eventually, the loneliness of his newfound condition, coupled with the fallacious knowledge that he had killed the entire human race, drove him to a state of near madness. But there would be no escape from this new state of perpetual hell. Not only did the condition appear to be incurable, at least from what he was capable of doing, but he would not even find solace in death. He had been cursed with some kind of sadistic immortality, and it seemed like the only way to ever connect with others was when they themselves were near death. As for what the Foundation were doing to help SCP-451, well, nothing. There's little that can do to reverse the change. He was a valuable field agent to them before it happened, and it's their hope that he can be again if the process is somehow reversed. Until then, SCP-451 is forced to live out this painful existence, spending every day, as far as he can tell, alone. Of course, if SCP-451 could wish for anything in his predicament, it might be something as simple as some company. If only there was an SCP that granted the user their ultimate wish, fulfilled any fantasy, made them the hero of their own story. Well, that happens to be the function of SCP-1230. It appears as a green hardcover book, with no discernible labels on the spine, nor on either front or back covers. The pages are almost entirely blank, save for one simple phrase on the first one: "A hero is born." Anyone that reads the pages of SCP-1230 won't experience any effects immediately. In fact, its anomalous properties don't become apparent until the reader falls asleep. When they do, they will experience a vivid dream that can last anywhere from 45 seconds to, well, let's just say considerably longer. Although the reader will never be asleep for any longer than they normally would be, in their dream, the reader will be the protagonist within their own fantasy world. The entire time they remain fully aware of their surroundings. Their senses and faculties all work as they would as if they were awake. Not unlike the fantasy world of SCP-1762, the dream worlds experienced by test subjects who read SCP-1230 vary differently on the imagination of the dreamer. Additionally, once they re-emerge from their slumber, they will be able to recall all the events of the dream down to every last detail. Every dream induced by reading SCP-1230 will also feature a character known only as the Bookkeeper, a friendly bearded old man in a green cloak who is apparently the personification of the book itself. The role of the Bookkeeper seems to create the fantasyscapes, as he calls them, and seemingly creates these bespoke worlds on behalf of all the dreamers he encounters, in accordance with their own deepest desires and wants. By now, you're no doubt thinking, how could this possibly be a sad SCP? I bet you probably even want to go with SCP-1230 yourself, don't you? And who wouldn't? After all, you would get to be placed in a fantasyscape where you can do anything and everything you can think of. On top of that, this isn't Inception. Dying or being harmed in one of these dreams doesn't translate to real-world death. Well, not directly anyway. Remember when we mentioned that dreams can last a considerably long time, at least in their own internal fantasyscape time? Well, here's what makes it one of the saddest SCPs on this list, maybe even ever. Imagine getting to live out a fantasy adventure as the hero, the main protagonist in your own story. Picture you spent a number of years in that dream time, experiencing every event of that story, that world firsthand. It looks real, it feels real, for the time that you're there at least. So what happens when you wake up? How are you going to feel if you're all of a sudden pulled out of that fantasy and dropped back into the mundanity of real life? Would you prefer your fantasy to the real world? And what would you do if you couldn't go back? That was experienced firsthand by one of the Foundation's researchers, known only as Professor B. He had specifically requested the Foundation to allow him to read SCP-1230, and was giddy with excitement when it came to be his turn. Like many others, he read the first page, seeing "A hero is born," and then instantly went to sleep, unwilling to wait until later, clearly eager to experience his very own fantasyscape. Professor B was asleep for the next 24 hours before the Foundation's security personnel were forced to attempt to wake him up. When he did, he looked around, confused to be unceremoniously returned to real life. It was almost as if the amount of time he had spent within the Bookkeeper's dream world had caused him to momentarily forget his old life with the Foundation. However, he soon regained his memory after a brief reminder from fellow staff, but it was never the same after that. Professor B had experienced the life he had always dreamed of within his dreams, and upon waking, he had been returned to a life where he was an aging, tired man in a dead-end job at the Foundation. He was no hero here. He was just another nobody. And the sadness was too much for him. Professor B passed away not long after. After this tragedy, the Bookkeeper was utterly distraught. Through the medium of the book, he left a note for the personnel of the SCP Foundation. It read, "I'm so sorry. I never intended for this to happen. I just wanted to make people happy." A number of weeks passed before the Foundation was able to make contact with the Bookkeeper again, leaving a note that requested a conversation with the entity. A Foundation doctor experienced a dream that was set in a dark, featureless void. There he encountered the Bookkeeper, crying to himself. When questioned about what had happened to Professor B, the embodiment of SCP-1230 explained, "He had such an active imagination.
I was able to create a vast and beautiful universe for him, and it was obvious that he wanted a life like that for so long. He conquered foul beasts and rescued princesses. He built kingdoms and even raised a family, but he never wanted to leave. He delved so far into his fantasy world that I soon realized he preferred his dream over the real world. I reminded him that this was all merely an illusion, but he wouldn't listen to me. I tried to keep him happy for as long as I could.
Remember when we mentioned the dreams can last a considerably long time? At least in their own internal fantasyscape time. Professor B had been living out his ultimate fantasy adventure for 200 years, while only a full day's worth of time had passed in the real world. Having to live through all that, only to wake up and realize none of it was real, was perhaps too existentially overwhelming for the professor. Then again, maybe he just preferred the world of his fantasyscape much more than the world around him. That brings us to one of the most infamous anomalies in the Foundation's extensive history. SCP-096, better known as the Shy Guy, is a terrifying towering creature with a hairless body, sunken eyes, and a huge gaping mouth. But don't you ever get the sense that there's something inherently sad about SCP-096? Insecurity is something a lot of us experience and have to face every day. But the Shy Guy's is taken to such an extreme degree, he can't bear the thought of anyone looking at him. It's so bad for him that it causes him to experience so much distress that he has to travel lightning fast to anyone that looks at his face, and once he's caught up with them and killed them, then he's right back to his usual routine, sobbing and weeping or pacing around his cell. Perhaps his story isn't as sad as some of the others on this list, but we do know it'd be a welcome change if someone could make the Shy Guy smile, just for a little while. The bulkhead door slammed closed behind him as Williams practically collapsed against the metal surface, panting, breathless, his skin covered with droplets of sweat and splatters of blood. Blood that was not his own. He checked the ammo counter. The numbers displayed on the side of the weapon he held in his trembling hands. 2 blinking zeros taunted him. His still shaking fingers scrambled at his pouches, searching for a spare magazine, only to find nothing. Rico had the bag with the spare ammo, and that thing had just got to Rico. Williams pulled out his sidearm, sliding out the magazine to find 3 measly rounds left. The new experimental ammunition was designed not to damage the ship itself, avoiding punching a hole in the hull by only harming organic life forms. It had meant there were barely enough bullets to go around, but they were told they wouldn't need to use them. Just a precaution, the company had said. The sound of something moving made Williams's pounding heart lurch beneath his ribs. He hurriedly slotted the magazine back into the pistol and pointed it outwards, turning the corridor of the ship. The ceiling and walls had been torn apart, damaged either in the impact or by the creature that was on board. Sparks burst from the exposed wiring, the only source of light since the flashlight on Williams's shoulder stopped working. He froze mid-step. Something that looked like a tail was trailing down from the ceiling. Williams felt his blood run cold. It was here, hiding in the ventilation system right above his head. He pointed his gun upwards. Then he remembered what had happened to Lance Corporal Henrik when he'd gotten its blood on him. His mind momentarily flashed to the side of the commanding officer screaming as he melted, alive. The same would happen to Williams if he landed a shot. Instead, he punched at the flashlight mounted on his shoulder, frantically trying to will it into working when suddenly, the beam came back on, revealing that what was in front of him was just a cable. A loose strand of electrical wiring that must have come loose, and now, in the dark, Williams had mistaken it for the creature's long prehensile tail. He breathed a shaky breath, despite it doing hardly anything to steady his nerves. Then something behind him breathed too. Feeling the warm exhale against his neck, Williams battled against every frantic nerve in his body that urged him to turn around and shoot it, or run for his life in the false hope that he'd outpace the creature. It was faster than anything he'd ever seen, able to move in the blink of an eye. His only defense was that he hadn't seen its face yet. His eyes had been glued to the motion tracker up until the second it attacked, and when the frantic gunfire had started, he'd only caught glimpses of the monster's dark, chitinous hide in the glare of muzzle flashes. His heart simultaneously sank and pounded as a heavy clawed hand rested on his shoulder. and Williams slowly turned around to face the creature. He screwed his eyes shut, hoping that would be enough to save himself. Then it hissed. A grating, piercing noise like nails dragging down a chalkboard. Although he couldn't see it, frozen to the spot in terror and held firm by the creature's grip, it was readying itself to strike. Beneath the domed, elongated carapace of its head, the huge, gaping-wide maw of SCP-096 still hung open in a permanent scream. Only now, there was a second inner pharyngeal jaw, like another mouth on the tip of a tongue that came shooting out like a piston. The excruciating pain shot through William's eye to the back of his skull, instincts causing his one remaining eye to snap open, and he saw it looking down at him through an eyeless face. The towering, terrifying creature coated with a biomechanical-looking exoskeleton, huge rows of fangs lining both of its mouths, poised to make another strike. There were more above, crawling upside down along the ceiling. They were the smaller, faster creatures, like drones of a beehive now moving out of the shadows from where they'd been keeping perfectly still, camouflaged directly over William's head. The 096 creature let out another bite from its inner jaws, piercing William's skull as he let out a blood-curdling scream. The scream echoed through the ship's metal corridors and then faded. Outside in the cold, empty vacuum of space, not a sound could be heard as the ship slowly crawled through the stars, carrying nightmares aboard. The year was 2150, but the problems had started long before. By now, humanity had become a spacefaring species, setting out from an overpopulated, overpolluted Earth to colonize other worlds that were barely more habitable. And as humanity ventured out across the stars, unbeknownst to most of them, the SCP Foundation had followed. With the sheer amount of anomalies encountered on Earth alone, the O5 Council deemed it wise course of action to embed Foundation operatives among off-world human colonies, continuing to further the Foundation's goals of containing anomalous creatures, entities, objects, persons, and places. However, conditions on Earth did not improve. If anything, they got worse. People boarding spaceships and going to found new colonies on worlds with letters and numbers for names did free up a little room on the human homeworld, but that barely made a difference. There were already those on Earth without any room for themselves, and without the funds to secure a spot on one of the departing interplanetary vessels. Add that to the sheer damage done by the launching of these ships, and those still stuck on Earth were now choking in fumes. And so was the Foundation. A mass exodus took place over the course of several decades. Many were given free passages to certain planets courtesy of the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, one of the companies bankrolling the various colonization missions and terraforming new planets for humans to live on. Hence their slogan, Building Better Worlds. The company arranged some passengers to travel to one world, LV-426, even if they couldn't afford the space travel charges. Weyland-Yutani also worked closely with the SCP Foundation. When it became clear that the Foundation could no longer continue to operate on Earth, the corporation assisted them in shipping their extensive coterie of SCPs to facilities that had been established off-world. The USCSS Rematch, a commercial secure transport ship owned by Weyland-Yutani, was tasked with moving one of the SCP Foundation's most infamous anomalies to a newly built containment site on a distant planet. With its face covered, led along by the nooses of catch poles around its head and arms, SCP-096 was moved into a chamber at the heart of the Rematch, in preparation for the SHY GUY to be shipped off to its new home. Projections had the estimated time of arrival set for roughly 9 months later, with a layover scheduled partway through. As part of their agreement with the Foundation, Weyland-Yutani would use the transport ship to pick up items and materials deemed highly important to the company. Foundation personnel were told to allow the Weyland employees to go about their work and forbidden from accessing certain parts of the ship's cargo hold, reserved for company use only. After the layover, 9 months passed, then another 6. The Rematch seemed to vanish without a trace, missing its expected arrival date by a considerable margin. Foundation personnel on the destination planet began scouring deep space frequencies for any sign of the ship, a distress call, anything, with no idea what had happened or where in space the vessel containing SCP-096 was. Unbeknownst to anyone, 5 months into the journey, an encoded directive from the Weyland-Yutani Corporation had urged the Rematch to alter its course slightly. It had veered off into the wilder reaches of deep space shortly after departing from its brief layover at a company outpost. None of the crew aboard, asleep soundly in their cryogenic suspension pods, noticed the change, until an emergency alert forced them all to wake up suddenly. A crew comprised of the Foundation's Mobile Task Force GIGA was left aboard the Remus, given only basic training in piloting the vessel. They'd been told the ship's computer would handle the most part of their journey. None of them had been expecting to have to navigate their way through an asteroid storm. The bombardment struck the Remus, causing severe damage through the ship and multiple critical system failures, including the containment chamber housing SCP-096. Once control had been re-established over the damaged vessel, MTF GIGA quickly realized warnings coming from the life sign scanners and motion detectors. Having a camera system aboard was ill-advised with SCP-096. It seemed that the ship's only other occupant was free from its containment chamber. At least, they thought the Shy Guy was the only other living thing on the Remus with them. Clambering out of the unsealed chamber, SCP-096 found itself free to move around for the first time in a long while. It hadn't been afforded the luxury of a cryogenic nap, meaning it had been awake and stuck inside the chamber for every agonizing month ever since the Remus had departed Earth. Stretching its elongated limbs to will them out of atrophy, it started to explore the dank, dark belly of the spaceship. Out here, so far from home, there weren't any prying eyes to look at it. SCP-096 didn't feel the usual pull that drove it towards whoever saw it. The rage state that boiled up and compelled it to kill was quiet. Following a path of doors that had been suspiciously left open, SCP-096 walked through ruined corridors, only to trip over something heavy lying on the ground. It was a body. It recognized the clothing from back at the Foundation, the telltale jumpsuit of a member of D-Class personnel. There was another symbol, though, alongside the SCP Foundation's own insignia, a yellow W with a gray Y underneath it, one the Shy Guy had never seen before. The body had a cavity in its chest, as if something had broken through its ribs from the inside. The further the anomaly ventured, the stranger this unfamiliar place became. Metal corridors gave way to a hardened, more organic-looking substance, a kind of black resin coating the walls and the floor. The entire corridor. Something moved, something hiding, blending in with the strange surface. SCP-096 could feel itself being watched, the rage rising, but not fully. It was different somehow. When humans looked at it, it felt it. Whatever was here seemed to look without eyes, preventing the Shy Guy from instinctively knowing where it was. With a sudden hiss, that something pounced at SCP-096. The thin, pale creature shrieked, trying to raise its elongated limbs to defend itself, only to cry out in pain as it felt teeth sinking into its arms. Above it was a flailing, hideous monster, something like drool practically pouring from its mouth. The Shy Guy was too busy struggling to get a good enough look at it. Summoning up what little rage it could, SCP-096 hurled the nightmare back and scrambled back to its feet, just as the Xenomorph did the same. It had come out of the D-Class, the company property left aboard the Remus during the ship's short layover. A near cylindrical skull was encased beneath a smooth, vaguely translucent carapace. No eyes beneath its dome, just a featureless face, save for its dribbling, snarling mouth. The alien lurched, whipping its flimsy, prehensile tail towards SCP-096, the barb at the tip like a stinger of a scorpion. The Shy Guy effortlessly swiped it away with a single swipe of its large hand, screaming at the horrifying Xenomorph. Lowering itself onto all fours, the alien began to charge at SCP-096, and the anomalous creature, fearful for its safety but ready to defend itself, responded in kind. It lumbered through the narrow, cramped corridor. The ship had been designed for humans, not to accommodate a being of SCP-096's height and stature. It ran towards the hideous alien, expecting to tackle it head-on, only for the creature to leap out of SCP-096's path at the pivotal second, crawling up the resin-covered wall and up onto the ceiling. Outflanking the Shy Guy before it could react, the Xenomorph gave another strike with its tail. This one landed, piercing the anomaly's shoulder and causing it to howl in pain. It staggered, hit mid-charge, falling to the floor gripping its injury. SCP-096 made loud, distressed noises that were heard over on the other side of the Remus, as members of MTF GIGA scrambled to get on their combat gear and and figure out a strategy to recapture their anomalous passenger. A sudden silence befell the group as they all realized something. If they were the only other ones aboard the ship apart from the Shy Guy, then what was making it scream? The xenomorph crawled towards the downed SCP-096 as it rolled onto its front, still gripping its injured shoulder, then tried to push itself back up onto its legs to run. Before it could stand, sharp, needle-like teeth burrowed into its ankles, and the alien's inner pharyngeal jaw shot out to bite the Shy Guy. It screamed in pain again, trying desperately to crawl to safety on its wounded legs. It pulled away as the eyeless face of the alien drew nearer, hissing and drooling menacingly. SCP-096 was expecting a killing strike, one more bite from that piston-like inner jaw to finish it off. But it never happened. The xenomorph was almost studying the frightened creature cowering before it, silently regarding it. The Shy Guy felt woozy, succumbing to its injuries. The only thing it saw before falling unconscious, a horrific nightmare, as was the sight awaiting it when it woke back up. SCP-096 struggled, regaining consciousness to find itself stuck fast to a wall with the same dark resin substance that coated this part of the ship. Resting before it was a large, leathery object, 4 lobes on its top. It was clear what the object was. It was an egg. As the Shy Guy started to struggle in its confinement, the top of the egg unfolded like the petals of a flower, and 8 long legs began scrabbling around at the opening before a facehugger leapt out of the egg, and what a face it found. Some of the Ramus soon found themselves in a similar predicament. The ones that didn't were met with a new breed of horror, a tall, slightly paler alien creature with misshapen, elongated limbs, the xenomorph's characteristically shaped head, and a wide mouth locked in a permanently screaming expression. It could move faster than the other drones that were soon infesting the ship, appearing behind the Foundation crew the moment they looked at its face. Before long, the screaming aboard the ship had stopped. The computer filed one more message before shutting down. Final report of the commercial starship Ramus. All members of the crew, Heinrich, Matthews, Rico, Williams, Bayan, Paxton, and Weaver, all deceased. Subject SCP-096 destroyed. New cargo acquired, as per company directive. Now check out SCP-2845 Alien God Crash Lands on Earth and SCP-096 Tale, A Lesson in Power for more.